Welcome to Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires from the SCCA 60th Runoffs here at VIRginia International Raceway. Brian Belansky, Greg Ginsberg. I almost twisted it around. People are telling us we look like twins, so we can just...
As long as I don't, I was going to say, as long as I don't call you Brian.
Exactly, but you should call me Brian.
I should call you Brian.
Just don't call me Al.
Or Larry.
We're here. It's Saturday morning here at the Runoffs, and it is going to be another great day of racing. A glorious day of racing. Yesterday, the weather could not have been perfect.
Or better.
Or more perfect, I should say.
Better.
Yes, exactly. Or better.
And the racing was quite good too, Brian.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through the weekend, and I'm already a little punch drunk. So we're going to get to it this morning. Our first race of the day is going to be Touring 1. And Touring 1 was a lot of fun to watch, that whole qualifying session there.
It was, and, there were some surprises. There were some, I think, coming into the weekend, there were maybe some givens that we thought there were going to be. To just start right out, Andrew Aquilante, he had and we talked to him today, or we talked to him yesterday about his qualifying and how he approached things. I think we'll probably hear him a little bit later in the show. Right out of the gate, he was 1.3 seconds faster than anybody else during the first day of qualifying on Tuesday. Much like the majority of the 12-car field, 9 of the 12 cars and 12 drivers did not take to the track for our second day of qualifying because, as we've discussed, we talked about yesterday, that second day of qualifying, we were moving from mist to drive to damp track to dry track. There was nothing on the radar, and it was a very damp qualifying session that T1 was sharing with American Sedan. And so, much like we discussed yesterday, and where very few of the American Sedan drivers went out for qualifying, same thing with T1.
Well, and we talked with someone today we interviewed for one of our other shows, and he referred to the weather as the weather guessers.
Yes.
And that's all we were doing on Wednesday was basically guessing what was going to happen at any particular time because it didn't look like anything was better or worse. And sometimes there was water coming out of the sky, and other times there wasn't.
There wasn't, exactly. And so for pole day on Thursday, the track was dry. There were very few clouds in the sky, but even early in the morning when these drivers went on track, maybe because of the sun beating down on the pavement, it turned out to be a very greasy track.
Right.
The majority of our drivers did not set their best qualifying times on Thursday, and so we saw, especially in the top 3, everything was carried over from Tuesday. And Andrew Aquilante, he went out, he put in an installation lap, which happened to be faster than most everybody else out there, but it was still about half to 3/4 of a second off of the time that he had set on Tuesday, but he's going to be our pole sitter. James Candelaria, who's out of the Phoenix Performance tent as well, driving a Chevrolet Corvette. He was a race winner this spring in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We saw him take a win over some folks like McAleenan, and he is going to start right next to his teammate. And he also was not able to improve. Got very close on Thursday to what he put down on the first day of qualifying, but again, about 1.3 seconds off of the pole sitter. Many-time national champion, and I should probably refer to Andrew Aquilante the same way. Mark Bowden from Fall Line Motorsports, driving a BMW, an M3, an E92 M3, is putting the car on the inside of row number 2, and maybe the surprise, and he had a very busy day yesterday. Tony Ave, who raced in GT2, raced in GT3, and also raced in Prototype 2.
Something.
Prototype 2, and had a very good race in Prototype 2. He is going to make up the outside of row number 2, driving driving an FIA GT4 car.
Yep,
Driving a Mercedes-AMG GT4, one of the more glorious sounding motors in that field.
And a beautiful race car, too. If you're here at the runoffs, go find that race car, whether you show up on the grid tomorrow morning and see it there, go hunt them down in the paddock. That is a pretty awesome looking piece.
It is.
So, and he'll be going for his, I think now 6th national championship or 5th.
Let me pull up the stats, Brian. And
because he won another one yesterday.
He won another national championship. He came into the day. He's coming into today now a four-time national champion, as he took the win in GT3.
Right.
Had some mechanical issues yesterday in the GT2 race. So he comes in as a four-time national champion. Of course, he is he took a win last year as well, not in T1, however.
Sure.
Andrew Aculante is our reigning national champion in Touring 1, and Andrew is currently looking for championship number 14.
14, yeah.
So
well, let's do this. We talked with him.
Yeah.
So let's take a second here, and hear what he had to say about qualifying, as well as what he thinks is going to play out in the race.
Sounds good.
All right, we're here with the T1 pole sitter, and what are you, 74-time national champion? What is it now?
I think 13.
Okay. It's Andrew Aquilani here talking to us about qualifying and the race here in T1. So how did the qualifying session in T1 go for you guys?
Qualifying is about par for the course for the runoffs when you have mixed classes and 20, 25 cars on track sort of thing. It's always difficult. We all want clean track, but sometimes that's not always possible because you've got such a mix of number one classes, but also drivers in terms of how quickly they get up to speed, people trying to get their own clean track in. Some days are easier than others. First day, found my hole and did the lap. Second day was wet, or partially wet, so we didn't go out. Third day was the leader of the pack. Thought I had everybody wrangled in and under control, but there were some stragglers and caught them, and then you just hope that your competitors chasing get screwed up just like you did. Yeah. And it's the way of life in this. I mean, we don't have enough time for single cars, so it is what it is. Yeah.
So, but you got the pole. That's a good thing. So you found your hole. Going into race day now, what is the plan going into race day?
Pretty much the plan is to run off and hide. I mean, obviously we're here to race and all that, right. And racing is the point of this. Wheel to wheel is one part of that aspect. Management of the race is the other part of the aspect. You combine it all together, and some people like to say, "Oh, you just run off and hide." Well, you're still clicking off the laps because 2019, 14 and a half laps in, motor decides to go, and I don't win the race. So you have to finish the entire one. That's racing.
So 13 national championships, been here a lot. You bring great cars to the racetrack. Does this ever get old?
Winning doesn't get old. Frustrations, near misses get old, although they get easier when you've done it before. We look at a couple examples already this morning of people winning their first national championship and the emotion that they feel, because one driver had many entries over the years but a lot of disappointment and heartache, and the other driver is new but still putting the pressure on it for the event, and the runoffs is something special to attain in road racing in the USA. And so you want to win, but like I said, experience makes them easier. So just see what happens.
There you go. That's Andrew Aquilani, your T1 pole sitter, 13-time national champion here at the runoffs, trying to get number 14 this year. And we're back here at the SCCA 30th runoffs.
The 60th running of
60th runoff
of the national championship runoffs.
What's going on with my brain? It's been a long week already.
Already it has.
But we're having a great time doing it. Andrew Aquilani. I loved his take. It's a big deal. You know,
is.
and he was talking about how some of the people that won today were winning their first time, and you know, people who've not done it a lot winning it the first time, as well as people who've tried over and over and over again winning their first time.
Yeah, but I also like, you know, the comment about, you know, it's obviously big if you win, but also if you just miss out.
Yeah.
And that's, I think for somebody, and I think that's a great perspective for somebody who's won so many times. And, you know, back here, he mentioned a couple of years ago where he was going into the very last lap, leading a race, and then heartbreak.
Exactly. So we look a little deeper into the grid. There's some folks back here that I think are worth talking about.
Sure.
One of which, of course, is Scotty B. White.
Sure.
He's not normally wouldn't be in the back of the grid of most grids. We've talked to him several times this year. We've seen him on the Super Tours. He's not exactly excited about the BOP for his Viper, and
judging by how the Viper performed in qualifying this week, I think he's got a valid concern.
He might have a little something going on there. But that said, he's always somebody who's there.
Right.
So, you know, don't be surprised to see him move up the order throughout today. I also got my eyes on Ann Doherty. I think she is ready for a breakout performance here at the runoff.
Sure. I mean, in that Porsche Cayman, she was, you know, sitting right in the middle of the pack, but she was very consistent throughout the week. She is one of the drivers that did go out and put in some time in the damp here. I think maybe preparing herself, in case we had a repeat of last year or anything where there was at least some precip. And she was one of those three drivers that went out. She was the fastest of the three that went out. And, you know, we'll see here. But, again, she's sitting right in the center of the field. She's going to be on the outside of row number 3. And in a 12-car field, that's probably a pretty good place to be.
And you had some info on Super Sweep.
Yes. Well, actually, I wanted to talk very quickly about Robert Korzen, if we can.
Okay.
He's here for his third runoffs. He finished 5th last year in T1. Had a big shunt in qualifying at the Super Tour this year. They've been spending all summer trying to rebuild his car. He qualified with a backup car and a little bit off the pace in qualifying, but I expect that he's probably going to pick up some time. Here, let's talk quickly about Super Sweep, where you have to win your majors conference championship, win the Super Tour point standings, and also win at least one Super Tour race.
Sure.
And also, of course, win the National Championship Runoffs.
Right.
Very prestigious award. If James Candelaria, who's starting on the outside of the front row, takes the win later today, he will be a Super Sweep winner in Touring 1.
All right, so let's take a look at our starting top 10 here, starters for Super Touring, for Touring 1, I should say. And, they're not popping up on the screen. We're going to talk about them anyway while we're looking at this great picture here. Your top 10 in the front row, we've got Andrew Aquilani. And next to him, who could win that Super Sweep as well, James Candelaria. So Aquilani going for a 14th win. Candelaria going for Super Sweep. Then you've got Mark Bowden and Tony Ave, both national champions, looking to add to their slate.
Yeah, and I think we said with Mark Bowden looking for championship number 5. I believe.
There you go. Hugh Stewart and Ann Doherty will be in the third row. Right behind them, Thad Berger and Scotty B. White, as we talked about. And then you've got Brian Goodman and Dustin Cornell. So there is your top 10 there, starting in Touring 1. And, of course, that race is going to get underway just after 8 o'clock this morning.
8:15 start.
So stay with us. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. It's inside the SCCA at the Runoffs, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Let's get right to E-Production, Greg. This was fun watching these guys qualify. I mean, they put it down and put it down big.
Yeah, they did. And we've talked, I think we talked yesterday about F Production, how Jesse Prather had all of those motors in F Production. And same thing here, but the big difference is Jesse Prather, he's your reigning national champion in the class. He's not racing this year. And Greg Ira, who is a former national champion in E-Production, I believe won in 2015 at Daytona, he is racing in the BMW rocket ship that Jesse Prather has run for the past couple of years. Took the championship last year at VIR, and back in 2019 had had the race and the recovery drive
Sure.
For the ages. Just missed out on the podium, but Jesse Prather not running this year, and so Greg Ira right out of the gate, as you might expect, an amazing driver, and we know an amazing car. He jumped to provisional pole on Tuesday morning and had that pole by about 0.3 of a second on the rest of the field. And it was very, very close. We had Ira. We had John Hainsworth in his Mazda RX-7, one of the open-top second-gen RX-7s. We had Peter Norton in his Caterham, in a car that here at VIR, much like most likely at Road America, where having those open fenders and an amazing handling car, but not exactly a great aero car for tracks where you have long straightaways. But Norton managed to put his car provisionally third in qualifying.
It's funny. We talked about it in the Super Tour.
Yeah.
We talk about it here. We talk about how this car is not made to do what it's doing,
and he always puts it up front.
And Peter Norton is always in the conversation.
Indeed.
And which is a testament to his driving, for one.
Sure.
Testament to that car prep. I mean, a Caterham 7. I mean, it says 2000. It's got to be older than that, though, right?
Well, if it's a Caterham, no, it might be 2000. It's not, but it's a Caterham. It's not a Lotus Super 7.
Exactly.
So yes,
exactly.
It could very well be a 2000 chassis. We have John Brackey, who's moved over to a BMW Z3. He had been racing a Miata. Every time I see the car coming down the pit lane or out on track, it reminds me of that Miata. It has right down, I think, to the inch, the same decals and same livery, as well as Doug Piner out of the North Carolina region driving a BMW Z3. And those Z3s, all open top, no windshield on them, and very quick in a straight line. But more importantly, they also handle fairly well. Right. They have the same rear suspension as the E30 BMW cars, but they made up the bulk of the field, and the big story here, I think, is that all these drivers, they did go out on Tuesday. Right. Every one of the e-production drivers, with the exception of Doug Piner, went out on Wednesday, that day where we had kind of off conditions. The track was off when they went out, and they were all considerably slower, anywhere between 6 and 10 seconds from Tuesday. And on the very last day, when most drivers did not get much faster, there were 3 drivers that did. Peter Norton, Greg Ira got faster. Right. John Hainsworth got faster. And John Hainsworth, who had come into that final day of qualifying provisionally on the outside of the front row, takes pole away from Greg Ira, I believe, with 2 flying laps left out on track, about 4 minutes left in the qualifying session, with a time of 2:03.215, almost 11/100ths of a second clear of what Greg Ira set. And it just shows that car was ready. He put in a lot of time in testing over the weekend, was always the first car to the grid, got to work without the benefit of a draft, and was able to throw down a time that Greg Ira couldn't meet. Another driver that we might want to look for, if only because he has a lot of track knowledge here. He's still a little bit off the pace, and that is Jeff Young in a very non-traditional e-production car. We've got a number of straight sixes. We've got some four
wouldn't
cylinders.
he be a traditional e-production car from a 1980s Triumph? That's kind of one of the old school production cars, right?
No, it's a newer. It's a Triumph TR8. It was the shape of things to come, Brian. It's got that nice wedge, but more importantly, it's got a V8 engine in it, whereas most every other motor here in the class, either a straight six or, if in the case of the Miatas, obviously,
the fours,
4-cylinder. We've got the Nissans, or Datsun 240Zs with their straight sixes as well. And, of course, we've got Greg Amie with his Honda Civic. So a very different car. Young has been driving the TR8s for many years. He had built one and run one for many years in IT racing. and his home track, Virginia International
Sure,
Raceway. So
sure.
as long as he can keep that car reliable, which I think is the biggest challenge with that machine, I think he stands a very good chance.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Austin Bradshaw coming
Yes.
all the way out from Dundee, Oregon.
Yes.
He is
Speaking not of 6 cylinders or 4 cylinders
Exactly.
or 8s, but little Dorito motors.
That's right. He's got a rotary in this Mazda RX-7 and a family racing team. We've talked about families a lot this week. And this young man is funding his own program and working really hard on the cars. And he came out here and had a bit of a schmozzle, I think, on Tuesday, and had to go and work really hard to get the front end put together. And I know he was working to try to get some different springs for the car this week because he felt that he was, I think, not stiff enough.
Right.
So he was trying to get some new springs. But he has really done really well, has won a bunch of races, and not probably the best car for the class anymore, but he's really got it put together. And he's just a fun guy to watch on the racetrack. And we did a podcast with him, and just a really, really good young man. And love hearing his story and watching him progress. So, and he's got a little brother who's waiting in the wings, doing some karting and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch him. And he's qualified 6th. And I think depending on what happens up front, if you get a couple of guys coming together and all of that, he might have a chance to get and work his way up towards a podium finish here as well.
Exactly.
Some also names deeper in the field. We got Mark Webber is going to be in the field as well. He is a SCCA Hall of Famer. We talked a lot about him.
We talked about it yesterday's
show,
as it relates to F production, and again, I think. Of course, he would have by this time added one more start to. So he came in to yesterday's F production race with 65 starts. So, now it's 66 runoff starts at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. But we can see there he did 2 in 1. He's doing 2 in 1 year. Right.
All right. So we've talked about qualifying. Now, how's this race going to play out? What are the keys here? It's one thing to put down a hot lap.
Sure.
It's a whole other thing to put it together for 15 laps.
Well, it absolutely is. And I think one of the keys here will be certainly draftability, whether or not Hainsworth or Ira or Peter Norton can evade the draft, maybe put in some very strong laps at the beginning of the race, and maybe not have to worry. Now, of course, you don't have like Spec Miata like drafting where you're going to have a train of cars move up to you, but certainly some machines are very quick in a straight line. We know that the Ira car and most of the BMWs are very quick in a straight line. Peter Norton obviously is not going to want to have to get into a drag race coming out of Oak Tree onto the back straight on the very last lap or with a couple laps to go, because that is where that car is going to fall over.
Sure.
I guess early on, and I think the big question is going to be when these cars head out fairly early in the morning, and their race scheduled to start, I believe, at 9 a.m. or 9:15 a.m.
The race starts at, calling it up now,
10:15.
10:15.
That's
because
right.
we do have the SMX race here early. We'll talk about that in just a minute or two.
Sure.
As well. But
and actually, I guess, Brian, we probably want to correct, because I believe I said a little while ago.
Oh, yeah, we
that
said
the T1 race was going to start at 8:15, going to start at 9:15.
9:15, correct. Yeah, because we have the Spec MX-5 challenge that's going to start off at 8:15 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and so I think that is going to be the key. But I believe as we're starting to get later in the morning, as the sun starts to rise, what we have seen, especially if we don't have cloud cover, is the track surface here has become very slick. And we've already seen in some of yesterday's races where the outside line around turn 1 maybe doesn't work very well for a lot of racers. And also some areas like South Bend and like Oak Tree have become very, very slick. And we've said it many times, getting a good run out of Oak Tree here is absolutely critical.
Right. One other thing we should probably talk about is, there is that runoffs red mist I like to talk about.
Yes.
When you strap on that helmet and you make those straps, those seat belts tight, and when you get ready to see a green flag at a championship race, sometimes your brain chooses to do some things that it doesn't normally do.
Yes.
And we've seen that several times already in the first day of racing.
Yes.
We've actually had a couple of pretty huge shunts here today, or yesterday, I should say. So it's something that it just something about racing for national championship gets people a little into it.
But I will say, in the production car classes where you normally have cars that do not have steel bodies or aluminum bodies that are in a lot of cases fiber or plastic or fiberglass, production car racing is in many times slightly more gentlemanly. Yes, exactly.
Now that we've said that, we've screwed the whole thing up.
That's right. Crash Fest on its way at 10:15.
Anybody else deep here in the field that we should keep an eye on? I mean, there's some really good cars back there.
There are, and I know I've been talking, and we mentioned yesterday about, what is the effect of track knowledge?
Right.
In nowadays, when you have folks that have been here for the second year in a row, when you have virtual racing and simulators to get you track knowledge. But Steve Eckrich, who made a car switch during the week, had moved from a Mazda RX-8, one of the Renesas-powered motors, over to a second-gen RX-7. This is actually, I believe, a car that was built originally to STL spec and not E-production spec.
Right.
Like his RX-8 has to run, it runs under those ST parameters, and so maybe different weight than what a normal RX-7 would run in the production. He did not have the best of qualifying because, he had to try to get another car into service, which wasn't necessarily ready to go. I would look for him to move up in the field. He's starting 20th. He's been racing at VIR more or less since the track reopened back in 2000.
All right, so let's take a look at our starting lineup here as we get ready for this E-Production National Championship race. Our pole sitter, as we have talked about already, John Hainsworth. Next to him, Greg Ira on the outside of row number 1. Then we have Peter Norton. He'll be on the inside of row number 2 with John Braque next to him in 4th place. Starting in the 3rd row, Doug Piner, and of course next to him will be Austin Bradshaw, who'll be looking to move up as quickly as possible here and get into that top 3 podium mix, just like everybody else as well. From there, we've got Jeff Young and Heikki Silgren. I can never say that.
Heikki Silgren in a Datsun 240Z, and then we have Don Tucker starting on the inside of row number 5, starting 9th, Lance Laufman in another Datsun 240Z, making up the outside of row number 5, starting in 10th. And I guess quickly, we do have one driver that is eligible for the Super Sweep, again, winning Majors Conference Championship, the Super Tour Points Championship, and a race, as well as the National Championship Runoffs, and that is Caterham driver Peter Norton.
There we go. There's your starting lineup for the 2023 runoffs in E-Production. And we're back here at VIRginia International Raceway inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Brian Belansky, Greg Ginsburg, and there's someone else here, Greg.
We kind of gave a little extra room. Sorry, I didn't mean to go in front of you. Lauren Bralier, who racer here at the runoffs this year, also putting in some time up in the announce booth during qualifying days.
That's right.
Yeah, very glad to have her. We're not going to talk much about her racing exploits yesterday. I'm sure she probably wants to put that to bed. But
let's just say it was a rough day.
It was a rough day.
And we can call it done.
All right.
Then we move on.
And then we move on.
Exactly. And what we're going to move on to is STL,
Correct.
our third championship race of the day and of the morning.
So, and we should just let people know real quick why it's the third championship race of the day. Spec MX-5 is our first race of the day. It's a non-championship class, but it will be a championship class next year. So they're here kind of being part of the program here. Got 2 races this weekend. So getting to STL, though, these are cars. This is one of my favorite classes because it's cars that we drive on the roads and a lot of different makes.
And if we talk to some of the folks that helped create the Super Touring Light class, they will tell you that it wasn't one of my favorite classes.
One of your favorite classes. There's history here,
there's
Lauren.
History, 13 years ago history.
There's a great video that I'm going to link you to of him at the runoffs in an STL car?
No, it was an ITA car in STU before STL.
Oh, that's right.
Before STL was created. But
We're predating STL.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
She just called you old without calling you old.
I didn't mean.
I love it.
I didn't mean that.
You did, but that's fine.
That's
I didn't mean
awesome. Anyway,
We'll get to that. That's a story for another day.
link in the
another
show
time.
notes. No, just kidding.
Yeah, exactly. I will send you that link if you want. All right, so let's talk a little bit about STL, and we'll talk about qualifying.
Yep.
So coming into qualifying, I think the odds-on favorite here, multi-time champion in the class, Danny Stain.
Right.
And he did not disappoint. Stain won here on the Super Tour in the spring, both in the wet and in the dry. And he was far and away our favorite to win last year. He had some mechanical issues during his race last year. Greg Malloy, who has chosen not to come to VIR to defend his championship. And that really, I think, opens the door once again to Stain, as well as Joe Moser, who is certainly another favorite here in the class in his Honda CRX.
Right.
And they did not disappoint. Right out of the gate, though Stain almost 2 seconds up on Joe Moser on the first day of qualifying. Mikey Taylor put in a very good qualifying time for him. Mike Taylor finished second to Danny Stain on the Super Tour in his Honda Civic. He raced the Civic for years.
Right.
Switched over to an Acura Integra chassis last year.
Right. And here's what's important about this.
Yes.
His motor is built by none other than Jesse Prather.
And
right.
so last year, Mike was a recipient of the Inside the SCCA Perseverance Award.
Correct.
As he had many issues over the course of the race week, and unfortunately, broke during the event.
Right.
Bummer.
And Mike has some challenges. We'll say every year the runoffs come around, having a tire go down on him at Road America, what have you. I spoke to him during the test days. Went up to him as I was checking his wristband, making sure he's ready to go out. And he goes, "Greg, it's so great to have a car that is reliable and a great motor, and I never have to work on it." And first, I told him, "Don't jinx it." His wife, Tina, was there right beside me, and if Mike didn't have the window net up, she would have hit him in the side of the head. And lo and behold, Mike goes out on the first day of qualifying, sets a great flying lap, and then 1 lap later, the motor breaks. But he had a backup motor built by Jesse Prather Motorsports. They got the motor in the car. Lucky for Mike, he's picked up a number of crew people to help out. He was able to get some sleep. They got the car out onto a very wet track on Wednesday for qualifying, where he just put mileage on the motor.
Right.
And on Thursday, didn't improve, got within maybe a tenth of what he did on his Tuesday time, but more importantly, that Tuesday time was good for third fastest, and so he's in a very good spot.
Actually,
right
he was 2 seconds faster on Thursday.
You're right, at 2:07.9.
So the new motor is better than the really good motor that was the old motor.
Yeah, they say they're always fastest before they break. Well, the new one was actually faster.
Yeah, and we saw him today.
Yes.
He's got a different.
He's
thinking his step.
He's rested.
Oh, well, that could be it too.
I think that's the biggest thing is he is definitely rested. Max Gee, who is in his Honda Prelude, this is the same chassis that Max won STU at the 2017 National Championship Runoffs at Indianapolis. The following year, he put a smaller motor in. He is definitely looking to put in another good finish, and he is qualified fourth, and he's in a very good spot.
Let's do this. Let's hear from Danny Stain, because we want to. He talks a lot about Joe Moser and how he's that's the guy he's worried about right now, among others. But then when we come back, we want to talk to Lauren about what it's going to take to go fast in these cars during the race. So let's do that next. Here's Danny coming up here in just a second. All right, I'm here with the STL pole sitter for this year's 2023 runoffs, Danny Stain. How was qualifying in STL?
Quite happy on the first day of qualifying to put in a qualifying lap record of a 205.5 something, which was faster than last year, quite surprisingly. I think most people over the weekend, especially on Monday, struggled to meet the qualifying times of last year. And so the fact that we went faster was quite a surprise. Joe Moser, who is always my biggest competition, he plays such an incredibly interesting, strategic, mental game. He didn't show up for any of the practices, showed up for first day of qualifying, was his first session out, and straight away he was up to pace as one would expect. Right. He and I are within a second of each other. Once again, I thought I was going to go fast. Yesterday was rain. Today I thought we were going to go fast. Didn't quite happen. It was really quite interesting. Everything about the weather said it was going to be a better day, right. But I tried harder today, and I went slower, which is often the case. Yeah. But I was quite surprised that we didn't have the pace of the first day.
So Greg and I were talking about that when we were doing the race call, or the qualifying call. We were expecting a lot of sessions to be faster today than Tuesday. Everybody was going to be faster than yesterday. Yeah. But lots of classes had that difference. What was going on today?
So tough to put a finger on it. I mean, what you always want for good weather is, really low humidity, cool air, and sun on the track. That's the perfect conditions. Right. But I think the humidity was more than we anticipated. I think it's in the high 80s, mid to high 80s, and it doesn't feel like it, but that definitely affects the way a car breathes. And I was really blown away that I was working that hard, and my times didn't match the first day of quali.
All right, what's your plan for the race?
To beat Joe. Joe's raced against me twice this year, and he's absolutely whipped my ass both times. So hopefully I can return the favor tomorrow. On Saturday. But he's an incredibly tough competitor. Mike Taylor's going very quickly. Finally got an engine that stays together. He's very quick, and I think Max Gee is going to be quick. I'm hoping Jose Pena will be there. And then our fellow Mazda guy with the ND car, that car is absolutely beautiful. David Palfinier. I'm hoping he gets up to speed. So it'd be nice if we could have a big mix, but my concern really is with Joe Moser.
All right, that's Danny Stain, your STL pole sitter at the 2023 runoffs. All right, as you heard there, Danny has got a tremendous amount of respect for Joe Moser, and he will be looking in his rearview mirror a lot as they try to get through these 15 laps. Speaking of getting through these 15 laps, a lot of these cars are the Mazda MX-5 cars, not terribly dissimilar from the Spec Miatas that you spend a lot of time in. What is the key to getting it done here at VIR in these types of cars?
Well, in the Spec Miata, and for Danny in particular, I think that he has a lot of experience. Well, in the Mazda cars, right. I know in STL he's racing an NC, in Spec Miata he's racing an MB, but there's certainly not a disconnect there entirely. Sure. And he has got a lot of experience running at the front of the field in Spec Miata. Just a key thing. And really, this is true for everyone, is just making sure you get that good heat in your tires, making sure that you set yourself up for a good race, so you don't get your tire pressures too high by the time you get to the end, because you'll start sliding all over the place, as I'm sure we've all experienced as racers. But one thing that's interesting for Danny, as talking about, fearing Joe Moser in his rearview mirror, he did qualify 2 seconds faster, or his qualifying time is 2 seconds faster at a 2:05 than Joe Moser's is. So there is the possibility that we could see Danny walking the field here. Obviously not a guarantee. There's no guarantee ever in racing, and even in the runoffs.
Yeah, and so, I look back to Danny's first championship here at VIR, where he took the win back in 2019. And the one thing he talked about then was putting in the hero lap, and basically right out of the gate, being able to put in a very strong lap and gap the field. Right. And the one advantage that I think that Danny is going to have, and the Mazda drivers are going to have over the front-wheel drive entries like Joe Moser, like Mike Taylor, is that with that very well-balanced car, even if you don't have the ultimate grip and you don't have the temps all the way up, you've still got a very well-balanced car.
For sure.
And much easier to deal with than the front-wheel drive chassis, where in Joe Moser in particular, and Joe has been racing CRXs now
a long time.
Over 20, almost, I think more than 25 years. And they have a very short wheelbase and very little weight in the back of the car, and getting the rear tires up the temperature. A good friend of mine says, well, in a front-wheel drive car, all that the rear tires are there to do is keep the gas tank off the ground. But you still need some heat in those tires because the CRX in particular becomes a very evil creature in places like the uphill S's where it will just become a pendulum. And so if Danny can put in that hero lap, it may be over. And then it becomes a question of whether that he can keep the Miata underneath him from a reliability standpoint, where last year that was the problem.
Well, certainly if he can put out 205s like he's been putting out in qualifying, then he can put that hero lap out. In the runoffs last year in STL, we were seeing lap times that were a bit slower. We were seeing the whole top 10 was between 208s and 210s, so including Danny. So if his pace falls back to that, then Joe Moser might be on his bumper like he's fearing. So it should pan out to be an interesting race.
All right, so real quick before we get to our top 10, is there a super sweep here in play?
Well, we've already mentioned it. It is Danny Stain if he takes the win, and there are no other contingencies there. Just simply taking the win, Danny Stain would win the Super Sweep Award.
Well, he's certainly starting in the right place to get that done. He's our pole sitter here. Joe Moser will be next to him on the front row. Then you got your second row of Mike Taylor. Next to him is going to be Max G. Then you've got Chuck Hines. With him is going to be Jose Osiris Pena.
In another CRX, so another front-wheel drive car.
David Palfiner is going to be in the inside of row number 4, alongside of Amy Mills. And I would look out for her in this race as well to make a move towards the front. Absolutely. And then John Sewell and Nathan Pring will make up your fifth row in this race. So,
and I should just mention, Pring, I think, is the outlier. He's in a Ford Mustang.
Right.
And certainly, and that, I believe, is one of the EcoBoost Mustangs, but it may be a V6. Okay. I'll have to double check. But could get a lot more grunt out of some of the slower corners, a lot more of a dig out of something like Oak Tree than some of the smaller four-cylinder ones.
Right.
Definitely a different animal.
Yeah.
Definitely a different animal of a vehicle than some of the others.
All right, that's your Super Touring Lights starting grid for the 2023 SCCA Runoffs National Championships. We're inside the SCCA here from the 60th SCCA Runoffs National Championships, and we are at VIRginia International Raceway, and of course we are presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. That's why we've got the hats, and that's why we've got the logos. Anyway, we wouldn't be here without their help. We really appreciate that. But right now, we're going to honor some people very important to this lovely sport that we like to play, and that is the workers.
That's right. They're volunteers. I like to say volunteers because we could not do what we do. We could not race without them.
Every year here at the Runoffs, they present the Worker of the Year Awards, one for every specialty. If you're not familiar with how we do things here in the SCCA, the specialties are flagging communications, grid, our stewards, registration, a whole bunch of different organizations within the organization that help us get to the racetrack and have fun. Each of those specialties gets a Worker of the Year, and we are going to take a second here to listen to an interview that I did earlier with Don Drennan, who is, 1, a good friend of mine, 2, a great guy, 3, a heck of a flagging communications guy, and 4,
the 2023 Flagging and Communications Worker of the Year.
All right, joining me now, Don Drennan, the 2023 SCCA F&C Worker of the Year. Congratulations.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Yeah.
It means a lot considering the list of people who've won it over the years. It's quite a roll of honor.
Yeah.
And the list of people who were deserving in the room who could have been selected, and I was selected from among them, and it's a big honor.
Yeah.
It means a lot to me.
Yeah. I mean, when did you start doing this?
1987.
1987. So you've been involved as long as I have. I think I might have started in 86, but I wasn't flagging at that point in time. I was still wrenching on Dad's cars, and I didn't get flagging until I got on my own and couldn't afford a race car. But you and I first met in the mid-90s at Road Atlanta, and we've been friends ever since. And as you said, you know, whenever any of these awards are given out, you know, we always honor one person, but all of the people who get honored tend to get there because there's a whole bunch of other people in the room who help get them there.
Absolutely, I stand on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a sweater here that says Bob, that Bob Cowie from Cincinnati gave to me. He's a longtime member of the SCCA. He was my predecessor as host of the Runoffs Toast and has trained the world. And he saw me at Mid-Ohio in the mid-90s, and it was cold and rainy, and I'd driven up there from Charleston, South Carolina, and I looked pathetic. And Bob Cowie's wife made him give me something warm to wear, and I have worn this at every Runoffs ever since to honor Bob.
Yep.
And so many more. To name any without naming all would be an injustice. But if I may name at least one, I am sorry that Susan Coleman was not here to see this moment. It would have been a lot.
Yeah, yeah. What is, because it's not, you're a flag chief, you've been a corner captain, you've been divisional administrator. You've been the national administrator of FNC too also?
I have not. They did away with that position.
Okay.
There's a coordinator, a divisional administrator coordinator who coordinates those efforts, but they did away with that level of bureaucracy a few years ago. The new method seems to work better anyway.
Sure. You have been involved in a program that I'm really excited about, the FNC training program. We talked about it a little bit on a previous podcast, but now it's kind of full motion. Tell us how it's going.
Well, it's live. It seems to be going swimmingly. It was energized by Chris Robbins and Abby Shear at the national office, who put an insane amount of work into making it happen. There may be others who helped with it, and I did not know their names, and I apologize for that. But Chris and Abby are the driving force, and they just kind of drafted me for my F&C knowledge, and because they apparently have a face for radio, as they say. So they asked me to do some of the voiceovers for it, and it's broken into easy-to-consume modules.
Right.
Okay. It doesn't take up a lot of time. It's not completely comprehensive because that would be too much material.
Sure.
And it's designed as an entry-level primer into the activity for the person off the street who knows bupkis about what we do.
Right.
And who wants to learn what they need to learn to walk onto a course for the first time, and it seems to be filling that role very well indeed.
Right. When you and I got started, there was no internet, there was no YouTube. You had to go and just show up, and showing up on a race weekend can be a little intimidating.
Absolutely, and it increases the comfort level for the new person.
Right.
And it increases the comfort level for the staff who has to help the new person and mentor them. It gives them a skill set when they walk into the track. I think it's going to be huge. I really do. And we're going to try to dovetail that with our efforts to use our pro racing programs, our pro racing presence at pro racing events, to get new people involved in the F&C specialty.
Yeah. It's amazing how many people we get to become flaggers because they want to go race. They want to go flag at a pro event.
Yep.
And in the U.S., most of the major sanctioning bodies require us to be the training program for that.
Yeah, we've trained the world, and all the other sanctioning bodies have kind of used us as a resource, so we're going to leverage that. And I am reliably informed that IMSA was a reliable and critical partner in bringing this effort to fruition, so they should absolutely be called out for their involvement.
Right. Of course, the guy who runs the show, the phone goes off. That's all my fault, of course. Only person to yell at is me. So, what's next on the horizon for you from a flagging communication standpoint? You got a lot of life left in you.
Well, I'm going to do a lot more flagging. I'll be at the Petit Le Mans, in whenever it is, next weekend. Not next weekend, but the weekend after. After that, I'll be at the SARC Invitational Championship.
Nice.
I'll be at the ARC at Road Atlanta. But going forward, I am devoting an increasing amount of my energies to the Southeast Division Hill Climb Association, the AHA, the Appalachian Hill Climb Association. We've got hill climbs up and running in the South, and yeah, I'm excited about it. It's a great organization. It's a great event. It's so laid back.
Right.
It's a different culture than club racing or anything else you may be involved with, and it is a superb entry-level drug into our sport, and we've got that off the ground and running.
You mentioned one thing, and we're gonna do it. Comes Sunday night, right? The sunset toast.
Yeah, it's the end of event toast.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it started in 1971 when the runoffs were at Road Atlanta. a gentleman named Bill Benham and a crowd of Lake Erie Com flaggers gathered on the hill above Turn 5 at Road Atlanta. The runoffs then were in November. They were after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And it was probably cold.
I bet.
And there were just a handful of them. And they gathered together on top of the hill and got out Bill's favorite beverage, which is a German brandy called Asbach Uralt, which is German for gag reflex.
Of course it is.
But it was Bill's favorite because back then it was the cheap stuff.
Right.
And they poured up glasses and raised them in honor of their fellow workers, of their friends, of their exploits, and stories were told, some of them true, some of them less so.
Yes.
And they just thought that was cool. They did it again the next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. And it just grew and it grew, and the runoffs moved and
Right.
the toast moved with it. And it became more than just Lake Erie Com and more than just F&C. And now everyone is welcome, competitors, staff, anyone who happens to be hanging around. And we gather here. We'll do it in the pavilion about 30 minutes or so after the final checker. And we will honor all of our friends, some of whom have left us, many of whom we have not met. And there is one who I will not at this time name, who will be honored. If you want to find out the identity of the honoree at the toast, I urge you to attend. Someone hopefully will live stream it.
Okay.
If not, someone will probably tape it. But if you want to know who the special honoree at the toast is, you got to be there.
Yeah. Don, thank you for all you do for the club. Thank you for being a friend.
No, thank you.
Thank you for being a mentor.
Thank you for coming.
And I appreciate all of that. And a lot of deserving people could have gotten this award, but few as deserving as you. So.
It meant a lot to me. Thank you.
All right, Don Drennan's the 2023 Flagging and Communications Worker of the Year. I also want to congratulate all the other workers of the year. We've talked about them over the shows already, but everyone who got those honors this year, very well deserving, and thank you all for all that you do for the club.
Thank you.
All right, we're back here. That was my talk with Don Drennan. As I'm sure you've heard, good friend of mine, and I really enjoyed having that conversation, and very deserving. Among the other deserving, though, a lot of other folks. So let's run through our other winners here for this year's Workers of the Year.
Absolutely. So our registration worker of the year is Betty Harrison from the Washington, D.C. region. Emergency Services worker of the year is Bonnie Lawler from Cal Club region.
Bonnie's a great friend of mine and a great emergency services worker, so very deserving.
Joseph Minowski III from Washington, D.C. region.
What is it about Washington, D.C. region? You guys up there got something in the water?
Well, you have to come to a Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event to find out, Brian.
All right.
The intrigue.
Put the gauntlet down.
Yeah, so congratulations to Joe. Joe was a longtime racer, spent some time away, helped me built some amazing aluminum splitters for my CRX in the years, and came back filled when we needed a chief of tech. Joe was there, and he's done an amazing job for the last couple of years.
For
Pit
wow.
and Grid.
Pit and Grid. Yeah, it must be a tongue twister. We have Brian Williams. He's from the Central Florida region.
And big day here at the VIR on Thursday when we awarded these Worker of the Year awards. Thursday was, of course, the day that Morgan Burkhardt took the pole in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We're going to have an interview with him, I believe, a little bit in one of our later shows.
I think in the noon show, right?
Yeah, I think in this afternoon show. And his parents, Beth and John, were named starters of the year, again, from the Washington, D.C. region. That is three generations of SCCA members.
That's great.
Morgan's, not only his parents, but also his grandparents, volunteers at racing events over the years.
For race and administration, we have Julie Hammonds from the Land O'Lakes region up in the Midwest.
Yep, up in Minnesota.
Timing and scoring is Tim O'Brien from the Finger Lakes region, another Midwester. Race data technician. Now, Greg, you might have to help me with this last name.
All right. Well, you got Todd right.
Todd, yes.
Okay,
I got that.
Todd Helliker out of the Chicago region for, again, race data. And then Steward of the Year.
We have Kathy McLeod, another Washington, D.C. region. It's a popular one.
And then finally,
Right.
of course, we mentioned Don Drennan out of the Atlanta region, your 2023 flagging communications worker there.
Right. Got a bunch of people want to thank here because we do not get here without these people's helps. Big, obviously, thank you to Goodyear Racing Tires for being our presenting sponsor here. Also want to thank Cruise Associates and Racing for Heroes. They're the sponsors of our Veterans Awards this year. Racekeeper is the official in-car camera company of the Inside the SCCA. And Women on Track and the SCCA Foundation. They are all involved with our Women Racer Awards, Women on Track Awards this year. So big thanks to all those folks. We got to get out of here, Greg, because it is time to go racing.
Tell Lauren we have to get out of here.
Yes, we do. SMX, Spec MX-5, we're going to start us off, and then we're going to get to our national championship races at about 9:15 or so. Stay with us. Racing action begins right now.
And we'll be back at lunch.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs here at VIRginia International Raceway. We have a very busy Hagerty Race Day that is going to be coming up at this wonderful facility as we continue to chase the gold in a number of classes today. We are looking forward to a very busy day. Again, this cloudy cover is supposed to clear off and be a beautiful afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s, about as different from last year as it could get. And we are looking forward to this greatly. This place is so special. This is the 60th running. It doesn't get more historic than that. It was a history-making day yesterday as well. All things pointing to an absolutely fabulous day. And to kick things off, let's get down for our national anthem sung today by Doug Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Doug Johnson, one of the many volunteers, one that has served in many specialties from corner worker to communicator to steward, one of the many volunteers, and it's great to see them represented with an opportunity to sing the anthems here for this 60th running of the SCCA's National Championship Runoffs. A great Hagerty Race Day is coming up. We'll be back with it as we will be streaming live. Welcome to Virginia International Raceway and the second of our 3 Hagerty Race Days at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, a broadcast being presented by the fine folks at Mazda. I'm Greg Creamer, and I am joined by Larry McLeod. We also have Hayward Wagner covering the action in the pits. And this may be the National Championship Runoffs, but and I've always wanted to do this, quote Monty Python, as I lead into a race. But, Larry, now for something completely different.
It is a little bit different.
Truly.
Next year, this time, this will be a national championship class. But this morning, we're talking Spec MX-5 and a bunch of young kids that are hungry. This is going to be an exciting way to kick off Saturday morning.
Yeah, and it's a big future opportunity in a lot of different ways here. And let's get down and meet the third member of our team, Hayward Wagner. Good morning, sir.
Morning, guys. It's a nice, cool morning here at VIR. We've got the Spec MX-5 cars here on the grid. As Larry and you guys mentioned, this is not a national championship race. This is the next to last round of their season MX-5 championship. And spoiler alert, the last round is going to be tomorrow. So we're going to get to see these cars again. This is going to be a national championship class next year at the runoffs, so this is a good foreshadowing of this. These cars are really cool little race cars. These are NC chassis Miatas that are all prepared to the same level. This is kind of what Spec Miata will become next, and we know what Spec Miata has done for racing in SCCA yesterday. Famously, after a very interesting race resulting in a tie, so very competitive, very close racing in Spec Miata. This is where this concept is going. These cars are a little bit bigger, they're a little bit heavier, and they have a little bit more power. And we're going to see, if you've watched this series throughout the year, you know this is going to be a heck of a race.
Well, that's a fact. I mean, you look at what the Pro MX-5 Championship is, and I mean, the racing there is probably as good as it gets in the pro world. And this is a huge opportunity, not just for the young drivers that are looking to move up, but for the history of Spec Miata racing, if you will.
Yeah, because going forward, this may be it. These cars, they're out there. They've got parts for them. They've set up a very good package for them to race with. As the older cars that are running in Spec Miata start to age a little bit and the parts are getting harder and harder to come by, this may be it. And I tell you what, watching these races so far this year has been a lot of fun. If you don't know what you're in for, if you haven't seen how the racing goes with these guys, it is going to be spectacular. They're going to be dropping tires off of every corner around here. Qualifying was entertaining, and if qualifying is that entertaining, I just am so excited about how this race is going to go.
Well, that's a really good point. These guys are looking for a number of things. There's obviously the shootout that if you do well in that, Mazda helps you into the next level and jumps you into a start in pro racing, but also just a championship in this category, and knowing that next year it's going to be a full SCCA national level class. So that's going to be spectacular to watch as well. And on this track, where I've often said you've got to drive this, Larry, with a lot of precision because it doesn't have paved runoff, it doesn't have gravel. This track is pretty spectacular. Here's our Mazda track map.
Yeah, this group group is going to come probably about 5 wide going out of that turn 1, and it's a very tight hairpin for the speeds you'll be carrying. As they come around, maybe up by NASCAR, they might be 3 wide coming around there on that first lap, and the rest of the laps, they'll at least be 2 wide. They'll turn through the left hook at turn 4. They'll come around turn 5 and down through the lower S's, the snake, and then they'll go climb the climbing S's, and I'm sure we'll see them 2 wide through the S's. They were during qualifying. And then you'll get to South Bend at treacherous turn 10, very fast, probably 2 wide in these cars. Maybe then it'll go 3 wide again before they get to where they have to use the brakes at Oak Tree. Down the back straight where these cars will need draft. They'll be flying, trying to pass each other and set up for what's essentially a single file roller coaster from turn 14 all the way down the hill through 16 and 17. The famous hog pen turn. Also treacherous because if you drop a tire there, it's a long run down to the woods. I guess now they've got a rail down there, but it's a long way to run off. You'll lose a lot of track time if you don't nail it.
Well, a lot of this, if you get off the track, it slopes downward, and without that paved runoff or gravel, there's nothing to catch you. And on a a cool morning where there's dew in the grass, you can just pick up speed. So you've got to be really, really careful here. This is officially the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series presented by Toyo Tires. So all the way down to the tires, this is a truly spec series. And what's happened, Larry? Let's explain it a little bit. At the end of the quote-unquote regular season, if you will, all the points got erased, and they're here. This is essentially like a playoff.
The only difference is the top 10 each get a bonus point depending on their position. 10 points to the one who comes in with the most points, 1 point for the 10th place. And tell you what, all that's going to serve as a tiebreaker because they're going to give them essentially Formula One point styles for each of today's race as well as tomorrow's race. Double those because we like big numbers of points. But what it means is that if you can win them both, you're going to win the whole championship. But if you win one and not the other, we may start doing some number calculations. And these guys know what's on the line. There's a lot on the line here.
Absolutely. And the championship winner is going to get $30,000 scholarship toward future Mazda Motorsports grassroots racing effort. Runner-up gets 20 and another 10 to third. Everybody that ran the championship this year, Mazda has given $2,000 to. So it's an absolutely wonderful program. Let's get through our starting lineup. On the pole is the guy who ended up here, the highest of the points earners, so he gets those 10 bonus points. The 95 of Nathan Nicholson in the Unionville, Indiana region-based Bagard Spec Mazda. Then it is in second spot, the number 75 of Donald Squarick out of Peachtree Corners, Georgia. He comes in here with a 8th in that points championship, so 3 bonus points. Then Alex Pergnoli out of Lakewood, Illinois, in the number 4. Starting 4th will be the 115 of Noah Harmon out of Orlando, Florida. Starting in the 5th spot, the 54 of Chase Jones out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Starting in the 6th spot, the 77 of Nico Bratz out of Nashotah, Wisconsin. Starting in the 17th spot, the 113 of Weston Workman out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Starting 8th, the number 9, Reed Sweeney out of St. Louis, Missouri. Starting 9th, the 86 of Jared Jones out of Atlanta, Georgia. 10th, the number 8 of Austin Hill out of Frankfort, Ohio. He actually has 4 runoff starts, so he's one of the more experienced drivers in this series. Starting in the 11th spot, the 22 of Will Robusto. Now there's a racer's name for you. Out of Fort Mill, South Carolina. 16th spot, Nathan Saxon out of Wakefield, Rhode Island. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 55, a second-generation driver, Cam Evan out of Appleton, Wisconsin. 14th, the 195, Rocco Pasquarella out of Boca Raton, Florida. 15th, the 199 of Ethan Jacobs from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. 16th, the number 5 is Adrian Comstock. Starting in the 17th spot is the number 79 of Spencer Bogar. And starting 18th on the field, the 87 of Adam Gonzalez. That is your starting lineup, Larry.
Yeah, and the young man on pole, Nate Nicholson, watching qualifying, he was a master at picking his way through traffic because they were all fighting to get the best runoff of the corner you see here at Oak Tree, where the timing stripe actually for qualifying was used at that south tower. He was a master at setting up and then using the draft to get through. That tells me in traffic, he's very strong. So he's starting out front. There's going to be a lot of push coming from behind, but he can manage that well. And obviously then you got to keep an eye out for the rest of this field because they are going to be hungry. They're going to be aggressive. They know what those prizes are that are on the line. They all want those big scholarship dollars. They know their future could be at stake here.
There are 2 guys in the field, you were telling me, that have some Mazda shootout experience, and they want to get back there.
Yeah, they definitely do. There's a couple of them that have been out here doing these things before. You've got the 2022 shootout winner, Chase Jones, got some of his scholarship to get into this one, as well as Alex Bertinoli had also, I think in 2020, was part of the Mazda shootout. And so they've got some of that experience, pressure on the line, got to get it done kind of moments. And I think keeping an eye on those guys in the field and see if they can pull their way on up. I think Alex is starting in 3rd and Chase Jones in 5th, if I got that right.
All right, the field coming down, and we are getting ready to get after it. The first of 2 races, a rare doubleheader here at a runoffs competition for the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series presented by Toyo Tires. And down the hill we go, and it is, of course, and handily, a Mazda pace car that is out front of the field, provided by Sport Nurse Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, with some help from Mazda itself. And that vehicle is in the field under the control of Nathan Nicholson. There's an acceleration zone. It's up to him when he goes. At that point, we will start this first of the doubleheader races to decide the championship in the Spec MX-5 Challenge Series. Waiting for him to make the move, Nathan Nicholson, and there he goes. We're green. We are racing here, and it is Nicholson able to move up in front, and Bertinoli getting a really good start as well, trying to make something happen, popping to the outside. Here you go, what you were talking about, Larry. 4 or 5 abreast heading in, and now working around the outside of turn 1. It starts to open up here, and Bertinoli doing everything he can, but I think he's going to get pinched here. Well, but you said they can run side by side through the tightest of corners, but finally he gives way to the 54 at Chase Jones. What a start by Chase. Oh, and a big lunge down to the inside. Couldn't pick up that number, but the game is afoot. That is the 115 of Noah Harmon. They're after it already.
Yeah, what a great start there for that 54 Chase Jones, 5th on the grid all the way up to the 2nd in the running order there. Beautiful thing. Chase Jones, a good, real tight racing as they got there through the left hook, and now look at them. They know single file now. We got to play the draft going under the bridge here right outside our little compound. But look at already the front. Nate Nicholson, look at it. He's got about 4 car lengths, and we're only about 6 turns through the course.
Well, it was that group, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, that were side by side everywhere. And Nathan was just able to focus forward, and there we go. Out of that tricky turn 10 South Bend. First guy to drop some tires there looked to be the 86 of or Jared Jones, excuse me. But here we go, out of Oak Tree. Such a critical corner, Larry.
It really is. This is everything. This back straight is so long. It's uphill. It really puts a drain on the motor, and if you can get a bit of a draft, this is everything. But look at that lead for Nicholson. He's already got probably about, 5 car lengths, and he's pulling because the guys behind him, they're trying to work together, but they're just not close enough to steal some of that Nicholson draft. Let's see if they're able to close up a bit here as they go down the roller coaster for the first time. But I'll tell you what, these guys are going to have to work together. We got a spinner.
Ooh, the number 22, and that's a significant impact there for Will Robusto in that Carter Lumber Smith Optics car as they were working their way. That was on the entry, really, of the roller coaster, and you're carrying some speed there.
Yeah, that's the highest speed on the track. Trap speed's there, about 125 miles an hour. As we've got that graphic here in front of us, and here's the replay.
Take a look at it, see just what, a little bit of contact there. In the second car also going off, but I don't know that they got into the barrier, and I couldn't pick up the number of who that was. But right away, full course caution, that's to be expected, and the pace vehicle out right away. And unfortunately for Nathan Nicholson, obviously, if he thought he was going to be able to make a break, that's been nulled right now as we are under the pace car, and obviously we'll find out, and that's the best thing to see is the driver working on getting out of the car. So love to see that, and we are under a caution, Larry.
Yeah, for Nate Nicholson, he's got to be going, what could have been, because he had such a good lead on that opening lap. Chase Jones in the chase seat right now. Bertinoli, Noah Harmon, all these guys are saying, all right, here's a chance to reset. We had all of our differences in the opening lap that may have helped Nate Nicholson get to that lead. Now they all know, okay, we're back in this thing. It's not over.
And that's a huge thing. A fair amount of smoke looks like coming out of the back of the number 8 of Austin Hill. Going to definitely want to keep an eye on that as we continue. And if it's smoking like that under the caution here, yeah, it's significant for his car. So I'm sure our corner workers will be eyeballing that as well as race control very, very closely here. And the thing for Chase, out of the 10 top guys at the end of the season, regular season points, he was 10th. So he only got that 1 bonus point.
Yeah.
So he understands the urgency of getting to the front. Man, did he make it pay.
Yeah, he really did. It was so clean and beautiful to kind of tuck down the inside there, going through 1, is able to kind of take another spot as they got down through 3. And that right there, that is the 16 of Nathan Saxon.
That was the other car that had the off, and he's pretty buried into that tire bundle as well, so good to see him out of the car. as well at this stage. So things are just progressing under the caution right now. And there's a look at the 115 of Noah Harmon. But we've been talking about that start. And, it was a huge one for Chase Jones, Alex Bertagnoli getting a good one too. But keep an eye out here for that number 54.
Yep.
Look at that move.
He's on the outside here. He's already got a great jump, and now he's going to kind of choose middle of the road, hold his ground, make sure nobody goes on the outside of him. But now he can ride this all the way around. Those Toyos really hooked up. These guys are got a spec tire that they are on. But you could just see him all the way up into that. Look at, just use that outside through one, and he's able to get up to the inside of Bertagnoli and hold his ground.
And then there was that big lunge there by the 115 of Noah Harmon trying to get up there. And that's what sort of backed that third and back group up a little bit. Was he made a real abrupt move into left hook. And that can work as a pass, but it's also going to slow both of you down on the exit because neither of you are driving the optimum line there. And so that's what gave that little break. Of course, now that has been nulled here by this full course caution. And obviously, it's going to take a little bit for the tire barriers to get cleaned up, cars and EVs on the scene. And so we're going to step away. You know, you don't have an event like this without some absolutely wonderful partners. And here's a little bit more about some of them.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new three-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue under caution here in this SMX is what they are calling the class here for the abbreviation. That, of course, means Spec MX-5 Challenge, and it's the Challenge Series presented by Toyo Tires. And, one of the things that's interesting about this, we kind of alluded to it, and as did Hayward, but it was been announced that Spec MX-5 have been approved. It will be a complete class designated SMX at all U.S. Majors Tour and Hoosier Racing Super Tour weekends next year. And it will also have an official race for a national championship at the runoffs next year, which are going back for a 2-year stay at Road America. So this is really, really big. I mean, Mazda Program Motorsports Business Development Manager Josh Smith said, this is a huge milestone because in a way it ensures the continuation of what we now know as Spec Miata racing up into the next gen.
Yeah, and it's going to be fantastic. You can see already how tight these cars are going to be packed together. And it is a spec package, which makes it, again, that's sort of what people want these days. You want to be able to just know that it's not the car, it's you, right? If you know that you're running on an equal playing field with all of your competitors. These guys, not only is it tires are spec'd, obviously the engines are spec'd, everything's spec'd, the brake pads are spec'd, everything down to the smallest nitty gritty is spec'd, which really makes this easy. It's an easy button. You can just buy in, get the car. You know parts going to be available because Mazda's doing a great job of supporting. They're here on site with a whole trailer full of whatever you need. And I think that's really what a lot of folks want to. They want to get into club racing and know that, you know what, if I am good, I can run to the front. If I'm not, I'm going to have to find my own race somewhere in the middle of the pack. And trust me, they are everywhere in this pack.
Right, and that's to me, one of the things that I do like about the spec classes, particularly in an amateur, grassroots, however you want to phrase it, level, is that there are some classes where you're pretty unrestricted in building a motor. You're pretty unrestricted in doing what you want. So if you have big budget, you can have big speed. And you get to a spec class, everything's the same. And it puts the onus, and it's not just on the driving, right? It's also on, you've got to learn to dial that car's setup in with the limited things you can do to make it fast in general, but fast for you. So now you get that communication you're starting to build with your crew. What do we need to do to this car to dial it up? And that's the training ground that's so critical And at the end of it all, if you're at the top,
Yeah.
people know, all right, this guy's good, or this
Yeah.
gal's good.
Which makes it a great then feeding ground and breeding ground for talent to the next level as well if they want to go there. Or, if you're just a club racer for life, this could be a great place to play for a very, very long time. I am excited about it showing up. It'll be at Road America next year as a runoffs championship class. It's going to be pretty darn cool.
Well, and if you just look, like we said, at the Pro Series for what the potential is for that amazing racing, but all you have to do is look at Spec Miata nowadays. I mean, we had the first time we had co-champions. Yesterday's Spec Miata race, it was so close they had to go to the photo finish camera. They couldn't determine there.
Yeah.
We have dual champions in the class, and this is the next generation of what that has become. It's awesome racing.
Oh yeah, if you missed that race yesterday, go find it. It's out there, and I'm telling you, put the last 5 laps on a loop and watch it in your sleep. But it's the most beautiful thing ever. The racing was so good in that field. The last 5 laps were I tell you, the best 5 laps of racing I've seen. Here in Spec MX-5, it's going to be a lot of the same thing.
Yeah.
And these cars, they are durable. They're these 3rd gen Miatas are a little bit beefier. They share a lot of the same parts with the RX-8 chassis, which we see out here in T4 category. And so they, a lot of the things like the hubs and control arms, a lot of that's the same stuff. These things from the factory were kind of designed for road racing. Maybe the first ones were designed a little more to be the LBCs, right? The little British cars. These were designed to be road race cars from the beginning. Now we're finally getting it here in Spec MX-5. I think you can see the strength of these cars coming out. It's really cool.
And getting back to what you were saying, I mean, yes, young drivers can use this as a launching pad, but look at Spec Miata, the sharp end of those fields at the national level. These aren't guys that have any desire to go pro racing, but they are pro level fast.
Except maybe that Pardis guy who likes to go off and do a couple of those
he does a few
races
now and again.
but yes, you're right.
But but you know what I mean. That is a home. It's a destination unto itself. And the reason is because at the sharp end, that field is stacked with talent, and it is an amazing test. Again, because technically you can't build a motor that's faster. You can't put aero on the car, and that's what makes it really compelling.
Yeah, and I think we're already seeing the same thing here. You look at this field, and you see the front of this field. They won a lot of races in the regular season this year because they've got that talent, and they're the ones to watch. It'd be great to see if they decide to stick with this and come back as a championship runoffs class next year, or if they have some other opportunities. Obviously, they're trying to win some opportunities. That's what they want. But I suspect we're going to see some of these kids in this class for a while. And I can't wait till next year, the veteran club racers that go, you know what, that's where I want to go. I want to buy into that. And you're going to end up with what we see in some of our other spec classes. I look at like FE2, right? You've got a mixture of those folks who stay with it for a long time, and then you got those ones that maybe are trying to use it as a stepping stone, and that's a compelling race to watch. The talents on the way up with the club racers that have the veteran skills to race with them. This is going to be the same way here in the full tin top scenario. I love it. I think it's a great platform.
I do too, and I just want to talk a little bit about the number 8 there. I mentioned he's got the most runoffs experience. He's had 4 appearances at the runoff in the past, but the interesting thing is most of that's been an open wheel. He was actually second here last year in the FX class, Formula X, and he's also had 3 podiums in it as well. But this is something a little different.
Yeah, well, he's a regular competitor in the Formula 4 series. In fact, his Honda Formula 4 is sitting out here in the paddock here this week. They've got a race coming up this weekend, and that car in SCCA competition gets into the Formula Atlantic class, which isn't running this week. But yeah, so he competed in that last year. He competed in I think he was doing some FF2000. He's done a lot of different things. That was his FX car. He also won the podium at Indy 2 years ago. So in 4 previous starts, he comes in with 3 podiums in the runoffs, and he's got more experience in the runoffs than the rest of this field combined. So the pressure of the week doesn't really affect him at all. Now, I've met him. I've talked to him and his dad a couple times. I don't think that kid feels any pressure. You just look at him all the time, and he just looks like his heart rate's at about 35 beats a minute. He's just sitting there as calm as can be.
Just chill. Huh?
Just chill. And so nothing's getting to him. Be really interested to see how his race goes. And right now, sitting there in the 9th spot. I think he started in 10th. Maybe kind of working his way through this field slowly, but with that experience, may come into play.
It may, especially when things get a bit fraught out there. If you can maintain that calm, but with all that experience, yes, it's an open wheel. This is a very different thing to be driving, but he's got skills. And how deep is this field? Most experienced guy at the runoffs in the field qualifies 10th. I mean, that tells you what is the best part about this type of racing. And here's what the little bit of the delay is, because these tires are banded, and he popped that banding just a little bit. So they're just going to be working on that, trying to get that back in place here. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit of a delay.
Yeah, a lot of these, so we talk about the youth in this field, a lot of them, as you would expect, come out of karting. The racing techniques you see in karting are very different than what you would expect, certainly at the club level.
Right.
Club level is all about leaving room and side by side and discouraging contact. Kart racing, if you've ever watched it, it's kind of a race to the apex. So these kids are sort of in the transition of their racing careers, going away from the race to the apex and more of the car position, the draft for the pass, and those types of techniques you need to kind of learn here in the full cars. And you can see that as the race, when we get resuming, you'll see some that maybe try those bit of dive bomb-ish moves. But again, I can tell you the admins and the stewards for this series are encouraging clean racing. You'll see a lot more tires dropped on the outside than you'll see fenders touching going through the apex, because they know there's consequences if there's body-to-body contact. And so they might run a little wide to try and save room. It's just because they're getting used to going from a 150, 180 pound go-kart to a 3,000 pound MX-5. It's a bit of a transition for them, but they all know how to race. They just have to kind of get control of the different styles with the larger cars and a little bit of a different field.
Yeah, the nuance, and I think you brought up a really good point. Spec classes in general, especially ones by design that are underpowered, relative to their weight, which to me is the ultimate training ground, because one, you got to learn momentum.
Yeah.
You've got to keep that apex out speed really high, so your entry speed, you can't overslow. It's all those things. But karters, and you know a lot more about the karting than I do, but not a lot of drafting that necessarily goes on there.
No.
So here, that is a huge aspect of this type of racing, and that's a sort of a black art, and so you got to learn it somewhere, and what better place?
Yeah, it is. All those types of things really come into play, of how to protect the car, long runs, how to protect the tires. These Toyo tires are great tires. Talking to some of the other drivers that are friends with some of these kids, you got like Morgan Burkhardt knows some of these guys, and he's of course on the pole for Spec Ford. He knows these guys well, and what they say is these Toyos are lightning quick out of the box. Then you have to manage them a little bit, which I think makes for more compelling racing.
Yes,
it's
I
not
agree.
that it's a great tire, but it's a great tire that just needs to be managed, which brings out more of that skill of the driver. It's not just can you put down lightning laps, is can you do that and then make sure the car gets to finish, because that's another thing about full body car racing is about managing the car, and these kids are having to learn all of those skills kind of on the fly as they're trying to earn scholarship money and all the pressures. I think it's amazing that these kids can continue to do this and to grow their careers with all those pressures and all those things they have to learn at one time. They're just amazing how they can absorb and they can learn and they can execute all in parallel.
Well, and that's something that I more and more these days when I'm announcing racing, I talk about one of the things that to me separates a good driver from a really great driver is bandwidth, mental bandwidth. Yeah. Because nowadays, and it's always been thus, but more so now with it, when you get up into the stuff where there's all the electronics to manage and everything, you're juggling so many balls in the air, and you're doing it at 150 miles an hour. Yeah. And if you can't mentally, you're basically a microprocessor inside a computer.
Yeah.
That is now the car, and if you can't handle that, you're not going to be fast.
Speaking of computers, most of these kids have grown up doing since they were about 3 years old. Is they've been sim racing, and I know that like Cam Eben, Cliff has invited me to his leagues to run in. I know a lot of these kids do a lot of whatever platform, iRacing or the others, and they can get. Whereas folks our age, not that we're too old, but our age, the only way you got seat time was to go to a track, get in a car, and do it. And in a weekend, you might get 20 laps. These guys, every 20 minutes, are getting 20 laps, and they'll do this in the time they're 5 years old. The time they get to a go-kart or get into a series like this, they have had tens of thousands of hours and thousands of laps at tracks all over the world from the comfort of their own living room, and they get out here, and all of a sudden that, talk about the bandwidth, they're so comfortable in traffic. They're so comfortable working the car and seeing with their eyes and ears, listening what the car is doing, that now they can start to use the bandwidth on the rest of what's going on. And I think it's fascinating. You and I learned to drive the seat of our pants. We had to feel if the car was loose. They didn't have seat of pants when they started out in sims. They have to use their eyes and ears. which makes them actually, I think it's even better for them coming along because they don't have to wait for the car to be loose. They can see it with the horizon pitch. They can hear the tires more because they've been trained to listen for that. And I think it's fascinating. That's why you're seeing so many kids, 17, 18, 19 years old, coming into motorsports and just being fast right out of the gate. And good racers because they've done so much sim time.
So many laps in that. Yeah. And, and being comfortable with all the processing that takes when you're doing sim racing. Ultimately, you still need to get in the car and you need to feel it and everything. But yeah, it just gives them such a massive leg up. And talking about these chassis, the NC chassis, I'm involved in an iRacing series. It's the Full Send Sims Spec Miata Championship, and they run the NC in it. These cars, with the reality that they have in the sims now, these cars draft incredibly well, and with that little bit extra power over the previous gen cars, the racing in it is absolutely off the hook, and that's why this to me is going to be such a compelling category.
Yeah, and in the last year, iRacing's released a brand new scan of VIR. Complete with the oak tree no longer there.
We raced on it,
and I tell you what, we've done a bunch of races there. There was the SCCA virtual runoffs that happened last October. I was lucky enough to be able to call some of those races, and it is amazing how the track there in the sim now actually fully resembles what we've got out here. You could at least get a lot of experience at VIR even if you haven't been here by just jumping on the sim. It's incredible, and these kids, I'm sure every one of them was probably on the sim for a few weeks before they get to every track this season, and certainly here at VIR, which is, as we all say, Paul Newman's quote, heaven on earth.
Yeah.
I got a chance to get out here in my, I have an ND MX-5. I run in time trials. I was out here for the event in March. Oh my goodness, it was spectacular. The weather is beautiful in March, but it was sunny, at least on Saturday.
Yep.
But the track is amazing. The feel of the car dancing through the uphill S's, coming down roller coaster, hog pen. You just get to feel all of that. As we know, I'm not much of a road racer. I would love to, but getting to experience what's a little taste of what these Mazdas can do around this track. And I tell you, Miatas are built for a track like this, just for driving. Now, it snowed and rained on Sunday. It was a very different
day, but
but yeah, when it's in the sunshine and the clean, clear air, just glorious.
Well, and there's a reason too. When you look through, a lot of SCCA classes, a lot of other classes, there's Miatas, some form of Miatas in many of them, because there is probably not a car in the world that's better balanced.
Yeah.
And you don't want it sideways, but if you have to, it's flingable and savable. It's so user friendly.
Yep.
And it's just an absolute joy to drive. So, it just makes it all the more exciting here. And, we continue under this caution. We hate it that we've got some time getting away. But if they're close to it, we could still have, it's going to be intense. We thought, a potential 40-minute 15-lapper was going to be intense. Let's say we get back to it with 10 to go. Oh, boy.
Well, it's funny. We had something similar to this in the Spec Miata race yesterday, where we had a long delay, and we ended up with about an 8 or 9 lap race, I think, in the end is what they ended up sprinting for. And it was a pretty good race. It ended in a tie. Where the top 7 were still in it. The top 5 were just, clinging to all they could to try and get to the front because it was at sprints. You had to go out. You had to do it lap after lap. There was no managing the long run. It makes for compelling racing. Let's see. We're just past the halfway point on time. 17 minutes still to go. We got plenty of time. Let the track crew get those tire barriers, safety barriers back up to where they need to be, and I think we could be in for a pretty compelling, maybe 5, 6, 7 lap sprint here at the end.
Well, and you just made the key point. The last thing anybody wants to have happen is to shortcut making those safety tire barriers, not really make them back and stout to be able to do their job. So every one of these drivers, they're chomping at the bit. They want to race, but they want to know that if they go off there, they're going to get the same protection as those other guys. And the problem is it's just getting these bundles back to where they catch the car as opposed to launching the car.
Yeah.
And right now, if you go in, it's not good. So they just have to keep working on this.
Yeah, and the tire bearers did such a great job with that first incident. A couple of cars went in.
Yep.
We saw drivers getting out. They did their job. Now they've got to get them back so they can do the job again if needed. Hopefully we won't need them again, but they've got to be there just in case. And you can see, how many guys are out there working this morning to try and get this? They've got the truck with more tires that are pre-banded that they can put in. We saw them doing that yesterday in another area of the track. This VIR crew really working hard to get us back going underway. And you know what? The sun's going to come out at some point. This is just kind of we'll get the racing going once this cloud cover breaks away. And I tell you, if you don't believe me, just hang around a little while today. It's going to be a glorious afternoon.
It's going to be beautiful, and even what we have now, cool and cloudy, compared to last year.
Oh my goodness!
Hey, we truly are in heaven comparatively. There's no question about that. You talk. Obviously you're a 5-time solo national champion. You don't do a lot of road racing, but getting that opportunity to drive laps around here.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part of this track?
Well, that's what the time trial program is so great for, is to get a chance to drive tracks, in a way, kind of bucket list tracks. There's one at Road Atlanta along with the ARC coming up here in November. I may go down there for that because it gets a chance to drive these tracks at speed in what's essentially my daily driver car. I got a roll hoop I put in my ND, but it's spectacular. You get to come out here and race things. You can get that feeling of what is it like to go through these uphill S's at 100+ miles an hour, and you can challenge yourself. So you can see your lap times. You know what you did. You can go out for that personal best. You can compare notes with all your competitors.
Yep.
It's crazy that it's a competition, but it's kind of a team thing, right? Yeah. In a time trial format, everybody wants each other to get their best laps, and really the time trial program is awesome for that. Whether you're in an ND or an NC, is another great platform for it. Great opportunities for it. And these things, as an autocrosser, that was sort of my transition. I could do what I do in autocross, which again, all these cars make fantastic autocross cars, but you get them into a time trial and you can come out here and get a real sense for what it's like to throw it around and feel it around these cars. I've done them at here. I've done them at NCM. We got time trial nationals coming up in about 2 weeks at NCM down in Bowling Green. I've done the Gingerman, which is a great little track out in Michigan. If you haven't seen it, it's a fun
track.
Little place. So yeah, that's what the time trial is for. Look, club racing is great. It's where people want to go. Time trials are great. It's where some people want to go. Everybody's got their choice of what discipline of fun. Hashtag fun with cars. See, Cobb, we're getting that out there. Hashtag fun with cars. And how do you want to play? And time trials is another one of those great opportunities to get out and to drive these fantastic tracks that we've got around this country.
All right, that's all great info. But what's your favorite part of this track when you're driving it?
It was the uphill S's. Oh yeah, the climbing S's. Yeah.
I noticed
that
every time you talked about it, that sequence came in. So I kind of figured.
Yeah, grabbing fourth, coming out of the lower S's, under the bridge, and the first time you start going up the S's, I'm like, what's it going to feel like? Yeah. As you have to use the curbs a little bit, and the car would rise and kind of compress and come up and then compress, and then you get to the top of it, and it's not blind, but it's a little bit of a crest. You have to kind of like look around to get around the top of the S's, and then you've got, of course, the real blind corner, South Bend after that. And getting that rhythm through there when you've got, you're also thinking about, I got a car behind me. I hope I'm not holding him up. I got somebody in front of me. I hope nothing happens to him. And you're kind of, all of that awareness, which the club racers are used to day in and day out. But doing it through a section like the uphill S's at 100 miles an hour in my ND, you're out here in a more powerful V8, pony car or whatever. It's even crazier. I've got a video, a guy named Justin Peachy, fantastic autocrosser. He's out here. If you ever get a chance, you can Google or YouTube Justin Peachy VIR. His Corvette was doing about 125, something like that, to the uphill S's, and then about 100 around South Bend. And the car is just drifting and moving, and that's what you get to feel. Is what is that like? What are those sensations going through the S's? It's pretty wild. Yeah, pretty spectacular. And there's nothing to me early morning when the sun's up, watching tails away from the bridge that you go over, looking up at the climbing S's with cars going through, and that soft morning light hitting the villas in the background. You drive in and you look at that and you just go, now I understand what Paul said, let alone how good this track is to drive. Yeah, this section here, they're just kind of going around, of course, behind the pace car is Hog Pen, and you come down this roller coaster. It's such an elevation drop, and really until you drive, or at least stand at the top of that roller coaster, look down, you don't know exactly how deep and how much of a drop that is. You get to that turn in for Hog Pen, and if you get it right, just kind of clip just a little bit of that curb, and the car compresses as it runs out, and almost everything is right on that virtual limit, right on the edge of that the grip there as they come around Hog Bend. And then you just realize this front straight is really long. Yeah. This is fast. And then it's a downhill braking as they're going in down here. And you go, this is definitely downhill. And you got to start thinking about how does that feel. And then you do it in the snow and the rain, and all of a sudden that downhill gets very treacherous, as Bob Brucker would say. I can only imagine. Yes. But it's a fantastic track. I flagged corner work for a 13-hour, one of their fall 13 hours here at 14
and 14A as you drop into the, and just an amazing place. That's something that while we have this this moment, I want to make a point here. We've been talking about all the things, the ways you can become a participant in the Sports Car Club of America behind the wheel. But if you don't have that desire, or you don't have the funds, whatever, but you're passionate about racing, there is a place for you in the Sports Car Club of America. And, for me, my favorite spot outside of the announce booth is at one of those corner stations.
Yes.
Because you're literally a participant in the race when you're providing information to the drivers via flags. You're the eyes and ears of race control, giving them information, and they can give you some command flags. You're really involved in it. But also, if you're, more of a techie kind of person, a geek, and I say that with great respect, back in the day it would have been tech, but now it would have been timing and scoring. But now, of course, it's tech because of all the electronics. You could do that. There's timing and scoring. If you don't want to be out in a corner, but you want to be around the cars in the pit and paddock, there's marshals for each of those. Yeah. There's so many specialties in SCCA that allow you to become an active participant in these events. And you join the club if you haven't already. And, I've said this many times. What I didn't realize when I first joined SCCA way too many years ago for me to really, talk about. But when I joined it, I didn't join a club. I became a member of a 50,000 strong family.
Yes.
And that's exactly what it feels like. And you come out to these races, whether it's a little regional race or the national championship runoffs, what happens away from the track and the camaraderie and everything. One of my favorite stories was I had never been out to Buttonwillow. And a friend of mine and I just wanted to go out and work a regional just for fun. And I reached out to CC Smith and said, hey, we'd like to come, can you give us some ideas on where to stay in the area? And she said, well, there's a couple of hotels around there, but we've got a couple of bedrooms.
Yeah.
I'd never met her before.
Yeah.
But that's the camaraderie, because if you share something very special, if you're a member of this club, and the last thing on that is, for every volunteer that serves a specialty, this runoffs is their national championship too. This is the pride moment, and for the solo people, the national championships are the pride moment of the club members that are involved in that, and that's what makes it so special.
But this week, you talk about that family feeling. This is now my sixth runoff I've been lucky enough to get to be able to come out and do commentary for. But what I love is I get to go through the paddock and meet these 500-600 drivers, talk to them and their families, their crew, and hang out with the flaggers and all the folks around here. So one night I'm down at the Sports Racers little dinner that they had. One Motorsports was hosting them, so I got to hang out with them one night. Another night, it was of course, the big block party that happened here on Wednesday. So I'm hanging around with the New England region guys and the Prod party guys, just bouncing around. Was it 2 nights ago? Must have been, Thursday night, the V crew were having a party down there. Got to talk to them. Last night it was the B-Spec guys, and I'm hanging around with them, and everybody's just welcoming. They look at me and they go, come on over, grab a beer, have a piece of pizza, and hang out. We tell stories until 1 in the morning, a little bit too late, maybe 2 in the morning, and so I didn't get the greatest sleep, but I tell you, it's worth it just to get out and exchange stories and see these faces, and everybody's telling stories about what they saw today.
Yeah.
Like, oh, did you see the finish in Spec Miata? Oh, did you get to see, what was going on here and there? And just, we were all, at some point you look at your watch and go, I got to be on the air at 8 o'clock in the morning. I got to go to bed soon. But it's too much fun to just go to bed.
It is.
It's great.
Oh, it is. The block party that they have here is just a blast. And, now it's such a big deal. They actually give you a map and say, here's this part of the block party. You just wander around and talk to all of these people. And just as you said, that walk through the paddock, it's like a reunion every year, because you see these people that you've met and dealt with either here at the runoffs or when you've traveled or something, and they're all here.
Yeah.
And it's just like...
and I'm not really a club racer. I don't get myself out to tracks enough, right? I got up to Watkins Glen for the Super Tour this year. Fantastic, by the way. Love the Glen. But I get to come out here, and now having done this 5-6 years in a row, people are starting to know me, and I can walk up, and it's that once-a-year reunion. I haven't seen these people. They don't see me at any racetrack all year long, and now they see me and go, hey, come on over, let's talk, have a beer. Austin Hill and his father were one of them. I saw them a little bit. And
I think we just got word that we may be checkering this time. They've decided that the repairs on that barrier are just going to take too long, and we do have somewhat of a time schedule here. And let's see here, because we can see some cars still bobbing and weaving. But now I just saw Nathan Nicholson hand out the window, and I think that may be the indicator here. And there it is, checker flag. Boy, I'll tell you, not the way we wanted this first ever appearance of SMX to happen here. But you know what?
We're going to see him again.
We're going to see him again tomorrow, which is great. And for these young drivers, this is also part of the learning curve. Is this happens every once in a while, and you can't let it get to you. You just have to do what you can do. So we'll see what happens here. But we'll see if they award full points for this, you know, what the story is. But Nathan Nicholson, with all the battling going on behind him, did what he had to do, stayed in the front. And the guy with Chase Jones, fifth up into second spot, that's going to be massive here for him. That, you know, folks, you know, they often say you can't win a race in the opening corner, but you can lose it. But you can improve things noticeably if you do it clean, and Chase proved that.
Yeah, he really did. It was super clean moves to get up into that second spot. He knew he needed to get up there to be able to chase, bad pun intended, behind Nate Nicholson. And for Nate, he did exactly what he needed to defend his position and hold that first corner through that first opening lap. But I'm excited. I build the excitement. I know it didn't quite pan out here this morning, but again, these exact racers are going to do this. We're going to do it all over again tomorrow afternoon, last race on Sunday, and I believe that they were supposed to have a starting grid based on their best time of whether it was qualifying or race. Well, clearly, they'll be in the same qualifying order we started in, so that means Chase Jones will be back in fifth, and we'll just do it all over again Sunday afternoon as the last race of the weekend.
And the other guy that is going to be looking forward to that, because he's the one that got badly shuffled in this, Donald Squarick, starting in that number 75 on the outside of the front row in the R-Speed Formidable Racing Development car, and got shuffled back to 10th. So he's going to get a chance at some redemption to get up there and show what he can do. So, you know, obviously very unfortunate here, but as you pointed out, we get to do it tomorrow. And I think now maybe everybody will be a little bit more circumspect, you know, on that first lap and get through it, and then we can set sail, and that's going to be a fun one.
It really will be, because now it's going to kind of come down to everything on the line in that last race. Now they got to sit and think about it for a day and a half too. There's going to be a lot of that planning and thinking, and maybe the pressure may come in for those that suffer to it, and the pressure may just be easy to brush off for the rest. I think it'll be a very compelling race tomorrow afternoon.
Absolutely. So this has become the sort of a cool down lap behind the pace car, and these guys are going to be frustrated, understandably, but as I said, this is part of the sport. Incidents happen, and sometimes it just takes a little while to effect a cleanup. So but you know, this is the first of 9 races today on Hagerty Race Day number 2 here at the Runoffs. So we've got a lot more coming up. T1 is going to be the next class that will be coming out. We know that is going to be a great race. It was an absolute wash race last year, and a guy named Aquilani just absolutely checked out. But in terms of the race coming up, dry, the grid's a lot closer. So, and that's just going to kick off a busy second day of Hagerty Race Day.
T1, I'll be on the mic for that one as well. And 2019 Runoffs was here for the first time. Last year, of course, 22. Here we are back again. T1 has not had a dry race yet. They were wet, I believe it was on Sunday afternoon in 2019. So that whole field is saying, finally, we're going to get a bit of a dry out here. And I'm sure Andrew would love that, but he also loves the rain too, which is clearly the way his performance was last year, kind of walking around the field so fast. But he's fast and dry, he's fast and wet. He'll be putting on a good show, but he's got some chasers behind him. They're going to be giving him a run for his money.
Absolutely, he does. And I think it was his 12th. He has now 12 gold medals.
Got 13 now.
You're right, it's 13 because he got GT2 as well last year.
Yes,
so that would be his 13th. So. You know, he's one of the, and you look at the number of medals total. You know, I mean, you know, that's one of the things that's so compelling here as we take a look.
These drivers are all trying to get there.
That's what they're trying to get to, and be able to show their stuff. A new driver in these classes up against somebody that level of success and experience. I mean, that's the litmus test, right? That's what you want to be doing here. So it's unfortunate, but it is Nathan Nicholson with the win. I think I'm not sure that graphic is quite right, folks, because it's Chase Jones actually in second, Alex Bertagnoli in third, Noah Harmon fourth, Nico Bratz in fifth, Weston Workman in the sixth spot, Jared Jones in seventh, Reed Sweeney in the eighth spot, Austin Hill in ninth, and Donald Squarick from second back to 10th. He's going to want to be getting after it here. And then Evan, Jacobs, Pascadella, and Gonzalez are the field as well. But Nathan Nicholson, he got literally a lap and a half maybe at speed, and then that yellow flag came out. But that's why qualifying is important. He was able to hang on there, and he's going to get the max points here. And as the helmet comes off, it's time to get down to Hayward Wagner.
Nathan, did you know that was going to be the most important qualifying session of your life?
I did not. You know, I mean, you never know what happens in these exciting races. Man, you know, we got out there. The most important part was keeping the lead into turn one. I was really focused on that because, you know, there's some mixed up qualifying. I knew people were going to try to move through the field and ended up falling our way. So
a lot of times these races, you go with a strategy. I want to be in the top 3 on the last lap. I want to be in that type of thing. In this style of racing, how important is leading?
You know, I really like taking control of the race. You know, if you're in the lead, you get to decide what happens. So, you know, going into turn one, I slowed everything down, kept myself in the pack, and, you know, that was the most important part at the end. So
you've got one more race to go, but this is the runoffs, and we do victory laps. I know you just did quite a few touring laps of the track. Would you like one more?
Oh, yeah. Me and my dad are going to go for a lap, so let's do it.
Well, congratulations. He came over and said there's no bad way to win a race, so congratulations to you, sir.
It's one step closer to that money, too. That's the big thing. Thank you, guys.
Well, and that's, you know, there are lots of things that can inspire and motivate a racer, but an opportunity to get funding to do something, you know, again, potentially at yet a step-up level, that is a great motivator. And I love that mindset. There's no bad way to win a race. And you saw him. I mean, he had one lap, and then basically under caution for the rest. He got out of the car pounding on it because
he's happy.
It's still a win.
Yeah, it is a win, and now he gets to take his dad on the victory lap, and I just think that's cool. As a father races with his son, there's nothing better than sharing that, you know, whether it's your son's success, to get out and share a piece of that. It sounds like it's special.
Absolutely. And now there you see the unofficial results reflecting the full scoring. And again, the guy that's got work to do is Donald Squarick. And it's interesting to hear, you know, Nathan say that qualifying there was a little bit of people out of order there, and that just again bodes well tomorrow for this finale, for it to be incredibly exciting, Larry.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I have a pretty good seat for that one.
Yeah,
I think Nate Nicholson's happy. He'll be starting on that front row again. We'll see if he can control the race tomorrow, if the rest of the field learns something by how it went today.
All right, as Nathan Nicholson sets off on the lap of honor for winning an abbreviated, if you will, debut of SMX here at the runoffs. Again, it'll be a full class for full national championship next year at Road America. We're going to wrap up our coverage of this first of 2 SMX races coming up during Hagerty Race Days here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. For Larry and for Hayward, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks for tuning in, and we look forward to having you back with us once again. Until then, take care, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Hi everybody, welcome to Virginia International Raceway for our coverage of the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Our coverage being presented by Mazda. Look here at the gorgeous villas, which are indeed rentable if you want to come and just spend a weekend enjoying this section of track, in particular the glorious uphill S's here at this fabulous venue. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod, and Hayward Wagner is down in the pits and is covering all the action for us down there. We've got a nice turnout of fans here ready to watch some racing as we do the Run for the Gold in T1 or Touring 1. And these are big horsepower, production-based cars. And Hayward, they always put on a show.
That they do, Greg. And with GT1 not running at the runoffs this year, this is kind of the ground pound fast class at this year's runoffs for production silhouette cars. Andrew Aquilante, of course, is on pole in his Mustang. We have James Candelara right next to it in the Corvette, and then Mark Bowden in the M3. We want to take a look at these cars real quick. Some of these cars, the Aquilante car, built specifically for SCCA club racing. The Bowden car, and by the way, right beside him, the AMG Mercedes. These are both cars that came out of professional racing and have been balanced, performance has been balanced to be competitive in this class. My favorite, though, one more up on the grid, an E46 M3. So how often in racing do you see a full-on AMG racing Mercedes and a club racing E46 M3 sitting next to each other on the same grid, running competitively? The balance in this class is incredible. The performance is amazing. And, of course, we're going to get to see two of the best road racers in SCCA space, Mark Bowden and Andrew Aquilante, duke it out with James Candelara trying to referee from the middle.
It is going to be absolutely spectacular. And, you know, what's impressive here, the top 8 in qualifying, 6 different manufacturers, Larry. There is some great diversity in this class. And one of the things that they're all going to have to tame here, though, is this Virginia International Raceway layout. It's a great one. Time for our track map presented by Mazda.
Yeah, they're going to have to get down through this first sector, which is a lot of our long, sweepy corners. You got turn 1, kind of a carousel-like turn, getting you back towards turn 3. Right there by the Pagoda Tower, that's the NASCAR turn, leads into a very tight left hook. That leads to a very transitional section of the track, the 5-6 of the lower S's, or the snake, down a short chute, under the bridge. You can see in the background there, through the uphill climbing S's. And I'll tell you, nothing better than sitting in this view of watching Andrew Aquilante throw a Mustang up those S's. It's going to be pretty spectacular.
He loves the curbs.
He does. Get to South Bend, turn 10, very treacherous, very fast. And then to this corner you can see on the camera shot, which is your Oak Tree Bend, and down that long Madison Avenue straight. They'll climb the hill to the top of the roller coaster at turn 14. It's under braking. It's a great passing zone, but then it's single file down that hill and around Hog Pen to the front straight.
And this is a look at Hog Pen, and if you get it right, you launch onto that straight with good compression. If you overshoot just a little bit, you're on a long, lurid slide that you want to avoid if at all possible here. And people tend to forget, you know, there's so many iconic corners here, but out of left hook into the snake, under the bridge there, that is an area where if you try and go side by side, it often ends in tears. So with these big, powerful cars, everybody's going to have to be mindful of that. Let's take a look here at our starting lineup. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 88, Robert Corzin out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Washington, D.C. region in the Mustang. Starting 11th, the number 42 of Paulo Salvatore out of San Antonio, Texas for Houston region in the Tory Racing Ford Mustang. Starting in the 10th spot, one of the rookies here, the 07 of Dustin Cornell out of Powhatan, Virginia. And I love it for his sponsor. It just says me. And his Ford Mustang GT. Starting in the 9th spot, another rookie, the 48, Brian Goodman out of Fairfield, Connecticut, the High Speed Motorsports BMW. Starting in the 8th spot, making his 39th runoff start, the 0 of Scotty White out of Auburn, Washington in the Night Transport Goodyear Dodge Viper. Starting in the 7th spot, another rookie, the number 60 of Thad Berger out of Redmond, Washington, in a Porsche Cayman. Starting in the 6th spot, making her second runoff start, is Ann Doherty in the number 4 out of Daniel Island, South Carolina, in a Porsche Cayman. Starting in the 5th spot, making his 6th runoff start, the number 23, Hugh Stewart out of Milford, Connecticut, the New England region, and the High Speed Motorsports Racing BMW. Starting in the 4th spot is the number 44 of Tony Ave, and the amazing thing to me is he came into the runoffs yesterday. Before the day started, he had 11 runoff starts. After yesterday finished, he's now going to be making today his 15th runoff start. The guy is apparently just an absolute Iron Man here. Tony Ave out of Maiden, North Carolina, the number 44, and that is a Mercedes-Benz. That's at AMG. He's driving a little bit. He's driving prototype car. It's just amazing what he's doing here. Starting 3rd, one of the most experienced drivers here at the runoffs, making his 39th runoff start, the number 46, Mark Bowden out of Winnetka, Illinois, a 4-time gold medalist, as is Ave, by the way, the Fall Line Motorsports BMW. Then our front row on the outside is the number 134, making his 5th start, James Candelaria out of Boca Raton, Florida, the Candelaria Racing Products Corvette. And on the pole, the number 33 of Andrew Aquilani, Chester Springs, Pennsylvania, Philly region, the Phoenix Performance Hoosier and Hawk 2014 Ford Mustang. Now, here's the thing. That was Andrew's 21st Tire Rack Pole Award.
Yeah.
He has 13 golds. In this field combined, we have 21 gold medals in this field. This is going to be something. And for Candelaria, he can win the super sweep. The hardest thing to do, all he has to do is beat our pole sitter.
He's got to beat Aquilante. He's got to beat Ave, and Mark Bowden as well.
Yeah.
And he's in the mix of them. This is going to be very compelling.
Here we go, 15 laps about to unfold, one of the fastest classes here at the runoffs, Touring 1, and bringing him to the line, Aquilani in that black with the yellow striping, that Phoenix Performance Mustang. Watching for it, we're green! T1, the run for the gold is underway, and Aquilani getting a nice jump. Candelaria has got to be a little bit careful here because Mark Bowden's so experienced. He's going to try and get down the inside. Candelaria having none of it, shutting the door. Ave trying to tightrope around the outside, and don't think he's going to be able to get that done. So right now, kind of looks like everybody is just sort of settled in for the most part up front in their quality positions.
Yeah, Aquilante always a fantastically lightning quick starter. And when he goes out qualifying, he typically qualifies on his first flyer. But look at the
abreast to the left hook and a surprise dive move there by the number 4. That was a super aggressive move by Ann Doherty. I don't know that she actually made it work, but boy, she's up on the wheel right off.
She is, and as they call that, sort of the rotten banana paint scheme that she's got on that car. It just, yeah, great. She was excited to get out here this morning and showing it right there on the opening lap.
And here we go, first time up through these climbing S's. And a bit of a wide move there by the 42. That got him well offline. That's Paolo Salvatore, who actually got a great start. He started back in 11th, and I think he's up to about 9th. So good start, and you can see he too is up on the wheel, pushing really hard early.
Yeah, he is, and he's in that other battle with the Mustang there right behind him. So a good little scrap already going on. But look at the front. Now you got Bowden making a move. Aquilante is starting to pull ahead, but Bowden now wants to get around Candelaria.
Yeah, well, Bowden obviously would like to add to his tally in Candelaria. He was 3rd in this class in 2020 at Road America, and obviously he's well motivated to get to the front here, but now Bowden's going to make that a little bit more difficult. And obviously there was urgency from Bowden because he could see Aquilani starting to get away.
Yeah, and he's very familiar with Aquilante. These two foes have quite a rivalry over the last
Yes,
decade or so, whether it's here in T1 or whether it's in GT2. These guys always seem to find each other. Hayward alluded to it. The Candelaria's got to play the referee. Well, right now, Candelaria, all he can do is sit on the outside and watch. He's going to have to make that move with the horsepower of the Corvette. Is he going to try?
Well, he's looking to the inside, but I don't think he's close enough, and Bowden going to come across and close that door up just a little bit. And for Ave, obviously that AMG Mercedes, it's a really trick car, but it is very much of a more production-based car. It's a GT4 car that's production-based, that's designed for the SRO GT4 category. but there are some regulations that you have to running one of those cars, and a lot of these other cars that's a little bit freer in terms of what you can do.
They do. It does look like they let him run on the Hoosier tires, though.
They
Not
did.
in his
Nice.
tire that would have been in his Pro Series, but yeah, so at least he does get that. Right now, he's under pressure from Hugh Stewart, who was on the podium here, I think, back in 2019 in this class. And look at Stewart here. Hey, we're just talking about it. You've got a Club Racing E46 chasing down a GT4 AMG. The noises between these two have just got to be fabulous. But yeah, Hugh, I talked to Hugh. He was happy this race was going to be dry after the rain they had at 19 and the rain we had last year. Everybody's like, oh, dry, let's drive. Hugh was one saying, if it's wet, I'm just going to pack up and go home. But he's, I'm sure, excited. Look at him already.
Something popped off. I think it was the right mirror from Ave's car. I think the mirror may have just popped out. But yeah, and Hugh Stewart here, he was third here in that wet in 19, but he has unfinished business here because last year he qualified 5th and ended up not even able to start the race. Yes. So he is obviously looking for a bit of redemption.
Yes, he is.
And how about here? I was talking about the 42 of Salvatore. Started 12th. Started in the 11th spot and up into 8th already. He really got a great start, demoting Cornell, Berger, and Goodman at this stage. And the 07, Dustin Cornell, not going quietly though, and he is glommed on to the back of Salvatore right now. And then that Porsche of Thad Berger just laying back a little bit here, and that's Berger occupying the last spot in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, Berger, one of the rookies in the field. Happy to be out here running, but he's got a great view of the Salvatore and Cornell Mustangs doing their thing. But look at this, Bowden is staying close with Aquilani. In fact, for a moment there, in fact, it's a new track record because these guys have all had wet races the last couple of years. So yeah, it's a new track record belonging to Mark Bowden right now, which shows you how much Bowden wants this early. Aquilante, legendary early starter, fast starter. Mark's not going to let him get away.
No, that's why the urgency to get around Candelaria. Bowden felt he had some speed. And now we're starting to see Aquilani, especially that first curve up into the climbing S's. Now he's starting to eat that curve big time, and it sure is spectacular. And then this turn through South Bend. And I've referred to this now as one of the 2 commitment meters here. And if you're not touching at least that exit curve, you're not really fast through that corner. But if you make one little mistake and the car slips sideways, you're off. And it's like that down in hog pen. You have got to be on the tightrope through those turns.
You definitely do, otherwise you're giving up time. And right now, Aquilante, Bowden, and Candelaria are not leaving even an inch out there. They're all going for it, trying to pull away from Ave, who had his 3 races on this track yesterday. I can't imagine how tired he was last night or even this morning. Well, sure. Oh, I'm sure he slept like a baby. But he has to get right back up again and get back into the race car, which I would almost suspect might be the easiest of the cars. He drove a GT2 car yesterday, a GT3 car, and then, of course, the prototype in P2. So getting into this
That's
GT4,
a neck stretcher, that is.
Yeah, GT4 might just be like driving the limousine around. I mean, compared to those things, but yet it's a beautifully fast GT4 AMG.
Yep, absolutely. And the interesting thing is, oh, look at this, is a little run there by Dustin Cornell, and ooh, a big slide and a quick spin by the number 60. That's Thad Berger, who was sitting in that 10th spot. That was close. Goodman able to sneak through. Great piece of awareness by him here, so that should put Goodman now up into that top 10.
Yeah, tough for Thad, but able to continue. That's a good thing. His teammates, Ann Doherty, she's up into 6th right now, having a pretty good run early in this race.
Yeah, personal best on the last lap at a 1:58.3. And the big move here as Cornell dives underneath Paolo Salvatore, and he got that done at the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of weaving going on between 3 and 4. One of those, you get to make one move and then get back to the line.
And then he gets really aggressive at turn in there for turn 5 and 5A. Almost looped it, Larry.
He did, but what a catch. A little dirt track slide there. Literally the dirt as he picked up a little bit of it. But look at this. He's going to hold the spot as they go climbing the S's again.
This is absolutely one of the most enjoyable pieces of a racetrack ever here, up through the climbing S's. Boy, the back end of that 07 looks mighty tail happy, doesn't it?
He is loose. He is driving the tires off of that thing right now.
And it's great as long as you got the reflexes to catch it and use it for rotation and not have it just absolutely pitch on you there. And that's one of the things that, Salvatore, that slowed him up out of the most important corner here. And if you overrun that corner and then you got to tighten up on the wheel and that back end slides around, even if you don't get into the dirt, you've lost momentum.
Yeah, look at Cornell now. They're just able to pull away just a little bit, coming off that oak tree with that little bit of a drop in the tire there for Salvatore. Now Paolo's got to settle back in. He's watched Dustin go around him. He's watched him even grab a little dirt down there in the snake. And now Paolo's got to figure out where he can go, but I think he's starting to settle in.
And Paolo Salvatore, as you see there, is our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner. And that's an award from Hawk Performance that's presented on Wednesday of the middle of our 3 qualifying days. And what it is whoever makes the biggest leap, the biggest time improvement from Tuesday to Wednesday qualifying gets that award. And it's a handy little sum and some nice bits and pieces from the folks at Hawk Brake. And Bowden right now, Aquilani responded after Bowden had trimmed that margin down to about a second. It went up again, but Bowden has it down again, and he just set the fastest first sector of the race thus far. So Bowden is not going quietly. Look at Aquilani up over that curb. I love it.
Bowden's qualifying time that he set on Tuesday was a 55.9. Bowden and Aquilani are turning 55.6s right now, so they are already under their qualifying times. Well, at least under Bowden's qualifying time. Andrew qualified at a 54.5. They are pushing so hard at this early stage. What makes it even more urgent for them to push is Candelaria is not really going away. And so both Aquilani and Bowden know the race needs to continue to push if they want to make it a 2-man fight.
And there is a look at Tony Ave again, just a multiple champion 4 times, including the gold he got yesterday in GT3, and Hugh Stewart is sticking right with him. They're running virtually identical lap times. As a matter of fact, on that last lap, Stewart was a couple of tenths quicker, and so this is going to be, I think, an absolutely fascinating battle here for 4th and 5th. Then there's a little bit of a gap, but not that much. Dan Doherty really is flying out there. Her last lap was at the same pace as Ave.
Yeah, Ann doing a great job in that Cayman, trying to stick with this group. She's doing a good job there, and Hugh just pestering the back of Ave like this fly here in our announce trailer, just kind of pestering me, and I got a feeling that's what Ave feels like Hugh Stewart is right now. It's like, come on, just go away, but he's not going anywhere.
Just buzzing around him, yeah, absolutely. Again, Ann doing a really nice job, just staying, let's see here, Ave, personal best on that one, a 58.1. But a quicker 58 flat by Hugh Stewart.
Yeah.
And another mid-58 from Ann Doherty. So, Ave really loose at the exit of turn 1. And one of the things that this car has built into it is some, decent aero into these GT4 cars. So that tells you how hard he's pushing.
And he's pushing hard, under braking there. The car is just a little bit sliding around on that left side of the track going into 1. And then as you came off of 2, you saw the car lose it a little bit. And I'm starting to wonder if those tires on that big car are starting to go. That E46 might be a little bit lighter, maybe a little bit easier on his tires this stage despite the push. This is pressure from Hugh Stewart is what's doing this. It's that pressure forcing Ave to pick up that pace.
Well, that's why you never give up, right?
Yeah.
You just push and push and push. Because this could easily, should one of the top 3 have a moment, this could become a battle for a medal. So you're going to go after it. There's no question about that. And Aquilani, he's opened that up again a little bit. He just set fast lap of the race at a 155.4, and that was about a half second quicker than Bowden, and that margin's up a little bit now. So Aquilani, he may have been preserving tires, got that early gap. Then you take it easy, and because these cars are heavy, whatever tire brand you want to run, and this is an open tire class, they all make great tires. But any tire, you can root them if you push too hard, especially in a heavy car. So you've got to have that in your mind, don't you?
Yeah, you absolutely do. You got to protect those things. This is not a 6-lap sprint. It's a 15-lap race. It's a long time. What's helping them is it is a cooler temps this morning. If this were 8th race, 9th race of the day, it might be a little bit different at this stage. The fact that we are essentially second race, almost the first race of the day, one very overcast morning means they can push a little bit harder. Those tires are staying under them just a little bit. But if you're Ave in that big Mercedes, I think he's pushing real hard and starting to lose his tires. Here's Candelaria again in this big Corvette. You can see that car just a little bit of a wiggle under braking coming into 1. He's starting to lose sight of Bowden and Aquilani in front of him. Lucky for him, he's got about 9 seconds to Ave Stewart battle going behind him.
Yeah, and Candelaria, doing everything he can right now, but just not quite able to match their pace, but pushing really hard. And, the thing that, sometimes people don't necessarily think about, because we talk about wear on tires, naturally your first thought is, well, you're loading them so much in the corners, right? But when you've got a car, especially that it runs at the weight of a T1 car, you've got to accelerate that weight and brake as well. And that also takes a toll on tires.
Yep.
It absolutely does. And we can see here in this battle for 8th right now, Paolo Salvatore back on the back and Dustin Cornell. Lots of great racing yet to come here in the run for the gold in T1.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in the event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to the run for the gold in Touring 1. And while we were in break, a lady named Ann Doherty in that beautiful yellow number 4 came in, just uncorked a personal best, backed it up with another lap right in that same window. She is flying, and she has almost glommed onto the back. This is going to be a 3-car scrap for 4th, 5th, and 6th in short order.
Oh, she has continued to pick up the pace here. I'm told she's a pretty excitable person out there, and I think she's probably in that car just gripping that wheel and just kind of yelling. I'm sure there's all kinds of animation going on because she is flying. She's been faster than Hugh Stewart and BMW and faster than Ave, both in front of her. She's had higher trap speeds, so she's got an advantage. If she can get up under the back of them, maybe she can even start making passes. 3 very different cars right now battling for 4th is awesome to see. And Ave, the veteran among these, I mean, you look at the other 2, they've got a handful of starts between them. Ave's got, we were saying he's got 4 starts this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. This will, like I said, his 15th start. And, when you think about the gold medals he's racked up, 4 in 15, that's darn near a 33% win ratio. That's pretty darn good here. So look here at the number 88 of Robert Corzin, who won the Sunoco 260 Tuesday winning award. And that's just a fun award that Sunoco came up with to, for brand awareness of their Sunoco 260 fuel. It's in qualifying on Tuesday, whichever car in that class after the dot in their times, the closest to 260, and Corzin got it with a .633. So it was a 633. So, but nonetheless, just some great awards here. And look now, Hugh Stewart. He's there. He is going to start actively battling. And, of course, for Ann, if these guys start going side by side, she could be picking up the pieces.
Well, you're seeing a little, somebody puts in a really good lap, the gaps close up, which Hugh Stewart's done right now. If your lap isn't as good, Ave, you're under pressure. But look at that BMW just hounding the AMG. Ann will be back up there another lap or so, I'm sure. But this shows you how fast that lap of Hugh Stewart was, that he just laid down a 57.8 to Tony Ave's 58.9. Hugh is the quickest of these 3 right now.
And Hugh's got the quicker trap speed between he and Ave. So if he can be this close, coming out. Oh, and he thought about it. Not the place to do it, but stay close now. He got a really good drive out of there. And if he's definitely going to be, and look at the hole that
Yes.
Merc, it's so wide, is going to punch. And let's see now if you can use that top speed to do something with it.
Yeah.
Here he goes, Larry.
Yeah, look at him able to use that draft, just pull right on side. Despite that, Mercedes makes great sounds, got power with the BMW, but it's not done.
No, it's not. And part of that is that car has ABS for Ave, so he can go right to the edge and then just stomp on the brakes. And Tony, so experienced as well, had that in the right spot heading down into the roller coaster. But Stewart now has served notice that he's going to be on the charge. And these guys, their own duel here for this 8th spot. And for a minute there, Salvatore had gone around and then ran wide. That's up in Oak Tree, saved it, but killed his exit speed. And before they even got out of the corner, Cornell was backing through.
Yeah, those two Mustangs, different generations. Of course, the S197 in the Dustin Cornell, and then the S550 there from Paolo Salvatore. It's great to see the two different generations of Mustangs still battling just as equal. This battle, though, I tell you, Ann Doherty's loving watching this. You and Ave.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
She's off.
Just talking about a hand.
She had such a good run going, and it snuck away from her. It looks like she may have backed in or at least grazed those tires a little bit. What a shame. She was going to be in this battle for the top 5. And look again at Stewart as he's boy. I think he's just trying to fluster Tony, get in his mirrors, because you're not going to try a move there. A guy with Tony's experience isn't going to fluster too easily.
No, not. If anything, you want to wear him out. Maybe Hugh knows that this is the 4th race in a day and a half for Tony, and if he can wear him out and tire him, physically tire him, maybe he's got a chance. So, of course, Ave is a motorsports veteran, to say the least, in all sorts of things. Now, we saw the last lap. Hugh Stewart was able to get underneath the backup, get alongside him, and couldn't finish the pass. Did he learn something? Did he learn that maybe he's got to brake a little later? Does he learn to maybe position, maybe try going right instead of left? What changes does Stewart make to his strategy now to make this pass?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, this is where now it's a late move. He wasn't as close coming out of Oak Tree. So, again, just showed the nose. But he's got to get this figured out. And, because it's either going to be probably for him here or out of Hogpen as coming to the flag to use that on that top end, but you've got to be a lot closer than he is right now.
Yeah, he's going to have to get a little bit. That move there looked strictly just, hey, Tony, I'm here. Show a little bit of the mirrors, maybe see if Tony makes a move. Now, Hugh does a lot of driver coaching. I'm sure he's been through the scenarios, right? He has seen all of these, and now he's trying to put his own coaching skills, his own thoughts into execution here behind another veteran who has seen just about every move you can make. These two calculating the chess match here of where and how could this pass happen. This is just really cool to see these guys, this much motorsports experience going heads up.
Yeah, just dueling out there. It's absolutely fantastic. One of the things, too, we talk about Tony Ave, and we've always known it, but he has proved it beyond any doubt here this weekend. If ever there was a definitive driver, maybe, for the term all-rounder, it's Tony. Because he started his career in sports racers and Formula cars, and has driven everything since, all the way up to big GT ground pounders. So the guy is pretty adept at everything. But Hugh Stewart, the best thing you can do in any race, if you don't just have the outright pace to just get by him, is pressure.
Yeah, well, speaking of outright pace, that's what Angelo Aquilante continues to turn 56s and 55s. He's got fastest lap and track record out here at a 55.4 that he did earlier. Still turning 56s. And look at that car just lift and pull as he's got that thing. So little hop of the curbs still at this stage, just sending it around. Very precise with the car. It looks like it's on the verge out of control. Trust me, Andrew is totally in control of that car. And Bowden right now is just kind of hoping maybe Andrew does slip up. That's not something you want to bank on. Bowden's also another one of those, as good as you get. He's very precise, and all he can do is chase lap after lap to try and get a little closer to Andrew.
Well, the thing that Phoenix has been able to do with all of their cars is, they have figured out how to, retain that platform stability that allows them to change direction quickly, yet be able to hit curves and absorb them without it launching the car. And Hugh Stewart, this is what we were talking about, and this could be the trial run for Hugh if he doesn't make it stick. It looks like he's gonna, but if Tony gets back around, that was Hugh going, can I make this work for, and now Ave dives to the inside, and I'm not sure he was going to be that bummed about it because he learned something there.
He did, but boy, he almost left that door open.
Yeah.
Look at the veteran of Ave again.
Yeah.
It's just a couple snowmobiles on each other, right? Just kind of made the move to the outside, ducked to the inside, and using that late braking and that ABS in that GT4 car to make that pass. So Hugh now knows he can be quicker in that straight line. If he can get that run off a hog pen and do it again, he can beat him to the stripe, and that's something you need to learn from, because once you pass the stripe, it doesn't matter if you're going to be outbroken. You just got to get to the stripe on the last lap and another 3 times around.
Exactly. That is exactly what he was studying here. And let's, let people know, again, he shows the nose there. Boy, he's got to run, and again, smart move. Don't try and force the issue there. But sometimes people think with ABS that you could just brake anywhere you want. It's not a panacea.
Yeah.
If you go in too deep and you hammer, it just sort of goes numb. And
Physics still applies.
Physics still applies. Yep, exactly. And so you've got to know that braking threshold limit where you can brake. But if you get it right, you just stomp on the pedal all the way to the apex. And that's why they call it a driver aid.
It's the confidence of knowing that as long as I hit that point, the car is going to stop. If you're in a non-ABS, you've got to modulate. There's a lot more driver effort involved. But look at Hugh now. Again, he's got the straight line speed in these spots. Just got to find a way to stay in front of him. And that move we just saw in the front straight, like you said, might have been the test. Now he can reapply that later on. And Tony knows that he always got to watch Hog Pen and make sure he gets the run later in this race.
And you know now that Tony will be paying attention on that last lap where his exit point is in Hog Pen, because he's going to want to go wherever he thinks. Oh, a big wiggle by Tony there. He's going to want to place that big Merc wherever he thinks Hugh is going to try and make that run. And let's see here. Again, look at that pace. Hugh gets great run out of Hog Pen, and now Hugh has to stay inside because Tony showed him and look at that. Tony look at that car squirm. The ABS is at the absolute limit there.
I'm telling you, Hugh is smiling in there. 2 laps in a row, he was ahead at the stripe. He's loving this. He's saying, as long as I do this again, now as long as Tony's not just baiting him into it, making him think that he's got to run.
Well,
you never
Tony's
know.
that savvy.
Yeah.
Whoa,
beautiful.
Look at that. Beautiful. That car control by Ave there. And again, folks, up front, Aquilani up by almost 7 seconds over Bowden, and about another 8 seconds back to James Candelaria. So this is the battle on the track right now, and it is for a 4th spot. And these 2 wonderfully talented drivers going after it. Look at Stewart just staying there. He's liking what he's experiencing. And Ave, that run at the exit, he could be going, all right, you've got it, buddy. I can't do anything with you. And then when it comes time, covers it perfectly.
That door may not be open on the last lap.
You bet. And right now, Tony, we don't know. We've been talking about the weight of that car and the tires. He may be driving just fast enough to stay in front. There may be a little bit left there that he can unleash in those last 2 laps if he's preserved those tires. But this time Stewart gets a really good run earlier and looks there into 14 and goes, that's not my place.
Yep. Let's see. So 2 times in a row, Stewart's had the nose ahead at the starter stand. Look at that. Even turn entry a little bit for Stewart, saying, all right, come on, Tony, let's go. Can he do it 3 laps in a row, be ahead at the starter stand?
Well, this is it. Come around this time.
Ooh, a little wide for Stewart.
Yeah. Well, he explored that run. And, all right, he cannot do that at this stage. He just learned that, obviously.
Yeah.
And so the next time this battle and the next time Aquilani come through, it will be the last lap. So this time Stewart just tucked in behind. And one of the things both of these guys, they are on the wheel and watching him through some of these corners, just the hand movements, the catches, they're constantly making those adjustments here. So where Ave had a beautiful slide, a little bit more reserved this time.
Yeah, I think both of them are kind of like resting up for that last lap. This lap is probably going to be, I want to say boring, because nothing is boring when you're watching these 2, but they're both going to kind of settle for a second, get the car back into the right temp, the right conditions, and make the push last lap. Ave's going to have to kind of go a little harder in a couple spots. Hugh's going to do all the pressure, keep filling the mirrors as he's doing here. Continue to fill the mirrors and make Tony watch behind him and lose his track in front. And Hugh's hoping to have the opportunity. It may come down to Hog Pen, on 1.5 more times around.
Here we go down into South Bend, turn 10. Wiggle there from Ave, drops the right side tires. right at the apex. You can see that car have a little bit of a moment. Ave, great car control, saved it. Again, a slide as he turns in. Ave, I think he's on the limit now.
He might be, and I tell you, Hughes saw all of that and knows. Hughes got to know. I wonder if he's getting tired. Is this that exhaustion point that he was waiting on from Ave?
Yeah, the grin gets a little wider when you see the guy in front of you having that happen. And here we go. Got a great run this time, and he's going to lead down into 14. And it almost looked like he wanted to give it back here.
He does.
He does not want to lead here. And Ave, this is a fascinating study here as they come down the hill. And I think Stewart just gave that back.
Is this a Formula V race or a T1 race? Nobody wants to lead starting the last lap.
This is just crazy here. Out of hog pen. And this time Stewart, is he gonna do it again? Moves and Ave covers that time.
Yep.
And here we are, final lap. This is the one. Again, Aquilani comes through 10 seconds in hand now over Bowden, and another 12 now back to Candelaria. So our podium is gone up the road. But this battle for fourth, and still the battle for seventh, Cornell and Salvatore swapping positions every lap as well. But this is the one for fourth, and it is awesome. And once again, as Hayward said right off the top, where else are you going to see these two types of vehicles door to door in a stunningly exciting race?
Well, Hugh decided there at the top of roller coaster to put all his eggs in one basket. He said, okay, it's going to be last lap to not take it. He clearly was backing off, at least being very gentlemanly to make sure Ave had the inside line without blocking him. But he may have realized he may have very high confidence he can do this thing on the last lap. Let's see if Ave's been playing games with him and making him think that he can do it on the last lap. As this is it. One more time off Oak Tree, and let's see what happens down the back straight for Hugh Stewart.
Yeah, right here, Hugh has to roll some good speed. Oh, and he got it sideways. But looked like that rotation may have worked. He's pretty close. He needs to be close here. Meanwhile, unbelievable run once again for Andrew Aquilani. 14th gold medal at the runoffs from his 21st pole. Here comes Mark Bowden, and he will be getting a 20th medal here at the runoffs with another second place finish. And here comes James Candelaria, who will get a second bronze medal after earning one in this class in 2020 at Road America. So our podium is complete. Here we go. I don't think he's close enough. I think Ave had that speed and did what he needed to do. He was right on the edge, dropped the tire, but he's got momentum. Here we go. Here comes the move. Stewart not close enough, and Ave hangs on for fourth, and Stewart ends up in fifth. And look at this duel. These guys are still at it here. What an incredible run. They've literally, every lap for the last 5 laps, every time they come by, it's somebody else in the lead. And Cornell right now has about 4 or 5 car lengths. That might be enough.
Let's see if these guys keep racing on the cooldown lap, because this has been so much fun, I'm sure, to be a part of this from the green flag all the way to the end. These two Mustangs have just had an absolute ball out there.
And you know what? Yes, this is the battle for 7th, but they are going to get out of the car, and the grins as Cornell nails it are going to be ear to ear because it was such a great scrap. And yeah, you want to be up on the podium, but you know, you just had a great race at the runoffs.
Yeah.
You're going to be loving every minute of it. And Andrew Aquilani just continue. I mean, he is one of the all-time winningest drivers in SCCA runoffs competition.
Yeah, his 14th gold medal and his 28th start. That's a 50-50 ratio right there. There's been some days where he's had some bad luck. He is top-notch, one of the best. But Mark Bowden, another one. You mentioned, what is he at? His 20th medal for Bowden. His 20th podium, I think, in there to go with the 4 championships he had in the past. His 8th second place. He is just always there. But the rivalry of Bowden and Aquilani continues to deliver every single year. Andrew, though, he's always tough to beat.
He's tough. He's just tough, you know. On occasion, when he dabbles in pro racing, he's right up at the front there. I mean, he and Mark, those guys, Ave, Stewart, they're all that level stuff. Here you are, your top 10 here in T1. Aquilani, Bowden, and Candelaria, the medals. Ave and Stewart, one of the best races we've seen for a while here. Scotty White and Dustin Cornell holding on in that great battle with Paulo Salvatore, and Thad Berger in the 9th spot, and Robert Corzin rounding out your top 10. So, and the coulda, woulda, shoulda, and Doherty.
Yeah, you got to
because she
feel for
was
her.
so fast.
She was right there in that battle with Ave and Stewart for so long, and just have that one little tire drop, and unfortunately her race ended early. But yeah, she was fun to watch.
She absolutely was. And here he comes, and just remarkably, for the 14th time, pulls in as your gold medalist at the SCCA Runoffs, and backing it up from that 21st pole. The guy is just simply remarkable, and Hayward Wagner is down there ready to have a chat as soon as Andrew looks like he's going to get that helmet off. And but look at all the stickers on the side of that helmet. A lot of success for this guy, not just over the years, but already this year as well in other categories. So there he is. The helmet comes off, and let's get down to Hayward Wagner.
We're getting Andrew some water. We're going to give him a medal. We're going to give him a hat. Andrew, that is number 14 for you. It is Hansen, Heinrichs, and Aquilante, the most winning runoffs drivers of all time. This one's number 14. How's this one feel?
It's been a rough runoffs week, so it feels good to get one. We had to take some inspiration from some local news events of past, and it felt like escaping prison and on the lam for 15 laps there. But that was good. That was good. I was a little worried early on. Car wasn't quite up to what I thought it should be, and Mark was hanging in close. And then about lap 5, it came in, and I'm like, okay, let's go. And he started dropping back, and we just started clicking off the laps, trying to be consistent. Hit the marks, and because this place is slippery, not drop a wheel, etc. So that's all good. Got to thank Phoenix Performance, Mom and Dad. This is kind of a little bit of a weird one. My dad isn't here. He had to go home early. So it's kind of a little weird not having him here. All the guys, I can't name them because I'm going to forget one. Hawk Brakes, Hoosier Tires, Penske Shocks, Mobile One Oil, Ron Davis Radiators. Let's see, Ford Performance for building an awesome car, Mobile One. I think that's it.
When the car came in just a minute ago, it did not have a clean sound to it. Is there anything going on with it in the last couple of laps?
No, it was. I mean, it may not start here because it gets cranky, but no, it was good. I ran like a 56.0 on the second to last lap. I'm like, wow, I didn't feel like I was trying that hard. So I don't know if that was the track coming in or what, but no, this thing just makes all sorts of rattles and noises at the end of a race.
Well, obviously you enjoy this car, you enjoy this event. Congratulations. Enjoy the victory lap.
Thank you.
It's interesting. We're talking about it being his 14th gold. This is a 2014 car, so it has seen its share of laps around here.
Yeah. And see him get a little bit choked up, saying his dad had to leave early. His dad's back was really bugging him. Joe Aquilante, sort of the foundation of that Phoenix team. Hopefully Joe's back's feeling better.
All right, let's get back down to Hayward for the rest of our podium.
Mark, I know that you're collecting these silver medals at a rate that you're not really appreciating, but are you enjoying this one?
The fact that I'm still competing at a high level, I'm loving it. I love being here at the Runoffs, SCCA, the whole family, all that. You always know you did a good job when you come in P2 to Andrew. And the Phoenix boys, they've always got it together. And, I thought it was a good race. James, it looked like he missed a shift, and I was able to get by. And then it felt like I was going, but that Mustang puts power down so well. It's just... It's fun to race with them.
Probably the best race on the track a little bit behind you was Tony in one of your cars, the AMG car, running against an E46 M3. What does it say about touring one when you've got an X-Pro AMG car and an E46 M3 duking it out?
Well, I have an AMG, and it's a 2018, and I have a 2006 BMW. Which one's here? Hopefully this year they get the POP worked out where the GT4 cars, so we can get some new blood and some new cars in that are fun for the track and modernize things a bit. It'd be a lot of fun. I look forward to maybe next year running the AMG.
Well, congratulations on the what color is that? Silver. And we're going to talk to James real quick. James, a bronze for you. How's this one feeling?
Unfortunately, I hate to say a little disappointing, but it is, because I thought me and Mark would have had a great race if I didn't miss that shift. But you know what? It brings me a lot of pleasure to be able to run with the top dogs in T1. I mean, Mark and Andrew are perennial winners of this event. So just being up here with them is an honor.
I bet it's not boring to drive that car around this track.
Never. The car is super lively. Tires didn't come in real early, and I almost paid for it, but we gathered it back up, and here talking to you like I said I would at the front.
Congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you, sir.
That's a shame. Yeah, now we know he obviously missed a shift, and that just was enough to have him lose touch. Here's the highlights, and there he started. Candelaria did it the outside of the front row, but Mark Bowden diving down to the inside, and Candelaria at that point was able to close the door. Ave trying to ramp the outside in the Mercedes. And here we come now up into this sequence of corners. You can see Doherty already on the move in that Porsche. And really great run here. And then the wars started. And this is where Bowden was able to finally get through.
Yeah, was able to get that and start setting his sights on Andrew. Andrew today was just a little bit too fast. But this battle was just as good as the Ave and Hugh Stewart battle. These two Mustangs just really scrapping.
Look at that. He knew. I mean, that's what they were doing because they absolutely knew. Then this moment is Salvatore dropped the tires, and that allowed Dustin Cornell to jump back through. And then this battle, absolutely fierce. And Ave, that late move after Stewart out-dragged him down the front straight.
Yep. And then baiting him into it and into it and into it to try and make the pass wasn't there. But Aquilante just classed the field today, just running qualifying laps for 15 times around.
Yeah, I mean, just remarkable what he's able to do, his consistent speed. It just pays. Absolutely huge dividends. So that's going to wrap up our coverage of the Run for the Gold here in the National Championship in T1. It goes for the 14th time to Andrew Aquilani, with Mark Bowden and James Candelaria completing our podium. Congratulations to every driver that was here. You have to, there's a lot that it takes to qualify to run in the runoffs, and they deserve kudos all. For Larry and for Hayward down in the pits, I'm Greg Creamer. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we look forward to having you back for more racing from the runoffs.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, the SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA runoffs. Welcome to Virginia International Raceway as we are here for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Our broadcast, of course, presented by our friends at Mazda. Hi, everybody. I'm John Phippen. So glad to be here with you. Alongside me, 7-time solo champion Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner down in the pits as we're getting ready to go with E-Production, one of my favorite classes of all the 24 that are going to race here this weekend. The prod classes really a wide variety of different cars, a wide variety of different driving skills. It's great fun to see, and Hayward Wagner's got his pulse on the grid. Hayward, what you got for us this morning?
Guys, it is a packed grid down here. Usually there's maybe 15, 20 people standing down here to watch. There's probably 100 or so right now. Everybody wants to see what's going to happen in E-Production. On pole, John Hainsworth. John's been a perennial bridesmaid in this class. He is on pole. He's put it in front of the car that's been his nemesis for the last couple of years. Of course, that car was driven by Jesse Prather in the past. It is now Greg Ira. These guys, both of them, the whole time they've been down here, in the car, helmets on, focused. These guys are not a lot of nervous energy between those two. I want to talk real quick about our third car. This is the Lotus 7 of Peter Norton. This is the guy down here that's got a grin on his face. This is the guy who's ready to have some fun on track. And I want to just talk about how bonkers E-Production is. Right here you have outboard Penske Racing shocks, best in the business. One of the a very high-end race piece. But right here, this is the old visor from Peter's helmet that they cut in half and bolted to the car to create a windscreen. So we have ingenuity and engineering on the same car.
Great observation, Hayward, and thanks so much for that. That Lotus 7 looks almost out of place. But, Tomo, we were talking just before we came on air about the fact that this is about the driver who's not here, Jesse Prather, in that BMW, but the car is, as Greg Ira's taken over that car for him.
Yeah, which has left the field pretty much wide open. But I would argue, basically, other than maybe Formula V and Spec Racer Ford, the production classes are still what really represents the core of SCCA club racing. It's one of the oldest categories. E-Production, the fastest of that category now.
Yep.
These are really, really cool and representative of what we are.
Let's take a look at the track map, if you would, Tomo.
So this is going to be the handling sector, starting off the lap, coming down off the green flag into turn 1, and increasing radius corner through turn 2, and sweeping through the fast NASCAR turn 3, always faster than it looks, then through the lower S's into the snake at 4, 5, and 6, into the high-speed handling section, and stability is really key here. A lot of these cars are going to be going 120 miles an hour, say, at the top of the hill, through 7, 8, 9, into South Bend at turn 10. Critical braking zone, good passing opportunity, and definitely an important exit through 12 at Oak Tree onto that back straightaway. This is the dyno pole. We're going to talk about the BMWs that represent this class in a little bit with this dyno pole, but all the way down Madison Avenue, that back straight, we take that long look uphill, downhill into the roller coaster, then dropping a couple of 100 feet down towards Hog Pen.
Exactly. What a great 17-turn, 3.25 mile track we've got. And this is the second year in a row. We've had it the third time in, 5 years that we've had the runoffs here at VIR. So looking forward to this one. We've got 24 cars on the starting grid. Let's introduce them to you. Outside of row number 12, car 62 is Steve Shelton in his BMW 325 IS. Next to him, the 77 of Yuri Colossus out of the Florida region in a Mazda RX-7. One of 7 rookies in the field starts outside of row 11. That's John Bell out of the Central Florida region in his RX-7. Next to him is the 4 of Anthony Parker from the New England region. He's in a Triumph GT6. In row 10, car 18 is Steve Eckerich out of the Central Carolinas region in a Mazda RX-8. And another rookie next to him, the 98 of Mark Bradley out of the North Carolina region in a BMW Z3. Another rookie starts outside of row 9. That's the 38 of Ron Earp out of the North Carolina region in a Mustang. And then the 17 of Michael Cook from the North Carolina region in an RX-7. Yet another rookie in row number 8 is the car 14 of Matthew Fritz from Central Florida in another BMW 325. And the man making his record 66th, that's right, 66th runoff start. He started in F production yesterday, is the 50 of Mark Webber from the St. Louis region in his Mazda Miata. In row 4, we've got the 33 of Greg Amy from the New England region in a Civic Si. A rookie, the number 48 of Sam Sagassi from the Buccaneer region in an RX-7. In row 6 is the 30 of Steve Rose from the Central Carolinas region in an RX-7. Next to Steve is a rookie, the 136 of David Spillman from the Central Carolinas region in a 325 IS. Into the top 10, outside of row 5, the 122 of Lance Lohman from the Western Michigan region in a Nissan 240Z. And the 9 of Don Tucker from the Mid-South region in a Miata. In row 4, the 61 of Heike Salengren from the Chattanooga region in a Nissan 240Z. And the 44 of Jeff Young from the North Carolina region in an RX-7. The highest placed rookie in the field starts outside of row 3. That's the 41 of Austin Bradshaw from the Oregon region in an RX-7, and the 06 of Doug Piner from the North Carolina region in a BMW Z3. John Brackey, a 3-time champion, most recently in 2012, in the 89 car, starts outside of row 2 from the Land O'Lakes region in another of the BMWs. Next to him, Peter Norton. We saw him on the grid from North Carolina region in that Lotus Caterham 7 America. Now for your front row. Car number 2, Greg Ira, 2-time champion, most recently in 2015 in his BMW Z3. That's the ex-Jesse Prather car. And your pole sitter and the Tire Rack Pole Award winner is John Hainsworth at car number 95. That's in the Turf Trader Hoosier Carbotech Mazda RX-7. John is the 2019 Kimberly Award winner for the most improved driver. We talked about it, about the Cold War in this class, and Jesse Prather sort of started it out as the BMW has been so dominant here for the past couple of years.
You could definitely make that argument. Yeah, I was talking to a group of drivers and someone compared e-production and production in general, this category, to the Cold War. If anybody were to act, everyone was a little worried of what would come and how quickly everything would escalate, right? This is kind of, they're comparing it to that has happened in e-production, that everybody knew the ceiling was a little bit higher for a couple of years, and now a couple of drivers have acted on it, and we're in that escalation where for the last couple of years, that BMW Z3, a 20-some-year-old sports car that was never, that notable in motorsports until more recently, it has become this dominant force, and it has the biggest engine in the class. It has much more straight line speed than a lot of the other cars have ever had. But now, with Prather stepping away, some of the other drivers have had a couple years to respond to that escalation. We see John Hainsworth with a much smaller displacement, rotary RX-7 on the pole, less straight line speed, theoretically better handling. It's a very interesting dynamic, and what we have is actually a fairly spread out top 5 in the class, but everybody from 6th to, call it, 15th is much closer.
Yeah, exactly right. So we're looking for some great battles at the sharp edge of the field, but then maybe a little bit of a transition to the mid pack with the more classic e-production cars. So we'll see how that shakes out as we get ready to roll here. And we'll get a good look at our pole sitter, John Hainsworth, as we mentioned, the Tire Rack Pole Award winner. Tire Rack gives him a nice $500 gift certificate for some tires and a little bit of more swag. Go ahead.
One more fun fact on this field. We had a little stat about all of the drivers that qualified to come to the runoffs versus how many actually came in each class. E-production, 86% of the drivers that qualified for the runoffs are here. These are 25 cars in this category. It's actually a very, very big and popular class.
That's great to see, as some of the classes not nearly that well prescribed. They're lining up 2 by 2. The Honda safety car, by the way, thanks to Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, for providing the safety cars for us. As the leader approaches the acceleration zone, and we're just waiting for that green flag. Once it flies, it's anybody's guess. They can pop out and begin to make their moves. And we've got a green, it looks like, as we're accelerating away. Hainsworth gets a good jump. Let's see if Greg Ira in that BMW can drag race his way down into turn number 1. But Hainsworth, the pole sitter, is going to hang on to it, and he'll lead it. Ira sweeps around the outside. There's Norton in the Caterham right behind him.
Really smart start for Hainsworth. He brought him up a little bit quick and went very early. He knows he doesn't have the acceleration that the BMW has, so he needed some other advantage, and it worked to his favor beautifully.
Exactly. Nose to tail, these top three as they work their way out of NASCAR and into the left hook. Hainsworth with the lead, right behind him, Greg Ira and Peter Norton. And then a little bit of a gap back to John Brackey in the red BMW Z3. There he is, the tail end. And then yet another one, the green one of Doug Piner. And you can see the Cold War separation already beginning to see. There's a little bit of a gap behind these guys. But a great race going on for 5th and 6th. Austin Bradshaw and Jeff Young, nose to tail. Jeff in that TR6 as they make their way into South Bend for the first time, and Greg Ira drops a wheel off at the exit of South Bend. Again, cold tires probably, still getting everything up to pressure and up to temperature.
Yeah, a couple turns of the wheel trying to get the thing into Oak Tree as a big lockup for the 122 of Lance Lauman. It looks like maybe Greg Ami got into the back of him just slightly or was able to just barely avoid in that Civic. It's a very lesser prepped Civic that Greg Ami's wheeling here, but a little awkward moment that's now created a separation up to the next RX-7.
And here we go, the battle for the lead once again as Greg Ira tries to pull out at the top end of the straight, the big end of the Madison Avenue straight, but he falls back in single file, realizing it's just the first lap. As you can see, these drivers working the wheel. Again, these cars still a little cooled, getting the temperature into the tires. It'll take a lap or two. You can see that rotary spewing flames out of the exhaust pipe of our pole sitter, John Hainsworth.
Look at the momentum he was able to carry through Hogpen. He's broken out just a little bit, but that's going to evaporate on every single one of these straightaways. We'll keep an eye on the top speed differences next time through the traps, but Peter Norton has also done a fabulous job of keeping up with this top two as the BMW pops to the outside for a challenge on the lead. I don't think he's quite far alongside, but he's wiggling on the brakes. He's trying it.
Exactly right, but not quite close enough. Norton obviously is going to have the handiest car of the top three. It's certainly the lightest as Ira goes alongside as they go into NASCAR, but he can't maintain that pace, so he'll fall back in single file as these top three beginning to put a little distance on John Brackey running in 4th as they work their way through the left hook. It'll be interesting to see each of these three cars is going to have a different strong point on this racetrack.
I would speculate that Sector 1 is best for both Hainsworth and Norton,
yes,
where Sectors 2 and 3 might favor Ira just a little bit more, having such long straightaways included in those sectors.
Yeah, exactly right. Look at the gap they've built up over John Brackey already as they're working their way up. The climbing S is every driver's favorite part of this racetrack, and just kissing the curbs. We've got a big incident involving the 44 car as he goes around. That's Jeff Young. And there was contact. We had a couple big incidents right there at the exit of the Snake, turns 5 and 6 yesterday, and we've got another one today, and a little puff of smoke out of that rotary that may be normal. I don't know.
It tends to be. I look at the pace car trying to get out, wasn't able to get out in front of the field in time, but I'm curious to see what may have happened. That was Jeff Young getting collected by a handful of cars. The BMW 3 Series of David Spillman was involved along with Greg Ami, but if Jeff Young was involved, that means he was racing kind of back up with Hecky Silligren, Austin Bradshaw for 6th. The cars collected later on are running 11th, 12th, 13th. So not exactly sure how that collection of cars ended up piled up right there.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll perhaps get a replay and we'll see just how that happens. But the field beginning to pack up, of course. There are safety cars stationed at various places around the track. The one there in the south pits wasn't able to get out in front. Copy that. So we are going to get a safety car pulling out of the pit exit who will pick up the field, and then they'll take them around while the safety crews can attend to the cars involved. And once we get everybody by the starting stripe, there's the safety car ready to pick them up. We get everybody by the stripe, we can tell by process of elimination, and we're already going to go with a red flag apparently, which indicates that we'll bring all the cars into the pits. No, red flag actually means stop where you are.
Yeah. So just based on the collection on the front straight, the last car at the back is Austin Bradshaw, that white and blue RX-7. Just in front is Hecky Silligren in the 240Z. So we have our top 7, but basically everybody else is where that break kind of happened. Really, really heartbreaking to see Jeff Young involved in that. He's been working so hard on that beautiful Triumph TR8 and had a pretty successful outing this year at the runoffs through qualifying. just kind of stopping everything based on track blockage. There's from what we saw, there's no route through the incident without kind of interfering with safety crews, so it's easier to just stop the field.
Exactly right. When they have track blockage like that, it's easier to stop them rather than let them go around and come into the paddock. So a red flag in SCCA parlance as we get a replay of the original start. And again, Hainsworth did a fantastic job knowing that he was going to, perhaps be a bit of a sitting duck to Greg Ira's BMW, and he puts the car right in the middle of the racetrack in the braking zone for this all-important turn number 1. But Ira's able to sweep around the outside. Norton and Brackey right there as well as they work their way through NASCAR the first time through. And as we saw in these first handful of laps, we've completed just that single lap in timing and scoring.
You can tell from just how much track Hainsworth and Norton were using. They know they have to make the most of every single second of this race. They're really at a disadvantage in the most important sections of this race, which is down the straightaways. So Greg Ira was definitely a little more conservative with how much track he was using and how much momentum he was carrying at the green flag, knowing he has the power as soon as we get going in a straight line to make it up.
Exactly. And again, just to refresh you, those of you who may not be familiar with SCCA regulations, a red flag basically means pull safely to the stop and stop on track wherever you happen to be. You don't pack up against the pack as you would if there were a safety car coming out. That would be an all black flag situation. As obviously there are some concerns about the cars involved and some track blockage. So rather than risk the pack having to weave its way through that, they immediately ask everybody to stop, and that's the situation that we're in right now. Hainsworth, Ira, and Norton, your top 3. Brackey coming across the line in 4th. Doug Piner in 5th.
Taking a look on the front straight, that was Lance Lohman's 240Z was able to make it through, and I think it was the blue RX-7 of Steve Rose right behind. I couldn't catch the number, but I'm just going off color here.
Yeah, exactly right. We're going to take a moment to take a break here since we've got a little stoppage. We'll give the track crews a time to do their work, and then we'll be back with you with the conclusion of this race. So thanks so much for being with us. Stand by. We'll be right back.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Words telling us that We're back with you as we'll get the continuation of this e-production race after a pretty scary incident down at the lower S's, if you will, the section of the track we call the Snake. We're happy to report that all drivers walked away, but took a little while to get the course cleaned up, but we're getting the field formed back up, and we'll get the restart underway here momentarily. So John Hainsworth, the pole sitter. There goes Greg Ira, Peter Norton, John Brackey, as we're getting ready to come to the restart. It'll be a single file restart, just as we had. You can see the... Yeah, okay, so we're just getting confirmation from race control. We're going to pull everybody into the pits so that they can reshuffle the order and then send them back out for another formation lap. So this is just getting the field. Since we had a red flag situation, everybody had to stop in place on track. This is getting the field all back into the pit lane. Some of the cars already made it in, so it'll take them a while to make it happen.
Yeah, just understanding what we did with Spec Miata yesterday in a similar situation.
Yep.
We assume, this is unofficial, we'll see a single file restart in the order the cars were stopped. These cars, this is your lead pack with John Hainsworth in that black RX-7 with the lead, was stopped right before the turn in of turn 1 or so. So they do have to do a full lap. And we were hearing from Hayward that car was a little rough to start from grid this morning and a little bit rough to refire. If he had turned it off, we were speculating, it's a little sketchy. You could get some of these race motors started again under their own power. But this is a replay of the incident. We're seeing Jeff Young in the blue TR8 spinning on his own up, was rolling back in, decided to pull forward, trying to get back off the track, and unfortunately David Spillman had assumed the car would stay stationary, was not able to evade, and neither was Greg Ami. So those 3 cars, we believe, are the only 3 involved with the incident. And again, it seemed to be a self-spin and just trying to get reoriented, realizing Jeff Young himself was in the middle of the track, trying to get himself out of harm's way, especially facing driver's side, broadside on the racetrack. Did try to pull forward, and Spillman was not able to avoid. Also, Greg Ami not able to avoid that incident. So that was your 7th place driver, 11th place and 14th place respectively as they were encountering that incident. I think as we're speculating, everybody else was able to get through or evade that pretty cleanly.
Yeah, we could see the 122 of Lance Lohman. He was right in the thick of it. He made the decision to dodge to the driver's right, which was the right one, as Jeff Young was pulling forward, so he was able to skirt by without any further incident. So again, we'll get the cars into the pit lane. It'll give them a chance to get everybody back into the correct order, as timing and scoring will determine who is where, and then we'll have a single file restart, we believe. That's the latest information that we've heard from officialdom. As you can see, the grid workers doing their job, getting everybody lined up into the correct order right now. So it gives us a little extra time, Tombo, to talk about this Cold War that we sort of alluded to during the run-up to the race. Production classes are in a stage of transition anyway. I've been calling runoffs for a long time, and I can remember when production classes were all Little British sports cars for the most part. But now we've got much more contemporary cars coming in, and there's this constant evolution of preparation, what the rules allow, what each of the cars can do, and so we've got kind of a mishmash, and it takes somebody, a forward-thinking developer, a guy like Jesse Prather, to say, hey, man, take this old BMW and we can make a race car out of it, and suddenly he revolutionizes the whole class, and everybo's got to play catch-up.
You're right. I grew up on the fence at Mid-Ohio listening to you call the runoffs when I was a kid, and I that's what I remember. I remember midgets, Sprites, Heelys, Elva Couriers.
Yeah.
I forget the driver that won with an Elva a bunch of years in a row, but
Mark Donohue among others.
Sure, and now we've seen it transition towards the older cars in the field are late 80s RX-7s and late 90s BMWs, a lot of Miatas. In F production, we're getting a lot of those Hondas, the front-wheel drive style cars. And with that comes pushing the chassis to what those cars were capable of in the 80s, 90s to early 2000s, and doing the same thing, which production, if you're not familiar, means it's the production chassis that came from the factory, it's the production engine that came in that chassis, but otherwise you're building a race car. It's a race motor, it's race suspension, factory pickup points, I believe, but you can massage the bodywork. Clearly, they've all chopped the windshields off if it's any sort of Targa or convertible. So they're pushed really, really far within that same scope of what those cars were in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, they can't go full tube frame. That gets into GT when
Correct.
you start doing that, a silhouette car.
So it's created this really interesting environment where what car, what chassis, what engine would you not think of as a race car, but then you get a little creative. We're looking at the Z3 specifically. That car doesn't have much racing pedigree in history, but when you look at building a race car out of this production engine and chassis, you have a big engine for the class. You have a car that you can massage all of the stuff that maybe wasn't so great for racing back when it was new, but is now capable of turning it into a production race car. And you find these really cool combinations that no one would have thought of. The other car I think of is the Honda Civic Del Sol in F production that came home second and has won national championships.
Started from the pole.
Yeah. When do you see other than Gran Turismo a Civic Del Sol race car?
Yeah.
Well, it works really well within the scope of SCCA production.
Exactly.
When do you see a Z3 race car? Well, it works really well in the scope of this class and category. So when you start to really push those limits, that's where the engineers in the prep shops like Prather Motorsports, like this car that is now not able to get itself started, the Eckrich built engine, you can get a lot more out of these cars than you think when you apply it to this specific production rule set. As we see John Hainsworth finally getting the car fired.
Big sigh
Deep
of relief.
breath. Yep.
Yes.
and he will resume this race that he had started. I think he started masterfully. He did everything he needed to do to continue to keep himself in the catbird seat. Is that what you call it? The top
that
spot?
works.
Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
When he's really, in my opinion, at a slight disadvantage, he needs to run a more perfect race than Greg Ira does based on the style of track and the style of the way the cars make speed.
Let's go down to Hayward Wagner. He's got eyes on. Go ahead, Hayward.
Yeah, guys, a lot of activity down here at the moment. All the grid workers had to come down because they're the ones that actually arrange the cars in order for this restart. So we got pit workers and grid workers trying to arrange cars. As you saw, the Hainsworth car continues to be a challenge to get it started. And you can just feel the tension when the grid workers are telling them they need to stage up. They're trying to decide, do we start it now? Do we wait? They do not want that car to sit still running any longer than it absolutely has to. Meanwhile, Greg Ira is having radio issues. So he saw the red flag, didn't know what happened, where it happened, because they never made it back to the area where the incident was. So he didn't know who it was, what it was, if they were okay, any of that information. So both cars on the front of the field right now, some distractions, shall we say, as we get the rest of them cleaned up.
Great, Hayward. Thanks for that insight. We got the word from you earlier on that Hainsworth was having a little trouble getting that car fired, and we can see the grid workers having to give him a push start to get it refired here now. So that is certainly going to put a little worm in his head that is this guy going to be reliable and get to the end?
Right, and so we're assuming that we'll see a very similar restart to yesterday's Spec Miata. The difference is we did go to a proper red flag in this race. We're back to a black flag, which restarts the clock, now sitting on pit lane reorganizing with the clock running. So there are 31 and a half minutes or so left in the race clock right now. We would be starting on lap 3.
Yep.
Yesterday, Spec Miata had a time limit applied to it based on how much time was left in the day. Now today, with our GT1 race being pulled from the schedule, we have a little bit more wiggle room. So hopefully this will be just whatever time is left on the clock when we go is the amount of race time we'll see.
And right now that looks like about 18 minutes as it stands right now, as we've been down for about 31 minutes. They have the option to stop the race clock during a red flag, but they elected to let it run. And so we've got about 18 minutes going here to go. And so it will obviously be a timed race. We won't have time to get all 15 laps in. But these guys, at full chat doing laps right at 2 minutes. So we would expect with 18, by the time we get the green flag, maybe 15 minutes, we'll have seven laps or so. So Hainsworth, Ira, Norton, Brackey, and Piner, your top 5. Hecky Silligren made a good jump up into 6th spot after starting at 8, so picked up a couple spots. Jeff Young is still showing in the order, but he will obviously not be taking the restart because that car did not get the best of that contretemps going on there in the S's. David Spillman also involved. Greg Ami, as we mentioned, a couple of the cars that involved in that. And it looks like they're getting ready to roll them out, but getting mixed signals from the grid worker there. So we'll stand by and see what the situation is. Go ahead.
I was going to say, with the clock running, the grid workers feel the pressure just as much as the drivers to get this thing going again.
Exactly.
And I believe the car's off camera, so it would be Piner, and then I think the next car was Hecky Silligren running in 6th.
Right.
Austin Bradshaw would be 7th. Then we saw Lance Lohman in the 122. The Yellow Z would probably be 8th, and the 30 of Steve Rose in a blue RX-7 should be 9th. I think that's your running order, but that's just based on how they stopped on the front straight. So we'll have to see what grid reorganizes.
Just see the nose of Piner's car right behind
Yep.
John Brackey, so we know that he's up there in that order.
So Brackey, one of the drivers making the switch to kind of noticing that arms race towards the BMW with the fast top speeds, the big engine. He's been consistently in a Miata for a bunch of years, and I didn't even notice the first day of qualifying because he replicated what the Miata looked like so well onto the BMW.
Exactly.
You see the same exact font, the same exact livery, everything was identical.
Right.
And the second day, I'm like, oh wait, it's a BMW. So that driver making the switch and running immediately right back in the top 5.
Sure. Which is no surprise. I mean, as we mentioned, he's a 3-time champion. But he's had a bit of a dry spell. He hasn't had a gold medal since 2012. So looking forward to seeing what John can do with these potent guys in front of him. Hainsworth keeps creeping forward. And I wonder if that's just to keep make sure he keeps the engine running, because he's a little concerned that getting it started is going to be a problem. We can see looks like the 1 minute one finger being raised by one of those grid workers.
I'm seeing 5.
5, yeah, you're absolutely right.
So we're waiting to hear from race control for sure, but right now the clock, I had it backwards. We've elapsed 35 minutes of the race. We have 5 minutes on the clock. If they're giving a 5 on grid, they will give them some amount of race time. We just haven't heard yet. Sorry to be a little unclear.
Looks like they let me just make sure that my timing screen has not frozen. Yeah, because they do not yet hit. Okay, so we're going to see the initial start one more time, just to get us back into the mood. As we can see John Brackey in that BMW pulling side by side with Peter Norton. But the battle at the front, Hainsworth did absolutely the best possible job of keeping Greg Ira behind him. And after all, he's on the pole. The car is clearly quick. As they made their way through NASCAR, still nose to tail.
And I mentioned, watch how much track they use, both Norton and Hainsworth, all the way to the track limit, out to the dirt, where Ira a little more conservative. But even after that one acceleration zone from turn 1 to 3, the BMW had closed in until they start to go through the twisty bits a little bit more. And you'll see the difference in the way these cars make speed is going to be the story for however much longer they get to race. Norton doing a great job keeping up, and then a couple of those cars spreading out. Now this is the incident, a self-spin for Jeff Young, decides to try to pull off the track, get out of the way. David Spillman in the BMW and Greg Amie in the Civic, both not able to evade based on Jeff Young making his choice to pull forward.
And obviously some debris from Young's car spread around the track, so that took just a little longer to get that cleaned up. And again, we just want to reinforce that we got the report that all the drivers walked away from the incident, so that's certainly the news we want to see. Let's talk about our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner, and that's Austin Bradshaw. The Hawk Performance Breakthrough Award is a set of brake pads awarded to the driver who improves the most positions between first qualifying on Tuesday and second qualifying on Wednesday. And unfortunately, because the weather was a little spotty in the morning for some of our qualifying sessions, this was one of them where they didn't really have the chance to make a big improvement. And so Hawk Performance decided, okay, we'll just make it a lottery. So they drew a raffle, and Austin Bradshaw was the raffle winner. So he gets the opportunity to get that free set of brake pads for either his race car or his one of his street cars.
And that's a great point from the week too. There are 3 days of qualifying. You get 1 session per day. Wednesday, day 2 of qualifying, was a surprise. Some really strange weather. It was basically so foggy that the track kept getting slippery.
Yeah.
And it would sort of mist a little bit, but it never got wet and it never really rained. It was just a very strange kind of misty, moist morning. E-production was one of the categories that was heavily affected by that, and they really only got the 2 days of qualifying, of which all of the drivers, for the most part, were faster on day 3, their second day of legitimate qualifying. So their week was a little bit affected, and that's where John Hainsworth was able to go a little bit quicker than Greg Ira in that last qualifying session. But that's, as you mentioned, why they decided to do the random draw for everybody who went out to basically reward, their perspective. The Hawk Performance representatives on site, their perspective was, your race might also have this strange weather.
Sure.
If you're making the choice to go out and learn these conditions, you're doing your due diligence, you're doing your research, you should be rewarded for that. So everybody who went out was thrown in the hat, and Austin Bradshaw is the winner.
Exactly right. So we're coming around to the start. We now have the official time of 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining as we run. So by the time we get to green, it'll be about 10 minutes. So that's going to be a 5-lap sprint, it sounds like, for these drivers. As everybody will come by the line and we can verify the running order for everybody. Hainsworth, Ira, Norton, and Brackey, your top 4. Doug Piner in 5th. Hecky Silligren in 6th. Then Austin Bradshaw, Lance Lohman in 8th. Sean Sagassi in 9th position. Steve Rose in the 10th spot. Don Tucker in the 9 is 11th. Matthew Fritz in the 14 is 12th. Ron Earp is in 13th. Steve Eckerich in 14th. Mark Webber in his 67th start in the number 50 car. Rounds out the top 15. Then it's Michael Cook, Anthony Parker, John Bell, Mark Bradley, and there'll be 19 cars basically taking the restart. Jeff Young, David Spillman, and Greg Gumby, as we saw, will not take the restart. So lights are out on the safety car, so we are ready to roll. There's Greg Ira in the ex-Prather BMW, the one that started it all, if you want to say that. And safety car pulls in. Once again, thanks to Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, for providing all the Mazda safety cars for us. You can see the start zones there on the right. It's up to the pole sitter at that point, or the leader at that point, to make the decision.
Ira hanging back just a little bit, rolls up on the bumper towards Hainsworth just as they approach that zone, and look at the jump he got. He's going to be able to pull right alongside into the braking zone and kind of left Peter Norton out hanging way behind. So they're side by side coming down into turn 1 again. Hainsworth is going to be a little bit better on the brakes. Keeps that point as our top 5 or 6, as we suspected, are going to spread out just a little bit, but the top 3 very, very close.
Yeah, Ira much more aggressive here on this restart, realizing he's only got a handful of laps to get this done. As we get a good look at the 61 of Heike Seligren, we talked about him, and then right behind him, the RX-7 of Don Tucker, as they work their way through left hook. There's Lance Lohman, who just missed the incident that brought out the red flag. And the rest of the field coming through left hook. As we'll get a look at the middle pack of the field. The 162 of John Bell in that yellow and orange BMW.
Sounds of E-Production. That was cool.
Yeah, the green Drive Treaty 8 of Anthony Parker looking great. But here we are back at the front in the battle for second right now, as it is Greg Ira and Peter Norton nose to tail. John Hainsworth did a good job on that first sector, got himself up into a bit of a clear lead. And then, as we saw in the first start, John Brackey in the red BMW dropping back just a little bit. So the battle right now is for second between Ira and Norton.
But Brackey doing a better job than the initial start to stay in touch. We had a 3-car breakaway. On this restart, we have a 4-car breakaway, with Brackey able to stick on to the back of that top 3. And Peter Norton made up so much distance through the uphill S's, I couldn't even quantify it. He was well back until they got through South Bend. All of a sudden, he's right on the back of Greg Ira, pressuring.
Sean Sagassi doing a great job right up behind Lance Lohman. He's picked up a couple spots up just outside the top 10. Right behind them is the 9 of Don Tucker, who's dropped back just a couple spots.
Check out the 14 of Matthew Fritz carrying the inside front on power through the exit of the roller coaster. That BMW a little soft in the back and completely stationary front tire in the air going through the corner. It's pretty cool.
Exactly right. See Lohman in that brilliant yellow 240Z. And then this battle just behind him between the 148 of Sagassi, and there's the 9 of Don Tucker, trying to go around the outside. Tucker in the Miata Roadster, staying with it right to the outside. He'd love to see these outside passes at turn number 1, because if he can hang there, he's got the inside coming into NASCAR, and he makes it work.
Keeps the momentum up, and this is the realm of cars that we were saying. The top 5 to 15 are the ones that are all really close in qualifying. That's the battle we're watching essentially. Lohman through Sagassi, will throw the other BMW of Matthew Fritz in there. These drivers all qualified within a second or 2 of each other, so they were going to have a good race no matter what.
Yeah, Steve Rose at the tail end of that battle, so we're right at the tail end of the top 10. with this 4-car battle. And then moving a little further forward, we've got the Silagren in the 240Z, and then right behind him, the RX-7, number 41 of of Austin Bradshaw. As they're climbing the hill. We've got about 6.5 minutes remaining.
So this is the battle for 6, just outside of the podium positions. The green BMW ahead is Doug Piner in no man's land down the back straight. But here we have a pass for the lead, side by side for Hainsworth and Ira. Hainsworth better on the brakes, able to maintain the point, and they're going to get, I would bet, 3 more laps coming across the line this time, maybe only 2. We're in critical territory right now for all 4 of these drivers battling for the gold.
Exactly right, and it is a 4-car battle. John Brackey is not that far back, but Hainsworth gets such a great run down through Hog Pen and is really able to put a couple of car lengths on Greg Ira as he comes onto this long front straightaway. But again, the straight line speed, you talked about it, of Ira's car gives him an advantage. Now he's alongside a little earlier. Let's see if he's going to be able to outbrake him down into turn 1, or at least hang on the outside, but not quite. Hainsworth really good on the brakes.
Hainsworth a little too good. He goes a little wide, misses the apex of turn 1, and has to get to throttle late. Greg Ira able to complete that over-under beautifully and goes to the top, and that is exactly what John Hainsworth didn't want, because this is his sector. He needed to lead it every single lap. Now he's going to watch Greg Ira drive away a little bit as soon as they get out of the lower S's. Peter Norton still hanging onto the back, and with that exchange, John Brackey is properly in this battle.
Exactly right. So these are the 4 that will settle the podium amongst them most likely with 5 minutes remaining.
Give you an idea of top speeds. Last time at the end of the back straight, Greg Ira 144 miles an hour. John Hainsworth and Peter Norton both 136 and 134 respectively. So it's 8 miles an hour or so different for this BMW to the advantage of the BMW.
In the climbing S's, you can see just how well Hainsworth's car is working. That RX-7 can get right back on the bumper of Greg Ira's car. But if these two get a good exit here, Ira should be able to march away down Madison Avenue once he gets that car up on the cam. Look at Norton right on the back of Greg Ira. Ira's going to have a little more pull, I think, and Norton's going to have a disadvantage in straight line speed.
Yeah, weaving as well to try to break that draft, and Hainsworth wasn't really following him. Now we're cutting back to the battle for 8th or so. This is Lance Lohman in the yellow Z leading Don Tucker and Steve Rose. Tucker going for the outside, grabs the curb. It's a little risky to do that, loosen the car up, and he has to slow it down a little more than he wanted. Not able to complete that pass. It's the number 30 of Steve Rose, and then right behind Sean Sakasi in the red RX-7, a pair of those. You see the Z of Lohman also trying to break that draft so that the Miata is not as close in the braking zone for the roller coaster.
Yeah, Matthew Fritz right at the tail end of that number 14 BMW as well. As Lohman showing the way here. And he's got the straight line speed, it looks like, to hold him off. Greg Ira in the lead as they came across the line. That's what we're seeing on timing and scoring. So Hainsworth wasn't able to repay the favor, but this is a great battle between Lohman and Tucker.
Tucker looks pretty healthy in a straight line as well, able to cling onto the back of the 122 of Lohman down the entire back straightaway. Now cutting back to the battle for 3rd. Peter Norton, a lot of pressure from John Brackey in the red BMW. And we're check to see, it looks like Ira was able to build a pretty good gap down the front straightaway to Hainsworth. Hainsworth is kind of losing touch.
Looks like, again, we'll just have to see how it drops. We may see the white flag next time by, but they might sneak under quickly enough that we can see 2 more laps, but I'm guessing it'll be 1 more next time by, as once again Norton losing a little ground here as the top 2. In fact, here comes Brackey. He's going to try to make a move coming into the climbing S's. That is a brave move indeed, but he was able to make it stick. Peter Norton gave him racing room, but that was a bit dodgy.
I don't think Peter Norton thought he was going to actually try it, but Brackey was brave enough to go there, and it surprised Norton just enough to make him faint just to the side. Oh, and it looks
I
like
heard
a mistake.
The tires
that
squeal.
Was definitely a mistake from Ira.
We heard that before the camera panned over to it, as Ira was a little too hot coming into Oak Tree, and he had to cross it up and sacrifice his exit. And they're side by side. Hainsworth is sticking right with him, but you can see as we get up to what I call terminal velocity, where that car is really at the top of its rev range, Ira is a little bit quicker, and as we saw in the speed traps, he's several mile an hour faster at the top end of the straight. But Hainsworth's so good on the brakes, can stay right with him.
Yeah, that brought him right back into the fight. So now we have a battle for the first spot, a battle for the third spot, as Norton is going to try to cling onto the back of Brackey, who made the pass stick into those uphill S's. Hainsworth, unfortunately, not able to master the hogpen corner the way he would like because he's physically limited by the back bumper of Ira, who's now we've got to just kind of watch drive away. He will help with the draft, though. That RX-7 should get a nice little toe from the back, and indeed, white flag in the air, but Hainsworth is right there. He's able to pop out and make a move.
Yeah, exactly right. But that drag from hogpen to the stripe is the one that's going to come into play the next lap, assuming that Greg Ira can hang on to the lead as they come off of the roller coaster. Hainsworth losing just a little bit of ground in the exit there of turn 1 as Ira a little handier through that section of the racetrack. Into NASCAR he comes.
Yeah, Hainsworth outbraking himself yet again, gets a little too wide and not able to do anything with that run. Maybe got a little too excited that he was actually in the fight once again, but he's done a really good Sector 1 since then and is going to pull right back up. He just learned if I can draft right behind this BMW, I can actually be in the fight.
Yeah, exactly right. He lost a lot of ground in the climbing S's on the last lap, but then made it all up, and Ira made that mistake up in Oak Tree. So let's watch him as they climb the hill this one last time at speed. And Hainsworth is right there on his bumper. Oh, but he drops a couple wheels off coming into South Bend and throws it away. Oh, man, that's tough.
No, he had the right idea, but wrong execution. Was
No
going to go
kidding.
for the pop-up the inside into South Bend. It's a great move to surprise somebody if you can make it happen. And now look, Peter Norton and Brackey know they're both racing for medals, but they want the silver now. Norton not able to find the gap, but gets a great run off the back straight. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with it. But man, heartbreak for Hainsworth. You could see the urgency. He knew he needed to make something happen, and he was going to try anything that he could think of.
Yeah, exactly right. Norton, trying to make that Lotus as small as possible and get in the draft of Brackey's much bigger BMW and give him just an opportunity for a sniff at it as they come down the roller coaster. But I don't think he's close enough. So it looks like BMW's 1-2 here. Unless Greg Ira makes a terrible mistake. Oh, Brackey a little unstable. Norton dives to the inside. It's not over yet. Greg Ira's well out in front. Norton right on the back bumper of Brackey. Can he get a good exit here? Brackey goes a little wide. I think Norton's still in it as they get a good run. He tucks in behind to the draft. Will he pop out in time? But I think Brackey's got enough straight line speed that he's not going to have that opportunity. Greg Ira takes the win, and he is a happy camper as that car continues its winning ways, this time with Greg Ira behind the wheel. John Brackey comes home in second, holding off a valiant challenge from Peter Norton at the end. And then a little deeper in the pack, Doug Piner, not yet across the line.
But this was a
fourth
great battle
spot
with Don Tucker and the two RX-8s of Sagase and Rose. Sagase able to get by Rose this lap somewhere before timing and scoring, and now is getting real racy on the back of Don Tucker in the MX-5, who's a little bit shallow. He's going to run wide now. Oh, very awkward, and that actually catches out Sagase. Rose is able to cut back underneath and take that spot back. This should be the battle for they're touching each other, pushing each other off the track for about 8th. Realizes he made the mistake and says, I'm sorry. But this is intense stuff for what I believe is the 8th position. Yes. No, 7th. Don Tucker brings home 7th.
Yeah, with our pole sitter Ainsworth falling out, that moves them all up one spot. This battle was all for 8th on the last lap. And then right behind him, another good battle near the tail end of the field as we are watching the 162 of John Bell working his way toward the line. That's in 18th spot. And right behind him, the ageless Mark Webber continues his string of finishes as he comes across the line. Mark Webber, this is his 67th runoff start. Hard to believe. We've only been doing the runoffs for 60 years, and of course he runs multiple classes almost every year, E&F production for the past several years, and that gives him that start total. But he is the leader in runoff starts, but a very, very happy Greg Ira taking the win. And, that was not a gimme. I think Hainsworth, made a mistake and really gave him the opportunity to make it happen. But Hainsworth was there to challenge.
Yeah, just behind our camera here, you can hear the crowd in the grandstands cheering for Greg Ira. I can't wait to hear, how many different phases of the emotion for this race he went through, because he was on the back foot, then they were stopped on the racetrack, then they were stopped in pit lane, then they had to resume, and then all of a sudden
Then Hainsworth going to get his car started.
Yeah, it's like it had to be an emotional roller coaster for all of them, and then And Bracky and Norton putting on a great show as well. Maybe we can find John Hainsworth as well if he gets back to pit lane. I know it's not going to be his favorite moment to be on camera, but he really did. Again, I said you could see the urgency, but you could also see how bad he wanted it in the way he was trying everything he could think of. Just right ideas, not quite the execution that he needed to take this one home, but I'll still tip my hat to him.
Yeah, he and Lance Lohman are the 2 cars a lap down. I wonder what happened to Lohman, because he was right at the head of that battle we were watching with Don Tucker and Steve Rose. Lohman obviously had a problem on the penultimate lap as well. As the rest of the field working its way through. Matthew Fritz finishing in the 10th spot, just outside the top 10. Steve Eckerich came home in 11th. Ron Earp in 12th. The car we're seeing right now is the 4 of Anthony Parker in that Triumph GT6.
And that's cool to see just that car not only on track but finish the race. They've been working on that car tirelessly. I mean, we were out in the paddock making questionable choices till 11 p.m. and they were still there working on the car last night. But he qualified 21st and not only finishes the race but climbs all the way to 13th. Definitely a contender for that Sunoco Hard Charger Award.
Absolutely he is, yeah, no question. Luck is the residue of design is on the back of Mark Webber's car. I've got one of his wristbands on here. 50 years of great competition, he says. Mark Webber, for many years, a photographer for SCCA Racing. But let's head down to trackside as we've got Hayward Wagner with our winner.
We have a very happy Greg Ira down here getting the Hoosier Band, the gold medal. Greg, how does the 3rd championship feel?
Oh man, y'all catch us at the wrong time, at the right time. Unbelievable, and Hainsworth was, what a clean race, and he gave it everything, and I had an over and under move, which is something I've worked on for a long time, and he gave it one last shot up in 10, and it wasn't any line there for him, and anyway, what an awesome race, and I can't believe the outcome, and it was tough sitting out there on pit road on the main straightaway in a red flag condition. So, congrats to John for driving a great race while we were doing it. The fumes in that car are pretty tough to deal with.
I'm sure you got a few people you need to thank.
Oh, for sure. Blue Ocean's my wife's company sponsorship, and of course JPM, Jesse Prather with all of the opportunity to drive this awesome machine, and my crew members that are here this weekend, and of course my gigantic family that treks all over the United States to watch us, and I just had a great time, and thanks a lot to Prather and JPM.
I've seen Jesse pack about a half a dozen people into this car for a victory lap. You got anybody you taking with you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, anybody that can fit in here. Of course, Jesse and whatever other crew guys are around, Cliff or Guy or Amy. Amy, if you're around, come over here and we'll go for a quick lap.
Congratulations to you, sir. Enjoy that victory lap.
Well, that answers the question that we were talking about. Jesse Prather obviously still involved in the prep work on that car, as you can see. Greg Ira celebrating. His brother Cliff having a pretty good weekend. He didn't get the gold medal, but was right in the thick of the podium battle for his race as well. As no hands on the wheel. As let's go down to Hayward with the rest of our podium.
John, it was just another typical E-production race, right? Nothing unusual here, was there?
Oh, nothing unusual at all. I've never had to sit in the red flag situation for this long.
What is your mindset when you got a good start and then you come to stop? How hard is it? Do you try to keep the intensity up? Do you try to relax and bring it back? How does that feel?
Try to relax and then get concentrated once your car's rolling again.
Well, congratulations to you on the silver. We're going to talk to our bronze place, our 3rd place finisher. You, sir, were the only one smiling on grid. This smile seems to have been there the entire time. What I want to know is, what did you think when you saw Hainsworth go off and know that you're going to be on the podium with a shot for 2nd? What was your mindset in that moment?
Yeah, I didn't. There was no, I was just, okay, he's off, keep driving.
This car looks like it is just a blast to drive. It looks like you had just a lot of fun this week. What has this experience been like for you, and how does it feel to cap it off with a bronze?
It's wonderful. Nothing I love more than going racing with the family, and yeah.
Well, congratulations to you. Enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Peter Norton, obviously having a good time with that car in only his 4th runoff start. He has a second place here a year ago. He finished at second. Here's the top 10 rundown with Greg Ira, your winner, John Brackey and Peter Norton. We've seen those three. Doug Piner holding on for that 4th place finish. Heike Seilergren finishing in the 5th spot. Austin Bradshaw in 6th. We saw that battle all race long. Don Tucker at the tail end of that group. And then Steve Rose, Sean Sagassi, and Matthew Fritz, the 4 cars that we followed for much of that last lap. You can see the interval, only a couple seconds separating the 4 of them in that pack of cars.
I kind of thought Hayward was going to jump in with Greg Ira for that cooldown, but he had a little more work to do. But man, for a 10-minute sprint, they all made the most of it. Very entertaining.
Here come the highlights as we get a replay of the start. We've seen this a couple times already. Ainsworth getting a dynamite start, and Greg Ira doing what he needed to do to just stay in contention. Peter Norton there in the yellow Caterham as we work our way through, still at the initial start. Ainsworth and Ira's nose to tail, and it quickly became a 4-car race even in the very early stages. And then we had this big incident involving the 44 of Jeff Young. Fortunately, all the drivers walked away, but that set up this battle and the pass for second right there on the final lap as John Brackey stuffed it down to the inside. And then prior to that, we had Ainsworth and Ira go side by side as Ira overcooked it coming out of Hogpen. And Ainsworth thought, okay, I've got one more opportunity, but then he drops 2 wheels off at the top of the climbing S's, and it's all gone from there. As Lance Loman on the final lap, that's where he had his problem as he pulled off into the south pits, and that opened the door for that great battle, finally ending up with Don Tucker out in front. That's Jesse Prather holding the checkered flag as they celebrate that car's 5th victory, I guess it would be. So a great job for him. But thanks so much for being with us. Sorry for the interruption, but we got a great race in at the end in E-Production. On behalf of Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Stay with us for more racing for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We'll see you down the road.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, Virginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, the SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th running of the SCCA runoffs. Hagerty Race Days here at the Virginia International Raceway as we are kicking off our second day of racing here as part of the 60th running of the SCCA Championship Runoffs. And thanks to Mazda for making these broadcasts possible. My name's John Phippen. I'm sitting alongside Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner with us down on the pit lane as we are getting ready to kick off Super Touring Light. Again, another class with two very disparate types of cars. It's kind of a rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive battle, especially at the sharp edge. And Hayward Wagner's got our grid. Hayward, how they doing down there?
Engines just fired a few minutes ago. We're under a 5-minute warning here. I think STL has got to be one of the coolest classes in SCCA road racing. If you grew up in the 90s and 2000s reading Super Street Magazine and all the motor swaps and hot hatches and all that stuff, I want to talk a little bit about these first three cars on the grid, kind of keeping that in mind. On pole, Danny Stain. Danny was hoping to get his 200th win in the Spec Miata race. Didn't quite happen there. Definitely the one to watch at the front of the field today. That car is prepared by OPM, a shop down in Atlanta. One of the best in the business when it comes to car prep, especially for SCCA Club Racing. Next to him, Joe Moser in the CRX. This is a B18 powered CRX. If you are a fanboy of Honda's, King Motorsports is the absolute top of the heap there. They have been doing this for decades, very well, very fast, one of the very, very best shops. And beside them is Mike Taylor. Mike's a bit of a privateer, and I won't notice this sticker right here on the car, Hong North. That comes back from maybe 20, 30 years ago. A bunch of these guys building model RC cars, and they bought the most difficult to put together kit ever from a brand called Hong North. Obviously a misspelling, but they've held on to it as kind of this badge of honor of we're going to cobble it together and make it work and drive it to the front. So three brands here at the front, OPM, King Motorsports, and Hong North battling it out for the championship.
Thanks, Hayward, so much, and it's great to see the difference in preps, the Mosers especially. I used to call them racing, at Mid-Ohio, not only in regional races, but in the national races as well, and they've always been blindingly fast, and you've got a lot of experience in Hondas, Tomo, so I'm guessing you're kind of rooting for the front-wheel drive brigade.
I just like this race. I mean, I agree with Hayward. This is cars of my generation, the contrast to going from the production-style cars that we've talked about, the history last race, to this modern style. It really boils down to just power to weight, but it's engine swaps. It's modern tuning styles.
Let's go for the track map about around this 17-turn circuit. Take us around, if you would.
Well, and there's going to be a lot of differences in where their cars make speed with that front rear-wheel drive, heavier, lighter cars. Sector 1, definitely more to the handling and balance. We have mechanical grip awarded here through turns 1, 3, and 4 through the lower S's at 4, 5, and 6. Then it's the uphill S's. It's going to be flat out in all these cars, but the key here is the exit at turn 12. You need stability and confidence through the S's, and then a good power down at turn 12, the former Oak Tree corner. Then the long back straightaway. The Hondas will tend to be a little bit better on power, just based on power to weight, but less so in the corners. So maybe a little weaker off Oak Tree, but better going into roller coaster at 13, 14, 15. Then down the hill through the compression at Hog Pen. We're taking a look at that now. In the critical run to the checkered flag, has been determined by less than a tenth, at least 3 or 4 races this weekend so far. Hog Pen is so important.
As we look at qualifying times, Denny Stain looks like he might be able to march away with this, but based on past experience, I have a feeling this is going to be a lot closer than qualifying would indicate. So looking forward to this one. Just waiting for the cars to roll away, and it looks like they are doing just that, as we'll introduce the 22 starters for you in this one. Starting outside of row 11 in his 21st runoff start is Whitfield Gregg in the number 17 car. He's out of Manson, Washington, but races out of the New York region in his Miata. Next to him, another Miata, Dan Harding, out of Dover, Ohio, in the Ohio region, in car number 78. In row 10, the 71 of Brad Williams, out of Harrisonburg, Virginia, home track for him, out of the DC region in a Miata. And Chris Clark in the 109, out of Fort Myers, Florida, in the Central Florida region, in another MX-5. The first of 6 rookies in the field is the 65 of Neil Geldner, out of Charlotte, North Carolina, in a Mazda RX-7. Another rookie is next to him in that 9th row, the 141 of Steve Hunt, out of King George, Virginia, another local driver out of the DC region in a Miata. And then the RX-8 of another rookie, the 84 of Robert McManus, out of Monroe, North Carolina, in the Central Carolinas region. Next to him in row 8, the 28 of Michael Sperber, out of Asheboro, North Carolina, in the North Carolina region, in a Ford Focus ZX3. Row 7 has the 42 of Brian Hooper from the North Carolina region in a Honda Civic SI, and the 182 of Theodore K. Hall, out of Christiansburg, Virginia, in the DC region, in a Miata. In row 6, the 10 of Austin Hilliard from the Steel Cities region in a Honda S2000. Next to him is a rookie, Zolt Ferenczi, out of Alpharetta, Georgia, in the Atlanta region, in an Acura Integra GSR. Yet another rookie starts outside of row 5, the 81 of Nathan Pring, out of the North Carolina region, in a Ford Mustang. Next to him, the 48 of John Sewell, out of the Florida region, in another Acura Integra. Amy Mills is outside of row 4. She's in the number 37, out of the Northwest region, in a Mazda Miata. Next to her, the 40 of David Palferner, out of the Chicago region, in a Mazda MX-5. In row 3, the 199 of Jose Orisis Pena, out of the Miami, Florida region, in a Honda CRX. Next to him is Chuck Hines in the 57, out of the North Carolina region, in a Mazda MX-5. In row 2 on the outside, the 22, a former winner in STU, now competing in STL, that's Max G, out of Belleville, Ohio. He's the 2017 STU champion in his Prelude. Next to him is the 39 of Mike Taylor, out of the Atlanta region, in an Integra. Now for that front row, you saw it on the grid walk with Hayward, the 36 of Joe Mosier, out of the Detroit region. He is a 4-time champion, winning STU a year ago. And Denny Stain, one of the most decorated Miata drivers in the field, in the number 9 car, out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He's a 3-time winner, most recently at Indianapolis in 2021. But he won the Super Sweep in 2019 and 2021. Joe Mosier won the Super Sweep in 20. So those two have the last 3 Super Sweeps from this class. So I would look for them to be the ones to watch.
Yeah, a couple thoughts as we come to the green flag here. The weather forecast today was showing, high 70s, sun eventually. We haven't gotten there yet. You see, it's very, very overcast. It's much cooler than we expected, and I think that plays to Danny Stain, because Danny is driving an MX-5 that's 200 pounds heavier than it was ever intended to be. 2,700 pounds when they came out of the factory, 2,500 or under. Otherwise, Joe Moser and Danny Stain had the whole field, I should say, had a weather-affected second day of qualifying. They only got 2 real days of qualifying. Neither were able to go faster. Neither of those front row were able to go faster. Moser not super thrilled with his car after qualifying, made some setup changes and doesn't exactly know what he's got. So this is a little bit of a throw it at the wall and see what sticks scenario for the 36.
Tire rack pole sitter, of course, is Denny Stain. As we mentioned, he's won 5 in a row in this class. So Denny Stain has certainly been dominant in qualifying, but VIRginia International has not been particularly good to him. And so he's looking to get himself a win. He had a little disappointment in the Spec Miata race yesterday. Came home on the box, but didn't quite get it to the front as he would have liked. So the field now nicely formed, 2x2. You can see the 39 of Mike Taylor. Max G right beside him, the former STU champion. As we work our way toward the acceleration zone, the starters looking them over. As 22 cars getting ready to battle for Super Touring Light, and we are green. And Mosier gets a good jump. As you said, the Hondas probably should have just a little more horsepower, and he's going to have the lead, I think, as they get it to turn 1. Oh, locks up the brakes just a bit. Right behind him is Taylor in that 39 as they bend it around the outside of turn number 1, and Mosier slots into the lead as they come into NASCAR for the first time.
Really commanding start from Moser, and honestly, Taylor also in that kind of Union Jack hood car as we've panned through the rest of the field. Nice and single file already. I don't see anybody side by side until David Palfinier jumps out towards the apex of turn 4, right on Chuck Hines. This is for 5th, and Palfinier carrying our camera for this broadcast. He's trying to make it exciting for us.
Indeed, and he's doing a pretty good job of it so far as they work their way through the lower S's. Kind of hold your breath as the field packed up through there. So we've had a couple incidents as we ride with Palfinier right now, as he has got, that's Sewell right in front of him, sorry?
That is Chuck Hines,
Chuck
one
Hines,
of the other
my
older
bad.
MX-5s, but the top 3 breaking away a little bit. Taylor not really able to stay with the top 2 as Stain looked to the inside of South Bend, over, under, back over. We're going to have, I believe, ABS in this NC MX-5 for Stain. Definitely no anti-lock brakes. We've already seen a little puff of smoke out of Moser drop up onto the back straight. Now Taylor with a killer run through Oak Tree has closed up.
Yeah, as you would expect, the Miata probably a little handier. Mosier's car, you know, is going to make speed in different places. The front wheel drive, rear wheel drive difference. It's going to make speed in different places here on the track. And you would expect Mosier to have maybe a little more straight line speed. Those cars are always blindingly fast. But Denny Stain pops out of the draft, tries to go around the outside, but Mosier shuts him down and is able to hang on to that lead. You can see that inside rear wheel locking up as he hikes it up off of the ground as the front wheel drives are inclined to do, especially the CRX with such a short wheelbase.
A great run through hog pen for Danny Stain. He's going to get to be up the inside, already overlap between the two, and now he's got the shorter distance down the front straight. And you're right, we were expecting to see a little bit better straight line out of Moser, but Danny Stain using his Spec Miata knowledge, drafting all the way to the last second and popping as they're now side by side. Look at the end of the straightaway. Moser coming back at him. Can he use the outside again?
He gets on the brakes just a little bit earlier, as you said. Maybe ABS is helping Danny Stain. We'll see if Mosier can do the over-under once again.
He does it.
He does it just the same as he did a lap ago. But Danny Stain's going to hang on now as they come through NASCAR. Still side by side. This one's not over yet. Mosier's going to, I think he's going to try a little lunge here into left hook perhaps. Indeed, a little later on the brakes as they go side by side, giving each other racing room. Maybe a little touch there as they come through the right-hander and into the snake.
Amazing stuff. It's really tough to get the power down in a front-wheel drive car at turn 4, no matter if you're side-by-side or not. So I don't think that was going to work for Moser, but he's showing Danny that he means business. He wants this win, and Mike Taylor is keeping up with him because of all the side-by-side. Chuck Hines, David Palfinier, and Jose Osiris Pena running nose to tail for 4th, 5th, and 6th. A poor start for Max Guy so far, but in the prelude, he's going to be coming back at it. Whoa, Palfinier just goes straight at the middle of the S's. That was a strange moment.
Yeah, I think, I don't know whether he felt he was...
And choosing not to rejoin the track right away, that's a good, safe call.
Especially right there at South Bend. As Max G all over the back of the 199 of Jose Osiris Pena. Max G, of course, as we mentioned, moving to STL this year after having a good run in STU. He is right on the back of Pena as they accelerate up the hill. This long uphill straightaway, the longest straightaway on the racetrack. We ride again with Palfinier. Maybe we'll get an idea of what happened, because he maybe just got the timing a little bit wrong.
You know, I think what happened is he jumped that curb at the beginning of the S's so aggressively, something in the right front suspension broke. You see, he turned back to the left, but the car did nothing. I wonder if he lost maybe a tie rod or something in that car with jumping the curb so aggressively, and his choice to not rejoin is an indication he knows something's wrong.
Yeah, exactly right. So he'll probably have to limp around to the pack, but we go back to the front, and right at the moment, Danny Stain with the lead. He set fast lap of the race a lap ago, and as he comes across the line, he resets it, and now he's got about a 3-car length advantage over Joe Mosier. But Mike Taylor in the Acura hanging right there with him, and Mosier's so good on the brakes into turn number 1. He gets right back on his bumper.
Stain was able to put together a really killer Sector 2, which is basically the uphill S's all the way through the middle of the back straight. Right. But Moser responded with a really, really fast race best Sector 3, which is a back to start finish line. And as this race continues to go on and on and on, that heavy Miata is actually going to work the tires harder, believe it or not, than the lighter front wheel drive CRX. The CRX should actually be a little bit better on the long run. Now this battle for 4th has changed just slightly. Chuck Hines still holds the 4th spot in front of Jose Osiris Pena. Max Guy just seems to be a little bit maybe slow in the straights. His trap speeds are okay, but he's dropping back in strange places.
Yeah, kind of uncharacteristic. That car was very dominant when he was running it in STU trim, so perhaps they're still getting it sorted. Max G, of course, very familiar to those of us at Mid-Ohio, as he and his dad are fixtures in the Mid-Ohio school. As they work their way through this battle for fourth spot, just off the box right now. Works its way through Oak Tree Bend, right out to the edge of the track. Chuck Hines has got his hands full because Jose Pena pulls alongside now in that other CRX.
And look at Moser, pops to the outside on Danny Stain going towards Roller Coaster. They are completely mirror to mirror, and Moser actually better on the brakes down the back straightaway. Gets back to the lead.
Moser takes over the point. Danny Stain, the pole sitter, the tire rack pole sitter. Denny out of South Africa. His accent is very unique when you hear him interviewed on the podium.
Stain again really strong through Hogpen up under the back bumper of Moser. And they're going to do that. I mean, we're working lap 4. We're starting lap 4, I should say. This is going to go back and forth for a while. Even with the battling, Mike Taylor has dropped off just slightly. He's back about 2 seconds, but still within the shot as Danny Stain now goes for that outside move. Both drivers want the inside. Notice that. They're both defending the inside of turn 1.
Yep.
Ooh, Stain pinches Moser way to the inside and actually kills his run off the corner. Stain back to the front.
Bending their way through NASCAR Bend. This long left-hander, so named because it's very similar to a NASCAR course, or an oval course, and a little deeper in the pack.
Cool battle between Zolt Ferenczi and Nathan Pring. Pring bringing a car that is completely obscure for STL, that Mustang. But the Integra GSR on camera is familiar to us. We saw Trevor DeJournay bring that car to a top 5, I think a 3rd place finish actually last year in the wet. Now this year they're not running the STL engine. They're actually running a regional class ITS. They're running that engine. So the car is a little bit further down on power, but Zolt said it still feels great. And he's happy to be here chasing John Sewell, who's had a really nice charge up to 7th in that blue Integra.
And speaking of which, one of the contingency awards is the Sunoco 260 award, and Zolt Ferenczi is the one who won that, and that's the driver whose qualifying performance on the first day, on Tuesday, the last 3 digits after the period, basically, closest to 260, and Zolt's was a 258. That's about as close as you can get. So he was the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday, and he gets 15 free gallons of Sunoco race fuel. And this battle between
battle for 4th.
Chuck Hines and Pena, sorry.
3 wide.
Going 3 wide as G dives to the outside. 3 abreast as they climb the hill.
And Hines is going to lose out. Guy with a big power play around the outside of all of them, goes straight up to 4th, back where he qualified.
Little
That's
lockup.
where he wanted to be.
Little lockup from G, it looks like.
Yeah. Pena doesn't seem to have quite the straight line speed in that CRX that Guy does. So he gets the good run off of Oak Tree, but can't quite go anywhere with it once he pops out and hits that arrow wall. Running a little bit wide at Hogpen now, as Guy's going to start to pull away. Maybe that car just not up to snuff early in the race, but getting control of it or figuring it out as we're still raging at the front. Moser coming back around the outside on Stain, looks for the over-under, tries to get the power down, gives him a shove out of turn 1 and says, come on, we're still going.
Exactly right. This is almost a replay of what we've seen lap after lap after lap. I think these two are going to be locked together for all 15 of the laps. We're working race lap number 5, so we're only a third of the way, not quite a third of the way through this one. And these guys have not been separated by more than a few feet at any point on the racetrack.
So we heard that there were some setup changes on the CRX for Moser after qualifying. Stain actually qualified nearly a 1.5 seconds faster than the rest of the field, but whatever Moser has found in that CRX is definitely working because Stain is not getting away from him right now. And I believe the longer this race goes, the more it plays towards Joe Moser's hand.
Through the climbing S's as they approach the very daunting South Bend, Denny Stain leaves himself a little bit of room, but he's right out to the edge of the gator seat. You can see that car hopping up over the curbing as he just touches the apex.
And just belching flames under deceleration. I'm sure it's not a rotary in there, Dan?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Exactly. And Max G now with a little more comfortable lead in that battle for 4th. Chuck Hines having to hold off Pena at the moment as they work their way through the double apex right-hander. That is Oak Tree.
G setting a personal best sector 1 that time through. So now that he's clear, he's able to get much quicker. But Moser fast on the straightaway, goes to the outside again. Can he outbrake? We've seen it happen a couple times, and it seems to work each time. The question is, the run out of Hogpen seems to be a little bit of a mystery. Both drivers are responding through Hogpen to the car in front. It looks like the car in front has never really nailed it. Maybe Mosier can get it right this lap. Looks a little shallow. Not the best compression there, and that's going to give Stain a run. Again, watch, the car from behind is now going to be able to pull up alongside coming into turn one. This is just rinse, repeat, lap after lap. And it looks like it's just down to Hogpen, make or breaking whoever's in front.
We'll see, in the run to the line, that's going to be important. If it stays like this the rest of the race, that last trip through Hogpen is going to perhaps determine who the winner is, as we had our first ever dead heat in Spec Miata racing yesterday, as two drivers coming to the line absolutely side by side. The photo finish proved it. For the first time in the 60-year running of the runoffs, we crowned co-champions of Spec Miata yesterday. So this one could be another one, just like it.
Beautifully played by Mosier right there. You saw him go way wide, just bait Danny deep enough into the corner to mess him up on exit. Goes knifes under up the inside at turn 4 and gets fully ahead. He knew it didn't work the last time he tried that, so he tweaked it just enough to make it work this time. This is just incredible racing, everyone.
Absolutely. You couldn't ask for a better battle at the front. Sadly, Mike Taylor's kind of dropped off the back of this battle, as he's almost 5 seconds up the road. So these two are going to settle it. Taylor has a pretty good gap in front. There's Max Taylor right now, or Mike Taylor. He's got a pretty good gap back to the battle we've been watching 4th, 5th, and 6th between G, Hines, and Pena.
And not always a story we've seen on the last couple of years of broadcast, but Mike Taylor has been in the STL field for nearly a decade in a various number of cars, starting with a Civic sedan of the same generation, moving to this Integra. And again, not a story we talked about on every broadcast, but a story the community knows. There's always, it's kind of hell week for Mike Taylor every time he comes to the runoffs, and he's been pushing to have the week that he wanted for so many years. Finally working with Jesse Prather Motorsports to get the engine a little more reliable, and is finally running in where he generally belongs in STL. He's always been competitive, but transmission failures, engine failures, just the weirdest things you could think of tend to happen to Mike Taylor. It's a really proud moment, I think, for a lot of people to see him running on the podium and just having a good race. Mosier really slinging it through Hogpen and actually able to break that gap just a little bit from Stain this time.
Yeah, he had a little bit of run through Hogpen on this occasion. And, this is Taylor. We talked about him, his 7th runoff appearance, and he's still looking for his first podium. He's had 3 top 10s, but like you said, bad luck. His best finish, a 7th here at the first running here at VIR back in 2019. As we're approaching the halfway point, let's just take a moment and thank some of the folks that make this racing possible here at the 60th edition of the SCCA National Champion Runoffs.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in the event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back to the battle for Super Touring Light here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. I'm John Phippen, Tom O'Gorman next to me, Hayward Wagner with us down in the pits as we watch this great battle for 4th spot as Max G and Jose Pena working their way down Hogpen, as Chuck Hines was right in the thick of that battle, and he's dropped off of it just a bit. And then back to the battle we were talking about, the Mustang of Nathan Pring, now out in front of Zolt Ferenczi in that red Acura GSX-R. That's the battle for 8th position right now. Oh!
That Mustang looking like a bit of a handful through hog pen.
Exactly.
Rotates heavy before the compression, and now Zolt's going to get a little run on him. Up at the front, last time across the line, Danny Stain was back in the lead. So that battle is still raging strong, as is this battle for 4th. We're hearing from Hayward that Jose Osiris Pena in the CRX was unhappy with the power that car was making when he got here throughout qualifying. Went to a dyno in Raleigh, came back for race day as he now makes the pass for 4th, knifes up the inside on Max Guy, drops the dirt at the apex and pulls away just a little bit on the Prelude.
So Pena up into 4th spot. That's his highest run so far. You can see Chuck Hines falling off the back of that battle. But this two-way battle for 4th spot. Go ahead.
These two are starting to run down Mike Taylor just a little bit. We're about halfway through working lap 8 of 15. And if they don't bicker too much, last time they were about a second faster and sitting 7 to 8 seconds behind Taylor. This could be a battle for the podium if they keep their noses clean.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see if Max can tuck in behind him and these guys do a little bit of drafting between the two rather than going side by side and slowing each other down. They might have a chance to have something to say about a podium battle. And then we go back again to Pring and Ferenczi as they continue their dice. These two cars could not be more different.
No, I'm impressed with Pring. He's definitely, there's no way that's the car to have in this class the way it sits right now. You see ITS on the side, which means it's lesser prepped than the other cars around it, but it is an ITS power plant in the Integra right behind. That's a regional class both of these drivers participate in. For all we know, they've raced each other quite a bit, both being out of North Carolina and Georgia, but they're having a great scrap, and Pring is wheeling that Mustang.
And Pring, of course, was the winner of the Hawk Performance Breakthrough Award. That's given to the performer who makes the biggest jump in positions from Tuesday to Wednesday qualifying. As we talked about in a previous race, the weather was kind of strange on Wednesday, and this was one of the classes that really didn't get a chance to put in representative qualifying time. So a lottery was held, a raffle, if you will, as we've got two cars coming together.
I don't know if they actually was the winner. That was a close call, but I don't think they had contact. That was the 84 RX-8 of Robert McManus, and I think the 71 of Brad Williams with a close call. But they look okay. That RX-8 doesn't look okay, actually. It's crabbing pretty badly down the front straightaway, but that doesn't look like...
Yeah, I think there might have been, there was
why.
a touch there for sure.
Yep.
As Steve Hunt in the 141 Miata.
And yeah, indeed, you can see the right rear of that car knocked out of line.
Back to the front, and Joe Mosier has retaken the top spot and is pulling away just a little bit as he's opened up perhaps the biggest difference we've seen over Danny Stain. And Danny's car drifting his way through South Bend. I wonder if the handling's gone away on that car. That's kind of uncharacteristic for him.
Well, we
it's usually
speculate.
much tidier.
Yeah, we speculate that the heavy MX-5 is not the best car in the longest run, and Moser's 2,300-pound CRX should be okay, even though it's all front-wheel drive. He was able to set a personal best Sector 1 that time through on this lap, and did lead this lap as well. So he had already gotten his way to the point as this battle for 8th continues to rage on.
And it's a good one. We've been following it back and forth all race long as Nathan Pring, just to complete the story, the winner of the Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award by lottery. And that winner gets a free set of Hawk brake pads.
I love the dirt drop through the top of the uphill S's. He does it every lap, and the car looks nice and compliant. Pulls away from Zolt just a little bit up until the braking zone, and then it looks like the Integra able to corner through this decreasing radius, this really tricky entry, a little bit better than the Mustang.
Yeah, you can see Zolt with that inside rear wheel about 6 inches off the ground as he's got it dialed in as they now form up single file and make the run up the hill. Here we go. We get another look at that.
This is my favorite one. Here we go. Through the dirt. Whoa. Up in the air. He's doing his best Andrew Aquilani impression.
Exactly
Mustang
right.
and all.
Exactly right. And look at Zolt at the top end, the big end of the straight. He's right there. And then a spin by the 10 car of Austin Hilliard. Again, the Oak Tree turn has been a busy place here. And I wonder if he's broken it or if he's just getting out of the way and waiting for a point to get back onto the track. Nope, looks like he's going to be able to continue.
Yeah, very smart rejoin, and it's been a little bit of a dramatic week for Austin. He actually ended up getting collected in an oil down incident in qualifying, going pretty heavy into the tire wall on qualifying 1, repairing the car, getting back out. It looks like this was a kind of self-inflicted.
Yeah, That just carried a little too much speed into the first apex and got all four wheels off in the grass. And as he tried to pinch it back on, the car went around on him. Mosier continuing to enjoy the lead as they work their way into this very same corner. Right out to the edge of the track is both of them as they're maximizing their exit speed. Obviously the most important turn on any racetrack is the turn leading onto the longest straightaway, and Oak Tree Bend qualifies in this case.
Absolutely. Mosier controlling the race nicely, but Stain is not letting him get anywhere. As last time through, Mosier was a little bit quicker across the start-finish line on raw lap time, but only by about 4/10. Now in the sectors of this lap, they're looking really, really close. So this is just kind of a fizzle before it comes back to a figurative bang, hopefully for a good finish. But right now, this is the best battle still on the track, is now the Mustang losing a little bit of a headlight, the corner light starting to pop out.
I think it's been a little too rough with it, and it's shaken loose or something. But man, what a great battle for Nathan Pring and Zolt Ferenczi. Two cars that could not be any more different, as we talked about earlier on.
The two cars that continue to get quicker and quicker are Jose Osiris Pena and Max Guy running in 4th and 5th. Now lap traffic is going to become a pretty big factor, I think, here as the leaders, Mosier in the CRX, Stain in the MX-5, have lapped at least 4 or 5 of the back markers here. And it's common for, you'll see drivers double dip and Spec Miata. I know Whit Gregg, I talked to him, he said, I'm having the most fun of everybody here, so I don't care where I finish. But he's triple dipping his Spec Miata also into STU and STL just because it's fun.
Yeah, exactly right. It's another chance to run. A lot of drivers making that transition between the two classes, because the specs are similar enough. Obviously, if you want to be at the sharp edge, you've got to have a dedicated STL car, as we see with Denny Stain here. But it's still certainly competitive to run a Spec Miata car in it. So, yeah, Williams was running in 16th spot, so they've lapped up to the 15th place car. The next car they'll encounter will be Austin Hilliard in that number 10 Honda S2000 that we saw spin earlier on.
So we speculate again that the MX-5, the heavier car, I don't want to spit that as fact too much, because last time through, Stain ran his fastest lap of the race, and he's a savvy enough driver to know when the car needs a little bit of a break. You don't have to back down that much to give it that little break. This is the 4th place car lapping the number 78. That car is going a lap down. So Jose Osiris Pena in the neon yellow and silver CRX 4th, Max Guy in the Prelude 5th, and Max Guy gets caught out just a little bit at South Bend, trying to get around that 78 car of Dan Harding.
Pena still in that 4th spot, Max G in 5th. Chuck Hines, who was in the thick of that battle, as we mentioned, dropping back just a bit. He's almost 12 seconds behind this battle now, running in kind of a lonely 6th spot. John Sewell, who we haven't talked about much, in the blue Integra Type R, running in the 7th spot.
But those cars on camera, that's for position. Mike Taylor flashes through. That's 3rd place. Now 4th and 5th are on camera now. The gap last time through was only 4 seconds, and we mentioned that Jose Osiris Pena, Max Guy get faster and faster as this race has gone on. Mike Taylor has stabilized a little bit off the best pace that he's been able to achieve as we see him compress through hog pen onto the front straightaway. And I do believe with 3 laps to go, they have a possibility of catching Taylor if he doesn't respond with quicker laps.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor on that last lap was a 2:09.9. Pena and Max G were in the low 2:07s, so he'll definitely get caught, I think, if that trend continues. But he may be just biding his time, realizing that he's pretty comfortable in a podium spot. Got one eye on the bronze medal at least, but he'll have to keep an eye on his mirrors as Pena now beginning to stretch the advantage over Max G. As Max, I think, is maybe that slightly heavier car going away from him just a little bit. He had that one stretch in the first third of the race where the car really seemed to come alive, and he was able to get around both Chuck Hines and Jose Pena. But now the car not quite as nimble, it appears.
Yeah, and that time through, Jose Pena was the quickest car of the 3, but they were all within 0.2 of each other. So Mike Taylor has, again, kind of stabilized at that 2:09. Now Pena and Guy have potentially pushed the car just that little bit too hard, like we talked about. Danny would recognize he can't quite continue to push that hard. If these guys burned it up just a little bit on that last lap, they've slowed down. So working lap 12, it's going to be 3.5 laps to go. More like 3 laps to go for our leaders, who are 20 and 21 seconds up the field from what we're looking at now. Stain is dialing the pressure back up.
Yeah, exactly right. Stain, these two have raced together a lot, and we heard from Hayward that Joe Mosier is one of the cleanest racers out there. You could go side by side with him, and he will give you racing room. Same thing for Danny Stain. They both have a reputation for being squeaky clean as racers, and that's exactly what you want to see.
And the teams that help with these cars have been racing each other for 30 years. King Motorsports and OPM, they go way, way, way back. And again, you mentioned Tom Fowler said, there's no one I would trust to race me clean better than Joe Moser. But right now, Danny Stain is dialed. He is not missing anything. We see Joe Moser was a little bit imprecise through the roller coaster, a little bit imprecise through the hog pen. He's still on the point in that CRX, but Danny Stain is looking like he's completely in the zone, focused on exactly when his opportunity is going to come. The hard part is, where is that opportunity going to come? Because he's not the fastest down the back straight. He needs to do it and build a little bit of a gap, perhaps, through Sector 1.
A little bit of brake smoke there in the coming up off the 39 just as we cut to that shot, and Pena is definitely reeling in Mike Taylor as they are both now in the same camera shot. So this is the battle for the final step on the podium, as Mike Taylor may be fading just a little bit. Pena sets his personal best at a 2:07.5 on that last lap, fully 2 seconds quicker than Mike Taylor.
Yeah, he's up on the wheel, the CRX is, and looks really, really quick. He's reeling in Taylor to the tune of 2 seconds as we see Taylor go to the brakes, and we assume maybe a little bit of lockup in the right front. Yes, trying to keep the car under control, but either car or driver fading just a little bit in that Integra. He's at risk of losing not only third, but potentially even fourth, as Guy still lurking back there.
As they make their way through the climbing S's once again, a little wide of the apex, but the front wheel drive cars seem to like that, not quite on the curb on that next to the last turn on the climbing S's. That seems to be the fastest way through for them. One more lockup for Max Taylor, as he may have a flat spot that's going to keep repeating every time he gets on the brakes.
Yeah, I think that came from the right rear, just kind of scuffing across the surface as it hikes itself up. But even still, Osiris Pena is there. Beautiful, incredible rotation through the South Bend last time through, and then it just uses it to tuck into the draft now. He's finally there. He's going to get a big hole, an Integra-shaped hole in the air down the back straight.
We'll see. Jose pops to the outside. He's trying to do a little outbraking maneuver, but decides to follow Mike Taylor. But I think it's kind of inevitable, as we say, cue the Jaws music, because Jose is coming here.
Even thinks about it coming down towards Hogpen. He's just trying to fill the mirrors, rattle Taylor as much as he can. Taylor slings it over the curb. See, the car doesn't quite hook up as it goes through the compression there at Hogpen, and Pena looks a little bit better. He's trying to make up his mind where he wants to go. He wants driver's right, but Taylor doesn't quite give it to him. He's going to tuck in and maybe go to the left. We haven't seen that work super great between Stain and Moser, but both can work as Pena lurking.
Yeah, and I'm guessing Taylor's got maybe a little more horsepower, so he's probably able to be a little quicker in a straight line. Pena does the over-under. He's alongside now. Can he make it stick as they get their way down into NASCAR? Taylor hanging tough. They're still side by side. Still side by side. Pena not giving him too much room. Taylor drifts a little bit wide, maybe a little bit of a touch.
And Taylor's a scrappy racer. He's not going to make this easy, even if the car's not happy. Pena, though, knifes back up underneath at turn 5, and is going to be able to shut the door on Taylor at turn 6 through the snake. That was a great exchange. Very, very fair. It was even fair of Pena to not fully track out at turn 3 to make things hard on Mike Taylor, but Taylor still tried it. Good, valiant effort there.
And Max G is back there licking his chops, hoping these two take each other out, and he'll have himself a podium. But continue to race it clean and green as they work their way up the hill towards South Bend. Working race lap 14 right now. And so the white flag will be out for our leaders next time by. Once again, Mike Taylor with that inside rear wheel off the ground. Looks like Jose's, the CRX, keeping all four on the floor just a little bit better as we turn our attention back to the lead as they plunge down the hill. Coming to Hogpen and the white flag this time by. If Denny Stain's got a trick up his sleeve, now is the time.
If he's got a trick up his sleeve, he's doing a good job of hiding it even from me, because I don't really see where his opportunity is going to come unless he's been just playing his cards super close to his chest. He's definitely better on the brakes in a certain number of places, but that one of them is a little wonky on the downshift there. Has to gather the car up and loses a car length or so. So they take the white flag. This is one of the spots. Can he get those brakes working for him? No, it's going to be deep on the brakes for Moser, almost too deep maybe.
Yeah, he goes a little bit
Gathers
wide.
it up, though.
Misses the apex, but he's able to keep the lead. And now he's just trying to make that CRX as wide as possible as they work their way through this handling part of the racetrack. Lots of the turns on this racetrack all kind of jammed into this first segment as he works his way through left hook and then into the right-hander and into the snake.
Moser a little clunky through turn 4. I think he's going to be okay, as he's very strong through the upper S's, and Stain drops a tire at the exit of those S's. Both of these cars definitely not in prime condition anymore, as they've started to slow down to the tune of maybe a second from their personal best laps. But now that Taylor has been passed, he seems to have a new fresh breath of fresh air in his skipping his step. I don't know what analogy I'm looking for, but he's keeping up, we'll say that. And he wants that third place back. He's worked so hard for it.
Yeah, exactly right. But sadly, it looks like Pena's maybe got the better car. Here we go for the last time into the braking zone for Oak Tree. About the same as it's been. Oh, Moser goes a little wide, drops 2 wheels off. That's going to hurt his exit speed, and that's exactly what Danny Stain wanted.
Well, I was saying, if he's got something up his sleeve, I don't think, I can't see it other than just stay there and wait for every opportunity, and that was the opportunity. He's going to have just a little bit more, a little bit less distance between the two of them into the brake zone. He's got to be brave now and just sling it up the inside, but that's not the side you want to be on. Moser better on the brakes yet again, but a little bit of lockup. He's going to run a little wide through the apex, but it catches you right there, a little compression, and he's okay. Stain, it's going to be a close call.
Coming down into Hogpen, this all-critical final turn onto the front straightaway. Stain gets it right. I think he hit it right on the nose that time. Moser was close, but let's see if Stain's got enough of a run. Moser's a little better in the straight line. Can Stain pull out and make it a photo finish again? No, Joe Moser takes the win. Danny Stain has to stay in second spot. And now the battle for third. Mike Taylor not going away quietly as Jose Osiris Pena looking for his bronze medal as he makes his way onto the front straightaway. Taylor cannot answer. Ran in third for just about the entire race until 2 laps from the end, and Pena finally caught and passed him, and he'll take the final step.
I look at Pena celebrating down the entire front straight. He is pumped and used that car to perfection when he had the speed in it to catch up and pass Mike Taylor. Max G will come home in 5th. And now we're getting back to that epic battle that we were watching. It looks like Zsolt Ferenczi was able to start to pull away just a little bit from Nathan Pring. Amy Mills is starting to run down Pring there in the black and orange MX-5, as that's the gap now. Mustang just running out of steam a little bit. Mills flashes through, and then a couple of lapped cars behind.
Amy in the 37. That's the battle for 8th, 9th, and 10th. Amy, the last car in the top 10 as they run right now. There is Zsolt Ferenczi in the red Acura Integra GSXR, or GSXR is a motorcycle,
yeah,
as they work their way onto the front straightaway. And Zsolt Ferenczi will take 8th place honors after a race-long battle with Nathan Pring, who brings the Mustang home in 9th. Great finish for those 3 drivers as Zsolt giving a little wave to the corner workers. Good sportsmanship between these two as Danny Stain pulls alongside, gives a wave, as both of them giving a wave to the corner workers. A great race. This one where you almost hate to declare a winner. They both deserved it.
Right. Yeah, it's truly an epic race. I mean, the race, the proper racing, the exchanging of positions at the beginning of the race, you got to cherish that when you get it, because you don't necessarily always get those races where they're properly changing positions and racecraft is being utilized. And then it just turned into Stain realized, like, I don't really have a lot here other than to just keep the pressure on and wait. And Joe Moser never gave him the chance, and that's why he won.
There's your top 10. Joe Moser, the winner. Danny Stain, just over a 1/10 of a second back at the line. Jose Osiris Pena, hold on for the 3rd spot. Mike Taylor, after running in 3rd most of the race, has to settle for 4th. Max G fading just a bit, but still a good top 5 finish. Chuck Hines comes home in 6th, well back, almost 30 seconds behind that battle. John Sewell, another 10 seconds, comes back in 7th, and then a lap down, Zsolt Ferenczi and Nathan Pring that we saw in their great battle with Amy Mills right behind them, taking the last spot in the top 10. Robert McManus made a pass on the final lap, moving himself up into 14th position as well. So a good one for Joe Moser, his 5th gold medal in 13 starts, and picked by Sports Car to finish in 2nd spot in this race, and so the sports car was wrong t-shirts will be coming out as Danny Stain was picked to win it. Jose Osiris Pena was picked to be on the podium as well, and he was. So the sports car got all the players right, just the order was swapped for the first two. As we'll wait for our winner to get the helmet off, and we'll have a chance for Hayward Wagner to get a chat with him. Hayward, we'll send it your way.
Guys, I don't know that I've ever seen someone here on pit lane look more relieved that it's over than Joe Moser. Danny coming in to give the congratulations. I don't know how much of that you guys could hear. Joe, I don't know that I've ever seen somebody at the end of the front straight, or in the back straight, going into roller coaster, just hang on for dear life as that last lap. What did that feel like?
I mean, Danny Stein is one of the best in the business. I mean, anytime you beat him, that's a hell of a race. And I can't tell you how relieved I am to be sitting here right now with a still kind of clean car. No hits in the race, it's just a little beat up. Racing against a guy like that just makes it all worth it. And that's what you come to the runoffs for. So it was awesome.
Tom Fowler told me about midway through the race, there's nobody he trusts more to race his guy clean than you. Tell me about this. The sportsmanship, the camaraderie, the respect in that race.
Well, like I said, I mean, Danny, I mean, he's a Spec Miata champion. He's used to this kind of thing, and so you can 100% trust him, no matter how hard and hell's blazing you're going through the corners. You're going to stay clean, and I try to give him that same respect and all competitors, honestly, and that's what it's about. It's club racing. So
I can feel the adrenaline, the emotion. What does this all mean to you?
I mean, it means a ton. That's the first championship with this CRX. This we call it Minty. It means the world. We try so hard just to try to put a competitive car out there. And Chad from King Motorsports and the whole King Motorsports crew is always with me. And Hoosier Tires and Carbotech Brakes. That's the formula. It's amazing.
It was an incredible drive, incredible race. You get one more lap. Enjoy it.
I got to thank you to my family. They put up with me being gone all week. Thank you, Dana. I love you. JJ, Evie. Happy birthday, JJ. This one's for you, buddy.
All right, guys. A very, very happy champion.
Thanks, Hayward. Just exactly what we were talking about. Great sportsmanship. Fender-to-fender racing. You could not ask for a better race.
Yeah, and I got to also say, when you walk through the paddock here, Joe Moser is the first thing you see.
Yeah.
Which means he's the furthest from the track, out in the grass, all by himself with his two STL and STU CRXs up on jack stands in the grass. I mean, it is while he has a lot of support, proper grassroots, and it's really cool to see that pay off.
Let's go down to Hayward with the rest of our podium.
Danny, I know that you love to win, but more than win, I know that you love to race. This feels like the STL race you've been looking for about a decade.
I think Joe and I have been looking forward to this race that we had today. For whatever reason, it's just never worked out like it did today. But damn, I have never worked that hard in a race car in my entire life. Hey, by the way, Tom, it would have been nice to have had the cool suit working. But anyway, what a hell of a driver. Mad props to Joe Moser. Incredible wheel man, puts the car perfectly, raced me clean. Really, racing against a guy like that who's not going to give you a millimeter on the track is everything that I asked for.
Have you ever had more fun in a race car than this race?
No, this was honestly by far. I mean, I've had some great Spec Miata races, but in terms of STL, it was freaking epic. Dude, come here, Jose. Come here, my buddy. My brother from another mother.
So, Jose, you weren't happy with the car in qualifying. You put it on the trailer. You took it to Raleigh. You got it dynoed. Are you happy with it now?
I am pretty happy with the car. Like, oh my God, my guys, they swap engines, swap transmission all day, all week long. Like, I cannot thank enough Eric Gibre, Eduardo Grau, my friend Victor, my family in home. Thank you so much for supporting me. My wife is with the kids over there. Like, I'm grateful, just grateful right now. Thank you, SCCA, for everything.
Well, congratulations on a podium.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Man, if you want an idea of what SCCA racing is all about, play that podium on a loop. These three guys love each other. They fought each other hard. Man, this is what club racing is all about.
Yeah, and Stain, obviously, the consummate gentleman. He's just a joy to be around. But we see this race start. Mike Taylor actually up on the wheel. Moser showing Danny Stain he means business on the brakes all the way down into turn one. That little lockup is really the only mistake we saw all week or all race out of that car.
As it was wheel to wheel all the way through, and they broke away pretty quickly. And then we had this problem early on. Now 3 wide in this battle for 5th spot that we watched much of the race. Max G taking over the lead, And it looked there for a brief while that he was going to be able to pull away. Chuck Hines was right in the middle of that, but then we go back to this battle at the front. And this is near the end of the race where they were just swapping that position back and forth for a couple laps. Danny would lead, and then Joe, then Danny the next lap, and then Joe. And then we had this unfortunate contact a little deeper in the race is the 141 of Steve Hunt getting into the Mazda, and then the dirt tracking that we saw from Nathan Bring in that Mustang. And then here was the denouement of Mike Taylor, as after running a kind of a lonely third spot virtually the entire race. And finally the run to the flag, Danny Stain just comes up that much short of getting one more gold medal. But Joe Mosier got it done, and he's taken a victory lap for the 5th time at the runoffs, taking the gold medal in STL, and he is a happy camper. So we are getting ready to head for lunch right now, but don't go away. The Inside the SCCA halftime show with Brian Belansky, Greg Grinsberg, and Laura Braille coming up. On behalf of Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks so much for being with us as we're just about halfway through the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We'll see you down the road.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
It's Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires from the 60th SCCA Runoffs here at VIRginia International Raceway. I'm Brian Belansky. He is Greg Ginsberg. Noon Saturday with a whole bunch of 4 races coming up this afternoon. Spec Racer Ford 3, Formula Continental, Formula V, and, of course, Touring 3. They're going to round out our day. They had the most hellacious rainstorm race last year.
Yes, they did.
I know. I think all of the drivers in Touring 3 are like, thank God it's not going to happen.
Well,
this
they're
time.
Still drying out their racing suits at this point a year later.
Exactly. We're going to talk about all 4 of those today, but we're going to get started right away because we have only 45 minutes in this noon show. We're going to start right away with Spec Racer Ford 3 and what turned out to be a pretty darn fun and amazing qualifying session.
Yes, definitely. Well, and I think I may have led off when we talked about Worker of the Year at the end of our morning show.
Correct.
I might have given away the plot here in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, where this was really, for the majority of the week, the Russ Turner show.
Right.
We had talked to some of the folks in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and some of them had equated Russ Turner to being a mafia don. That he was controlling who got fast laps, who didn't get fast laps, who got to work as a drafting partner with him on day number 1 and day number 2 of qualifying. and Russ Turner, who we talked about, I guess as part of FE2 during our shows yesterday. He was, without a doubt, the fastest driver in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, with Dave Ogburn very close behind. Frank Futrell, who was on the front row with Russ in FE2, also very, very quick. In qualifying on days 1 and 2, whereas many of our other classes had damp Wednesday qualifying sessions. Spec Racer Ford had a very good day actually on Wednesday,
and they were very, very fast on day 3 too.
Yes,
there just happened to be one person who was very, 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 very faster.
Yes, absolutely. And and we had talked about this, and of course this was, I think, one of the plots as I was calling qualifying during the week with Larry Lefty McLeod with Tom O'Gorman, is that Morgan Burkhardt, who was I think 6th fastest one day, and he was 5th fastest another in qualifying Tuesday and Wednesday, was the person, at least on the first day of qualifying, did not have a drafting partner.
Right.
He managed to hook up with former national champion John Black on Wednesday, but somehow on that Tuesday qualifying session without a drafting partner, he was in the top 5. Well, he went out and now further up in the pack, did not hook up with the Mafia Don, did not hook up with Russ Turner, worked a little bit with Caleb Schrader, worked a little bit with John Black, and just tossed out the flyer of all flyers with about 2 minutes remaining on Tire Rack Pole Day on our last day of qualifying, a 2:03.842, just about 105 thousandths of a second clear of Russ Turner to take the pole, and he was very surprised. His parents obviously were, and I should mention that Beth Burkhardt came up to the tower to come and hug me. I have known Morgan Burkhardt since before he was born.
Yes.
As Beth. Should I give away the?
Nope.
I think Beth may have raced once while she was pregnant with him. Don't tell anybody. And Morgan was with us at the American Road Race of Champions back in 2007 as 2007 as a very, very young boy.
And when I was living in the area, I camped at the Burkhardts as a flagger. So it's just a big family, all and grandparents, huge SCCA people as well. So
exactly.
So let's hear from
lots of happy people.
Yeah, definitely. Let's hear from Morgan. We got a chance to catch up with him yesterday, and he is very, very excited about being on the pole. All right, we're here with the 2023 Spec Racer Ford 3 pole sitter Morgan Burkhardt. This is a really cool interview for me. I've known your family for a very long time, and this sport is all about family. So I am so excited that you're on the pole here, and more importantly, I called you my dark horse, so you're making me look good. Tell me about that qualifying run.
Well, we got pretty lucky with the situation that we were in. I started 8th out of Q2 for Q3. So we were behind all of the guys that I really wanted to be behind, so everybody was going to kind of tow me along. And about halfway through the session, I got behind Caleb Schrader, who was bumping Sandy Sotullo, and then I drafted all the way back up onto them going into roller coaster. I got past them going into 1, so I got really good draft down both straights. And then I was far enough back from John Black, who was getting towed by Russ and Dave and all of them, that I could really run what I wanted to run through the rest of the track, all the tight twiddly bits. And pretty much a perfect setup for the lap.
All right, so I talked to Russ Turner. He had a plan for qualifying, and it was not having you on the pole.
I'm not surprised by that. It wasn't really my plan either. It kind of just happened that way.
So I said to him, I said, Morgan might not be on everybody. He goes, no, Morgan is on everybody's radar.
That's very nice to hear from a lot of really talented drivers up in the front of this field. It's a bit surreal to be kind of running with them in April. Did my second race here, and I was like kind of running with them. They were kind of running away in the distance, and I could really not really keep with them. I was keeping with the second pack, but now we're running way up there, and I think we got the pace to do it again.
All right, so how many races have you had in this car before this weekend?
Do the math on this one. I think it's 6 or 7.
So your 7th race, let's just call it 7. You're on the pole for the national championship. How's that feel?
You say it now and it still doesn't feel real. It's crazy. I mean, if you had told me in March that we were going to be here right now, I would not have believed you. So this is huge steps. Mike, Amy, and Doggone Racing have given us a brilliant car to work with. It really helps when you have a really quick tool to use. And all the support that he's given me all year long, just kind of tweaking the car to tailor it to my personal driving style, it's been amazing.
All right, so you told me earlier that you would love rain. That's not going to happen. Very unlikely. So, and without giving away the whole plan, what's your plan for tomorrow or for this afternoon?
Well, I'm gonna try and stay in the top 3, top 5. If I go any further back than there, it gets a little hard to work back into the pack, and especially if we get a yellow, I don't want to be real far out of that top 5 because it's going to get hard because it's going to string out on a restart, especially with this restart zone. So I'm going to want to control it to start with, and then about halfway through maybe try and follow somebody and keep the tires under me.
You can keep in the top 4 or 5. You can win this race on the last lap.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the draft in these cars is so powerful, and if you get somebody to run with you, it's even better. So I know Russ and Dave yesterday, they got 16 seconds, I think they said, of just pushing, just locked together, and they got 136 on the back straight. So I've never seen a spec racer go that fast here.
Your mom said you had to thank some people.
Yeah, I gotta thank Kid C Camp for supporting me all year. OG Racing, I'm an ambassador for them, so they're helping me get all of the safety equipment that we need to go racing, and of course Mike, Amy, and Doggone Racing for. I mean, I cannot say enough about this car. I've jumped in this year and it's just worked. Everything I've done, everything we've talked about, executed brilliantly.
All right, that's Morgan Burkhart, your 2023 Spec Racer Ford 3 pole sitter here at the Runoffs. All right, that was a fun talk with Morgan.
He should take our job, or at least your job.
It definitely should take my job. I'll just sit and press the buttons. He can come host the show.
Maybe.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Okay, we've got some super sweeps to talk about.
Yes, we do.
Potential super sweeps.
Yes, and we have 3 different drivers that are eligible to win the super sweep, which is a very prestigious award. And the super sweep, you will win it if you win a Majors Points Championship. You win the Super Tour points championship for your class, as well as winning at least one Super Tour race, and also you must win the National Championship Runoffs. And in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, there are 3 drivers that are eligible to win. If Caleb Schrader wins the championship later today, he will also win the Super Sweep Award. The same goes for Brian Schofield, who's a former national champion, and Denny Stripling. And I think things are going to be a little bit difficult for Denny Stripling here. He's kind of on the back foot. He missed 2 days of qualifying and just came in for the final day of qualifying.
All right, let's take a look at this grid right now because it's a good one. A lot of fast cars, a lot of fast drivers,
and a lot of past champions as well.
So, of course, on the top of this grid, of course, we've talked about Morgan Burkhart. If you want to pick it up here while I pull the graphic up so everybody can see who's on this awesome grid.
All right, so on the front row, Morgan Burkhart, as we mentioned, out of the Washington, D.C. region, Doggone Racing, Kid C Camp, and OG Racing. I think you mentioned all the sponsors in the interview. Russ Turner, the Mafia Don, is also from the Washington, D.C. region. He's going to start on the outside of the front row. Then Dave Ogburn out of the West Texas region in San Angelo, Texas, starting on the inside of row number 2, along with the reigning national champion, Frank Futrell, looking to defend. Brian Schofield from Central Florida region, he's going to start 5th on the inside of row number 3, with 2-time national champion Bobby Sack starting next to him in 6th. Then we've got Sandy Satullo. He's going to start 7th with Caleb Schrader, who we've talked about. Caleb, I believe, already in one of our previous shows. Caleb is going to start 8th, driving the number 99 machine. And then John Blacko, who I believe was the very first Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 national champion, he will start 9th. And Denny Stripling, again, only 1 day of qualifying in the books for him, starting 10th, but you should not count out Clay Russell, 2-time national champion. He is scheduled to start 13th, so on the inside of row number 7.
All right, key to winning this race is being in the lead pack. Top 5 cars on the lead lap. Any of those cars can win.
Agreed.
That's your Spec Racer Ford 3 starting grid here for the 2023 Runoffs. We're back here at the SCCA 60th Runoffs here at VIRginia International Raceway, inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Brian Belansky, Greg Ginsburg, Formula Continental. Here we go.
All right, let's do it. So, the place to start, I think, is actually with last year's race. And,
okay.
This was very special. father-son pairing. Robert Aller, former national champion, Nolan Aller, who is our now defending national champion. Last year, these two drivers swapped chassis.
Yep.
Robert giving up his race car, which had been faster during testing, and early on in the week, to some Nolan. Nolan comes away with the 2022 Formula Continental National Championship. He is now on the pole. He spent a lot of time this summer off in the UK, running in Formula F, Formula Ford, and really working to work up that ladder and expand his career in motor racing. He comes back and out of the gate, he is 1.2 seconds faster than anybody else, whether it be Tim Miner, Michael Verisons, who is a 7-time Formula V national champion who has been trying to find that same kind of success in Formula Continental for the last couple of years. His dad, Robert, as well. And very close running. A lot of drivers in the mid 51s, low 52s here, but Nolan Aller on the very first day of qualifying, a 150.281. Not many drivers got faster on the second or third day of qualifying. As a matter of fact, when they went out for qualifying Thursday afternoon, the clouds that we had both on Tuesday and Wednesday were gone. This was right after lunch. Sun was high in the air and a very greasy track. Only two drivers ended up setting fast laps, and one of them was on the final day. One of them was Glenn Cordova, and good thing that he set a fast lap for himself because, well, he didn't qualify on Tuesday or Wednesday. So there you go. But I think in a field that is very heavily made up of Van Diemens and is made up with a driver who was just head and shoulders above the rest of the pack this year, it is certainly Nolan Aller's race to lose, but certainly I'm sure Tim Miner, the only citation chassis in the field, has something to say about it.
Sure. And Nolan put down a lap on Wednesday almost as fast as his lap on Tuesday.
Right.
And then just decided to bank on that and not go out on Thursday at all. So he felt pretty confident in that. So we talked with him yesterday, I believe, before today.
Yes, talked to him yesterday.
And caught up with him for a few minutes just to talk to him about this race. And let's hear that interview right now. All right, we're here at the 2023 runoffs with the Formula Continental pole sitter, Nolan Aller. I got it this time. All right, so let's talk about qualifying for Formula Continental. How did that go for you?
Yeah, very similar to Formula Ford. We did a very good job early in the week. The car that they provided me was perfect. I have no complaints on the package. Just had a really good session. The weather was great. The weather kind of trailed off, and there was some oil dry in the third session. But thankfully, I wasn't able to go running in the third session, but thankfully the time from Tuesday stuck. So we're very happy with what we had.
So coming up to race day, what weather conditions are you hoping for, and what are you not hoping for?
Well, if you remember last year, I do like the rain, so I would not be opposed to the rain, but I know we have a good package in the dry as well, so we're ready on either end.
Right. If it's hot out, does that help you or not?
It can induce a little bit of understeer in our cars, but I'm happy with the rotation we're getting out of our package already, so I think we'd be ready if it stays hot. I prefer to drive in cooler weather, that's just me, but I also love to drive in the rain, so maybe be a bit easier on the drivers if it's not scalding hot and we're not sweating in the cars as much, but we'll be okay.
All right, that's your 2023 Formula Continental pole sitter here at the runoffs. All right, Nolan's not very forthcoming with his strategery.
No, not at all.
He's already learned the great art of duck and don't answer. Didn't give us a whole lot there other than he is looking forward to his opportunity to win a national championship here in Formula Continental. I will say, though, that he is a candidate for one of the Inside the SCCA awards from the runoffs.
Yes.
He is one of those awards is for the under 25 driver of the day. So we're giving away 4 awards each day from each day's competitions. Those awards are the under 25 award for someone who did something special, not necessarily a race winner, but someone who did something special on that particular. It does help. I would certainly, that would make you leap you to the top of the candidate list.
Right.
So that's one of the awards. The other one is our Women on Track Award. That award, of course, sponsored by the SCCA Women on Track Initiative and the SCCA Foundation. And then we have 2 other awards.
Veterans Award.
Our Veterans Award. That is, of course, brought to you by Racing for Heroes and Cruise Associates. We'll be giving that to a veteran who also does something special at the runoffs.
And then the Perseverance Award.
And that could be for any of a number of different reasons. And we are going to be giving those away. Now, all the 12 award winners, that's 4 from each day. 3 days, that's 12. That's the best math you're getting out of me, people. All 12 of those award winners are then eligible for our big award at the end of the runoffs, and that is the G-Dub Henderson Award of Excellence. We'll be giving that out for the second consecutive year, and I'm looking forward to that. We've already kind of looked at the folks for the Friday racing, and when today's over, Greg and I and Lauren will take a look at the racing from today, and we'll come up with 4 award winners. We'll do it again on Sunday, and then at the end, I think probably on Wednesday's podcast, you're gonna have to tune in Wednesday to find out who the award winners are, and then who wins the big award. So I want to thank everybody who is involved with helping us make all of that happen. So we got to go through a little bit more stuff here. We've got some more time. We got to get in on this Formula Continental race. So we've talked about qualifying. What do you think is going to be key for getting these cars to victory lane? Has anybody got anything for Nolan?
Well, certainly during the week in qualifying, no.
Right.
I think what you're going to find, and this is one of the first classes that we've talked about, first open wheel classes, where, well, we certainly talked about it in prototypes, but aero has some meaning here. We're going to talk about another class in just a few moments that doesn't have wings, and no side pods, what have you. But in Continental, we were talking during the week and trying to determine which drivers had maybe trimmed out their cars so that they could take advantage of the long back straight here at VIR and the medium long front straight at VIR. But in doing so, it certainly impacts your ability and your times through the tighter, more twisty sections, more narrow sections, through the horseshoe, through left hook, and through turn 5. And we've seen in qualifying even where the section known as snake is very, very important in these cars. And certainly if you trim that rear wing out, you may have an advantage in a straight line. You may not have an advantage in handling. And so that may create some problems. And I think some of these drivers, besides obviously having to work on alignment issues and corner balancing issues, are going to have to make some determinations on those front wings and rear wings, exactly how they want to balance the car.
I look at VIR, and I consider VIR what I call a chameleon track. It is not a high horsepower track. No. Primarily. It is not a twisty bits track primarily. And that makes it really hard to decide how to put your car together. And for different drivers, it might not be the same decision. Some drivers might like a car that they can be able to handle better, but another driver might be able to go on that razor edge and be able to trim it out and get that high speed. So lots of decisions that have to be made. And also, I think you don't necessarily set the car up for qualifying the exact same way you set it up for a race.
For a race, correct.
It's one thing to be able to go fast for 1 lap, but you got to put that together for 15 laps during the race.
Absolutely.
So,
and other pieces of the package get affected by that. It affects tire wear as well, and these drivers are going to have to make sure, obviously, that they have rubber underneath them to get through an entire race, a 15-lap championship race.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at our starting lineup here for this Formula Continental race, and I have a couple buttons to press while we're doing that, and, of course, I
thought we had already determined I'm the button presser.
Oh, well, there we go. All right, here we go. Here is the starting order here, and I will let you go through because you've got some special things to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're going to do for Formula Continental, I'm going to start at 10th and work my way up.
Fantastic.
All right. So first off, starting 10th, and a driver that we haven't talked about, Kevin Fandozzi, out of the Detroit region, driving a Magali. He is and was the 2011 and 2012 Touring 3 national champion. Not racing, I don't think, in Touring 3. Excuse me. I'm all choked up about this already. Not racing in Touring 3. But he has been putting in a lot of time in Continental over the past couple of years. I saw him a few years ago in the Formula Continental Festival at Pit Race, and he has got a very strong package. I don't think he got the qualifying that he wanted. And he's a few seconds off of the pace currently, but I would look for, given a couple of days since their last qualifying session, some big changes there, making some adjustments to the car like we just talked about.
Sure.
Then we've got Rick Silver starting in 9th with his Van Diemen, most of these chassis Van Diemen, Glenn Cordova 8th, and Hunter Tatman, young Hunter in the Tatman Motorsports machine, starting 7th. He's out of Colorado. Starting 6th, Chris Charno, Dean Kierlook, they're going to start 6th and 5th there. So on row number 3, Robert Allaire, again, 2-time national champion, and Michael Verison, 7-time national champion, but in Formula V. And then your front row, Tim Miner, Nolan Aller, your defending national champion.
All right, that's your starting order for Formula Continental. This race should be starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. No, I'm wrong. 2 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern time here. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a good one. We're back at the 2023 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. This is Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. Brian Belansky, Greg Ginsburg, and Lauren Brawl, you're here with us this afternoon as we get ready. 2 more segments left, 2 more races to talk about here before we head back to our racing action during our little lunch break. And this one is one that I know you are very interested in because you were in this race last year, and that is, of course, Formula V. Qualifying for Formula V was pretty exceptional as well, and Andrew Whitson, who is part of the famed Whitson Formula V clan, and do they just trade who wins races? Do they pick ahead of time who's going to win? I don't know.
Unknown. Yeah.
Well, I already know that no, they don't. But and this is going back to Andrew Whitson's first national championship back in 2019,
right,
where he and Zach were on the radio discussing strategy all the way up to the very last lap,
right,
and going down through the roller coaster. So no, it's definitely not predetermined.
Sure. No, I'm just kidding.
At least that's what they tell us, and maybe one of them knows it's predetermined, the other one doesn't.
Yeah, that's there's no team orders like there's no Mercedes F1 team orders. So anyway, lots of fun in this class. This is such a tight knit group of drivers.
Absolutely.
The spread of Formula V's up on the top of the hill is impressive. Everybody is really close, helps each other out. And you raced in this class last year, and they welcomed you with open arms.
Yeah, absolutely. You're talking about the Whitson clan. It makes me think about the several other families that are running.
Right.
It is kind of a dynasty class. You know, we've got the Whitsons. There's the Carmodys. I suddenly go completely blank on anyone I've ever known.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a class full of families that have been racing with each other for generations, So the parents race together, and then their kids race together, and
let's not forget the Ragsdale brothers.
Yes.
As well.
Well, and
New blood.
And this is one of the few classes, Greg, where the fast qualifier, the pole sitter, hit their lap on Tuesday.
Yes, and as we've talked about, very few classes had that and saw that, but as we got later in the afternoon. On Wednesday afternoon, the skies stopped spitting down rain on us here at VIRginia International Raceway. The track dried out. It was still relatively cool. It was less than 70-degree ambient air. It was still very much overcast, so sun not beating down on the track, and it really turned out to be a session that was really very well set for these drivers to set fast times. I think the biggest challenge also earlier in the week on Tuesday was a lot of the drivers were trying to figure out that dance,
right,
and how to draft together, how to get fast times, how to do the little ladder moves to so that they were in line, and they were stumbling over one another.
Right.
I think
absolutely.
So real quick before we get to this, because you're going to answer the question that you've already kind of pre-thought the question I'm going to ask you, because I already heard you start to answer it. But anyway,
my bad.
No, not at all. But for those who aren't familiar, Formula V's are Formula cars based on the 1200cc Volkswagen motor. A lot of actual Volkswagen parts. The whole front suspension's Volkswagen. The brakes and most cars are still Volkswagen, although now they've got got some disc brakes that they're allowed to use. So just kind of an entry level, as affordable as any racing kind of class that's out there. My question to you is going to be, this car is driven kind of unlike any other car out there. And how is that?
It is the type of car that, it's interesting because now I'm driving Spec Miata.
Right.
It's kind of the exact opposite.
Right.
It's the type of car that you want to have just on the edge. Your contact patch is so small with the tires that we're running on.
Really skinny tires.
Yeah, really skinny tires. And you kind of want, when you go through the corners, to be able to lift and have the rear end come out just enough to rotate you in the direction you're looking to go. And when you can, modulate the rear of the car with the way that you release and press on the gas pedal, that you've got your car set up exactly how you want it. At least that's how I like mine.
Right.
And yeah, that's just one of the things that
Quirky.
makes them,
Right.
one of the quirky things that makes them Formula V.
Yeah, and when we talk about momentum racing, certainly these Formula Vs with only 60-some horsepower.
Yeah, absolutely.
That you need to keep the little squirrels running in running in their little squirrel wheel.
Exactly.
And you find that. We were talking about the dance with working the draft. Obviously, the draft is very important. These cars, they're shaped like little bullets, but they are not very aerodynamic.
Right.
That front suspension from a Beetle, the torsion bar front, it is very big and blocky, and these cars open up big holes in the air for cars to draft up behind. And so what you will in many times find is really a dance.
Right.
As you come to traditional corners where you're going to make a pass down here at VIR going into turn 1 at the top of the roller coaster at turn 14, you're going to have probably until the last lap a lot of passes that go uncontested just so that all of the racers can keep up that momentum.
Absolutely. It's also, as you're talking about the V's punch a big hole, there is a huge advantage to be gained by being in the draft as well. Most of the time in these in qualifying sessions in Formula V, you'll see like one flyer lap, and then the rest of them are a bit slower because they've set up the lap where they're perfectly in the draft of one car. Reeling them in for the entirety of a session, dropping probably 1.5 to 2 seconds on their lap. And you'll see that quick lap, Whitson's 2:15.6, I believe it is. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, 2:15.6.
Yeah, Whitson's 2:15.6. And you might see a couple other fast ones on there, but other than that, in the Whitson situation, he's trading with his brother Zach, and they're, taking turns, getting flying laps, as you're talking about that dance.
Right. So there's a lot of tracks with huge elevation changes, like I'm thinking Road America, and pulling a Formula V up towards 6 at Road America or up the hill towards Turn 1 at Road America. It's just like, okay, are we ever going to get there? Are we ever going to get there?
Turn 1 at Road Atlanta.
Turn 1 at Road Atlanta, exactly. Same thing. Is here we've got the S's going up towards Oak Tree. Doesn't feel like it's a huge hill, but in a Formula V, that's still a pretty big hill, isn't it?
Yeah. In comparison to some of the others, it is less sizable, but yeah. And that's
but it's so long.
It is, yeah. And those are cars where you can feel when, you're working it a little bit harder. So yeah, those are always interesting moments.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the talent of this field, Greg. We've got multiple national champions in this field. It is fairly stacked.
Yeah, of course, and we have drivers like Stephen Davis, the older statesman in Formula V. This will be, I believe, his 36th start in the class. Wow. And he has 2 national championships to his name now. It's been a long time since Stephen has won a national championship. The last one was back in the 90s when we were still at Michelin, what is now known as Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. But thank you. I thought we had some time to kill. But we also have Rick Shields with 2 championships. Of course, Roger Siebenaller with 3 championships to his name. Andrew Whitston, our pole sitter now, with 2 national championships, winning at VIR back in 2019, winning a few years later at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Actually, I believe 2 years later at Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's correct.
Looking for his 3rd championship as well. And Of course, we've got Brian Farnham, who is our defending national champion. And actually, this goes back to in talking about qualifying and qualifying laps, where it appeared that, the Whitstons didn't want to work with Brian Farnham during qualifying, and he was kind of the odd man out trying to find somebody. Alex Scaler found himself in that same position, as we've got these Formula V racing clans, and we've got two unaffiliated drivers.
Right. Absolutely. There's absolutely a rivalry, I believe, between Whitson and Farnham. I should say Andrew Whitson and Brian Farnham, as Mark Farnham also races, which is Brian's dad.
Right.
But yeah, there's absolutely a rivalry between those two. They've been in competition for a first place on more than one occasion. We look at last year's runoffs when Andrew went off in turn 17 and Brian won. There's been several situations where, they've got a lot of butting heads.
That's right.
So I think, with Andrew starting first and Brian starting on grid, he'll start behind him in third. I think that could pan out to be a really interesting and very competitive
So what you're saying is they pop a big box of popcorn and just sit there and watch the whole thing.
Yes, exactly.
Very nice.
Yeah, and
Very
let me mention,
Super
I did mention Chris Jenner-John also for recent national champion in the class, certainly somebody to watch. Yes, we do have a number of different possibilities for the Super Sweep Award in Formula V. If Andrew Whitston takes the win, that's all he needs. He will be a Super Sweep winner as well. And then Donnie Isley, if he wins the national championship and Andrew Whitston finishes third or lower, then Donnie Isley would take the win.
All right, here's your
take the Super Sweep. Pardon me.
Right, here's your starting lineup. Here's your top 10 anyway for this year's Formula V National Championship race here. Andrew Whitston and Alex Skeller are on the front row. Then you've got Brian Farnham and Steve Whitston, and then that's row 2. Row 3, Andrew Abbott, Zachary Whitston there. 3 Whitstons in the top 10, followed by Mitchell Ferguson and Brandon Abbott. Then there's Hunter Phelps Barron and Jonathan Weishite. So that is going to be the way they start this attempt at the 60th SCCA Runoffs, your Formula V starting grid. Inside the SCCA, presented by Goodyear Racing Tires. It is the 60th SCCA Runoffs. We are at VIRginia International Raceway. It is 9 minutes or so. Well, depending on when this runs, it could be a little longer. But we're coming up close on afternoon racing here.
Yes. And
there's a lot of cool stuff. And our last race of the day is going to be, we should talk for just a second about last year.
Yes.
T3 last year.
Hurricane
was the last race
tornado
of the day on Friday.
Yes.
And Friday was pretty much flat out awful all day long.
Yes.
And you get to the last race of the day, and just when you think the weather couldn't get worse, it did.
50 mile per hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Rain going, I guess it's horizontal.
Yes.
Because if it's vertical, it would just be up and down.
Yes.
Horizontal across
I'm glad
the track.
that you know the difference between horizontal and vertical.
Yes. And we sent Touring 3 out for their championship race.
No, thank you. If there was ever, and we pride ourselves here in this fine organization for running in the rain.
Yes.
Whenever like Formula One stops a race, all of us are like, these people can't race. Whenever IndyCar said, oh, these people can't race, we race in the rain. If there was ever a race that if they had decided to wait until the next day, I would have been all for it because it was the nastiest conditions I've
horrible.
ever seen.
Absolutely miserable.
But
we were indoors.
So it wasn't really a problem for us so much. Right. But it was a fantastic race. These
amazing.
Guys put on a clinic. And gals put on a clinic on how to race in the rain. Is that book, Driving Cars in the Rain or something?
How to Race
in the Rain. Yeah. That we get rid of that book. Just show the T3 race from last year. You don't even need to read the book. It was beautiful. Okay, so we got a lot of cars again.
Yes.
A lot of the same cars again. I'm sure they're very happy, most of them, that they're not going to have to race in the rain this afternoon. No, the forecast is pretty clear.
Don't jinx them, Brian.
Yeah, I know. Guys, it's going to just deluge again. Qualifying, very interesting as well.
Yes. So we had 18 drivers go and set qualifying times. And, of course, talking about last year's race, we had our defending national champion. It's Jason Ott. He and his brother Stephen Ott were pretty much the class of the field.
Right.
Finished 1-2 last year at the national championship. And finishing then in third, Marshall Mast. But the two drivers in the BMW Z4Ms and their teammate James Lighthouser unfortunately wasn't able to finish the race. But those BMWs were just so strong.
Right.
Really the class of the field. We had some drivers in their Nissans like Robbie Hines, who finished on the third step of the podium. I said Marshall Mass finished on the podium.
Right.
Robbie Hines did not. Sorry, Rob. my former neighbor. In his 350Z. But there have been some changes in classification for the 350Z this year. They get larger tires. I believe they may have lost a little bit of weight as well. That should make them a stronger package, but also a very neat mix of cars. Besides the BMWs, we've got Travis Wachet in a Volkswagen GTI, which is a DSG dual clutch transmission. And we have Anthony Pacelli in the same Subaru WRX that he had loaned out to Chip Herr. The Chip Herr finished second in STU in horrible conditions, having started from the back of the pack, and some Spec E46s. I think Tom O'Gorman during qualifying said that if you're on the West Coast, they actually hand out a BMW Spec E46 when you're born. So that everybody gets a Spec E46, and so we've got David Orr, we've got I think Ed Karabek as well in Spec E46s as well. Maybe that's not true, but it's a good story, and I'm going with it.
So when you race in the rain like we did last year, and then come back here this year without rain, do you take anything from last year's race, or you just got to have, because the conditions today, this afternoon, will be nothing like last year? Is it just nothing carries over?
I think it's the type of thing where you take last year's race with a grain of salt and kind of move on. You know, most of these drivers will have participated in the Super Tour here in April earlier this year, which I can't tell you for sure whether or not they raced in the rain or the dry. Hopefully the dry, and we're able to get some of that dry lines.
And the Super Tour here, one day was wet, one day was dry.
Okay.
So
you got a little both.
Yeah.
Well, if they raced in the dry, hopefully it could have solidified that line back in their minds a little bit, you know, because obviously, as we know, the lines for rain and dry are completely different.
Sure.
Your rain rule of thumb is just avoid the rubber, and it's the exact opposite for the dry. You want as much grip as you can get, you know.
Right.
So I think you just take what you learned from last year with a grain of salt and move on and try and implement the new line.
Put it out of your mind. Hope you never have to think about it again.
Never have to think about.
Hope that your seats finally dried out from last year.
Yes.
So yeah, and the qualifying, it was interesting because Steve Ott didn't put a time in on the first day, and then laid a really good one down on the second day, and that ended up holding, which, again, one of the few classes where the second day qualifying times was the pole sitting time.
Yeah, indeed. And so, speaking of the Super Tour, back in the spring, Rob Hines was a race winner on both days, both in the wet and in the dry. And as he went out for qualifying, he was fourth fastest. He set his fastest lap on the middle day. We just finished talking about Formula V and how day 2, Wednesday of qualifying, was so good for so many racers in the afternoon. In Touring 3, fastest time set by Rob Hines on day 2. Fastest time set by him as well. But I think probably the one commonality, much like last year in the wet, was our two drivers, our two fastest drivers in the dry. Jason Ott, our defending national champion, was the fastest racer on day 1. But his brother Steven did not go out for qualifying. Steven was able to set his fastest lap of the week on day number 2, on Wednesday.
Right.
And Jason tried to come back and beat his brother on day number 3, on Tire Rack Pole Day, and just could not get there. And 14 thousandths of a second separate the two brothers in identically prepared race cars.
Yeah. We had a chance to catch up with Steve Ott a little bit earlier, so let's hear what he has to say about qualifying and what he thinks is going to happen in today's race. I'm here with today's T3 pole sitter, Steve Ott. Let's talk about qualifying first. How did qualifying go? Obviously, it went well, but what was that whole thing like?
It was pretty intense, especially that last session. Luckily, on Wednesday, I was able to get a pretty good lap in, and then yesterday, we were watching the other sessions, and they were a little bit off of their faster time, so we weren't sure how that was going to work. And then my brother, right behind me, popped in a lap that was 14 thousandths or something off. So it was pretty intense. It was kind of, when they told us the time, I was like, I don't remember what I ran exactly, but I know he's going to be right there. So it was fun. It was good to have it that close. Unfortunately, we're missing Marshall here thank goodness he's okay from his accident, but fortunately we're missing him for that competition as well. But we should have a good group. The Z cars are fast. They're really good at the beginning of the race, but should be fun.
Yeah, how do you think the race is going to play out? It's could be anything, right?
Yeah, it could be anything. Like I said, the Z cars are fast at the beginning, and they can do really well. I think we've got a little top end on them. Braking, the Z cars can brake really well too. So it's kind of give and take in different sectors, right? BMW really does well through the uphill S's and things like that. So I think we can hopefully pull out a little gap. And then kind of maintain from there would be the goal. Obviously, I don't know. We'll see. Chris is good. Rob is good. Jim's, all those guys are really good drivers. So it's anybody's guess, but we're going to try and just stay out front with them.
So every track seems to favor one car over another. Is this a BMW track for you guys?
I feel like it's a good track. Yeah, these cars are pretty slippery through the air. They don't give a good draft behind them because of the shape, and they have a pretty good top end because they are pretty aerodynamic. So I think that helps us from getting past. Braking, we've got some good pads on the car now, and we've got a good brake setup that I'm really happy with that we were experimenting last year, and we've had some time this year. So, yeah, I think the car is good for the track for sure. Better than the others, I hope, but, we'll see.
All right, that's Steve Ott, your T3 pole sitter for this year's 2023 runoffs. All right, let's go right to our starting lineup here for Touring 3 here. We'll pop this up, and we'll go through those real quick here. As we said, Steve Ott is on the front row with his brother Jason Ott right next to him.
Yeah, and Jason Ott, it took 20 tries in order for him to win his first national championship. Steve Ott, he's working on try number 14 right now. Here today, and we'll see if he comes home with his first.
Chris Hart and Rob Hines will be on the second row.
Two Nissans, a 370Z, a 350Z. We mentioned that some of the changes in the spec line for the 350Z, but these two drivers very closely matched over the 2 days, and so closely matched, in fact, that they are within just about a half a second of one another.
And I know you're dying to talk about row number 3.
James Lighthouser. Well, the first there's Ott. We talked about 3 identically prepared cars. Yes. There's Ott, and if you look at their windshields, there's Ott, and then there's Not, and Not is James Lighthouser. I find that funny for some reason. But we've got Xiao Che, who's out of the Washington D.C. Area, and he is driving a Toyota 86, and this is a car that he races in a Pro Series, an SRO World Challenge, right. And looked very strong in that car, but it looks to be a little bit outmatched by it is a forced induction 4-cylinder motor, and I think it is definitely outclassed by the V6s and the straight sixes of the drivers that are all qualified around them.
All right, rest of the top 10, we've got Francis Seldorf, Simon Aslan, Travis Wachet, and Jared Lendham will wrap out the top 10. We got to get out of here, Greg, because it is time to go racing here at the runoffs. And, yeah, exactly. We're going to get back to it real fast here. Want to take a real quick second as I try to get rid of this graphic so it's not over our faces. A real quick second to thank all the people that help us to get here. Of course, Goodyear Racing Tires and our friends at Racekeeper. They are the official in-car camera of inside the SCCA. We also want to thank the good people at Cruise Associates and Racing for Heroes as they help all of our veterans get to the racetrack. And then, of course, finally, Women on Track and the SCCA Foundation. They are sponsoring our Women on Track Award this year. We're out of here. Time to go racing. He's Greg. She's Lauren. I'm Brian. We'll see you tomorrow.
This weekend, VIRginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. The sun is starting to break through here at beautiful VIRginia International Raceway as we kick off the afternoon of action for the second of our Hagerty Race Days here at the 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. Our broadcast today presented by Mazda. Great to have all of you with us. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod, and we also have Hayward Wagner covering all the action for us down in pit lane. This is Spec Racer Ford, and you know what? This class debuted way back in 1983. It has gone through a number of evolutions, but it just seems to be getting nothing but stronger. And it certainly is the case this weekend, as well as a huge field is set to go after the run for the gold in Spec Racer Ford 3. With more on that, let's get to Hayward Wagner. Good afternoon.
Guys, there is so much history in this class. I just looked over on the grid and saw this t-shirt. I just wanted to get a quick shot of it. I'm betting this t-shirt is probably from my youth and childhood, going way back to the Road Atlanta days when we had Valvoline support for the series. Just great to see some of the history on grid. On the other end of the spectrum, we have our pole sitter, Morgan Burkhardt, 17 years old. Grew up in karting, first time here at the runoffs, puts it on the pole. The rest of this field, more or less, is kind of a fraternity. That's the newcomer. You've got Russ Turner and Dave Ogborn here. Their plan is to run together. Dave was making deals with Morgan about how they were going to be on the start. But one name I want to point out before we go away, the number 4 car all the way up there, about 10 spots up, that's Denny Stripling. Denny's wife had surgery on Monday. He decided to stay with her on Tuesday and Wednesday, flew in for qualifying on Thursday, just had one session. Sitting back a little bit further, I asked him, what does success look like today? He said, number 1, a shiny and wrinkle-free race car. Number 2, he thinks if things go his way, he could get to the podium.
Well, he certainly has the skill to do that. He's done it before. There's no question about that. Thank you so much, Hayward. As we are getting ready to go here, there is the look of the 02 that he was talking about of rookie Morgan Burkhardt, his first tire rack pole for this young man. I have a feeling it's going to be the first of many, Larry. He has just been remarkable this weekend.
Oh my gosh, he absolutely has. And now I will say it's his first time driving at the runoffs. I don't think it's his first visit to the runoffs. His parents are very active SCCA workers, as well as getting an award this week. So Morgan's growing up at the track, and here he is at what track he gets to be leading us into. Let's go through this map. Down into turn 1, it's going to be crazy. It's a bit of a carousel, increasing radius exit, all the way up into turns 2, and then, of course, the NASCAR turn 3, leading to that bit of a bottleneck there at 4, left hook. They'll run through the snake, the lower S's, and get a bit of a run going up the uphill, climbing S's 7, 8, and 9, and then have to just go full send around South Bend in that turn 10. Goes down a bit of a dip, back up to the corner you can see on the screen there. That's the Oak Tree Bend leading to Madison Avenue, that extremely long straightaway that goes a lot of it uphill, drafting in these cars. They'll have to sort it all out, and they get to the top of the hill. 14 starts the roller coaster. Run on down to the coaster to the Hog Pen 17. That wild ride, big dip, and then down that bending front straight one more time.
Yeah, it's an incredible track. Here's a look at the drop from the top down through the roller coaster. Big field here. We're going to get to it right away. As we said, Morgan Burkhardt, the rookie on pole, outside of the front row. The number 23, Charles Russell Turner, who was a player last year, finishing second. Starting third, the 108 of David Ogburn. In fourth, Franklin Futrell, who won it last year, getting his second gold medal. Starting fifth, the 61 of multiple champion Brian Schofield. Starting in the 6th spot, the 19, another multiple champion in Bobby Sack. Starting in the 7th spot, the 07 of Sandy Satullo. Starting in the 8th spot, the 99 of Caleb Schrader, who's had a monster year in Hoosier Super Tour competition this year. Starting 9th, a former champion, John Black, the number 17. Starting 10th, the gentleman that Hayward was talking about, the number 4 of Denny Stripling. Starting in 11th, the number 7 of Justin Clotcherty. Starting 12th, the number 9 of Todd Vanacore. Starting 13th, a multiple champion, the number 11 of Robeson Clay Russell. Starting 14th, the number 30 of Mac Harrison. Starting 15th, the number 68, a multiple champion in James Goffrey. Starting 16th, the rookie, the number 6 of Gianclaudio Angelelli. Starting in the 17th spot, the 55 of Sam Schechter. Starting in the 18th spot, the 00 of Scott Monroe. Starting in the 19th spot, the 48 of Chris Jennerjohn, a former Formula V gold medalist. Starting in the 20th spot, the number 27 of Brian Cates. Starting in the 21st spot, a rookie, the 106 of Jace Petty. Starting in the 22nd spot, the 123 of Sal Weber. Starting in the 23rd spot, the 21 of Charlie Rogers. Starting 24th, the 72 of Lee Hill. 25th will be the 77 of Andre Pereira. Starting in the 26th spot, the 101 of William Hendricks. Starting in the 27th spot, the 64 of Matt Gray. 28th, the rookie, the 171 of Ben Jacobs. Starting 29th, the number 45 of Tom Burt. Starting in the 30th spot, the 79 of Stephen Greenhill, Starting in the 31st spot, the number 12 of Russell King. Starting in the 32nd spot, the 65 of Scott Ross. Starting 33rd, another rookie, the 42 of Craig Chase. Starting 34th, one of the most experienced drivers in the field, Jeff Beck, at the number 31. Starting 35th, the rookie, the 147 of Steve Spano. Starting 36th, the number 3 of Keith Frazier. 37th, the number 47 of Kenneth Riley. Starting 38th, a rookie, but from a winning family, the 94 of Jeff Futrell. Starting 39th, the 98 of Craig Wheatley, and starting in 40th, the number 08 of Andrea King. Quick note here on Jeff Beck. He may be starting way back in the field, but back when the runoffs were unfolding at Road Atlanta, he started a Spec Racer race in that era back outside of the top 30 and put it on the podium. So the guy knows how to come through a field. And also want to make note, we have a very special honorary starter here. We'll talk a little bit more about it. But the guy who is known as the father, if you will, of sports renown, now into the SRF3 category, Bill King is here. He will be up in the start stand, and he will be our honorary starter. Morgan Burkhardt winning the Tire Rack Pole Award. Morgan Burkhardt did, and looking forward to how this one plays out. As I said, likely his first of many. And Larry, big field in this class. We could have a finish like we had in Spec Miata. We could have history too here.
You could have 4 of them coming across, and there is our honorary starter there. Bill taking a look at the field coming down to him. This is going to be special. There are going to be lots of Y going into one. We got alliances. They're going to turn into rivalries real quick.
Absolutely. There he is, Bill King, looking the field over and waiting to send him off here as they come hustling down. The 50th anniversary of the Spec Racer and Spec Renault category. Bill waves the green. We're going. Burkhardt gets a little bit of a jump. And the question is he going to be able to hang on here? Here comes the 23 of Turner and splitting them both. What a move. That was the 97 of last year's champ, Franklin Futrell.
Yeah, Futrell and Russ Turner had a great battle in FP2 earlier this week. A little bit of tension between them, but at that point, Futrell pushes Russ Turner, and now it's the two of them leading Burkhardt into NASCAR 3 for the first time.
You know what? Some of that was jump. Some of that was that front straight. You can draft. Yep. It's that long. But look at this, 4 abreast now as they start into turn 4 into left hook. Now heading into the snake at this point. A lot of these drivers already a big wrinkle there for the number 6 of Gianclaudio Angelini. So the little contact there. Look at the size of this field as now working through the exit of the snake, Larry. First time through the climbing S's.
Yeah, and the draft helps a lot. You'll watch this field tighten up going up those S's just a little bit, and they'll all sort of check up going around South Bend the first time. And let's see how they handle all of that movement, all that jostling around as everyone's fighting for those positions here on this opening lap as the crowd comes into Oak Tree for the first time.
And it is a big field there, and you can see Burkhardt slipping to that 3rd spot. And like I said, this field is chock full of former champions. Little bit of a break by, what is that, the top 8 or 9 there. Then a slight gap back to the 55 of Sam Schechter at this stage. And you can see that lead group starting to ease away.
I see a lot of big names in that front group. You got John Black, former champ in this group. You got Bobby Sack, 2-time champ. You got Schofield now pushing Ogburn, trying to get past Burkhardt here, go into the roller coaster.
Oh, so close here. And also keep an eye on the 99 of Caleb Schrader. He's at the back of that. And there was a bump. That is one of the top category drivers. The 61 of Brian Schofield clouding a curb. Bobby Sack involved. Boy, a number of those champions we were just talking about have been affected by that.
Yeah, that was a big one there. Schofield got on the grass on the left side of the track, coming down a roller coaster, as he just had trouble keeping the car together, got back over and got into Sack as well as another driver. But what that means, a bit of a breakaway. There's Denny Stripling, only ran one qualifying practice this week on Thursday. Couldn't make it here earlier, as we talked about, and now he's in the middle of this little bit of a battle going on with Justin Cloudery right behind him, and then look at Bobby Sack, able to recover pretty quickly.
Yeah, he was able to, he got off track, see him a little loose there, trying to round him up around the outside here. And don't know at Bobby. No, he had to tuck back in. But now, look like he's going to get a good run. Let's take another look at it here, Larry.
Yeah, let's watch Schofield and see Bobby Sack right behind him. Schofield going the outside of Burkhardt. You see here, he gets a little bit of the car on the left side, slows up. Bobby thinks he's going to go on by, and he comes in, he touches to the back of Burkhardt, who seems to be okay from it, but Bobby gets pushed wide. A couple other cars narrowly missing him.
Yeah, I'm trying to get, that may have been, well, I'm trying to pick up the number there. Was I saw 7, but not sure which one it was. So that could have been part of the issue. It's just that little bit of a graze here. So now everything's settled, and that means the 19 of Sack, the 99 there, who I talked about, Caleb Schrader, and the 68 as well of James Goffrey, another multiple champion. Yep. They all have some work to do to try and get up there, because Franklin Futrell is your leader right now.
Now you get Sandy Satullo back in that crowd as well. Another one is super fast, no matter what you put him in. But look at this crowd here as they're running down, coming off of Oak Tree. Look at that, just a whole bunch of them. But now they're going to get to this back straight, start drafting. You see people popping out right as they crest the top of that hill.
And you can see that car going over the rise there is John Black. But here is that group up front. Futrell, Charles Russell Turner, right there. And these guys have been friends for a long time, but after that race you were talking about, there is maybe a little bit of ill will at this point.
Just a little
we'll
bit.
see how that plays out.
Yeah, in that race, on the opening lap, as they went around turn 4 left hook, Futrell might have run a little bit wide in his FE2 car, pushing just a bit of Russ Turner. Russ was not happy at all about that, but in the end, Russ ends up taking the win in that race, just barely over a great fought battle with Franklin. But here they are again. These two are very familiar with each other. But look at this. You got a 4-car breakaway, and Burkhardt's not leaving this train with Ogburn in there. Ogburn and Russ Turner are very close buddies. Those guys were playing poker last night with Bobby Sack and Denny Stripling and all them. They know each other very well. So seeing those two buddy teammates, and with Franklin Futrell out in front and Morgan Burkhardt, the new kid on the block, right behind him, that's an interesting mix there for that breakaway.
Well, from what you were telling me, those guys who were playing poker, it might be tough, a little tough to get through tech, because you told me they might be running a bit lighter in the wallet.
Yeah, I think Greg Miller came out of there a little heavier in his wallet, and may have thrown down some threats, say, hey, anybody finishes in front of Bobby, I may have to take him out. Well, right now, Bobby's pretty far back. A lot of folks maybe trying to run from Greg. Big slide here going to 5.
Yeah, the 55 is Sam Schechter, and the 27 there, Brian Cates, having a really, really good battle of their own, back in the order just a little bit at this stage. But that's one of the things, 40-car field, and people that you've raced with all year, you know how to race them, and you may be outside of that top 10, and you're driving as furious a race as you've ever driven in your life, and that's what makes this really, really fun. And right behind them sits the number 21, Charlie Rogers, opening off there. Looks like some, I don't know if that was I think it was just a shutdown marker that he hit that went flying. I thought it might be some damage, and I can see the car trying to turn around, so might well be able to continue here as we're back in this pack just a little bit. That front group is really starting to make an escape right now. See what happened here. You can see the off. Ooh, came right across the track.
That's Goffrey, the 68.
Yeah, and was lucky to not get collected. There was a gap there. So back at it here. He now has some work to do.
Probably got a little bit of dirt inside that radiator inlet. It's not a very big inlet on the front of these cars. You get any kind of dirt and grassing up in there, and it'll make that car overheat in a hurry.
Oh, you bet. And, talking about the 108 of Ogburn, who's sitting there, that orange car sitting in third, he's got unfinished business. He qualified really well last year, and in that messy, wet, conditions, had an issue and ended up finishing 25th. And look at this. Here we go. It is Russell Turner, Charlie Russell Turner, going for the lead. And Futrell not able to do anything about that. I think he was more concerned at that point. He did not want Ogburn to get down and underneath. And sitting back there is Morgan Burkhardt.
Yeah, well, I think for Futrell, he knows that if Ogburn and Russ Turner connect, they're going to be a tough duo to beat. Those two qualified nose to tail. They would find their own track space. In fact, they, for a while, were sitting first and third in qualifying until Morgan came up and jumped out in front of him. When those two are together and Russ is the one pushing, they are a dominant duo because Russ can follow anyone 1 inch off their tail. And when he does it with a teammate, they will hook up just a corner exit and push and push and push. So Futrell wants to stay between. He doesn't want to let Ogburn get up there near his buddy Russ.
Boy, and look how tucked in he is behind Turner at this stage, up through those climbing S's. Absolutely glorious to watch. And you would think then that if that pass is made, maybe at that point, then Futrell and Burkhardt would want to get together and work to stay with that really quick duo. As continuing to watch the field, this is Chris Jennerjohn, a longtime competitor in this category as well as others, and he was our Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner. And it's just a fun promotion from Sunoco to promote their 260 fuel, and it's in Tuesday qualifying. And he gets a little loose and hangs on to it. The closest to the after the dot in your time at the end of Tuesday to 260 wins a nice supply of that fuel here. And was that John Black who was off way by himself there? Yeah. I'm not sure if he was trying to break the toe or was slow. Oh, and the 47 of Kenneth Riley, a quick off for the New England-based driver. And see if he can get it going again and back and at it here. Let's hope he can. Struggling, it looks like, to get it restarted.
Looks like just coming into Oak Tree.
He's locked it up.
Yeah, a little bit there. As the way Oak Tree is, you got that dip down the bottom of the hill after South Bend, and it kind of rises. And if you're bumbling around alongside somebody, it gets very difficult to find your braking point, and then the whole thing just plateaus. Looks like the thing locked up on him, went around. So Russ now still with Franklin doing his best to stay between Russ and Ogburn. Do not want to let those two buddies hook up, and Franklin's going to stay there.
And I have to say well, wait a minute here. This is the number 7 now of that's Justin Clotcherty going side by side with the 11 and Robeson Clay Russell. Talk about talent in that black number 11 there.
Yeah, Clay Russell, two-time champ in this class, including 19 right here at VIR. One of the most spectacular finishes you're going to see, short of a Spec Miata race yesterday. But it was a great race, though. There's some serious talent there. Clardy, he actually runs oval racing back home. In fact, Saturday night back up in Michigan, he had one of his oval races and decided, after that to come up here. Well, because when the race pays out like 20 grand that night, you got to stick around for those races.
You betcha.
But he can wheel a lot of different things. You can see him running right there with that former champ, as well as the other two-time champ right behind him, Bobby Sack. He's kind of surrounded. And then you got Caleb Schrader, who runs all sorts of things out here. All 5 of these guys, a lot of experience in a variety of cars. And oh no, Bobby's a little bit slow coming around South Bend. Like he made almost like it missed a shift, but in sequentials, that's pretty rare. Yeah,
that's a little interesting for him. I think he's got more of a problem than that. He's really slow here. And remember, he had that off. Maybe something happened, and he's ducking back in to the south end pit straight.
Yeah, it's almost like maybe it locked into a gear the way it kind of jarred on him a little bit. For the two-time champ, the 2021 two-timer, he is getting out of the car at the South Paddock, and he is done.
What a shame. And that all could have happened when he had that off, trying to avoid, obviously, the 61 of Schofield. I did want to say the 99 of Schrader. I just want to point this out. When you have a good year, it's pretty impressive to see. And Caleb was top in points coming in here in the Hoosier Super Tour. 4 wins, 6 podiums, 6 poles. But in majors competition, listen to this, Lit. 6 wins, 13 podiums, 10 poles.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a season of the gods there. Really great year for him.
Yes. But you got to come here to VIR, to the runoffs.
Exactly.
Now you get to get a run against all those cars maybe you haven't seen all year, and that's what makes this thing an interesting winner-take-all scenario.
Well, and in Spec Racer 4-3, we have 3 drivers that have a shot at that super sweep. Caleb Schrader 1, Schofield 2, Denny Stripling 3, and none of them are in that lead group right now. And Stripling is the one who's best placed. God, these guys have just been at it side by side, lap after lap. Just phenomenal to watch. Kate's here in this duel with the 55 of Sam Schechter, and even swapping positions left and right, Larry. The guys behind him have not been able to find any advantage.
Well, that's Chris Jennerjohn behind him, who's done a whole bunch of racing in Formula V's as well, so he knows how to race in a tight pack. He knows what he's doing in this group there with Sal Weber right there behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. Jenner John, a gold medalist in Formula V as recently as 2020 at Road America. So just some really good racing going on back in this pack. Unfortunately for them, it's 12th and back at this stage, and they're a bit off of that lead group. Stripling sits in the 5th spot right now, which is actually a great race for him because he started in 10th.
Yeah.
So a lot of experience, and so missing all those sessions, obviously he feels pretty good in these cars.
Yes, he's very comfortable in these cars. And again, he's part of that trio of buddies along with Dave Ogburn and Russ Turner. They tried to help him get a better qualifying, but Thursday's qualifying with these guys were a bit chaotic, except for Morgan Burkhardt was the only one really to make any inroads, and of course put himself up on pole, still running in the top 4. Denny unable to in that one session to really get it going, putting himself down. That may have led to some of the issues. Without a great qualifying, it's tough to be in that pack when the breakaway happened. And so now he's in this great little battle here with Clay Russell, with Clardy now getting shuffled back behind Schrader. But, these guys are fighting for 5th when they'd love to be fighting for 1st.
And up front, look who's back in the lead. Franklin Futrell has picked the point back up over Charles Russell Turner. 3rd, David Ogburn in the orange machine. And your pole sitter, your tire rack pole sitter, Morgan Burkhardt, hanging on to 4th. You know, you can't have an event as wonderful as this without some great partners. We want to let you hear a little bit more from a few of them.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
We are back. The run for the gold in Spec Racer Ford 3. And we had a moment unfold while we were in that break. Let's see if we can pick it out here. And that's that great battle we've been following. Oh, and a big, it looked like he may have got help. That's Lee Hill.
Wow.
And I don't know whether he did it on his own or if he just got tinked into it.
Yeah, when they start going 3 wide into there, it gets pretty tight there for Lee. Fortunately for him, he ends up in the grass. But these guys, again, look at this. Russ Turner just pushing Franklin. Just pushing him. Not trying to pass. There's nothing going on here. Ogburn, though, he's probably not going to come to the inside. He just wants to protect.
But look at Burkhardt.
Yep.
Pops to the outside and would like to be able to maybe drive around. And as this corner opens up, if you've got good position here, and right now, Russell Turner might keep that open, and then Burkhardt decides to tuck back in and not force the issue here. Because look at that, just that little bit of side-by-side, and Franklin Futrell suddenly 3 car lengths.
Yeah, Ogburn, I think, may have been trying to protect instead of just letting Morgan go all the way down the straightaway. Instead, yeah, they go and give about 4 or 5 car lengths out front to Futrell to kind of get away. Now, again, but all 3 of these guys are smart. They are going to be very smart in staying in line to pull that back together before they come to the top of the roller coaster.
Good look there, the number 45 of Tom Burt, one of our more experienced drivers in this field. Tom is been doing this for a long time here and having a really good run at it. And one of my favorite cars in this category is William Hendrick's car, that 101 in shadow black, carrying the 101 shadow number on it. I love some of the creativeness that the people have here. And, when you see a car done with that kind of a livery there, you know that these people love the history of motorsports.
Yeah, and he's just making his second runoff start. His first ran T3 at the Sonoma back in 2018, so pretty cool to see him jumping into the mix here in a pretty deep field with Spec 4 Gen 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. And, man, this battle, Brian Cates right there in the 27 sits in 15th now. And he's got this guy chomping at the bit to get through, Andre Pera. Just these trains of these cars that just work through and now head down the straight. But you can see that group up front just ever easing away at this stage here. And Futrell, that margin at the line last time was 61 1/1000ths, and now he's feeling some pressure here. And a big move here by the 77, taking a peek. That was the 77 of Para, and just couldn't find a way around Chris Jennerjock.
Just couldn't quite get. But look at this now. Futrell gives up the inside, lets Russ Turner take that pole position again here, going through turn 1. This is all just sort of playing the game. No one's trying to actually win the race at this stage. All 4 of these drivers, I had a chance to talk to each of them throughout the week. All of them were just saying, let's get the breakaway, let's disappear from the field, get us to 3 to 5 laps to go, and then figure it out. Well, here we are with 6 to go. We may be closing in on go time here for some of these, and I suspect that Ogburn and Russ Turner desperately want to get hooked together somewhere within the last 3 laps.
You know what? Something that I'm seeing here, too, it looks like Futrell is having to drive that car a bit more aggressively to stay. I saw him run a little wide coming through left hook and then up and over the curb into the grass. It just seems like he has to work a little bit harder right now than Charles Russell Turner does.
Interesting you say that. Ogburn says that Franklin Futrell is the hardest driver to follow around here because he runs a very loose car. The car's always dancing around, just the back end's moving. Everyone else is a pretty predictable, balanced car. Not Franklin. And I think what you may be seeing is some of the looseness in that car. Franklin loves it. It's just his thing. But everybody else, it becomes a bit of a wild card throw in that they have to deal with.
So you say he likes a car with a bit of rotation.
He does.
Well, you know, hey, 2 championships. That says a lot. Now, this is an interesting little moment here as a big move to the outside by Futrell, trying to crack the draft, see if he could break it a little bit, and nobody biting. And he immediately realized, ooh, I better get back over, and covered it.
I think he got a great run off Oak Tree, and rather than just sitting back, he figured he'd just go with it. Didn't really interrupt anybody because he had such a head of steam going up that Madison Avenue, was able to pull away up there. But now he does leave the buddies, and I keep talking about it. I'm telling you, cannot overemphasize alliances here in Spec Ford. Ogburn isn't as good at pushing Russ Turner as it is the other way, but Russ at this point has been, I would say, almost controlling the race to this point. Russ is not going to let Dave pull in front of him. Russ is going to make sure he's the one pressuring Futrell out in front.
And you saw Franklin Futrell give a big look in his mirrors. Where are they? What do I need to expect? Anything here into turn 1? And, you know, we've talked about, you know, everybody talks about the long back straight here, Madison Avenue. Well, that run from the exit of Hogpen down to 1 is almost as long. It bends a little bit, so it doesn't look as long, but it is.
It is very long, and the second half of it is almost downhill, so your trap speeds down the front straight are just about as good as they are going down the back straight, which is mostly uphill. So it is very fast, deceivingly fast, and then ends in this downhill braking, making it very, very difficult. Interesting, I want to point out the number 123, the second car in that train, Sal Weber. I believe that might be Russ Turner's backup car. So Russ that's the car actually that Denny Stripling drove at the Watkins Glen Super Tour this summer. Those 2 blue cars were just hooked up the whole weekend. So that's a really good car that he's leading that train with.
And I'm just loving, obviously, this battle that we're watching here, back in that order just a little bit. It's just every lap they're just swapping positions left and right, and the 101 has moved up a spot now, and Hendricks picking up a position there as well. And look at these guys once again. The margin between these guys now and the rest of the field is about 10 seconds. They are just in another league right now. Oh, trying to pick that number up, couldn't quite get it there. Didn't just had it off. I mean, that happens. Exit of that really quick turn 3, the 65 there of Scott Ross, one of the rookies in the field.
Yeah, a couple of rookies, including our pole sitter, Morgan Berghardt, who's running at the front. You talk about experience between Franklin Futrell and Russ Turner. These guys have been racing together since they were kids. And then you got Dave Ogburn, who's been racing these cars for a better part of a decade now, and then you throw in the 17-year-old rookie who was on pole in the middle of this. He, to me, might be the wild card in this group because these other guys may not have got a lot of seat time against him. He's been sitting back and watching this play out in front of him since the opening lap. He hasn't been any higher than 4th. He doesn't need to be. I'm really curious how that mature kid, and you know, because you've had chances to talk to him and hear from him.
Oh, look at this. Ogburn diving, gets down and gets past Charles Russell Turner and picks up that second spot. But I agree with you that they don't know what Morgan Burkhardt's capable of. After qualifying, they know he's quick, but what's his racecraft? And he may be a rookie here at the Runoffs, but he is a 2-time Full Send Sims, iRacing Esports Spec Miata Championship Sim Series winner. He's amazing in the sim, and he's quick otherwise. See if we can figure out, this might be our moment for the number 65 here. Oh no, this is that was a top spin by the 21 of Charlie Rogers.
Yeah.
That thing just went around. Ooh, this is going to be interesting here now with Ogburn in between Futrell and Charles Russell Turner, and Morgan just laying back
Look at the
here.
loose bodywork there, just a little bit on the front of Russ. I wonder if some of the pushing that he was doing on Futrell earlier has kind of loosened it up. But now that you've got Ogburn in front of Russ, watch Russ, the 23, get up underneath Ogburn as they come off the corner. He's so good at exiting Oak Tree. Morgan also right there. We'll see if those two decide to pop out and push past Futrell at some point, if they can get the ideal run one of these next 4 trips around Oak Tree.
Well, we're 2/3 of the way done. We're working lap 11 of 15 here. And he was, do I, finally decided to go, and immediately Russell Turner went right with him.
Yep, there they go. I'm sure they're talking to each other. They make the pass together, and now they're going to work together to keep Franklin behind him. They're going to kind of gang up on him a little bit. I know that Russ wants to win this race as bad as anybody, but if his buddy Dave can do it, it's going to be pretty exciting around that team. 3 fast guys and a Denny are going to have a couple of beers to share tonight.
And look at the run that Ogburn got down through Hogpen and just opened up a margin of a couple, 3-4 car lengths there alone. Now that's all going to evaporate as Russ Turner gets the tow here and brings everybody else with him. And is Turner going to make the move? He looks and then decides, nope, not yet, and just tucks right back in again. And there's some hand signaling going on. As you can see, Franklin Futrell giving some ideas on, hey, let's start working together again.
I think we're okay. There were multiple fingers in that wave. It wasn't just a single one, as may have happened in the FP2 race earlier this week between them. But these guys, there's a little bit of wave. You say, hey, I'm going to stay behind you, because as they came into the braking going into one, Russ definitely kind of moved over to make sure Franklin didn't pop. So you can tell Russ is driving both out the front and out the mirrors behind.
And that's the interesting thing to me at this stage for Ogburn, with the way he seems to be able to ease away from them here. At a certain point, does the 23 of Russell Turner say, well, Futrell was easily able to stay there. Do I let him through and have him allow us to draft each other here? But already they've closed up. But notice that the radiator duct on the 23 has seriously closed up here.
And Morgan just dropped back. I think he might have slid coming around South Bend. So he may be out of this, too far back to do much, as now it turns into a 3-dog fight.
Just that South Bend, man, it is such a tricky. He's got problems. I think he may have a right tire down.
It does kind of look like that. They have caught a tire coming up the S's or something. That's so unfortunate. Your pole sitter is going to end this thing right next to Bobby Sachs' car down there at the South Tower. So it is a 3-dog fight with the 2 teammates now ganging up on Futrell.
The rookie fairy tale story comes to a close, but fear not, folks. He will be back. I think he's got a long career. He's, as you said, 17 years old and on pole in his first ever runoffs. His name will be around for a long, long time. And but then there were 3.
Yep. And just 3 laps to go for these 3. Like I said, I've been talking to these guys all week. They were thinking it might come down to some combination of this, and here they are, just like it played out. I remember asking Dave, I think it was on Tuesday, I said, hey, look, if it's you and Russ and maybe Denny, and you're coming off a hog pen that last lap,
look at that push, though.
All 3.
Oh, my goodness. And now they're 3 abreast. The gloves are off. It is go time. And Futrell, 3rd to 1st with a big shove. Turner going to square up underneath and try and get back into that lead. Can he hold it? Does Futrell have enough overlap? Turner gives him room, opens the door up, now through turn 3 and up into left hook, and position is everything here, and down to the inside goes Futrell, sticking that firmly. Now back in the lead. There's that rotation we were talking about.
Yep, that car just dances all over the place, but such control to keep the thing where it needs to be. Amazing. That outbraking maneuver into one, totally unexpected, I think, from the other 2. Franklin right to the front. And look at this. Now they're going to go side by side in the uphill S's. Nope, going to hop in behind.
And, good idea there. Futrell a little wide there. That could hurt his run wide again. Once you get behind in those S's, it's tough to get back to the apex. Dials it up there. But guess what? Traffic coming up here as well, as Futrell gets a little bit of a margin, but they're coming up on the back of the 08 of Andrea King And great job by Andrea, seeing the flaggers.
But
look at that. They're
Here's
just
the
trying to
draft.
get any kind of draft they can, Larry.
Andrea's saying, leave me alone, guys. Just go.
I was trying to get out of your way, man. But look what it did. That actually helped Futrell a little bit.
And look at this. And Franklin's trying to use her as a little bit of a pick if he can. Ogburn's going to be desperate. Remember last year, Ogburn got tangled in a late race lap traffic that he was trying to get around. Everybody able to get around Andrea this time. That's great. She's awesome. She's been in the runoffs a couple times. Now runs Spec Miata. She runs here in Spec Ford, and get a little bit of camera time for her. I'm sure the dog Enzo is going to be pretty cool to say, hey, my mommy's on TV.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. They're from Land O'Lakes region, my home region originally, and great to see it here as we come around to complete lap 13. 2 to go here, and the one thing, Ogburn, he seems to have, in terms of by himself, more speed than these two guys if they're running alone. But he really did not get out of Hogpen, and here comes Turner down to the inside. And, Franklin thought about going around the outside and then had to cut back, and that lets Ogburn right into the mix.
Yeah, Russ did not leave more than exactly one car width there for Franklin. They may even have almost touched their right rear to left front, but so close. These two have been battling all week, as well as in that FP2 race. Ogburn now has got to pick his spot behind the unpredictable back end.
Turner wide. He got offline a little bit going into left hook, and it affected him. Then through 5 and into the snake. But again, there's really no place you can do anything there. So everybody line astern, and another lap car up the road just a little bit. And here we go into the S's. And look at that. Futrell trying to square it up a little bit.
Everyone's a little twitchy. 14 and a half laps or 13 and a half laps on these tires. They are just like wrestling these things around. And this 3-dog fight is going to be tough. 3 super veterans in this, all of them hungry. Your defending champ is the middle of the sandwich right now. Look at Ogburn, a great run off the Oak Tree.
Huge. And this is opportunity here for him, obviously. And you know what? They might catch that lap car on the way down through the roller coaster, Larry. And if they do, could be a huge factor here, as I think we're going to be coming to the white flag here, and that is the number 47 of Kenneth Riley that they're coming up on. Ogburn showed the nose for a minute and then decided, no, not this time.
Oh, look how close they are. You can't put anything between these 3. So they're going to see white flag this time by. This is going to be awesome. We could see a 3-way photo finish between these 3.
It's entirely possible. Yeah. And Ogburn sideways down through Hogpen. That's going to cost him a little momentum. And looks like, is that lap car? Are they going to catch? He just did a big point by. He sees them. Good man. Watching those flags, the 47 of Ken Riley really being savvy here, saying, go there. I'm not going to get in your way. And here's the big move. For a second there, Futrell thought about it and then tucked back in again. Here we go, Larry. Final lap, and this one is on.
More hand signals for Futrell this time. I'm not sure how many fingers he waved that time, but it's getting interesting.
All right, here we go. This is that really quick, long left-hander. Look at the run Futrell gets, and I think he was thinking of popping to the inside, and Russell covered it just a little bit, shallowed up his exit, and Futrell realized didn't have any place to go there. And again, Turner, he looks a little wide through the exit of left hook, but it doesn't hurt him. And in fact, now he gets a little bit of a breather here, and Ogburn had to dip the brake. He got such a run.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of brake lights. He doesn't want to try and get side by side there. It's not worth it. So he actually brakes through them. Look at this. Like it's one car going up the S's. Look how close they are.
This is incredible. I'm half expecting Futrell. I thought he might try a dive into South Bend. That's gutsy. But hey, it's the last lap. You're going for a national championship. So let's see what happens here. And Ogburn really, he gets such a good run out of here. And I don't think if he does, and it looked like another good one, he's not going to be so gentlemanly into a roller coaster this time.
He will not be. In fact, he would love to see Russ just sort of dive to one side, and maybe he could pull a little bit of that draft. But Franklin's waiting.
There it is.
He's going in. He's going inside. That's the side you want.
And Ogburn, he now has a potential double toe, and then that evaporated. Futrell goes through. Ogburn says, I'm going. Tries the outside. Wasn't there. And he loses. And Turner got it really loose, then had to lift to not get into the back of Futrell, and the back end stepped around, and Ogburn is through, but that might be just enough for Futrell unless Ogburn gets the run of the gods out of Hogpen here. And let's see, I don't know that he's close enough. They draft well, but Futrell really on the move here. Your defending champ gives a wave. He thinks he's got it. He does. 2 in a row for Franklin Futrell. Ogburn makes a great comeback after last year grabbing second spot. Turner sits in third. That's your podium. And then some great battling going on behind them here. This is a look. That's the 106 of Jace Petty sitting in the 7th spot. Mac Harrison, Todd Vanacore, as they're coming down. That is going to be 7th, 8th, and 9th for these guys.
In the middle of this.
Russell is in the middle. So Jace Petty got around on Russell. What a run. Waiting for timing to clear. He did. Jace Petty steals 6th away from a 2-time gold medalist on that last lap. And here's this battle we've been watching this whole race. The number 27, they've been putting on a back and forth show. And he comes through with the 101. It looks like Cates is going to get around Hendricks. And the guy who late in the race went up 3 spots is Ryan in that number 64. Matt Gray in that Ryan-sponsored car. Nice run. And look at the battles. Everywhere we look right now, the 171 of Ben Jacobs comes flowing through. This is what we love about it. Jacobs, the 65 of Ross, who had that little bit of a moment. There's the 79 of Steve Greenhill. Ben Jacobs just made up 2 positions on that last lap, Larry.
Right behind them, Jeff Beck as well.
Yeah. So a nice run for the experienced Jeff Beck. He's been doing this for a long time, he has. And, wow.
That orange car in this train, though, that I believe is the 94 Jeff Futrell. I believe he's the father of Franklin Futrell. He probably knows what just happened at the front. He probably couldn't be happier, doesn't care where he finishes. He gets to go party.
And having a great little run there with the 21 of Charlie Rogers. So, wow, what a race, Larry. And I mean, just watching that group up front of 4 ease away, and then watching that high-speed chess match and seeing what's coming, and then and don't know whether it was the off that caused Burkhardt's flat, or whether the tire just got cut somewhere, and that's what caused the off. But then he dropped out of it. But keep your eye out for that young man in the future here. But an absolutely superb run for Franklin Futrell, just well judged.
Backing up his win a year ago to come out here in nice, equal, dry conditions for everybody, and it's just an absolute chess match with him and these other two, these rivals that know each other very well. They're paddock next to each other out here, and so they've got a lot of familiarity. They race together all the time, but this time it's Franklin's day.
And, the thing is, Franklin did it, as you said, in the wet last year, in the dry this year. That tells you complete package there behind the wheel of that number 97 out of Augusta, Georgia for Franklin Futrell. And that is one of the Comprent Motorsports machines. You see on the back of it, it says Rent Me. Comprent clearly preps a pretty good turnkey hop in and go driving car.
They definitely do, and that's the great thing about Spec Fords is you can rent these and you can get in these rides. The cars are about as equal as you get, and it takes wheelman like that to go and win championships. That guy really took it.
And how special is it to have Bill King, the father, 50 years ago of this class essentially, here and put on this kind of a show. And Franklin Futrell, helmet comes off. Look at that. And pretty soon a gold medal goes around his neck. Hayward, a 2-time back-to-back champion.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Frank got into pit lane. The first thing he says, I need a Gatorade.
Yeah, great race. I kind of knew it was going to probably be between about 5 of us, and it was between about 4 there till the end. All through the race, I was getting a really good run out of Hogpen, and kind of like Spec Me Out in Spec Racers. Sometimes you don't want to be leading coming onto the front stretch, but this race I did because we were getting such a good run through Hogpen. It played off. I got a little loose getting into that into the backstretch there, but managed to slow it down. Great job with the guys from Texas behind me. I know they're probably not too happy, but it was a blast.
I think you guys ran every possible order between the 3 of you through the uphill S's without an ability to put a piece of paper between the cars. What does that feel like?
Amazing. I mean, it's just great to have the trust in these guys that we do. I mean, we all have adult beverages at night and watch video of each other messing up and making fun of each other, and then we go out and just battle it out. It's great.
It was a heck of a race, 2 in a row here at VIR. 1 more lap to go. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Thank you to Comprent Motorsports. My wife and kids are here. everybody back in Augusta, Georgia at Mecco Incorporated and Boswell Oil. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely fantastic run again. That was the chess match, and he proved to be the chess master here. And he is heading out now on his lap of honor after enjoying this cool-down lap. Anytime you win, it's great. But when you realize I just repeated as national champion, you want that cool-down lap to last forever.
And this victory lap, well, he's going to savor this one just like he did last year. 2 years in a row, he's becoming the VIR master.
Yeah, and for David Ogburn and Charles Russell Turner in that mix, and for Osberg Hayward, a little bit of redemption from last year.
Dave, it looks like an even 50-50 split of elated to be here and just disappointment that you couldn't get that last pass.
And yeah, the whole race, I just wanted to be in the top 3, right there at the end. I kept trying to get in between Franklin and Russ so we could work together, but I had to run on the back straight. It was a bit too late. I'm not going to dive under him, for second, because that potentially would just let Franklin walk away. And then when he locked up, rolled inside, checked me up a little bit, and then just Franklin had a bit of a gap. So, it's you want to be second. I was third on the white, and Franklin did a hell of a job to hold it off. He drives every lap. It looks like his car is going to be done the next lap. So
you have been fast at the runoffs for so many years. Last year, such disappointment. Yeah. Growing up in the club, loving the runoffs. What does it feel like to finally make the podium?
It feels very good. I started watching this race in high school. Yeah, it feels great. So it's like you said, it's mixed because it was like I could taste it, but man. So it's I would say 60% frustration from not getting it, but 50% happy to go home with some hardware. And it was a hell of a race with Franklin and Russ.
Well, I'm told Champagne is good for about 10% increase, so you should be able to get to that 50-50.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're going to bring up your partner in crime here, Russ Turner. Big hug for these guys. You said we had it. What is that?
We had it. When you have a teammate out there, it gives you a huge advantage. And I just made a few minor mistakes. Franklin was just superb driving, and unfortunately, we just didn't get the timing just right to take him down. And it is what it is. But I'm happy to come home third. And I'm happy for Dave to podium also.
So a first and a third at the runoffs for you this year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. And you may be thinking, Ogburn's not that great at math, but I understood that completely because he gave it 110%.
He absolutely did. It was great to watch, and I'm disappointed in his interview. I told him either you got to make us laugh or make us cry. I was on the verge of both there for a minute, but no, I love Dave, Russ, Franklin. Oh, fantastic race.
One thing we were so focused on that battle at the front. Caleb Schrader fought his way up into fourth. That was an amazing drive. Here we go, some highlights in this huge 40-car strong field, diving down into turn one. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 abreast at one point, and right to the front from splitting that front row went Franklin Futrell.
Yeah, he knew he needed to be up there, wanted to stay away of any sort of fray behind him, and these are the kind of things the front runners needed to do. There's Ogburn, there's your pole sitter, there's Schofield. This may have caused the opening in the field, and Schofield getting down the hill a little bit of a bump, got to the back of Morgan, separated this front four, and then it became this for about 15 laps.
And it was amazing, and I wonder now if that contact with Schofield was not what maybe bit Morgan Burkhardt laps later. Did have a couple of spins. That was a Danny Sullivan spin and go by the number 21. Beautiful job there by Charlie Rogers. And then after Burkhardt had his tire let go, down to 3 it was, but it didn't get any less entertaining. These guys, the gloves were off.
Oh, and after the battles they had earlier in the week in the other class, here they go, right where they picked up, where they left off. It is just beautiful stuff. Oh, so close racing, so tight, so much emotion. Oh, beautiful to watch.
And I love the fact that, that Ogburn said every lap it looked like Futrell was going to be off the track. Here was Ogburn's last big lunge, just couldn't quite get it. And look at that, though. That is where that little mistake that Russell talked about, and he had to get out of it and loosen the car up, and Ogburn jumped on it. But for Franklin Futrell, the wet last year, the sunny dry this year, he is a champion again at VIRginia International Raceway and enjoying this lap of honor. A really special one when you repeat, Larry.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he is absolutely thrilled. I'm sure his dad down there, I saw him get out of the car and walk on up there as well. It's such a great feeling, the family together.
And here you have it. That is your podium or your unofficial results. Futrell, Ogburn, and Russell Turner on that podium. But the guy that was super impressive, obviously, Caleb Schrader dropped back a little bit, fought his way up into fourth. Justin Clautrady ends up in the top 5. Jace Petty, great run for the rookie. Robeson, Clay Russell, Vanacore, Schechter, and Scott Monroe completing your top 10. So, an absolutely superb Spec Racer Ford 3 race under the watchful eyes of Bill King, who was the guy who started this whole program and oversaw it when it was back 50 years ago in Spec Racer. What a special day for the Spec Racer Ford 3 community to have Bill King here, and for Franklin Futrell, second trophy, second championship in 2 years. Surely enjoyed bringing you this one. For Larry McLeod and for Hayward Wagner, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. More to come here at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoffs.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, VIRginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. Hi, everybody. Welcome to VIRginia International Raceway. It is the 60th historic running of the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship Runoffs. Our coverage presented by Mazda. Great to have you with us here. It is an absolutely beautiful afternoon at this absolutely glorious facility. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner, covering the action for us down in pit lane. We are looking forward to this one. It's the run for the gold in one of the quick classes here that is spectacular around this track, Formula Continental. For more, let's get down and hear from Hayward.
Guys, we're down here on the Continental grid. We don't quite have clear skies yet, but definitely warmed up quite a bit. These are really, really cool cars. These are real race cars. And when I say that, so much of the Formula car world has gone to spec. This is one of the last classes where Formula cars can have some real creativity. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. This is the nose of the Aller pole sitting car. Look at all the carbon work. Look at the little winglets on the outside, the rolled carbon on the outside of the end plate. A lot going on here. In contrast, the second car on grid, this is the minor car. This is a very straightforward, simple aero package on the nose of the car. Now, how do you put a car like this on the front row of a car with all those aero bits? One, you drive the wheels off of it. But two, this car is probably quite a bit slippier down the straightaway than the cars that have a little bit more aero going on the front end.
That's a really good point, because downforce means drag. and drag means slower in a straight line. So you trim the car out a little bit, eliminate some of the downforce, you're going to be really quick in a straight line, but then the trade-off is you're not quite as effective in the corners. You got 2 really long straights here, Larry, but you've also got some really quick, like the uphill S's in that part of the track where downforce is really, really critical. So it's interesting to see that little bit of a different dynamic up there. There's a lot of Van Diemens here, but we got a Citation and we got a Megali as well. So there's some variety here. But we talk about this track. Let's show it to you with our Mazda TrackMan.
Yeah, and you're going to be looking for all the downforce and all the grip you can handle through the long, sweepy sections in Sector 1. You've got the Turn 1 increasing radius hairpin. You've got Turn 3 NASCAR, Turn 4 the left hook. And then you start to build some speed through the snake, the lower S's. And all of a sudden you don't want as much aero as you get through the uphill S's, 7, 8, 9. I'm sure they're flat in these cars. You get to 10, it's going to be triple digits easy around 10. Then they're going to have to woe it down for the hairpin at Oak Tree at turn 12. Off of that, you don't want any wings. You want to go as fast as you can, just like an absolute streamline down the back straight until you get to the top of the roller coaster there at 14. Suddenly you want all the wings back on the cars. You go down
Exactly.
14 to roller coaster, 16 hog pen, 17 to another one of the very long and fast straights on the front straight here.
This track is a massive compromise in setup when you're talking about aero in particular because of that. And the funny thing is you talk about you don't want much because these cars can get through the climbing S's flat, but South Bend, turn 10, you want a boatload of aero on those cars because that is so quick, falls away down the hill. And do keep in mind, folks, we have a father-son pairing in this field, so let's take you through it. Starting in the 11th spot in his 9th runoff, the number 33 of John Miro, running out of the Philadelphia region in the Company Motorsport Services Van Diemen, starting 10th. His 13th start in the runoff, the number 4, Kevin Fandozzi from the Detroit region, the Insight-driven Hoosier Carbotech Megali, starting in the 9th spot. His 11th start in the runoffs, the number 26 of Rick Silver for Washington, D.C. region in the Quicksilver Race Engines Van Diemen, starting in the 8th spot. The number 41, Glenn Cordova, who finished 7th here last year out of Effort, Pennsylvania, the New York region, Cordova Services RPM Raceway Van Diemen, starting in the 7th spot. His 3rd runoff start, the 122 of Hunter Tatman out of Fort Collins, Colorado, and Colorado region in the Tatman Motorsports Van Diemen, starting in the 6th spot outside row 3. 3rd runoff start for the 24, Chris Charnow out of St. Petersburg, Florida in the Central Florida region in the Chris Craft Morgan Stanley Van Diemen, starting 5th inside row 3. In his 2nd runoff start, the 145 of Dean Kurikuk out of Orchard Lake, Michigan in the Detroit region in the Van Diemen, starting outside of row 2. His 11th runoff start, the father of the duo we're talking about, the 52 of Robert Aller from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan, and runs though out of Central Florida region, the Martini Chandon Van Diemen, starting in the 3rd spot. His 23rd runoff start, the 65, one of our multiple champions here, which includes Aller, by the way, of Michael Verichens out of Burlington, Wisconsin, Chicago region in the Pepperball Hoosier Carbotech Van Diemen. Outside in the front row, it is in his 14th runoff start, the 88 of Tim Miner, that very slippery car we were talking about that Hayward was out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, and the Hoosier Quicksilver Carbotech, that's the Citation. And on the pole for the 2nd straight year, and your defending champion, the number 11, the son of the father-son duo, Nolan Aller, also out of Grosse Pointe, Michigan, Detroit region, the Martini Chandon Van Diemen. And for Aller, it's been an interesting year. He gets into the runoffs because if you're the defending champion in that same class, you don't have to do anything to qualify. You're in if you want to. He's been racing in Europe.
It's a good thing, too, because, yeah, that flight across the Atlantic is not cheap. He's been over there in the British Formula Ford Series all summer long running Formula Fords. Now, we're, of course, going to see Formula F in the races here at the runoff, and he's on pole for that one as well. But here in FC, very similar. It's like a Formula Ford, a little bit more torque and a lot more wing. And so I think he's very comfortable. He showed that in qualifying. I think if you're Tim Miner, though, starting alongside, you're going to be almost desperate to get in front of Aller on the opening laps because you know you've got the straightaway speed, but you can't let Nolan get away from you early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And was watching a Tim Miner over through the turn 3-4 complex in Thursday qualifying. Man, he flowed speed through there. So even without the downforce, he was good there. But Nolan Aller with that downforce could be magic there. And, of course, this is Nolan's 2nd straight Tire Rack Pole Award win. And now he will bring the field up 15 laps for the run for the gold and the national championship in Formula Continental. An absolutely delightful class, so quick as they make their way to the start stand. And once they get into that zone, and here we go, Aller gets on the throttle. We're green. And what was that in the back? Was that?
It was Rob Aller in the other Martini trim car, the two-time prior champ in this class. He popped left, and then now he's back right. Now he may have actually given up spots as Nolan's going to say thank you, everybody, and he's going to go right off by himself through the long, sweepy stuff.
Yeah, and Rob Aller, Dad dropped back. He's in the 5th spot now and being hounded. But look how quick Aller, this kid, just how fast he finds speed on cold tires tells you a lot about his gift.
Yeah, well, you know what? We were talking about how we thought maybe Minor needed to get in front of him. Minor didn't just do that. Minor actually lost a spot. Yeah. Michael Verison, the 7-time Formula V champ, has been running F Continental now for about 4 or 5 years and hasn't quite had the success he wanted. He did really well here in the spring for the Super Tour. He set the track record at that event, and now he's going to try and go and chase down the defending champ, Nolan Aller. But there you can see the white with the blue and orange trim, that's Verison's, compared to the white with the red trim, and that's going to be Minor.
And there you see it, and then right behind them, did Rob Aller manage to get, but he did, I think, got back around. Big lunge here down to the inside in Oak Tree by the number 122 of Hunter Tapman, and that's going to give him that 5th spot. Really aggressive move on the opening lap, but sometimes you just got to do it.
Yeah, that's a heck of a move here on the cold tire lap to go out there and just make a dive bomb. Now you can see him defending back in there. Meanwhile, Nolan's already got this thing in, I don't want to say in cruise control, but he can certainly dictate his own pace as Minor now looks like he's going to try and make a move on Verison's first time down the roller coaster.
Couldn't quite get that done, and Aller does now knife up Rob Aller, that is, up and into that 4th spot around Dean Kiriluk. And that's going to get him back up into it. And Rob Aller is a 2-time champion in this category, so he certainly has pace. And but right now, you almost wonder if he's just looking past those 2 guys in front of him, going, "Go, boy, go!"
Oh, he would love to see his son take off out in the distance. But Rob, not only a 2-time champ, he actually led the race by a large margin back here at 19 when he had a mechanical issue and couldn't finish the race. He knows this track, he knows this car, and they've got a really strong strategy between this team. Right now, though, he's got these 2 other cars that are in between, of course, and Minor, who won this class back at that race in 19 that Rob was leading so much. And then Verison, as I mentioned, all of his experience running in Formula Vs and now a couple years here in Continentals. This is a very experienced group here running 2, 3, 4.
Hugely, really deep in talent. And Minor was able to use that top end advantage coming out of Hogpen and made a pass 4-second on Verison's down into turn 1. So that's a change now. So Minor 3rd, Aller 4th, Kiriluk in the 5th spot at this stage. And there you see Aller now really starting to hound the 65 of Kiriluk. They've been going back and forth here.
Yeah, that's Verison's up in there into that 3rd spot. And Rob is just going to continue to pressure and pressure and pressure. Here's the other interesting thing we haven't talked about are the different chassis. Is a lot of them are in those Van Diemen's. That's what the Allers are in. I think that's what Verison's is in. Except for Minor, he's in a Citation. And talking to Rob Aller, he said that the Citation's easier on tires. In a long run, that thing on the Spec Hoosier tires is a much more balanced car. It's almost like the tire was developed for that chassis, whereas the Van Diemen's tend to wear through a little bit earlier in the races. Let's see how that plays out in the long run here. Again, we're only on 3rd lap here, but Minor might have an opportunity towards the end of this race if he can keep himself in it and within visibility there of the younger Nolan Aller.
Well, there's a guy who did a lot of development for Hoosier Tires driving a Citation named Whitesenoff, and won a number of national championships there as well. And so maybe not a huge surprise here. Now we're going to see whether Robert Aller there in 4th, that 2nd of the black Martini Chandon cars, if he's got anything to try now and work his way around Verison's, as he is slotted right into that 4th spot. But up front, Nolan Aller is up now. We just completed lap 2. He's up by 3.5 seconds. His best lap, a 152.2, and done in the last lap. Everybody else is in the 53s.
Yeah, that's only about 4/10 slower than the track record round here that Michael Verison's just set here back at the Super Tour in April. So Nolan just kind of laying it down, and he's going sector by sector, fastest of his setting those sectors all along, except for Sector 3, which his father, Rob's got the quickest sector time there. So those 2 Martini liveried Aller guys are definitely flying around here, point by point around the entire track.
Yeah, they are absolutely hooked up. Look at the speed that Nolan can flow through South Bend or turn 10. Such a treacherous corner. And just hear how early he picked up the throttle. I mean, he's just in the zone. And, you know, to me, and I've obviously called a lot of racing over the years, and when you see somebody that can, in the first 2 laps, when those tires are cold, the pressures aren't right, can find speed relative to the rest in a big hurry and over a stout field, you know, that's when I start thinking he's got what I call the gift. And here comes Dad coming up and trying to make that move on Verasins. Is he going to be able to clear him? He does. So now Robert Aller up into the 3rd spot. Oh, had a little bobble there, got in a little hot, but didn't give it up too much. And I know for that family, obviously, they would absolutely love to have 2 of them up on the podium here. So Rob Aller is there. And I'll tell you, Rob Aller is also, he is a top-tier TV producer. That's what he does in real life. He's actually produced some of our broadcasts over the years here, but he is the TV producer for the Tampa Bay Lightning. And he understands big-time network TV and is incredible at his job.
He's very good. Look how precise he is now. He's able to get past Verasins. I'm wondering if he's running just a little less wing than his son Nolan out in front, as Rob's got trap speeds that are about 5 miles an hour faster than what Nolan's only been peaking out at 136. Rob's got 143 mile an hour, I think with a little bit of draft a little bit ago, but still, even by himself, he's over 140 mile an hour. He's really got that thing like a rocket ship on the straights. He just now has to somehow make the move on the other one that's got almost no wing, and that's Tim Miner. I don't know if he's going to be able to. Let's see if he can use some of that draft, because although these cars are winged cars, they do use a draft very, very well.
Yeah, they do. And, you know, obviously, what can happen, the more intricate the aero, like we saw on Nolan and on Rob's car, on the wing, on the front, the more the draft can affect it in terms of getting the car to start to chew up its tires, because you don't get quite that downforce. So Rob wants to time his pass really well so he doesn't spend too much time in that, you know, it's a cliche term, but there's a reason for it, dirty air.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to pull up closer to Miner this time around. He would love to just pressure these guys for a couple of reasons. One, he would love a 1-2 for the Aller family.
Yes.
And the other is if he can slow this pack down a bunch, it just gives Nolan a chance to stretch and stretch and stretch.
Look here at Dean Kiriluk, who was our Hawk Performance Breakthrough winner, and that's an award from Hawk Brakes. And basically, it is from Tuesday qualifying to Wednesday qualifying, whoever has the biggest gain in position. And Kiriluk doing that and putting himself up into the top 5 and inside of that 3rd row. He had a really good day on Wednesday.
Yeah, great run for him. Unfortunately, right now as we get into race pace, this front 4 has just got it right now going on. All of them just kind of pulling away. Kiriluk sort of the best of the rest in that 5th spot, just clicking off 153s, while Nolan Aller's doing 151 threes, which is exactly. Your track record.
And I'll tell you, you know, in this, there aren't a lot of cars in this class, so big position gain during the race, but there's an award called the Sunoco Hard Charger Award for the person that moves up the most during the race. And it could be the number 41, the car right there, just going out of frame, Glenn Cordova. He started in 8th, and in the first 2 laps worked his way into 6th, and is now easing away from the number 24 here at Charnow, that white car with that black stripe, who started in that 6th spot and now has dropped to 7th behind the very quick Glenn Cordova.
Yeah, look at these guys. All of them are trying to move up as much as they can. It's a good shot of Rick Silver there. I just saw him for about 2 seconds this morning, covered in grass. He'd been laying down in his paddock spot there, replacing the fuel cell in this car this morning. So talk about a lot of work, able to get the thing here to the grid. Yeah, I'm sure he's a bit hungry there in that number 26.
You know, that's something, Larry, we haven't talked about a whole lot here this year in our calls at this stage is, you know, you think about, there are some teams here that they, you know, from, you know, people that have solid budget, that have mechanics and all that. But the thing to me that is the most compelling about SCCA club racing in general and the runs of the National Amateur Championships here is the fact that there are so many of these drivers that when they're out of the car, their crew chief, their logistics coordinator, and this is done from more deep passion than deep pocket. And that's what sets this apart and why it's one of my absolute all-time favorite events.
Yeah, because Monday they got to go back to work for whatever other job they've got. You know, that's what they've got to do.
And it may be car involved.
It may be.
But they're still doing the service and all of that on their own here. And it's just such fun. There, that car right there is Glenn Cordova. And really, really a good start for him, up from 8th into 6th. And right now, he just set his personal best lap of 55.8. So doing a really good job out there right now.
Yeah, giving it the maximum effort Pennsylvania that he comes from.
There you go. Absolutely. And you can see there's that battle behind him between Charno and Silver for that 7th spot. And then a little bit of a gap back to Hunter Tapman. We saw that really aggressive move. And then at the back of the field, it's Fandozzi and Miro right now.
Fandozzi, multiple national champion, actually in some tin tops back in the day. Fandozzi been playing here in the Florida Continentals now for a couple of years, but he can wheel it around as well.
And speaking of wheeling it around, Nolan Aller up front from the pole, 6 seconds clear of the field as we are a third of the way through this run for the gold. Ooh, he's got a lap car coming up here, right in the line. Not sure what that was all about, but he's able to get through. And Aller maybe gave up a little bit of time there, but has a huge margin in hand. And again, we talk about it so much. You don't have a race of this stature, of this prestige, without some wonderful partners. Let's hear more about a few of them.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in the event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Welcome back. The battle for second is on here in the run for the gold in Formula Continental. Robert Aller has closed up on Minor. Now, Minor, we know, has great straight line speed, but you were noticing, Larry, that Aller looked to be a little trimmed out as well. Using that pull, he pops to the outside. Let's see if Minor now is able to accelerate away or whether Aller has the top end. Pretty even when they're side by side, but Aller had position, comes across, rounds him up, and it's a 1-2 for the Aller clan.
It is for a minute. Minor, I think, was willing to concede at this stage of the race. Only close to the halfway point. Wasn't going to push it there with Rob Aller. Let's see if Rob can pull away or if Minor's got something to respond with.
Wow, Aller got a huge run down through Hog Pit, didn't he? You can see that car rotate a little bit, and then that compression. And if you get the compression right there, you just suddenly get a ton of grip. And if you nail it, you can really launch out of there. And it looked like that's exactly what he did. Back in the pack just a little bit again. This really fun battle between, is that the 24 of Charnow and Rick Silver. And Rick had tailed off just a little bit, and he's found some speed. He's closed back up on him.
Yeah, he has just enough. Let's see if he can kind of get underneath Charnow. He might feel a little bit of aero wash if he gets too close. He's kind of got to pick a spot where he can go by and where he can't. But look at him. Look at under brakes.
Oh, massive lockup there for Rick Silver. That tells you how hard he's trying.
Yeah, and that may have been a little bit of aero wash. You lose the downforce on that front wing. Suddenly he doesn't want to brake as well.
And you get that happening and you start to get a little flat spot on that right front tire. Physics, we always talk about, racing a car fast is all about applied physics. And physics will tell you that tire will hunt for that flat spot and then want to lock up again and again. And pretty soon there's a vibration that will rattle your teeth going through that car. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, you can see him coming in. He is sort of close to the back of Charnow in front of him. It just locks up the right front just as he gets the weight transferred, as he started to turn in. Probably next time he'll think about that and try to keep the wheel a little straighter until he gets more speed off of it. And try to not make that single flat spot any bigger than it already is.
That's something, too, that sometimes people don't think about, Larry, is, people talk about downforce on a car, that, all of the channeling of the air on the front wings, the efficacy of the rear wings. Generally, people think about it as getting through a corner fast. but it allows you to brake much deeper than if you weren't running downforce. And so, like you said, when you get into that wash of that car and you go to the braking zone where you know you can do it when nobody's in front of you, suddenly, that air not quite as efficient.
Yeah, and it's all about that balance in lots of different stages of taking a lap, and you've got to make sure you've got the downforce and get that front end under, get the braking done. And what you find in cars like this also is they've got a lot of downforce when you first have all that initial speed, first hit the brakes, and you've got a lot of good braking, and you got to back off that pedal as you start to slow down because you lose it down for slower speeds. Rob Aller now back under pressure here from Minor.
Yeah, Minor has not given up, has he? They continue to run in lockstep here. And then you get through this sequence of corners with that little bit of aero might help just a little bit, and Rob just eases away a smidge. But like we said, it was pretty clear on that long run down Madison Avenue when they were side by side. Pretty even in terms of straight line.
Yeah, very similar setups, I think. These two different cars. Again, one's a Citation, the other's a Van Diemen. They've got to work to get this, but I think their strengths right now are very evenly matched depending on even across the different sections of the track. Rob's just going to try and use a little bit of track position and try to keep that aero wash behind him and make Minor work through it. Maybe try to push his tires into a worn state early, catching that curb on the way in.
Yeah, he did, but it didn't affect him one whit. Rolled to the throttle, got the car rotated, and got on the hammer here and did a nice job with it. And Robert Aller, he had qualified fourth, and I wonder, Larry, if at that point he said, if I have any shot of getting up and dicing for the podium at any spot, I got to make some passes. And so maybe he just said, I got to trim it out a little bit and get after this field.
Yeah, he was not happy with his qualifying. Thought maybe he needed to do it on the first day, which is when Nolan, Tim, and Bearson each set their fastest time. In the second day, he had to go out and set something. By the time third day came out, it was just a little bit too warm for him. So really unhappy overall with the way the car handled, the way the qualifying ran for him. I think this is really the true pace of Rob Aller.
Yeah, he really is a talent. There's no
question
about
Silver.
that. Oh, Silver, high-sided up in Oak Tree. And gets it going. That is a great sign to see. He was able to gather it up. And
Hi-ho, Silver away.
There you are. Well played. Well played. What is it you like to say about low-hanging fruit? All right, watch it right here. Oh, just overshot.
And Hunter Tapman was able to avoid him and continue. But I am glad he does not high center the car. He's able to kind of get it going. A lot of times these very low, flat bottom Formula cars struggle with those curbs. Lucky for him, able to continue.
Yeah, they are flat bottom girls. Nolan Aller, fast lap of the race at a 151.1, but he's lapping consistently mid 151s to high 151s, and nobody else, with the exception of Tim Minor, has dipped into the 151s at all.
Yeah, Nolan's not backing down. He's trying to be that inch perfect. A guy named Clint McMahon, you may recall, ran F5, F6 for a number of years, always talking about inch perfect. He did this a couple times at this track. In fact, would just go corner to corner, trying to make the perfect lap. And you watch Nolan, he's doing it now.
We have a full course caution has come out here as we are about to complete lap 10. Haven't seen the reason as of yet, but it just popped up on our timing screens, and then there is a car over there. We can't see it. That's that same spot as you turn into the roller coaster, I think. A little bit farther down the hill, perhaps. But we don't know who it is, but a near 10-second lead for Nolan Aller has evaporated here. We believe that it might be Rick Silver, and he had that spin.
Yeah.
And, he had dirtied his tires up and had grass. Maybe those tires sat there, chilled off a little bit, and then just didn't have the grip he thought he did heading down into the roller coaster. So, wow, huge development here after Nolan Aller had worked really hard to build that margin up.
This is going to change this landscape quite a bit as things were just starting to spread out. Rob was able to control the second spot, put pressure on Minor, and Verisson's behind her. Nolan was just, as we were just talking, inch perfect laps, just going faster and faster and faster. All of a sudden now we have to hit the reset button, see how quickly that they can get that car removed out of that spot and get this thing going to green. We've got about, we're on the lap 11, so we got about 4.5 laps. Maybe they'll end up with 2 green. It's a lot of pressure on those 2 Martini liveried Van Diemens out in front because Minor and Verisson's are a couple of veterans. They know how this could work. Remember I mentioned that Minor's car is supposed to be easier on tires for the end of a race. This is when you'll need it.
Well, exactly, and that's the thing. Every once in a while, you always, when you're in any kind of race, but you always want to make sure you have a little tire left in case there's a late caution, because then the guys that have taken care of their tires, even if you were demonstrably faster everywhere, sometimes they can just drive by you just because they've got all that extra grip. So it didn't look, I mean, Nolan was driving so smoothly. I didn't see that he was doing anything that would have really done anything to hurt these tires, and a couple of the guys at the back of the pack, they're locking up. And yeah, I believe it is Rick Silver, because now he is shown way back and dropping off the order here. So we'll see what happens. But really unfortunate, because Rick and Charnow, Chris Charnow, had been having a really fun battle. I hate to see it.
Yeah, that is tough. Tough for Rick. Again, all that work. I was just talking about how he did all that work to replace the fuel cell in the car this morning to get out here. He was really happy to be in the grid, and then to have a spin, a high center, and then out of the race.
All right, we just got a report from our producer that we're going to take another look at the start, because there might be some concerns that somebody jumped early. Oh, man, that was close.
Harrison started third. He's ahead of Minor pretty early.
Yeah, that is a distinct possibility here. I mean, we saw Rob Aller move, and the guy, Chris Charnow, went, but it looked at the same time as we saw Nolan moving. So. Yeah. But that may have been that replay. Also, race control may have asked for it to be able to take a quick peek at it here. And how beautiful is this car? There is rarely a better looking livery on a Formula car in particular than black with gold graphics on it, evocative of the old JPS Lotus days. And Tapman's car is just stunning.
It is a beautiful, beautiful combination there for Hunter in that car. So, and he's sitting now in 8th, and now with the field back together again. If we go green, he might be pushing Charnow the same way that Silver was.
Yep.
So we'll see if we end up with a couple of different races here with maybe a couple laps to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we have this caution, let's get back to Nolan Aller. And in Europe, he's had been running that Formula Ford series. He's had a good year, but he's had some mechanicals and the like. And he was looking at it because this same weekend is one of the races there, and he was looking at it and he said, I'm not really in the points for that, and I've got an entry. I can go and do the runoffs here. And he said this is such a prestigious race, and for him it's going from prestige to prestige to prestige, because when he's done here, he goes right back to Europe. He's going to run the legendary Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, and then a few weeks later, the race that is considered the top race now, even above the festival in Formula Ford competition globally, is the Walter Hayes Trophy race. I think that's at Silverstone. And so, if he can nail this, go over there and do really well there, sometimes that's your ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's a great young man. I had a chance to talk to him a little bit in the last couple of years here, and he's very humble. Yes. But he's focused on what he wants to do. He's focused on doing well in the Formula Ford series over in Europe. He's focused on this race this weekend. He really wanted this. As Fandozzi looks like he's pulling in.
Yeah, it sure does.
Huh.
Yeah. And if you really know Rob Aller, you understand why Nolan is a gentleman. He's a gentleman because that's how Rob would have raised him.
For sure.
Just both of them are really good people, and what a story. We had history made in Spec Miata yesterday with the first ever co-champions. I don't know that there have ever been a father-son on the same podium here.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
Maybe with the Otts.
Could be,
because they, they've been doing it. But either way, what a story if it happens. Don't want to jinx anybody.
Been a lot of families that have run multiple classes. A lot of second, now third generation drivers. In fact, technically here Nolan is a third generation racer. I don't know if the first generation ever ran the runoffs, but they've had racing in their blood for a while, and that's what the runoffs. That's what SCCA is. It's about families and racing together. I love seeing this. Seeing a father and son together. It's
fabulous.
Yeah.
And, it was a few years ago, Rob ended up, they're from Michigan, and ended up in a boating accident and hurt his arm pretty bad. He had to take a bunch of time off from racing and couldn't train, couldn't do anything. Believe me, folks, these cars, this isn't Formula One IndyCar level of downforce, but it's pretty stout.
Yeah.
And you feel it, the G loads and the like in these cars are there. And he hadn't run, but he'd won the runoffs the year before. Yeah. So he had an open entry, and he decided last minute, I want to give it a go. And I think, and I'm trying to remember, it was in the wet. And in short order, he was knocking on the door of a podium, and it just been flying, and then had it off. So that competitive spirit. It was like, in the wet, I don't have those loads. My arm might be able to take it. I'm going to give it a go. And darn near podium. So that passion runs deep in that family, no question. As they do for everybody here. We talked about it. You're here out of sure, but sheer passion.
Yeah, and everybody is, and that's why I love it. And it's clear that Nolan has picked up on some of that passion. As Van Dozie's back on the track, I'm pretty sure. I thought that was him that had pulled in, but maybe he's come back
in as well. So, all right, just got word we might be going green this time, which would mean a 3-lap sprint, Larry, to the finish here in a national championship. Do want to take, while we are under the full course caution, that beautiful Mazda up front. Comes courtesy of Mazda and Sport Dirt's Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, providing all of the pace cars today. And it's nice we have a number of them. There's the one out by by pit out. There's one on the back straight where the scoring tower is located in the back straight pit lane. So a huge help. And of course, Mazda has become just an incredible partner and friend to all things Sports Car Club America now for a long time. So big thanks to them.
Yeah, a company that really focuses on motorsports, really supports. They walk the walk for sure.
They do, no question about it. So there it is, lights out. Lights are out on the safety vehicle. So it is time to go racing here. And, you never know on these starts. Dorsey Schrader used to say, yellows beget yellows. And you never know, and especially when it's a 3-lap sprint and a gold, silver, or bronze medal is in the offing here. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, Minor and Verisons are going to be on the push to try and get by the elder Aller. We'll see if the elder helps protect the younger and lets Nolan chase away. Look, he's already kind of backing up just a little bit, keeping Minor and Verisons just clear enough from Nolan out in front. He wants to make sure that the family takes the win here, but he's going to be under a lot of pressure from those 2 cars behind.
Yeah, he is. And I was wondering about that. His dad is that passion, that racing blood. Is that going to make him attack here, or is he going to play wingman? What's the plan? But it's all about to be decided here, coming up to the line. Here we go, and this is going to be interesting. It looks like Rob is laying off a little bit, and we're back to green. But Rob actually got a really good jump as well. And let's see what happens. Minor is the guy that is going to be actively seeking to do something in a big hurry. He's up to the outside of Rob Aller. Not close enough to try and do the roundup. So now has to turn in behind. It looks like the family Von Aller is able to hang on at least through the first few corners here.
Yeah, good defensive line for Rob Aller to make sure that Minor was going to have to go the long way around no matter what he tried, and able to keep Tim behind him. Verisons did not get a great jump. He does slide in behind Tim Minor, and then you get this good little battle going back there between Kirillick and Cordova for that 5th spot.
Well, and for Cordova, starting in 8th, if he now can do something with Kirillick and get to the top 5, I would think that would definitely be at least an Oklahoma Charger award for him. And that's a very, very respected award as well. But once again, and I don't, it isn't Aller holding anybody up. It's just Nolan. When you find speed, like, oh no. And Verisons, a big spin coming out of South Bend, kept it on track with a recovery. And look at that. I think that was Hunter Tappan as the 45 Kirillick checked up, thinking he was going to maybe get into him. And that was a great move by Tappan. Watch it here. 4th car right there.
Yeah, Verisons is a little loose on the cold tire restart. I noticed on the back straight he wasn't warming his tires as much as the other guys. I think he might have just paid that price. Luckily, everybody else is able to clear. He's able to return to speed. Speaking of speed, Nolan now already opening it up.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Verisons darn near saved that, but it just wasn't going to happen. And but what I was saying here, watching a driver that, again, on cold tires, and what was that? That was a 3-lap, 4-lap caution. Yeah. Those tires cooled, and to see him relative to everybody else with the talent we know is in this field, just check out. We are talking a young man that might have the gift here, and that is really, really special indeed. See what he does as he comes by here, and 1 lap, 1.6 over Dad, and Minor another couple seconds there as well. But this battling behind, look at Hunter Tapman on that lap with that move, that spin by Verisons, and also seeing Kurlick kind of check up a little bit. Tapman on the restart here, that first lap has gone from, what was it, 7th to 4th.
Yeah, he's done a great job
amazing.
now. Yeah, Kurlick behind him runs a little bit wide there at NASCAR 3, so I'm kind of hitting the rumble strips there, able to continue. As you can see, Kurlick there in that black and red, but Tapman is definitely the big mover, the beneficiary of that yellow and the subsequent green. He's now sitting in that 4th spot. I'm not sure he's got much to be able to catch up to Minor out in front in that 3rd spot.
Pretty cool. There he is, Tapman, and then there is Kurlick. And now let's see, 8th to 4th now. Cordova getting around Hunter as well, and that locks him into 4th. What a race! In this category, with these cars evenly matched for Cordova to make up 4 spots during this race. Obviously that yellow helped him a little bit to be able to close up, but that's part of the sport, isn't it?
It's part of racing. It just happens, and he's able to take advantage of it, and he's got the speed right now. Cordova now going to try and pressure Minor, maybe possibly for that last podium step. Minor wants that step along with the 2 Allers. You're only going to have about 1 more lap to do it, as he should be coming for white flag next time by.
Should be white flag. And as we came around for that restart, did you get a sense that Rob was trying to back up just a little bit?
Just a hair.
Yeah,
just
I
enough.
thought so too. You know, it wasn't egregious, but it was there. Yeah. All right, here we go. White flag flying at start finish. 1 more lap to go in the run for the gold in Formula Continental. And this can be a star maker category, and I think we are seeing one here with what we've seen from him last year, what we've seen him doing in his first ever appearance in the fierce Formula Ford Series in Europe, and now the run that he's putting in here. This is just amazing. And look at that, just uses every ounce of racetrack, but is just glass smooth as he does it. And here comes Dad, who I'm sure that Rob right now, I mean, he's a consummate driver, but seeing what his kid's doing up front, he's got to just be his heart beating through his chest right now. It's so cool. And then Minor looks like he might be able to hang on, but Hunter Tapman is coming back after Cordova for that 4th spot, and Kurlick's not far behind them here. But this battle for this 4th spot may not be done yet.
No, definitely not. Look at Tapman right underneath the back there. He has been racy here. He's got 1 more straightaway to do it. Let's see what kind of trim he's got on his wings, if it's enough to do something. If not, you got Kurlick right there. All 3. The big slide, though, in the middle of the corner for Tapman.
Yeah, Kurlick. Oh, and a big slide on the exit. That is going to rob him of exit speed. And Kurlick is the guy who might benefit here. He got a great run through Oak Tree here. And let's see. Yep, he makes the move here. And if he can clear him, then he can maybe tuck back in behind Cordova and get a little bit of a tow. But Tapman fighting back side by side. And finally, Tapman shuts the door as they head down into the roller coaster. But up front, Nolan Aller going for his 2nd straight gold medal from his 2nd straight pole in Formula Continental. And the young man is going to do it. And with verve, no question about it, an absolutely incredible run in that Martini Shandon LTD Motorsports entry. And there's Dad, who I'm sure right now is probably crying inside that helmet. Both of them on the podium, and Tim Minor, a great run for him up into a podium position. Obviously qualified 2nd. He wanted more out of it, but Robert Aller was just on form here. And what a story it is. Father and son on the podium together. Glenn Cordova and Hunter Tapman, what a battle they put on in that last lap, along with Kurlick.
Yeah, great racing up and down. Very respectful racing. Anytime there was opportunity, even going down the back straight, the way they sorted it out before they got to the top of the hill was beautiful. But it's absolute just meticulous driving. Nolan Aller never put an inch wrong anywhere at any lap around here. Deserves every bit of it. That kid he's going places fast.
No question. Really, really special to see what he was able to do here today, and going to be following his career with a heck of a lot of interest here. As look at that coming up, Dad right there as well, and the rest of this field. And obviously Rick Silver had that spin and then that incident, but otherwise relatively clean race, no big issues, and ended up being just a superb race for Formula Continental, as we so often see here.
Yeah, really is. I like the way they wheel these things. I think these are actually they race really well, as you had seen. Different configurations, different downforces. It's a lot of fun to watch. Nolan, though, taking that win, equaling his father's 2 championships. So those two guys are a pretty fun team to watch.
And
Getting
Nolan's not done yet.
Yeah, he's still got one more race this week, and then of course he'll head back over to the UK and do some more Formula Ford stuff later on. But he's got one more race tomorrow that he's going to have to run. But just getting to some notes here on father-son podiums. You had the French, is it Brian and James French in 2020? I think they were in P1 or P2.
Yes,
they
that's
were
right.
both on the podium. And then John and Corey Fergus also shared podiums in the past. But these guys, a 1-2 finish. Dominant for Nolan. Rob, pretty darn strong there, starting 4th, finishing on the front.
Yeah, just an incredible run for Robert Aller as well. So there you have it, the unofficial results. Obviously, everybody has to do what we call the 16th lap, and that is through tech. But just a fascinating run once again. And there's a picture.
Yep.
And you know there are photographers out there who are snapping that shot and want to get into the hands of the Aller clan here. And you know what? I mean, obviously Nolan on his way up, but for Rob, who is still as fast as ever, this moment in that picture, that's going to be hanging somewhere very proudly on the wall at home. And wow, what a story here. The runoffs continue to just give them up.
Does Hayward have the box of Kleenex down there for all the tears he's about to see? Because I think we're going to see some.
Yeah, there's probably some clean shop rags down there, if nothing else. So, but that's that is almost a surety here. And you know, for Tim Miner, I mean, he wheeled that citation for everything it was worth, and just didn't quite have it today. But you know, obviously he was the winner here in the champion in 2019. So he's got a medal for sure. You always want more, and we know he'll be back, and he is always going to be a contender right at the front.
Great fights with Verisons, great fights with Rob Aller, Tim Miner, well-deserved podium for him.
Yeah, absolutely. But here he is, the young man with an immense amount of talent, Nolan Aller, as he rolls this beautiful Martini Chandon, and of course the Limited Motorsports entry down into pit lane. Undoing the side restraints, undoing the arm restraints, and now going to pop that, stand up first and undo the radios. A lot of business you have to do to get out of one of these formula cars. And look at that, and look who's coming over. This moment, wow. You can hear it.
Yeah.
You can hear the emotion there. It's absolutely unbelievable. All right, Hayward, it's on you.
Nolan's getting the gloves off. We're going to get the helmet. Yeah, he can't hear a thing I'm saying, so I can say whatever I want to right now. Nolan's pulling the helmet off. You won every race today except the one to get out of the car first. Your dad beat you there, came up and gave you the hug. How was that?
That was incredible. Yeah. He finished second, right? Oh, that is incredible. Wow. Could not have asked for a better race. That is just amazing. We're so unbelievably thrilled with that.
Any nerves with the full course caution? Were you concerned about the car or anything at that point in time?
Of course, you're always going to be concerned when the field gets grouped back up. The Hoosier one, is that it? Yeah, it is. But no, I mean, I knew that they gave me such a great car, and I was just going to put my head down and hope that we could pull the lead again. But that was so great. I knew as I saw my dad behind me, I was like, this is going to be a really good one. He's got it, because I saw him come through.
What does it mean to you to put both you and your dad on the podium here at the finish, at the runoffs?
It's just a dream come true. I mean, that's not even something we discussed at the start of this weekend or any other time. Like, it's just an absolute dream. It means so much to us to come here and do the SCCA runoffs, and this class is incredible. It just means everything, and it's so great to give the LTD boys everything they deserve.
Rob, we're going to go ahead and get you worked in here before we take the little break. I got to ask you, how does it feel to know that if you were just slightly worse at being a dad, you'd be a national champion right now?
True. I don't know what I was thinking. This is better than I could ever expected. I mean, unbelievable. Just the optimal outcome. I mean, I guess it would have been nice if one more of our teammates was on the podium, but boy, this kid's good. He's the real deal. And I'm just, like I said to the guys on the radio, that's the happiest I've ever been with a second place finish that I think I'll ever get. Unreal.
Well, one proud papa, you get to watch him drive around this track one more time. Yeah. This time you get to stand on the wall and wave.
Yeah, that's nice. I actually was going to go with him, but they won't let me. Really? No, that's good. That's good. We'll watch. He deserves it.
Congratulations.
Well, he could Jean Lacy it and just stand in the back and ride it like a cowboy around there. But man, I'll tell you, Rob has been racing a long time. He's got an eye. He has an eye for professional sports, right? Mm-hmm. And when he says he's the real deal, you know it's true. And like I said, I've seen a lot over the years, and this level of performance is special. There's no question about it. But let's not forget Tim Miner, a great run to the podium. Hayward?
Tim, welcome to the podium, a bronze. You held your own with these guys. How was that race?
It was good. I thought I had pace in the beginning, and I kind of made the wrong call. But and we got caught up in some lap traffic, and that hurt me really bad. I put a little gap on Rob, and I think I could have maintained that pace. But after that, I couldn't keep the pace, and it was, But congratulations to these guys who did a great job. But I'm pretty happy with the week. I just had shoulder replacement surgery in July, so it's like God was smiling on me today.
Well, congratulations to you. I'm sure you've got at least one person you need to thank.
Well, I got a lot to thank. My wife, and my kids. They're big supporters. Carbotech Brakes, Jim Carney, Carney Driver Development, Quicksilver Race Engines. My friend Larry Kropp, I couldn't be here without him. I run a one-off car, so it's really hard to, not have somebody in your corner that can help you with, chassis stuff and get stuff made. So, and if I'm forgetting anybody, please apologize, but, it's just getting caught up in the moment.
Well, congratulations to you. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you very much.
You betcha. Just a great run and a great qualifying run for Tim, Larry.
Yeah, and to come out here just a couple months after having shoulder surgery like that, you'll be thanking his surgeon. That's great work.
Great work. A career extender, obviously, and letting him get back out and do this. A couple of highlights here to look at, and there's Nolan Aller on that original start and just timed it and built that little bit of a margin. And you saw a couple of other guys, and then behind him, 3 abreast trying to sort things out down into this first turn. But Aller led in, and that was it. He was never headed and put in an absolutely great drive. One that, that we have seen him certainly be capable of, and he executed it. And as you put it, Larry, it was nigh unto perfect. As Dad mounted his own charge from the field from his 4th starting spot.
Yeah, and he had gotten shuffled back to 5th on that opening lap, and just one by one was able to get him by, and that's the pass on Miner there. And then we had a lot of action through the whole field.
Here's where Rick Silver ran it a little wide and got it up here on the curb, wasn't high-sided, and was able to take off. Then we had this moment by Michael Verisons, who spun it, gathered it right back up, but lost a lot of spots. And we did have a caution in there as well. This was after the restart. And up front, it was continuing to be Nolan Aller, who brought it home with a really strong win with his dad in 2nd spot. An absolutely incredible story here at the Runoffs.
Oh, I love it. The father-son thing, it hits me right here.
Yep, it gets you. Absolutely. So we have had another phenomenal race here in this year's 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. The run for the gold in Formula Continental is complete, and this young man gets his 2nd in a row. For Larry McLeod and for Hayward Wagner down in pit lane, I'm Greg Creamer. Thank you so much, folks. We sure appreciate you tuning in, and we hope you enjoyed this one as much as we did bringing it to you. Until next time, take care, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
This weekend, VIRginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combine to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, the SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs. It's the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth for the historic 60th running of the SCCA Runoffs. The 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, and this class has been in every one of them since the first. Hi everybody, it's time for Formula V. My name's John Phippen alongside Larry McLeod. Hayward Wagner's with us down in the pit lane, and I have been looking forward to this race all weekend long. Always one of my favorite classes. And this is a class going through some transition, at least for the age of the drivers. Thanks to Mazda for presenting these broadcasts, and we're glad to be able to bring them to you. As we've got 27 Formula Vs getting ready to take to the track, and we're going to talk a little bit about some of the new faces and some of the very experienced faces in this field. Between them, 248 runoff starts between the 27 drivers. We have 11 championships among 6 different drivers. So we got lots to talk about, and Hayward's going to kick it off for us down on the pit lane. Hey, Hayward.
All-time favorite classes here at the Runoffs, and it's this really cool blending of old technology and new ideas. And you mentioned more youth in the class. We actually have something pretty cool here to take a look at. This is a cutaway of a transmission for one of these cars, and if you've ever worked on a Volkswagen Beetle, you know that the transmission, this is the front, this is what's closest to the driver, and the Beetle, this is where the gears are actually selected. For Formula V, they hang this transmission off the back of the car, which means that it's turned around backwards, it's inverted. And that makes for a really interesting engineering problem. You then have a transmission with 4 reverse gears and 1 forward because you flipped it. So this piece right here, this is the key to Formula V. This is a pinion gear from a bus. On the bus transmissions, the pinion was on the opposite side, or the gear was on the opposite side of the pinion. It normally would be over here for a Volkswagen Beetle, but you can take the bus gear and move it over here, and that flips the whole transmission. Now you've got 4 forward gears and 1 reverse. I came over to look at how some of these guys are building the shift linkages, because the shift linkages on these cars come all the way down the side, and they end up right here. This is where the gear actually gets changed to the back of the transmission. While I was over here, though, what I noticed is this. This is all new. I've never seen this on a Formula V before. I asked them, what's going on here? Is that for pushing? Why are we doing this? The answer was, sometimes you need to take a suitcase with you when you go Formula V racing.
So that's the trunk. Is that what you're saying? Fantastic. Fantastic, Hayward. I appreciate that so very much. And Larry McLeod, of course, a now 5-time solo nationals champion. You've been in this paddock, and I think you're looking forward to this race just about as much as I am.
Every year for the runoffs now, I circle one. Like Hayward says, one of his favorites. It is one of my all-time favorites. I love this class because it's going to be a 15-lap chess match. And as we've got the youth, we've got some veterans here. This class has been around forever, and it brings a lot of these young drivers, these young families together to come on out. You've got family members and second generations and friends covering the top 10 here. It's going to be a ton of friends. They're also very familiar with each other. These drivers see each other, especially the ones on the eastern half of the U.S. They see each other all the time. This is going to be a big chess match against folks that really know each other.
Although we've been here all weekend long, those of you who haven't been, let's introduce you to this beautiful racing facility. 3.25 miles, 17 turns. Take us around, Larry.
Yeah, down to turn 1, it's downhill braking into essentially like a carousel increasing radius hairpin. They'll come right back up to a bit of a light kink, but really it's turn 3, NASCAR bend they call it, past the Pagoda Tower there, and then they'll have to funnel down into turn 4, known as left hook. That leads you around turn 5, which takes you to the Snake. It's a series of S's you can see there on the camera shot under that bridge on the short little straight, and then you'll climb the uphill S's. And these cars, they'll be breathing hard as they get up those S's, all 60 some odd horsepower to the top of the S's, eventually getting around to Oak Tree, most critical corner on the track, and then we start Draft City. the back straight all the way uphill, lots of draft. There'll be 2 and 3 passes. They'll get themselves single file down roller coaster hog pen and start the draft again down that front straight.
Drafting is the key here, and it's a big field of cars, 27. It's so great to see with this venerable class. Like I said, it's been in every one of the 60 runoffs. So let's introduce these drivers to you. Starting alone in row 14 is car number 83, one of 2 brothers in the field, William Duke Ragsdale from Easley, South Carolina. He's in a Vortec. In row 13 on the outside, the 86 of Ray Qualls out of the D.C. region in a protoform. Next to him, the 2 of Smith Jackson Ragsdale, also from the Central Carolinas region, in another Vortec. In row 12, the 74 of Stuart Delaney from the Detroit region in a Caracal. Then the 04 of Chase Johnson from the New England region in a Mysterian. In row 11, car 37, Michael Hinkle from the New England region. He's in a protoform. Next to him, the 110 of Devin Boucher out of the Texas region. He's in a Caracal. In his 22nd runoff start outside of row 10 is car number 5, Ron Whitson. He's the father of the Whitson clan from the Milwaukee region in a protoform. In his 36th runoff start, next to him, car number 80, Stephen Davis, a 2-time champion, but he hasn't won it since 1992. In row 9 on the outside, Donnie Isley, who has a slim chance at a super sweep here out of the Central Carolinas region in a Vortec. Next to him, another veteran, the 2020 winner, the 48 of Chris Jennerjohn from Indianapolis in a Vortec. Another experienced driver outside of row 8, the 77 of Rick Shields from the Steel Cities region, a 2-time champion, most recently in 2014 in a VDF. Next to him in his 35th runoff start, car number 72, Roger Siebenaller, out of the northern New Jersey region. He's a 3-time winner, most recently in 2011 in Mysterian. In row 7, car 20, Jeff Filipkowski from the Philadelphia region in a Vector. Then the 29 of Jeffrey Vallejo from the New York region in a Mysterian. In row 6, car 21, Gerald Owen Callahan out of the New England region in a Problem Child SMO1. Next to the 7 of Trevor Carmody from the Glen region in a protoform. In row 5, car 67, Jonathan Weisheit from the DC region in a protoform. And the 113 of Hunter Phelps Barron from the Texas region in a Mysterian. In row 4, car 26, Brandon Abbott, one of 2 Abbott brothers in the field from the Detroit region in a Vector. Next to him is the 52 of Mitchell Ferguson from the Atlanta region in a Vortec. In the 3rd row on the outside, the youngest of the Whitson brothers, the 27 of Zachary Whitson from the Milwaukee region in a protoform. And then Andrew Abbott in the number 25 from the Detroit region in a Vector. Steve Whitson, another of the Whitson clan, outside of row 2 in car 18 out of the Milwaukee region in a protoform. And Brian Farnham, the defending champion of the class, out of the Neil Ohio region. He's in a Silver Bullet. And now for the front row. Car number 79 is Alex Scaler from the South Jersey region in a Scaler Mark I, and your pole sitter. Car number 12, Andrew Whitson, a 2-time champion. He won it in 21 at Indianapolis. He is also in a protoform. So, again, a mix of experience and youth, and the young guys are at the front.
Yeah, watch the pairings try to match up and work with each other. You get Andrew Whitson, the 2-time champ. He won at Indy. He also won at 19 right here in a fantastic race with his brother. In fact, was a part of that whole thing, Zach. And then, of course, you had Hunter Phelps Barron, who was in the middle of all that. Other pairings you got near the front, you got the Abbott brothers starting this thing on the 3rd row and the 4th row, or 2nd row and 4th row. So you got a couple of different families part of this thing. They know their ally is right there nearby. As long as they can end up in that breakaway, they can work together.
And, of course, Andrew Whitson, the winner of the Tire Rack Pole Award, as he turned the quickest time over the course of the weekend, set his fast time on a Wednesday, on the 2nd day of qualifying. Usually we'll see that, at least with the weather we've had, a lot of these drivers have set their fastest time on the last day, Thursday, but many of the Formula V riders turned their best laps on the middle day in Wednesday. But nonetheless, they're formed up 2 by 2. As these cars, almost no 2 of them look alike, as they are so widely varied in their designs. But the heartbeat, the Volkswagen 1200cc air-cooled Boxer 4, as somebody has climbed over the back of another car even before the green flies up. But it looks like we're going to go. The green flag flies And Andrew Whitson gets a jump from the pole, and then right behind him, Alex Scaler and Brian Farnham going side by side. They're going to fan out, 4 wide as they're coming down into turn 1 for the first time. But it looks like Andrew Whitson's going to lead the parade through turn number 1.
Yep, and all the little standard puff of smoke you see out of all the Vs. Very typical, very normal, but it's Farnham there, able to get ahead of Scaler, I think, going here around 2. And then you've got, I think that's going to be Steve Whitston in the yellow with one of the Abbotts there on his inside with 25. That's Andrew Abbott. And then right behind him, another one of the Whitstons, Zach Whitston in the yellow with the blue trims. You got 3 Whitstons up there in the front 6.
And that's Alex Scaler in that kind of robin's egg blue car up into the 3rd spot as everybody's folding away. And we've got some contact as 2 cars off. One of them is the 21 of Gerald Owen Callahan. The other, the 77 of Rick Shields, a veteran. So Rick is going to have to chase from the back. I don't know if Callahan was able to get rolling again. It looked like he was headed toward the tire barrier. We'll get a replay of that incident as they were working their way through side by side. And then, I think a little nudge from the back. Callahan into the back of Rick Shields is what started all of that.
Shields a 2-time winner of this race.
Yeah, exactly. Callahan bounces off the tire barrier. Hopefully he's been able to get it going. Somebody's already off at South Bend as we got a car slow. That's one of the Ragsdales, I believe, in the 83. That's William Duke Ragsdale, who started at the back. That car rolled to a stop, and now he's got it rolling again.
Yeah, a little bit of uneasiness here at the start of the race. A couple of offs, a couple of spins. You'll see Lennis takes a quick replay here coming up through the S's on the first time. Look, he just loses it there at the top of the S's and then even gets a little bit tangled. I can't tell what number that was.
I thought it was the number 5, if memory serves. That might have been Ron Whitson.
Ron.
Yeah, but we'll check it out. But we're going to stay green here as everybody's been able to continue. Gives you some indication of just how rugged these cars are. They can take that kind of bump and still go.
All right, so now as we peek back to the front, Alex Scaler, who may have probably the raw speed, one of the fastest in this field, but it's hard to get away. Last year's winner, Farnham, who did get away and take that win, and behind him it's Whitston, Abbott, Whitston, Abbott. So right there in the next 6 behind him, there's a whole lot of familiarity, as I say. Some of these guys sleep in the same camper out here for the runoffs. But I'll tell you what, once that helmet goes on, they may as well not even be related. I got some stories about how these guys have real rivalries.
Yeah, exactly right. Ducking down to the inside, one of the Abbott brothers, but not able to make it happen. But Farnham now to the point as Scaler went a little wide on that first lap, or first turn, should I say. And now Scaler's fighting for 3rd as he dives back down to the inside. Looks like he might be able to hang on to that.
And Steve Whitston there in the 18, one of the yellows. So the Whitstons don't run the color coordinated. There you get Steve in the all yellow, you got Zach in the yellow and blue, and then of course you got Andy in the red and white, and he's currently in 4th. But Farnham out in front, Scaler, all these are very young drivers. Talk about this class being so, I say old, right? It's been around since the beginning of the runoffs, but all these drivers in the front are, I think they're all sub 30 or in their 30s and younger. These are not the older drivers. This is the young generation really learning this racecraft.
And you can see these cars are sort of, they're almost like they're magnetic. They glue together in packs because drafting is so important. Remember, these cars have very little horsepower. They have no wings, as we're going to go full course yellow here, as it looks like we've got a car off somewhere. As you can see, the leader, Brian Farnham, put his hand in the air to signal to the drivers behind that he was going to get off the throttle. And even in the yellow, we've got a second spin. That car was off there as well. It's the 30 car that's rolled to a stop. That's Donnie Isley, who's in his 18th runoffs. Donnie has raced a lot of other things, but he's come into the Formula V ranks here.
I think you were saying he might be super sweep eligible. Not so sure he's going to do that here.
Sure doesn't look like he has a distant opportunity for a super sweep if Andrew Whitson doesn't win, in fact finishes P3 or worse, but it looks like that's not going to happen. Yeah. Andrew Whitson, the pole sitter, still can take the super sweep with a win here. So
all right, so if we are gonna collect things again, which means that breakaway front 4 suddenly lost that lead. I'll tell you who's happy about there are going to be folks like Hunter Phelps-Barron, who was a part of one of the greatest V finishes right here at VIR in 19. He's really going to be happy that he can close back up on this Whitston, Abbott, Farnham, Scaler pack that had broken away.
Okay, we're going to get... this is a replay again. So the car that's off is the number 21. We mentioned that of Gerald Owen Callahan, and we thought he might be able to get going again, but apparently that is not the case. And his car off to driver's left there, just at the exit of the right-hander, coming after the left hook, and that's in definitely in an impact zone, so they want to take time to get that car out of harm's way.
Yeah, his car, known as the problem child right now, is sort of the problem child. Sorry, Jared. It was right. It was just too easy for me to put that one out there. Yeah, rough end to his day there on that opening lap. But yeah, this will bring the whole field back up. Now, earlier this week during qualifying, that Wednesday qualifying was very chaotic. They had a full course yellow. They went to release the pack, and it was a bit of confusion whether or not during qualifying they were going to go green at that moment or not. And again, the timing stripe for qualifying was back at the South Tower. Middle pack of the field thought that green had come out, started to go. They went 5 wide while the front of the pack is looking in their mirrors going, oh no, because we're not green.
Yeah.
Clearer heads prevailed. They were able to get things straightened out. They might have gotten the stewards kind of a little slap on the wrist, talking to them, warning them. But yeah, so they've been through this already once this week, coming out of these yellows. Everyone's going to have that fresh in their mind now as we go yellow in another lap or two.
Exactly. And while we're yellow, let's just take a brief break here to thank some of the folks that make the runoffs possible.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
It's Hagerty Race Day here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, and we are racing Formula V. We're under a full course yellow as we had a couple cars come together on the first lap. One of them was not able to continue, and so we need to get a safety vehicle out to repair that. But there's the lead group, Brian Farnham, at the point right at the moment, as he is in that orange number 15, Alex Scaler in the 79, the blue 79 in second spot, Steve Whitson in the blue and yellow, number 18 in this third spot. The pole sitter, Andrew Whitson, in the 12 car, running in fourth. Zachary Whitson in the 27 in the fifth spot. Brandon Abbott, as we've got the winner of the Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner. That's a kind of a great promotion that Sunoco puts together for 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel. It's the driver who on the first qualifying day, who's the last digit, the last 3 digits of his qualifying speed gets closest to 2, 6, and 0. And the winner of the Sunoco 260 award was Devin Boucher in the number 110, and his time was a 2:19.242. So he got pretty close to 260, and Devin, like I say, wins that 15 gallons of Sunoco race fuel.
So we've got the shot here of Andrew Abbott, the 25. I thought he was running up in the top 7. You can see him a little further back there, right in front of, I want to say that's the 110 that he's sitting there in front of, which would be Devin
18th.
Boucher.
Yeah, he's 18th.
Yeah, and so something happened there right before the yellow came out that has put him further back. So brother Brandon's going to have no buddy partner there in the group that he's familiar with. He's going to have to find a different friend to work with in this front pack.
Exactly right. So again, this yellow is going to pack the pack up. We had kind of a 4-car breakaway just before this yellow flag came out. So this is going to pack everybody up, and we're going to do it all over again. But this time it'll be a single file start, and you can bet it's going to be a big draft down into turn number 1. The 110 we saw there, Devin Boucher, we mentioned, the Sunoco Tuesday winner, the Sunoco 260 Tuesday. A couple other contingency awards, and one of them is the car that's off, so let's give him a shout out. The Hawk Breakthrough Performance Award, which is given by Hawk Brakes for the driver who makes the biggest improvement in positions in his qualifying position from first day qualifying to second day qualifying, and he made up a bunch. He made up 15 points, did Gerald Owen Callahan, to win us a free set of Hawk brake pads for either his race car or his street car. And unfortunately, his day came to a premature end with that trip into the tire barrier on lap number 1.
So you've got some folks with experience in the middle of this field right now. Of course, you've got a three-time winner out there, Roger Siebenaler, right in the middle, at the heart of that field. So you can see him with the all-white car, which is a little bit of a red nose on it back in there. Of course, you got Hunter Phelps-Barron back there right now in 9th. You got Chris Jennerjohn in 16th right now, and he just ran a race a little bit ago in Spec Racer Fords. Had to get out of that car, hop into the V, and go run another one almost back-to-back. So he's had a busy afternoon.
And, another driver that, again, we talked about some of the inexperienced drivers in the field. We've got we have a total of 4 drivers making their first runoff start. One pair are the 2 Ragsdale brothers, and one of them has made a big jump and possibly in the running for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award for the driver who makes the biggest move from his qualifying position to his race finishing position. And that's the number 2 of Smith Jackson Ragsdale, who started on the next to the last row in 25th starting position. He has moved his way up to 14th. Wow. So that's a big jump for him.
That's a great start for him and his first trip out here to the runoffs. And knowing how Formula V's go, I don't think this will be his last trip. You can see him right there in the middle of the field.
Yeah, he's got the sort of Marlboro-looking livery, McLaren livery on that car, as the field still weaving away behind the safety cars. Again, we'd like to give a shout-out to Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, making the safety cars, or pace cars, available to us for the weekend. Thank them, and of course thank Mazda, who is very invested in all things SCCA. I think the statistic is still very much true. There are more Mazdas raced on any given weekend than any other brand, probably all the rest put together if you get frank with it. And so it's great to have Mazda's longtime support, and thank them for providing the safety cars for the runoffs. You can see the field weaving back and forth as we're hoping to go green this next time by. We don't have confirmation on that from race control just yet.
So you watch everyone just keep a little bit of heat in their tires. See Scaler doing a little bit of zigzags. Of course, the nice sweepy back and forth of Steve Whitston. Everyone trying to find a way to keep heat. Also in the brakes, you got to really be cautious of how you manage the brakes. Traditionally, these cars had the old Volkswagen drum brakes, but you can almost see the shiny inside of Brandon Abbott's car. They did a couple years ago allow the disc brakes on these cars, and a lot of the drivers have gone to them, just probably for the consistency.
Lights are out on the safety car, so it is restart time as we are completing lap number 4. We will be going racing once again. These races are 15 laps or 40 minutes, whichever occurs first. And I think we'll get all the laps in, assuming that we can stay green the rest of the way.
Let's talk about those brakes. They just might need them going into 1 because we might be 3, 4, or even 5 wide here, as everyone may think, okay, there was a breakaway before, I got to be in the next one.
Brian Farnham, you can see that start banner off to his right. He can accelerate anytime he wishes once he passes that acceleration zone, and then once he does, the green flag flies and everybody can jump out of position, but not until the green flies. And there it is. We assume, we didn't see the flag itself, but we had a couple impatient drivers try to pull out maybe a little bit early, but there's the 12 of Andrew Whitson, your pole sitter, and he's trying to make up some ground as he goes around the 79 of Alex Scaler. Not quite gets around Scaler, but he does slot into 3rd spot, so he's picked up 1 spot.
Yep, Steve able to let him through. So you got Whitston in red and white, Whitston in all yellow, Whitston in the yellow with the blue, right in a row in front of one of the Abbotts. So it is now Andy Whitston, who is the 2-time winner of this race. So he's now leading the Whitston charge, trying to catch Scaler, and then Farnham, of course, the defending champ, in the orange car out in front.
This was the trouble spot on the opening lap, but so far everybody making it through okay. There's the 113 of Hunter Phelps-Barron. He had a good restart as well, as he's up inside the top 10. As we got a little more aggressive smoker than we normally see as they're working their way through. And again, like I say, they form into packs so that they can start drafting and work their way forward. But at the front, Brian Farnham in that orange number 15 continues to show the way. Alex Scaler right behind him. And then Andrew Whitson, the pole sitter, slots into 3rd spot.
Yeah, Scaler has traditionally been the more aggressive of them, but I talked to him earlier in the week, and he was saying he may this year try and play the long game a little bit. He's going to have to really tame his own instincts to be aggressive if he wants to be a part of this come the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly right.
Now, he grew up as a good friend of Roger Siebenaler. I mean, his dad and Roger raced. In fact, he drove Roger's car at the runoffs at Road America in 2020. Of course, now he's out here in his own car doing his own thing, and Roger taught him a lot of good tricks, and clearly he's picked up on some of that as there he is. Look at this pack. going into the roller coaster.
Andrew going for the lead here is trying to make it 3 wide. Scaler just gets it out in front of the 18 car of Steve Whitson. And there goes Andrew as he tries to take the lead from Brian Farnham. And at the moment, it looks like he's got it. I can assure you that will not be the last pass we're going to see before this race is over. But your pole sitter has finally gotten back to the front after not getting the greatest first couple of laps. But Brian Farnham right there. Now they're going to stay single file for a good bit here. And then they will begin to pop out. And Farnham is getting impatient. He goes, and Alex Scaler is going to try to go with him. And look, just that those 2 cars in the draft can go right by Andrew Whitson.
And they were working on their drafting. Oh, no, we got a bang. Oh, no.
That was Steve into Farnham, was it not?
It was, yes. Steve looked like he locked up coming down into 1 and went straight off the end, took Farnham with him.
And he may be able to continue, as again, these cars are pretty rugged. The front suspension of these cars is right out of a Volkswagen Beetle as they come into the, he just locked it up.
Yeah, lucky he didn't take out the rest of the group there. He got so far inside, he really got off of the good rubbered-in line. The thing just locked up, breaking late down into 1. And maybe even helped a little bit to Scaler and Andrew Abbott, Andy Whitson to pull ahead a little bit here.
So Zachary Whitson now part of the battle, and there goes Andrew again as he tries to go side by side with Alex Scaler and gets it done in the little short chute under the bridge between the Snake and the Climbing S's. So Andrew Whitson back to the front once again in that red and white machine. Alex Scaler in the second spot, and then just a little bit of a gap as the 2 Abbott brothers have hooked up now as they are nose to tail. The 27 of Zach. Oh, no, sorry. That's
Zach Whitson, who just spins.
Who spins right on cue.
Oh.
Zach does a little pirouette in the dirt at Oak Tree, but then gets right back on it. But he's going to lose some more places. It takes a while to get that car back up to speed. You know, we were joking about the shift linkage at the back of these cars, but that's a very vulnerable point, and that's one of the reasons they've got that little box under there.
Yeah.
So if there's nose-to-tail contact, which is not infrequent in this class, they don't damage that shift linkage.
He comes in here, I'm wondering if he had a little trouble getting that downshift done, and that's why he was slow to get away, and also might be why he lost the back end coming into that corner. That takes out 2 of the 3 Whitstons that have been running near the front. Look at this, one of the Abbotts alongside, is that Ferguson, the 52?
Yeah, they touched wheel to wheel. Both went off, and they're going to continue. Ferguson spins and gets back. We'll double check. I don't see the number for sure.
I think that might be his. He was running right there with Brandon Abbott for quite a bit of that run.
And Mitchell looks like he is, maybe feels like he's got some damage. He's not trying to rejoin. So we now have a 2-car breakaway at the front here with all of this action as Andrew Whitson and Alex Scaler putting a little distance between themselves and the 3rd place runner, Andrew Abbott, who's running all by himself. So the field really kind of broken up with all these spins.
Oh, getting a little chaotic back in the field here as the other Abbott is right in the middle of it. I saw Siebenauer. Oh, no. We've got another incident happening off the inside of 1.
That's the 2 of Smith Jackson Ragsdale.
Oh,
that's his second spin as he had a problem. No, sorry, that's the other Ragsdale. Yeah, it was his brother who spun early in the race, William Duke.
And now you got one off coming around NASCAR as they were 2 wide there. I didn't catch the number on him.
Man, this is more off-course action than we've seen in a Formula V race in a long time.
It's the 80th Stephen Davis.
Yeah, Stephen Davis, a veteran.
Yeah.
Stephen Davis in his 36th runoff start. A 2-time champion, but way back in 1992.
Yep. So you got some interesting pairings out there now. It looked like I saw Farnham, defending champ, hooked up with Siebenauer in the middle of this field. But out in front, Scaler, and look at the slide. Another one of the... a bit of a break or a turn-in issue there for Andy Whitson. Same thing that his brother just had a lap ago.
These cars are so unusual. We're so used to seeing open-wheel cars with big fat tires and wings. And these have the skinniest tires in all of SCCA road racing. And
there's Farnham.
No arrow, and Farnham has spun it. He was in the lead here for much of this race before the yellow. Man, this is just crazy. So we're seeing some really experienced drivers going around here. And that is just something we don't often see in one of these races.
Yeah, they got, all of a sudden, it's like the full moon just came out. It was out last night. I think it's still out here early this afternoon. These two, though, are just fine. Let the chaos happen behind them, and these two just want to run about 7 more laps and then turn it on and figure it out. But look at Andy Whitson just drifting that car down around Hog Pen. This one here, Andy Abbott, he was on the podium last year. Andrew would love to have the two in front start to battle a little bit and make it a 3-horse race. Last year, he and Zach Whitson were paired up trying to catch Farnham. And here's Abbott again, Andrew, trying to chase down the front two who are out in front of him. He always seems to be in the mix. He had the similar situation at Road America, as I mentioned last year. And here he is again saying, oh, man, this gap. How come I always end up on the wrong side of one of these gaps?
Here's a great three-way battle. Hunter Phelps-Barron, Jonathan Weisheidt, Jeffrey Vallejo, all in a bunch. The 67 and Weisheidt at the front of that field. And then the sandwich in between is Hunter Phelps-Barron. Jeffrey Vallejo right at the tail end in that green Mysterian. They work their way through NASCAR.
Vallejo, a stablemate of Scaler, who's running up in second. I think he may have picked up a few things from Alex, and he's running very, very well here in the top 6.
Again, the little puff of smoke, nothing to be concerned about. These are, after all, Volkswagen Beetle motors. They've been around for a long time. And occasionally a little puff of smoke out of them is pretty much standard procedure.
Yeah.
But here's the lead group. You can see the two of Whitson and Scaler. Then Andrew Abbott kind of by himself, and then this three-way with Jonathan Weisheidt, Hunter Phelps-Barron, and Jeffrey Vallejo in that order.
You get a real sense of how little tire these things have under them. And you can see that view as they're coming up. They're just almost like little bicycle tires, these little 4-inch tires with these little cars. But it's not about extra rubber. It's not about loading up. It's not about horsepower. It is all about that chest match and that delicate balance of just gliding these cars around and carrying as much momentum as you possibly can.
I can remember it wasn't that many years ago when they ran a treaded tire. They've only been on slicks for the relative, as far as the history of this class goes, the relative recent history is that they run on slicks.
Yep, that looked like Michael Hinkle, Stephen Davis, Chris Jennerjohn in that sort of grouping up in there. Jennerjohn, as I mentioned, a veteran of this class, and look at that threesome going up the hill there, 3 wide.
As the other Abbott, Brandon Abbott, as he has recovered after he fell back early, and he's doing battle with Zachary Whitson in the 27. Oh, Andrew locks up to avoid going into the back of Zach Whitson.
Yeah.
And Roger Siebenaller was at the tail end of that, and Siebenaller now picks up a couple.
Yeah, he kind of checked up a little bit. Brandon was caught out by it. Luckily, didn't hit the back of him, but he does lock up, lose a little bit of position. He's going to have to get that momentum rolling again.
We get a replay of that as we come up right at the braking zone at the end of that long straightaway, Madison Avenue they call it. And he just didn't want to jump into the back of Zach Whitson, so he backed out of it, and that caused him to spin. And then that trio that we've been talking about, there's a change there as the 113 of Hunter Phelps-Barron goes around Jonathan Weisheidt. Weisheidt now the meat in the sandwich between Phelps-Barron and Jeffrey Vallejo.
These guys are losing ground to the group of the Andrew Whitson and Alex Scaler out in front. Those two are running high 16s. This group is running 18s. They are not yet going fast enough to keep up. Interesting, though, is Andrew Abbott, sitting in third, is actually running slightly quicker than Andy Whitson and Alex Scaler out in front. So Andrew Abbott has not given up on this, and with about 6 laps to go, he's going to do what he can to run the pace and hope that Scaler and Andy Whitson start fighting up in front.
Yeah, he's got 4+ seconds to make up, so it's going to be a tall order if it stays green. But we've seen stranger things happen in this race, not only in a Formula V race that we normally see. As this trio, one of the best races on the card between these three.
Yeah, at some point these three are going to figure out that they're not catching the front three, and it may be time to go gloves off. I'm not sure how many more laps it's going to be before they figure it out. And this is another pack. Look at that Farnham, defending champ with Chris Jennerjohn, another one of the fast ones out here. Farnham on a bit of a recovery drive. I'd be looking for him to maybe try and be ahead of this group, but he's all the way down in that top 15.
Yeah, was that Stephen Davis at the front of that group?
Yeah.
He had an off as well. Farnham had a spin. But again, these cars are pretty rugged, and despite the spins and the off-course excursions, you see it happening. Here we go once again with Hunter Phelps-Barron in front of Jonathan Weisheidt as they come down the roller coaster. Phelps-Barron really hit that perfectly as he was able to open up some ground now.
Hunter did a great job of getting that thing turned in, holding that momentum, and that's what these cars are about, is about that momentum. Look as he goes down the hill, little twitches, these two, this is kind of coordinated.
That's for the lead.
Yeah.
Alex Scaler finally drafts around Andrew Whitson and takes over the lead for the first time, I believe. I think he led briefly before the yellow flag came out. And I think he's taken the lead, but Andrew, of course, is going to stay right there with him.
Yeah.
As they come into the NASCAR bend.
That's less about the aggression, stealing the lead, and more about, like, I've got to run. Okay, you take your run and go, because they know that Andrew Abbott isn't far behind, and Andrew wants to make up some ground. So these two are going to try and continue to coordinate to be faster as a pair than they would be by themselves.
Yeah, their last laps were in the high 2:16s. Andrew's last lap, a 2:18.
Yeah.
So at the moment, he's not much of a threat, but anything can change here. As there is Andrew Abbott. He can certainly see those cars out in front of him, so he has plenty of motivation, but he really needs a drafting partner. Running solo like that, he really doesn't have the momentum, as it's all about momentum in these cars.
It really is, and all he can do is just keep that foot planted to the floor as much as he can and hope the two in front have maybe a couple of slow corners. 6 seconds is a long ways in a Formula V.
Andrew Abbott in his 14th runoff start. He is still looking for his first win. Neither of the Abbott brothers have won a gold in this class, but Andrew, better than his brother, he has 3 podium finishes to his brother's none so far. Once again, the battle for 4th with Phelps Barrett in the 113. Jonathan Weisheidt, Jeffrey Vallejo. Different racing lines. They each take a little different approach to the exit of Oak Tree, arguably the most important corner on the racetrack, because it leads onto this huge straightaway uphill, which you know, these diminutive little Volkswagen motors, what, 60 horsepower, probably on a good day, really are breathing hard by the time they get to the top of the hill.
And there you can see the benefit of the draft for Weisheidt, able to get around Phelps Barron for that position because he had the draft all the way down. But look at how much speed Phelps Barron, the 113, carries into that corner. Clearly is the one more smooth entering that. But again, these are V's, right? Draft is everything. So all the other guys have to do is to stay within a second, and they'll make that back up.
Vallejo and Phelps Barron both in the Mysterians. Weisheidt in the blue car at the front now in a protoform. All just slightly different, a slightly different interpretation of the rules. You know, in some of these cars, you know, the Scaler is probably a one-off that they have built or modified from another chassis. But here comes Vallejo. He decides he's going to try to make a move and try to get alongside the 113 of Phelps Barron, but not quite able to do that. Phelps Barron a little better on the brakes in that run into turn number 1. They gotta watch their mirrors, because here comes Zach Whitson, and he is faster than that group in front, and Roger Siebenaller coming right with him.
Yep. And then you've got a Brian Farnham just a couple seconds behind them, and obviously he's very quick, defending champ. So this fight of 3 may turn into a fight of 6 very quickly.
Yeah, you can see Zach Whitson in that blue and yellow, number 27. There he is going away from us, and that's Roger Siebenaller, one of the more experienced drivers in the field, a multiple winner in this class, wins 3 times, but interestingly, he hasn't won in 12 years. 2011 is the last time Siebenaller was on the top step of the podium.
Well, he's watching one of his proteges here, Alex Scaler, just wheeling that thing. Great shot by the cameraman coming around Oak Tree Bend. You can see Alex just flinging it, just kind of hold that wheel in a couple of spots to get it, and look at a little bit of a weave to try and break the draft. Andy Whitson out front. I just don't think you can in these cars. I think he's going to be stuck having a bit of a chess match fight on his hands come the last lap.
Yeah, we're working race lap number 11, so when they complete that, we'll have 4 to go. As we can see, there's Brian Farnham. That orange livery gives him away right away. Back in 9th spot after his spin there at Oak Tree a few laps ago. And he's been picking his way back forward. He's about 4 seconds behind Roger Siebenaller. But here we go again, and you're right, it's now a 4-car battle, as Zachary Whitson is now making it a 3-wide battle into...
Oh, no.
Oh, Zach is going to go into the tires. Man, he was trying to make a move to the outside, and I think he checked up because he was afraid he was going to run into somebody.
I hope he can get out of there.
Yeah, that got him out. I hope he can get out of there.
Yeah, if he can get out of there, that's good. If he can't, oh, boy. Oh, he is out, but the car is still there. Let's hope, let's see what they decide to do with that car right there at the top of the roller coaster.
At the moment, they're letting them play. Nope, here comes the yellow flag. And if the last yellow is any indication, we get a replay of what happens. There's Phelps Barron. Right behind him is Vallejo. And then Zach goes.
Vallejo just never saw him.
Yeah, Vallejo didn't realize
he was on the right. Yeah, he was on the right, did not see on the left that he was going to be coming. And unfortunately, they both tried to occupy the same place when they got around the other car. And all right. So.
Yeah, that was the problem of Zach Whitson coming up so quickly and making up the ground. Vallejo had no idea that he was back there. Probably the last time he looked in his mirrors, he was a distant memory.
All right, well, this changes everything. We had a 2-dog fight out in front. Now we're down to 3 laps to go. Between just these two, there's going to be a big crowd. Yes, if you're Andrew Abbott, if you're Hunter Phelps Barron, if you're all these other drivers that have been fighting there behind them, suddenly you're licking your chops.
Yeah, everybody is cheering on the track crew to quickly grab that car and get it out of harm's way so that we can get this race back underway before we have to finish behind the safety car. Nobody wants to see that. So race control, I'm sure, is telling the safety car, slow down, take your time, we're in no hurry
Andy
here.
Winston's saying, let's go, let's get out of here.
Winston's saying, there's no way he can get that car recovered, you know? Yeah, he said, that's my stupid brother, whatever, leave that car there.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about the brother scenario here that this yellow brought out by his brother could be a long winter if this doesn't go his way.
Exactly right. Ooh. I had this all in hand, and then you had to throw it off the track.
Yeah. But you tell you what, if you're Andrew Abbott, you've got to be loving this. You were sitting there watching those guys walking away from you as much as about 7-8 seconds and thinking your race is done. You're going to have to settle for third. And now you may get an opportunity for a 1 or 2 lap sprint. We'll see how quickly this crew.
You can see the passenger in the safety car signaling to the crew to get over to driver's right because the safety vehicles are going to be coming onto the track from their left, or from their, he said go to driver's left, sorry, because the safety vehicles are coming on for driver's right.
Straight that, reverse it.
Yeah, exactly. There's this 72.
Yep, a couple of big champion
Roger
names there.
Siebenaller.
Yeah.
26 of Brandon Abbott, who's now back into the frame. Stephen Davis in the 80 there behind him. There's the 74 of Stuart Delaney. And he is 14th runoff start.
It's funny how those names that we were talking about, wow, this one spins, that one spins, but yet at the end of the race, you're watching names like Stephen Davis, Roger Siebenaller, Brian Farnham suddenly creeping back up into the top 10.
Suddenly they're in the top 10.
Do.
Yeah, how does that happen?
They are good.
Yeah, for just about any other class, if you have a spin in any of these races, you're destined to barely finish on the lead lap. These guys, have an off-course excursion and they find themselves back in the hunt for a top 10.
I love how durable these cars are, though. There's been a lot of contact today. Probably not ideal, but a lot of them have been able to just get back on the track and keep on going. The alignments might be a little bit off, but very durable little cars. Great economical race cars that just produce fantastic racing.
Yeah, this was Formula V was all about entry-level racing back in the day when the class was designed, if you will, and it has its genesis, the base of the running gear, at least the engine and the rear suspension and the transmission, all from the Volkswagen Beetle. The front suspension lifted from the Volkswagen Beetle, but the actual frame of the car is custom, and that's built a tube-frame chassis, basically built by all of these various manufacturers. And it's just a cornucopia of different designs. So they all have a little different idea of what makes it happen. And now that these cars have been out for so many years, everybody has massaged and fine-tuned and taken their version of the Protoform or the Silver Bullet or the Mysterian and done their own little tweaks to make it just a little bit faster.
And they're still building new cars. I talked to Jeff Filipkowski this week. The first time that chassis ever saw pavement was right here this week at VIR.
Wow.
He's still working out bugs. He's hoping the cars to be faster next year. Last night, he was replacing the oil cooler on it for the second time this week. But super happy that, he's here, the car's running, and it's an optimistic view going forward to have essentially a brand new car in this field of a class that's been around for 60-some years.
Yeah, you got a quick view there of the 04 of Chase Johnson. He's one of the 4 rookies in the field, and he's cracked the top 20, currently running in 17th position. There's the 2 of Smith Jackson Ragsdale, who we talked about, who started deep in the pack and worked his way up into the top 15, but then he had another spin and has dropped back just a little bit.
Well, let's hope that crew can get that car up and out of there quickly so we can have possibly just maybe
even a 1-lap dash to the finish.
A 1 lap would be.
We're working lap 13 here, so at the moment. Now they've got the 27 up on the hook, and they're just going to tie it down. We got 5 minutes left in time, so it's going to be a little close to see if we can get all the laps in. But keep our fingers crossed. If they can get that car out of harm's way expeditiously, we could get a 1 or 2 lap dash for the finish here. It looks like the nose cone missing from one of those cars that just came by. I didn't catch the number just as the camera cut away.
A little too much bump drafting going on throughout this race. Yep, they are starting to do that. As Hayward was pointing out there on the grid, they're starting to make provisions on these cars that allow them to do just a little bit of bump drafting. Good shot of Roger Siebeneller there in the 72. That car has been to a lot of runoffs. A lot of runoffs. I would say that car's probably around about 35 years.
Yeah. I think Roger's probably run that same car for all of his 35 starts. But tweaked it a little bit from year to year to see if he can find a little more pace.
Yeah, well, let's keep our eye on the lights on that that pace car and see if they go out or if we're going to see some green flag action. And again, if you're Andrew Abbott, you have got to be licking your chops at opportunity.
The tow truck is moving. That's a good sign. Slow down. Take your time. We're in no hurry here. You know, track crew here has been challenged this weekend as we've had more than our share of incidents. As again, they're motioning to the field to go off to driver's left to give room for the wrecker to get out of harm's way. If they don't have to make any repairs, there it is. If we don't have to make any repairs to the tire barrier, we may be good to go here.
I'm sitting here with my fingers, my toes, everything's crossed on me right now. My legs are crossed.
Oh, I'm just hearing that we're going to go checkers this time.
No.
I hate this. Oh, daggone it. But yeah, we're running out of time. There's only 3 minutes left. They would have to go green this lap, and apparently they're not confident that they can clear that scene. You know, the safety is obviously the #1 concern, and they have to make sure that the scene is clear before they let these guys loose again. And sadly, that is going to be the case. So Andrew Whitson, win #3.
And somebody likes his odd numbered years. He gets his first win here in 19, goes to Indy in 21 and gets a win. Looks like he's going to get a win here in 23. And I'll tell you what, Road America in 25, you might want to put your bets down. Just saying. But no, great drive for Andy Whitson.
No kidding. As the checkered flag coming out. And although we're disappointed that we don't get a great race to the finish, that takes nothing away from the work that all these drivers have done to get to this point. And it's going to be Andrew Whitson taking his 3rd championship run. Alex Scaler coming across in 2nd spot. Andrew Abbott takes 3rd place honors. And then the battle we watched for much of this race, Hunter Phelps Barron in front of the other 2 as he'll take 4th place honors in the 113. Jonathan Weisheidt and Jeffrey Vallejo in 5th and 6th. Veteran Roger Siebeneller in 7th. Brian Farnham, who led early in this race but had a spin, salvaged an 8th place finish. Brandon Abbott also had a spin, salvages a 9th place finish. And Trevor Carmody, we haven't talked about Trevor much, in the #7 car up into 10th spot.
Yeah, action-packed race. I think is about the best way I would describe that. All the action you could want in a race happened out here. Sure, it ends on a bit of a flat note at the end, but I tell you, while it was going, it was beautiful, and it was queuing up as Alex and Andy up front were gonna be dicing it up. I'm sure both these drivers are gonna be maybe a little frustrated, but all kinds of happy up there to have the result that they're going to get.
The medal is no less gold if it finishes behind the safety car. So that's a great thing for Andrew Whitson, and he's got a bright future, of course. Let's see, this is his 12th runoff start, and with that win, he is a Super Sweep winner. So we haven't had any Super Sweep winners today. We had a couple yesterday. But here are the unofficial results, to be fair. But it is Andrew Whitson as your winner. Alex Scaler finishing in 2nd. Andrew Abbott 3rd. Hunter Phelps Barron home in 4th. Jonathan Weisheidt in 5th. Jeffrey Vallejo 6th. Roger Siebeneller 7th. Brian Farnham in the 8th spot. Brandon Abbott 9th. And Trevor Carmody rounding out your top 10 for Formula V. It's 60th running of Formula V as part of the runoffs. And you know, you talked about the disc brakes, we talked about the slick tires. Those are about the only major changes to the class since year 1. Everything else is pretty much as it was on the first one. Here are the race highlights as a couple cars jumped, it seemed a little early as the green came out, but nonetheless, here we go. And that's Andy Whitson at the front. There's Scaler, there's Farnham, there's Steve Whitson in the yellow car as they all fan out back about 4 wide into turn 1 for the first time. Andrew Whitson sweeps around into the front. Scaler challenging Steve Whitson for third as they work their way through turn number 1. And then we had our first incident coming up about mid-pack here as we had the 77 and the 21 get together. Carmody was not able to continue. The 77 of Rick Shields, another veteran, was able to continue. Then a spin for one of the Ragsdales, and he got together with the 5 car of Ron Whitson, who was able to continue. And then yet another one as we have the 18 of Steve Whitson. And then here's the battle at the front as Alex Scaler and Andrew Whitson, with all that carnage, were able to move away from the rest of the field. Brandon Abbott kind of in a lonely third spot. And then here's the one that brought out the move that actually caused the end of the race as Zach Whitson tried to make an ill-advised, to be frank, move around the left of that 3-way battle in front of it. And unfortunately, he lost control and into the barrier. And that's what brought out the yellow flag. And unfortunately, we weren't able to recover from that. But brother Andrew is going to get the job done as he waves to the crowd and waves to the corner workers as they'll follow the safety car around into the pit lane. Once everybody gets in and gets settled, we'll have a chance to chat with our podium finishers for this one, the 60th running of the Formula V's as part of the runoffs. One more race to go in this middle day of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs for 2023. As you can see, the shadows beginning to lengthen as it's coming up on 4 o'clock local time. But we've got a full slate of racing tomorrow, rounding out the day tomorrow with the second race of the weekend for the new Spec MX-5 class, which will be part of the national competition, runoffs competition, starting next season. And looking forward to exciting the first race of the weekend. Unfortunately, did not end the way any of us would have liked to have seen it, as basically the whole race was run behind the safety car after a first lap incident. But here comes your winner. Andrew Whitson rolls to a stop here on the pit lane. Alex Scaler and Andrew Abbott right behind him. Johnny on the spot with the microphone is our man Hayward Wagner. He's going to wait for Andrew to get his helmet off, and then he'll have a chance to chat with him. Hayward, take it away whenever you're ready, my friend.
Andrew, I'm sure that's not the way you wanted to see that race end, but it is a national championship. How's this feel?
Yeah, it's just it's a little bittersweet. It's just a brutal way to end a race. Me and Alex were having such a great battle. I feel cheated that we didn't get the finish. I'm sure he does too. I feel horrible for him, but it was a fantastic race up until that. We were flying, and I couldn't get any ground in between us. So it would have been fun, but it is what it is at this point. Huge thanks to Dad. Mom, obviously, my wife is patient, lets me do all this racing. All the family that comes out and helps, Uncle Bob. Huge thanks to Hoosier, Summit, Tire Rack, Brian Harding for helping us out a couple weeks ago. We had a little issue. He got things turned around for us real quick. So.
It seemed like this race, you may not have known, it seemed like this race had an awful lot of chaos, a lot of cars in the grass. Was the surface going away, or was it just everybody pushing so hard? Could you tell?
Yeah, it seems like the runoffs, with this many cars on track, it always just seems like it gets a little chaotic. Everybody's pushing, and then the sun came out and softened got everything nice and hot and greasy. So it was slick out there. Our times were definitely off from qualifying.
Well, congratulations on the championship. Enjoy this victory lap.
All right, thank you.
Hayward, thanks so much. And, Andrew, just as disappointed as we all were that we couldn't get a green flag finish, because this battle right here would have been a dandy to watch all the way in. In fact, with some cars right behind him, and Andrew, a nice controlled four-wheel drift, old school style, right out to the edge of the track. But we've got 2 more podium finishers, and Hayward Wagner has them.
Formula V is a class for a bunch of old guys, a bunch of old-time SCCA types. What's your opinion of this class?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. This is even my 9th runoffs. Next year will be number 10. And just trying to keep up with this guy is a job and a half. So he had a little better car today, there's no question about it. But anytime you're up here, especially behind him, it's still a good day.
Obviously not the way anyone wanted this race to end, probably most so you. If it had gone full distance, do you feel like were you holding the card up your sleeve waiting for it?
Yeah, unfortunately, our plan was to sit back and wait, and we felt we could have gotten him by the line. And we played our cards wrong. We knew that there could have been a double yellow, and we decided to risk it, and fortunately it didn't work out today.
Well, congratulations on the silver. Often the most disappointing of the podium medals, but congratulations nonetheless.
Thank you. We'll keep trying.
And we're going to bring Andrew up. Andrew, I think you have done something that's never been done before at the runoffs. I don't know, but you ended up on the podium after changing one tire in a dry race. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I can't thank my dad enough, man. I'm out lap on the first race lap. I saw it going down, and I was like, we got a flat tire, and the full course caution came out, and I was like, I'm just going to try and nurse it. And I came down pit lane, and he killed it. He crushed it, changed the tire. Everybody that helps out, man, this is exactly what it is about family and having him on the radio for the restart. It was awesome.
So I'm counting 5 lug nuts, and they're about a quarter mile apart each. Tell me about this tire change. Did you think this was good to the podium, or are we just seeing what's going to happen?
Well, one of the biggest things is in his racing career is never give up. And that's what we do. We never give up to the end, and it proved that today. And the biggest thing, we don't do pit stop changes, but I said, get it in the box, and he did. It was spot on money. So he did the rest.
Well, Formula V always produces good stories. This is one of the coolest ones I've ever seen. Congratulations, guys, on the bronze.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Hayward, thanks for that insight. We had no idea.
Yeah, we had seen him drop back. Yeah.
With all the chaos.
Yeah. We saw him drop back, didn't know why. Now we know. Awesome job by that team.
Absolutely. So as Andrew Whitson takes his honorary victory lap, and you can see the corner workers saluting him, we'll put a pin in the Formula V race for this year. And there'll be another one next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. This class is evergreen. We'll see it for as long as they have the runoffs. And we thank you so much for being with us. On behalf of Larry McLeod and Hayward Wagner, I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. Lots of racing left to go here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. We'll see you down the road.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
This weekend, VIRginia International Raceway and the Sports Car Club of America combined to form a mecca for lovers of sports car racing. Almost 500 drivers in over 20 classes will do battle in a race for the gold. Since 1964, SCCA has been crowning national champions at its annual runoffs, the peak of the Summit Racing Equipment SCCA road racing program. For the second straight year, welcome to the track that Paul Newman once called Heaven on Earth, for the historic 60th annual SCCA Runoffs. A beautiful afternoon has appeared here as we start to move into the late afternoon at VIRginia International Raceway for the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs. Our broadcast being presented by Mazda. Hi, everybody. I'm Greg Creamer, joined by 5-time solo national champion and 2-time Pirelli World Challenge champion Tom O'Gorman and Hayward Wagner, covering all the action down in the pit lane. And I'll tell you what, we've got a good one coming up. It is the Touring 3 class, and the reason I mention it's a good one coming up is because last year, in the very depths of Hurricane Ian's effects here, it was absolutely torrential rain, massive winds, and the competitors in Touring 3 put on an absolutely scintillating race with only one off-track excursion at all that I can remember. It was superb stuff. That's the quality that we have here. And down amongst them, as I said, is Hayward Wagner.
Guys, you're absolutely right. Last year's race was as much a barn burner as you can have in a hurricane, with a great finish and a Donahue Award coming out of that race for our national champion. Of course, that was one of the Ott brothers. This year, it's the other Ott brother who's on pole. Got a couple of Z3s up front, or Z4s up front, then some Nissans. One of the things that's coolest about these cars, in a time long ago in a place not far away, the runoffs was really about showroom stock racing, cars straight off the factory floor that would run, you would see 40, 50 car fields. This is kind of the next version of that, the next evolution of that. Touring 1 and 2 allows for a little bit more of the pro cars, the pro builds. This is really the showroom racers. These are the cars that have minimum modifications, a little bit of balance of performance. I think we're going to see a great race. Obviously, the Ott brothers here on the front row, a couple of Nissans right behind them, going to try to make sure that those guys stay close, stay in contention. Most of all, these guys are just excited that it's dry. And while I've got you guys, I do spy with my little eye President CEO of SCCA standing right behind Sidney Davis-Eagle, who's going to be splitting the field. So make sure we get a good camera shot of the boss, making sure that Sidney has it on lockdown.
All right. Well, yeah, absolutely. This is interesting. We actually have a former champion in one of those showroom stock categories. Showroom B won at Mid-Ohio in 2004 by James Lighthouser, who will be starting in the 5th spot. There it is. There's the shot here as they are getting ready to go. And Tomo, as always, when you come to the run-ups, interesting stories unfolding in the paddock through the testing and qualifying days.
Yeah, of course. We want to give a shout-out to Marshall Mast, who was picked to be on the podium, I believe, win by Sports Car Magazine, has won this class before, had a massive brake failure, and ultimately rode off the car in testing.
Yep.
Won't be able to take to the track, but we wish he would, or wish he could.
We wish he would, too, because
Sure.
he's such a competitor. Let's take a look at the Mazda track map. And, this place is really special on a lot of different levels, and it's also, one of the great compromise tracks because there's super high-speed stuff and really twisty bits.
Yeah, a lot of challenges. And these cars, as Hayward mentioned, not all that modified. So some of these corners where other classes don't really have to think about them, these cars are fast enough and not modified enough that certain corners start to stand out. So heavy on the brakes down into turn 1, up through the sweeping NASCAR turn 3, into the left hook at 4, into the lower S's. That's kind of going to be the place where these cars don't have nearly the nimbleness that a lot of the other classes have. Then into the uphill S's should be more or less close to flat out, but it's a lot of weight and a lot of speed moving through these cars at 130-ish. Top of the S's, I would guess. Then through the exit at Oak Tree, down the back straight. That's where those Z4Ms tend to be really, really good. Then we finally get through Roller Coaster into Hog Pen, down the front straight, where we've seen multiple races end with with a less than a tenth gap between cars because of how long that front straight is.
Yeah, incredibly close, and this field should be putting on a great show. Let's run you through it here. Starting in the 18 spot, making a second start here in the runoffs, the 53 of Alan Breer out of Columbia, Connecticut, in the Coney ECS Tuning VW GTI from 2006, one of the older cars in the field. There are older, though. Starting in the 17 spot, a rookie to the runoffs in the number 10, Randy Johnson from Tacoma, Washington, in the Night Transport Mustang. Starting in the 16 spot, another rookie to this series, the number 13 of Frank Seldorf. I know Frank, I've announced him a lot at Ferrari Challenge over the years, out of Boston, Massachusetts, in a 2001 BMW 330. Starting in the 15 spot, second runoff start for the number 39 of Edward Karabek out of Scarborough, Maine, in a BMW. Starting in the 14 spot, ninth runoff start for the 17 of Steve Simchek out of New Berlin, Wisconsin, the Corrosion Control Resources Nissan. Starting in the 13th spot, making his second runoff start, the 87 of Ben Schlechter out of Middletown, Delaware, in the Carbotech Penske Nissan. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 88 of Anthony Pacelli from Morristown, Virginia. Starting in the 11th spot will be the number 44 second runoff start for J. David Oram out of Mercer Island, Washington. There's a toe for you in his BMW Spec E46. Starting in the 10th spot, last year's Sunoco Hard Charger, the number 28 of Jared Lendra, making his ninth runoff start out of Queensbury, New York, in the North Country Subaru WRX. Starting in the 9th spot, a guy that had a lot of success in the B-Spec category over the years, stepping up into T3, the 30 of Travis Wache, his sixth runoff start out of Milford, Connecticut, the Indian Summer Racing 2015 VW GTI. Starting in the 8th spot, second runoff start for the 81 of Simon Azalin out of Sammamish, Washington, the Racer on Rails BMW. Starting in the 7th spot, a rookie, the son of Frank Seldorf, the 19 of Francis Seldorf, also out of Boston, Massachusetts, and he is running a BMW. Also has experience in Ferrari Challenge. Starting outside of that third row, 6th spot, making the second runoff start, the number 29 of Xiaoye Che out of Washington, D.C., and in the TCL and Tech Sport Racing Toyota 86. Starting in the 5th spot, 18th start for the 06 of former champion, as I said, James Lighthouser out of Louisville, Colorado, winning in the Showroom Stock B category back in 04 at Mid-Ohio, the Hoosier Bimmer World and Bimmer House BMW Z4M. Starting outside of row 2, the 24th start for the driver, the number 4, that's Rob Hines out of Arlington, Virginia, in the Tech Sport G-Lock Hoosier Nissan. And then starting in the 3rd spot, making his third runoff start, is the number 5 of Chris Hart out of Yakima, Washington, the FabTech Nissan. And your front row, starting outside in spot 2, 21st, started the runoffs for the 09 last year's champion, Jason Ott, who qualified pole last year out of Seminole, Florida, in the Alpine Motorsports Hoosier and Spyglass BMW Z4M. And on pole, his brother, who finished second last year, the number 26, making his 12th start, Steve Ott out of Houston, Texas, in the Hoosier Alpine Motorsports BMW Z4M. So the brothers Ott sweep the front row, but an awful lot of talent behind them here. I mean, Chris Hart, third at Daytona in 2021. Rob Hines, a former champion in the T2 category. And there you see it, Steve Ott, the Tire Rack Pole Award winner, with his lap at a 2-minute 4.520.
And Jason Ott was able to qualify on pole and win, so he was fast in the dry and good in the wet last year in that white and blue car. But Steve Ott now on pole. He was quickest for the second half of last year's race in those worst conditions, and he's coming out on pole this year. Maybe he can try to sweep this one.
It's going to be fun to watch here as they are coming down through Hogs Pen, the last corner here, and getting ready to launch onto the front straight. And it will be the Ott brothers leading the way here. There is an acceleration zone as we see the pace car once again. Thank you to Mazda and Sport Durst Mazda in Durham, North Carolina, for presenting and providing those pace cars. And watching as soon as they get into the acceleration zone, it's up to your pole sitter, Steve Ott, and he will decide when to go. And green flag, we're green in our final race of day 2 of our Hagerty Race Days here at the runoffs. And here we go, down into turn 1, and a really, really good start. The front row nicely controlled by the Otts, and the number 5 of Chris Hart sort of trapped on the outside there, Tomo.
Yeah, great start for Lighthouser as well.
Yeah.
He was just passed in front of Rob Hines. So Hines back to 5th from 4th on the grid, but it's a little bit of a breakaway for the Otts, just in front of Chris Hart, switching from a BMW lunge from Hines up the inside of 4, but Hart in the red Z, switching from a Spec E46 BMW to try to get himself a little further up this T3 field, and he's right with them right now. That Z is strong in the lower S's.
It certainly looks to be here, and we'll see what that's got in terms of the high-speed run here as we're watching him now starting to make their move through. Oops, somebody dropping a tire there, and through what they call the snake now. Now, Tomo, first time in speed here through the high-speed uphill S's.
Yeah, those 2 Indian Summer Racing cars of Francis Seldorf and Travis Wache locked together, working about 7th and 8th. That's one of the only front-wheel drive cars and the only, I believe, DSG shifting car in the field. But this is your top 3. Look at the Jason Ott a little bit better on the brakes, up underneath the back bumper of Steve Ott. And what we've tended to see is the BMWs are very much in line with everybody here in T4, while Lighthouser running wide. Until we get to the end of this back straight, they're so slippery, and they really work well at the end of the long straightaways.
All right, and that's going to really hurt Lighthouser here, and we may, as a result, see Hines be able to go through. That's a great battle. It looks like Hines getting a little help here as well. Maybe that might be Shoya Che. We'll see, but here we go, heading down in here. And that 29 is indeed Che, and trying to squeeze through on the 06 of Lighthouser, and it's going to be interesting. Oh, they are so close. That was as close as you could get with still respect, at least at that point, not a touch. And finally, Lighthouser goes, well, you know what? You played that well.
Yeah, Xiao Yu Che, that was very, very well played. I mean, gave him an inch, but no more. And Lighthouser raced very, very cleanly as well. That GR86, the black with some graphics on it, is the only naturally aspirated 4-cylinder in the field. So he's doing a little bit more with a little bit less than everybody else. As you can see, gets dumped on the straights by just a little bit. But it's a fantastic handling car, among the newer cars in the field by far, as he's now so good on the brakes, right up underneath the back bumper of Lighthouser. Maybe a kiss, but it's all clean.
I think there was, but it wasn't a very passionate one, so they're able to continue on here and get going. But look at this big counter move by Wache now, and that number 30 trying to come back on it. And Xiao Yu Che drops back just a little bit, and right behind him, Francis Seldorf looking pretty racy early as well. And I'll tell you, Francis just sort of appeared when his dad, Frank Seldorf, into Ferrari Challenge, which I announced for a number of years. And Francis was really quick right from the off, and has just continued to show some good pace.
And that car's a little different. It's actually an E46 M3, so it's well over 3,300 pounds. Gets a little bit bigger wheel and tire package, but it's different than the rest of the BMWs you'll see in the field, which means it's got a lot more car to manage, really, on its spec line. You see him sawing at the wheel over the crest at the top of the S's, but Travis Wache picked up a couple spots that last lap. He's trying to get things done early when that front-wheel drive car is in prime condition.
Yeah, Travis, super experienced in the B-Spec category, an absolute front runner there, whether it be in SCCA National competition. He's even done pro racing in World Challenge as well. But, boy, I'll tell you, that top group of 3 sort of checking out here, and the Otts opening up maybe about 0.8 of a second across the line on Chris Hart. But Hart starting, it looks like, to eat some of that back up just a little bit, but they've dropped Hines now to the tunes of about 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I'll tell you, though, Chris Hart is keeping them honest. They're not going to have it as easy as they would have liked, as it is still Steve Ott from the pole leading the way in that black and yellow, then Jason Ott, defending champion, in the white and blue. Chris Hart, new to him in that 370Z, upgrading from a slightly older BMW. Really, really clinging onto the back of these guys, and I think it's Sector 1 where that 370, the red car, is the fastest. We'll see how much closer he gets. As you can see, the BMW is pulling away on the straights. It's about to go away.
Yeah, Chris Hart, third in 2021 at Indy in this category, so he has experienced the medals and wants to be able to go after it again. Then that gap, as I said, back to Rob Hines. Then here is Lighthouser, and then Travis Wache should be able to go through here, and some really good battling unfolding. Want to go back and take a look at it. This great exchange here as well. That's the number 19 of Francis Seldorf. And again, so close, but again, Tomo, I don't think they touched.
No, I don't think they did, but Xiao Yu Che knows he has to be scrappy. He's at a disadvantage in the straight lines, which means he's got to be very, very, very up on the wheel in the corners. Francis Seldorf, though, we've seen him in also IMSA competition, a partner of the SCCA throughout the qualifying days, was because in the VP Challenge, which is the sprint series, he's been racing a GT4 car, so he's used to tight rubbing like that if he's in pro racing.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not a lot of margins given there, and at the runoffs you don't get many favors either here, just as long as it's nice and respectful. Another good look here at Travis Washay, and just doing a really, really nice job here in this VW GTI, dueling right now with James Lighthouser. Here's the run up through Oak Tree. Such a critical corner here, Tomo, and really important to get a good run. And everybody looks like they're just really trying through there. At this stage, it's early, trying to be line astern and just get a good run out.
Yeah, this track does tend to turn into 3 long dyno poles in a slower car. These cars are right at that tipping point where they're still probably lifting a little at the top of the S's. They're still dealing with a little bit more than just 3 long straightaways, but this is, no matter what, obviously, just flat out, and top speed is everything. To give you an idea, it is a little over 137 miles an hour, best trap speed, 38 miles an hour, I should say, for the Otts. Chris Hart is about 3 miles an hour off that deficit, and that's counting with draft. So that's the difference in the power and the straight line slipperiness, I should say, of the Z4M.
And speaking of Z's, there is the number 4 of Rob Hines. He was our Hawk Performer Breakthrough Award winner. That is given out on Wednesday, and it's for the driver who makes the biggest improvement in position in qualifying from Tuesday to Wednesday. And Rob Hines got that, and it was a great run for him because it put him up on that second row, and that's pretty critical.
Not able to keep up with this top 3 as you see the gap between them, maybe a corner or so. But then you see Chris Hart actually last time through on timing and scoring set the fast lap of the race. He's keeping these guys, as I said, honest, but he's taken from keeping them honest to putting the pressure on in big time.
Yeah, starting to really mount it up here a little bit and getting after it. And I was going to ask you, Tomo, we've got those 2 BMWs, then that Nissan. Are any of them known to be a little bit harder maybe on tires and even due to weight or just for setup and handling characteristics?
We know the Otts have been doing a lot of shock work to get those cars more compliant over the bumps, which is going to make them easier to drive. I haven't seen, because we've had weather affected, any sort of distinctive advantage on a longer run, shorter run, other than that everybody was really quick out the gate and everybody fell off in qualifying. There was not as much longevity in these heavier cars, a little bit tire limited. What I would bet is that Chris Hart is really going to have to rely on this draft to stay in the hunt. But again, no real indication one way or the other if the cars are going to start to fall away in any different way.
And one of the things that regardless, everybody is going to, because as you said, the weight of the cars and when Tom says tire limited, he's not talking about a bad tire. It's just not enough tire. There's a certain tire size that you're allowed to run based on the various characteristics of the car, and generally it's set at a position where if you just try and run qualifying laps for 15 laps around here, the tire is just going to lose a fair amount of its grip. Doesn't fail or anything. It just loses some grip. And keep in mind too that when you start the race, the one thing that does help is as you scrub that tire a little bit, it takes heat with it, and then as their carcass wears away, there's less carcass for it to hang on to. And Chris Hart really wide down in turn 1. He's been pushing so hard and didn't lose as much as I thought he was, but he was out there.
The only real difference otherwise is they weigh a very, very similar minimum weight, but the 350Z is limited to a 255 series width tire.
Okay.
The BMWs get a 275, so that means that the slightly narrower tire on the Z, it doesn't necessarily have less grip for it. It doesn't necessarily have less capability, but it can be more prone to overheating. That would be a little bit tricky for Hart to manage.
All right, he's going to be doing his absolute best with that. And these guys, boy, I'll tell you, Hart is doing a superb job of sticking right with them here and keeping them very honest as they are working around here. And really, it's so fun. With our camera guys are doing an absolutely phenomenal job. The looks we're seeing inside the cars, watching the drivers sawing on the wheel. Every once in a while, you can even see the driver's eyes looking through corners. Just absolutely fascinating. And that's all part of this game. Is if you're really going fast. I had an instructor once tell me, he told the whole group, he said, if you're going through a corner and the car feels really good and planted, you're not going fast enough. you need to be making all those little minor corrections here and there. Maybe not quite that exaggerated for Steve Simchek in that beautiful red Nissan 370Z. In a good battle right now, back in that 12, 13, 14 spot. Number 44 of J. David Oram right behind him in that BMW.
Yeah, Oram thought about it going up the inside, but I love this level of prep because you really have to drive the car. You have to understand weight transfer. You have to understand moving the car across the track in a way that's, yes, a little bit of slip angle, but not actually sliding. It's a really fun skill to be able to drive cars like this. It's still proper shifting, you know, the 6 speeds and most of the cars, maybe some 5 speeds down in some of the older cars. But as we talk about that, the odds are starting to look a little bit stronger than Hart. This is Hart last time through, just a little bit slower, not this current lap, but the previous lap to that. This time through, they were literally tied, a bunch of 206.7s.
I'm glad you said proper shifting, because to me, one thing that, back in the day anyway, it used to separate people was the people that, ooh, a little mistake there. As Jason Ott running just a little bit wide, and Steve Ott suddenly gets a little bit of a margin, and Chris Hart all over the back of Jason Ott. But one of the things that I rue is what I used to call the race driver's ballet, which is that footwork, the heel and toes, and making it all happen while you're threshold braking in. It's incredible stuff, and it lives in some of these SCCA classes, and that is really cool.
It's a little strange. Oh, sorry. They're a little strange. I'll let you do a second. A little strange. Looks like Jason Ott locked up there. Yeah. That's what happened. But that car should have anti-lock brakes. Either way, a little chink in the armor for Jason Ott. Chris Hart is going to have noticed that.
Absolutely, and he's going to hound him through that section. There's no question about that. So while we have things settled here just a little bit, time for us to let you learn a little bit more about the fabulous partners that make the runoffs possible.
A car like this shouldn't exist. Something this big, this luxurious, shouldn't move like a Mazda. And yet, it does.
Oh my God, it sounds epic as well. This car is an SUV with bragging rights.
The all-new 3-row Mazda CX-90.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, on the way home after a day at the track. And say you have an accident. Ouch! But at least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Your standard insurance probably won't pay to replace your car. That's true whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or in the repair shop. If you want to be covered for the whole value of your race car, you need guaranteed value coverage from Hagerty. We agree on an accurate value up front, and in event of a covered total loss anywhere off the track, we pay that amount. You'll be protected in storage, in transit, in the paddock, or a repair shop against collision, fire, theft, no matter what or where you race. All for less per year than you spend on a set of racing tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Got some absolutely superb racing that is going on here in this field, as you might well imagine. Obviously, that group up top doing a nice job, but Travis Washay, and let's go back and take a look here as Travis getting around Rob Hines. Watch this move, Tomo.
Great on the brakes around the outside, and that front-wheel drive GTI keeps the momentum up, power down early, and watch it just kind of chug off this corner. Pulls ahead of the older 350Z Nismo of Hines, and that's just where you want to be for NASCAR Turn 3, as you see the car kind of float, rotate, and pivot right there beautifully into the apex of Turn 3. Now, Washay has pro racing wins. Rob Hines has a ton of racing experience. These are two very experienced drivers battling it out. But when I talked to Washay earlier this week, he said his car was just kind of meh. He wasn't very happy with it. He must have been working on it hard because it looks really nice right now.
Yeah, they've done something. Boy, that just affected Rob Hines' rhythm, didn't it? Because James Lighthouser just went by Hines as well on the run down into this roller coaster section of track. And that can happen. You know, you just get off rhythm a little bit, and you just, it takes you a bit to get back into it, and you got a veteran like Lighthouser behind you, he's going to pounce.
And he may be finding his rhythm as well, because he kind of floundered. He had the really, really aggressive start, but then floundered his way back a couple of positions. Now that things are stabilized just slightly, he might be finding that momentum, because he is ultimately driving basically the same car as our top two. Taking a look at those now, we know the speed is there. He's just finding it lap after lap.
Yeah, and the battle for 7th, also Francis Seldorf and Xiaoyu Che haven't added as well, but back up to the front here, because obviously Jason Ott was able to quickly recover from that little moment and has closed back in again on brother Steve, who leads this one. But for whatever they're trying to do, it's not working in terms of shaking Chris Hart. He is just glued.
And these can be some of the most stressful races. It may not be the door banging, passing left and right that we've seen in some other races, but they're literally putting in qualifying laps, lap after lap after lap. It's so stressful in the car to be under that amount of pressure. The most calm is probably Chris Hart. He's just in the zone. He's got the least to lose from this, but Steve and Jason both in the first and second positions, just they can't make a mistake. They absolutely cannot make a mistake, as you see Chris Hart make up just a little bit more time through South Bend there.
Well, we saw what happened when Jason made that slight mistake in the left hook, and a big gap as Steve checked out a little bit, and Chris Hart was all over the back of him here. And again, here's Lighthouser in front of Hines. That's 5th and 6th. And then behind these two is you're going to get a really good look at Francis Seldorf and Xiaoyu Che having a good scrap. There's Lighthouser right there. There they are. And I'll tell you what, Francis Seldorf has it, but Xiaoyu Che is so close. And it's in this dyno run where Xiaoyu is going to lose a little bit of ground, but boy, is he good when the corners come up.
Probably two of the most different cars in the grid, ultimately.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, the only naturally aspirated 4-cylinder there for the GR86 of Xiaoyu Che, and then Seldorf in the much, much heavier BMW. But we're working lap 8 of 15, over halfway done with this race. Got to wonder how much longer does that BMW have at 3,300 pounds, where everybody else around is a little bit lighter.
Problem here for the number 44 of J. David Oram, who had been having a pretty solid race, knocking on the door of a top 10. That's going to cost him just a little bit. Hate to see that happen. He made a long tow from Mercer Island, Washington. Watch in the background there, just overshot the entry into Oak Tree.
So easy to do. If you've never driven VIR, you literally cannot see the Oak Tree corner until you have to turn in for it. And if you don't build a muscle memory, or if you have that slight lapse in judgment, it's very easy to just be like, oops. And we've mentioned Seldorf, that car very heavy. How much tires does it have left? I don't know. He just missed the current one corner and falls off for just a moment.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what you were chatting about here. And that is going to allow Xiaoyu Che now. Not only did he benefit from Seldorf going off, but he has glommed onto the back of Rob Hines as well. So in that Toyota GR86, those are great handling cars. You've talked about it, and everybody that I've talked to that drives them just says, "Oh, are they a fun car?"
Yeah, they're a ton of fun, and we've seen the first-gen cars be extremely successful in T4, but the extra 0.4 liters they gave it for the updated car, it's an exponentially better improvement than 0.4 liters should ever be. It's a great platform. Speaking of, I've always joked since I was a kid, you set your fastest lap in a sim and then you immediately crash in turn 1. Seldorf had just set his fastest lap and goes off in turn 1, so
there you go.
It can happen.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at that lap, what was it, a 2:07.9, and that wasn't that far off of where he qualified. And obviously, we're talking about some worn tires, so doing a nice job. It's the first time now we've seen that gap from these two, the odds, back to Chris Hart, a little bit larger than I've seen it a couple of times. But boy, he rolls some speed down through the roller coaster, doesn't he? I'm talking about Chris Hart.
Yeah, absolutely. The Z is clearly the better handling car when they get to corners, but it's tough to, keep that gap and that gain when you have such long straightaways. I will say Jason Ott is starting to apply the pressure to his brother Steve, who's in the lead. We haven't really seen them that close. The corner that it's sticking out to me, though, is turn 4, where we saw that little mistake from Jason. That car always looks a little more unhappy than Steve's car as they go through those lower S's.
And here you got a pretty good battle there, back right behind Randy Johnson in that Mustang. That is the silver BMW, the 13 of Francis's dad, Frank Seldorf, and then Alan Briere right behind him, and then number 53.
Really cool story for Briere. Looking up the inside now becomes the outside. He actually started a lot of his track day driving with the Track Night in America program with the SCCA and leveled his way up through into a licensed driver racing at the National Championships. One of the kind of true ladders beacons of the ladder that we offer here.
Oh, okay, yeah, and it's absolutely great to see that. And it looks like, again, maybe Jason Ott had a little bit of a moment somewhere, because suddenly Steve has that margin again, and Chris Hart is climbing all over the rear deck of Jason Ott at this point. And let's watch him here. Ooh, a lot of rotation there for Jason. Almost runs it off the track.
Yeah, he's driving that thing with neutral steer to a little bit of counter, and there's something about the way that car is driving now that it's just not able to get through the lower S's at turns 4, 5, and 6 the way that Steve Ott's car and Chris Hart's car are. So the blue and white car in the middle, floundering at the beginning of the lap, but recovers in the second half of the lap. And it looks like the rear end of that car is starting to go away a little bit.
But right away, they get onto this long run up Madison Avenue. And you see Jason Hart easing away, Jason Ott easing away from Chris Hart a little bit. And there you can see the margin that those three have back to Travis Wache, now up into fourth. And that's basically 15 seconds. So it's really a mano battle for the podium spots here. And then Travis Wache now has a little bit of room back to James Lighthouser. And then this great battle between Rob Hines in the silver Nissan and Shai Che that just loses ground on the straights and then gobbles it up and is all over Rob Hines by the time they get halfway through the roller coaster and halfway through the S's on the other side of the track.
A chase car run by TechSport Racing, who won the championship in T4 in the older version of the same car, and also professionally races the Subaru BRZ version of this same car in SRO America. So they have a lot of experience, and they're based here at VIR. He looks to be very, very composed and driving very well. He's just at a slight deficit down these longer straightaways, but not this lap. Check this out.
Wow, got a great run. Now going to put on a little bit of a test of braking durability down into turn one. He's to the inside, and clearly Hines trying to ramp the outside and give him position here into turn number 3. Hines has the overlap, dives to the inside. G going to try and stay up on the outside. Now he's going to square up, and I don't think, didn't have quite enough. And as I say that, thought about the dive into left hook, and then decided, nope, that's going to end in tears, and backed out.
I think he thought about it a little too late. Hines got on the brakes earlier than he expected. He looked like he was going to pop and then had to surprisingly check up just a little bit. So he's going to keep the pressure on there as we take a look back towards the back of the pack, the number 17 of Steve Smychek.
And Steve Smychek, as you see, our Sunoco 260 Tuesday winner, a specialty award created by Sunoco to help promote their 260 line of racing fuels. And what it is on Tuesday qualifying, at the end of the day, in each class, whichever time was closest after the dot to a 260 was awarded a nice grouping of gallons of that great fuel. So a fun award, but one that, anything helps at this level of racing, and getting some really, really top level fuel given to you is nice here. And Hines, Chris Hart right now, just looks like he's losing a little bit more time now on that run down Madison Avenue.
Yeah, and on that slightly smaller width tire, you have to wonder, now that we're in 11 laps working, now coming to lap 12, he lost about a half a second last time through. He was already at a straight line advantage, and if his tires are falling off at even a similar rate, let alone a faster rate, he's definitely got an uphill battle. Definitely still seeing the back end of the 09. Watch, he can't even get the power down. The 29, or 26, however, the leader, Steve Ott, that car looks planted.
Yeah, it's just hooking up, isn't it? But you're right about Jason, and for Chris Hart, as you talking about those tires, if you don't have grip when you try and get that run out of Oak Tree, you're just carrying that deficit a long time there, aren't you?
Even still, he closes right up underneath the rear of that Z4. Oh, no, he must have made a mistake. He was very close. He must have had a bobble just off camera.
Well, now he's really going to have to hustle here to get back up in this. I mean, if he stays mistake-free, he's got a bronze. But he didn't come here for bronze.
No, and especially, when you upgrade to a new car and you know that it's going to be a little bit faster, it still stings a little if you watch that battle the entire time. Man, wow. Jason Ott has a handful of a car through South Bend right now.
Yeah, he's just been chasing it through there big time. Oh, and a lockup, and off goes Hart and into the barriers. Oh, my goodness, after such a great drive, I jinxed him. I just said, no mistake, you got a bronze. and just puts it into the barriers up there. And this is probably going to be a caution because, this is definitely in an impact zone here. Watch it here, Tomo.
Yeah, I know from past experience that these Nissan Zs do have a tendency or a slight history of ABS failures, especially on racetracks. And I have to wonder if he just lost the ABS. And it, as I said, I've seen it a lot of times. It's not so common that it's every single time you go to the racetrack, but it is not unheard of to lose ABS in these cars. And for it to just lock up randomly like that, I have to wonder, have to speculate.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you're right. Obviously, they have been, that's been one of the things that a lot of teams that race the Nissans, chase a lot. But, you don't see ABS lock up. If anything, it goes numb and just loses efficiency. So a lockup like that would sure indicate some sort of a failure. And, boy, I'll tell you what, Xiao Yi doing an absolutely great job. Got around Hines before the caution. That could be really big here. Any pass you can make before the caution comes out is going to pay big dividends, and the caution is out. And that might be exactly what Jason Hart needs if those tires are overheating due to whatever setup choice he has in the car. If we get this cleared up quick enough, maybe he'll have a little bit better weapon to try and win 2 in a row.
And that also promotes Travis Wachet to the podium.
How about
in
that?
His GTI. That is super cool. A great race effort that he's got there. When the yellow came out, they were about 20 seconds apart, so he has not been close to them. But that puts him into the bronze medal position. Lighthouser has raced his way back to 4th. Xiao Yi with that last-minute pass right before the yellow came out goes to 5th. That's a top 5 for the GR86 driver.
Yeah, Travis Wachet getting the silver medal in B-Spec back in Laguna Seca in the 2014. And keep in mind, folks, he started this race 9th. And as Tomo just said, now he is up into that 3rd spot. He might well be the stoutest candidate right now, Tomo, for the Sunoco Hard Charger Award. That's 6 spots he's made up in a tough field.
Yeah, that's a great drive. I'm hearing actually from Chris Hart's teammate Gama Aguilar Gomez, who we've seen in the runoffs many a time, that Chris isn't even running the ABS in that car because of that known failure point. So he didn't have ABS the entire race. I was on the right path anyway, but got into the brakes just a little bit too much, locked that right front, and he's been so quick in Oak Tree, he didn't have any margin for error. You saw how quickly that car went off track.
Yeah, and he had to be quick there, didn't he? Because it was the only way he had any shot of maybe getting after the Ott boys with an opportunity to be close enough somewhere. And Travis Wachet coming up on the back, bringing James Lighthouser with him. And, at the time of the caution, Travis had opened up a nice little margin on James Lighthouser. And I'll tell you what, there's nobody in this field, I don't think, with any more experience at the runoffs than James Lighthouser. And, he's going to try and put that to use here on this restart. And, the other thing is that promotes with that off. He got by Hines, and as a result, now Xiao Yi finds himself up in the top 5. So really good run for Xiao Yi in his 2nd runoff start.
Francis Seldorf, even with that little off, back to 7th. Aslan Lendrum, Jared Lendrum, driver we haven't talked about much in a new Subaru WRX STI. Jared always flying the Subaru banner. He sits 9th, and another STI, the older version of Anthony Pacelli, which we saw that car podium in STU last year. Chip Herr at the wheel. That car is in the top 10. Good to see Chris Hart out of the car packing body parts. Obviously not good to see that he's out of the car, but good to see that he got himself out of the car.
Exactly. Yeah, you were talking about Jared Lendrum. He was last year's Sunoco Hard Charger. Came from 13th in the field to 7th spot. So it's finding that progress toward the front a little bit more difficult to come into right now. And then Anthony Pizzelli, we got 2 Subarus that are running in formation here, so to speak, in 9th and 10th. Jared Lendrum out of Queensbury, New York, and Pizzelli out of Maurertown, Virginia. So for Pizzelli in particular, this is very much a home race for him here. And we're just waiting to get word, folks, obviously, as to when. Oh, and we just get word we are going to finish this one under caution. They got the car moved, but again, there's that little bit of barrier damage, and that is a great concern. And by the time they get this car completely clear of the track and get those barriers put together, we've only got 2 laps left. There's just not enough time. And one of the policies that SCCA has is they will not do a 1-lap shootout. And again, this isn't pro racing. Yes, you're going for a national championship, but the last thing you want is, you know, the carnage that can often result from that green and white kind of final lap here. Here's a look at the number 88 of Anthony Pizzelli. Again, I'm sure enjoying his time here, and we will get the checker actually this time by a lap early, Tomo.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to not be able to finish under green, of course, but also the safety issue of a tire wall that is not as intended can't be ignored, unfortunately. So for the second year in a row, it looks that it will be an Ott sweeping the runoffs, but this year, from pole and at the top of the runoffs championship race, it is Steve Ott taking the win over his brother Jason, who did the same feat last year. Travis Wache, super cool story there.
Isn't it, though?
Coming up to third at the end of this race.
Yeah, and as I said, from the 9th spot, so a really good run for him. And, you know, it's nice to see. You know, that's what you want to see is drivers that start off in B-Spec, which is, a great training ground because it's a momentum class. You learn to carry speed and do all that. And it's a class that you can get into at a relatively inexpensive budget. And then when you're ready, now you step up and Travis shows, oh, he was ready.
Absolutely, yeah, and of course a longtime instructor, I believe, worked with Skip Barber through the years at Lime Rock, racing older Volkswagens, IT cars, came into the B-Spec realm with the Mini Cooper, and then racing this GTI, the same exact car in World Challenge for a number of years. I've raced against him.
Yeah,
it's tough to beat sometimes, that car, and now switching it over into the SCCA Touring 3 category, where it does seem to be a decent contender.
It certainly does, and he gave it a great ride here as, again, we are going to complete this lap and bring it home under a checker flag here. And, again, positions, it's an Ott 1-2. This time they just swap positions up there. And you're really impressed here for Francis Seldorf. I know, he doesn't have a lot of time here in the runoffs, but he certainly has been gaining a lot of experience in the like as well. So great to see that. We saw David Oram, who was putting together a good run and then had that little bit of an off, but was able to gather it up and bring it back on. It would have been interesting to see, had Chris not gone off, just what might have happened at the end of this one. But hey, that's what do they call it? The slings and arrows of racing fortune.
Yeah,
it happens.
And the runoffs is very unique in that it's a one race take all, and you have to show up and you have to deliver in this race. I can't think of many other motorsports challenges in general, but specifically road racing championships that are determined by simply one race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's all on the line in that one race, which is why we see both. It means so much to people who win, but also why drivers are trying so hard, and things can go a little bit sideways or a little bit straight in Chris Hart's scenario.
Well, and that makes a really good point. It isn't like a playoff scenario where it's best 2 out of 3. And yes, we've got the Hoosier Super Tour Championship, and you've got majors points that are tracked by division and the like. But this is it. I mean, this is one race for everything here. And while we're talking about that, we have a minute here. Let's remind everybody, if you would like to get involved with the Sports Car Club of America, it's surprisingly easy to do. There are 115 regions this country is broken up in, all of them grouped in various divisions. And all you have to do is contact SCCA.com, click membership. You can sign up. It's extremely inexpensive when you think about what you get out of a year here. And as I said when I joined, I thought I was joining a club, and I found out I just increased the size of my family by about 50,000. Because you all share a passion, and whether you want to drive or whether you want to work tech, whatever, there is a place for you to be a participant in these races if you're a member of SCCA.
And a lot of those most grassroots versions don't even require joining the club right away.
Yep.
You basically get a secret weekend membership that you don't even have to think about, and you get to go to, you mentioned Alan Briere, came from the SCCA Track Night program. You've seen autocrossers like me come into motorsports careers. You can go drive anything you have pretty much.
Absolutely. Here's a look at some of the highlights from the race, and from the off, it was Steve Ott Pole sitter getting in the lead, the yellow BMW, the blue one right behind him. And it was Chris Hart really aggressive early, trying to make the way around the outside and do something. Couldn't get it done there. James Lighthouser hopped up in front of Rob Hines there and was able to jump into that fourth spot. And just the battling started to continue, and it was good everywhere around the track here. And have a look here, some really stout stuff. That's the number 4 of Hines. And look at Shahid Che, even clipping that curve, he gets up alongside Lighthouser, never touched. Really great racing. And look at Travis Awashe. You see that number 30 VW back there a little bit. Didn't take him long to get through. And again, Xiaoyu Chi, this time up and against the number 19 of Francis Seldorf. Such close quarters racing, such great respect.
And 3 clips ago about is when Travis Wache's race came alive, but this is when the pass for ultimately the podium happened. Power move around the outside of turn 1, so hard to pull off, especially in a front-wheel drive car. And then the beautiful rotation. Hines thought about maybe trying to stick to the outside, realized it wasn't going to work, and tucks in. And that was the pass that would become 3rd place. As the front drivers are continuing to push, but the rear of that BMW falling apart. ABS, a slight mistake for the 3rd place driver, the number 5 of Chris Hart, and just couldn't quite keep it out of that tire wall at the top of Oak Tree.
Well, you know, you think here as the checker flag comes out, and this one is now in the books. You know, you think about the speed we've been talking about it, Tomo, how fast you go through South Bend or turn 10. So you've got that kind of pace before you jump on the brakes in a bending braking zone into Oak Tree. And when something locks up like that, it doesn't take much for you to drop those outside tires, and then you're a passenger. So that's how it plays. So this field making its way down into pit lane here. And it's an Ott, once again, your national champion. Just a different one this time. And I'm sure that's a pattern they wouldn't mind repeating multiple times into the future. You win, I win, you win, I win.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd start to get selfish. I want to win again.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Especially with your brother. Brotherly love,
well,
right?
Yeah, exactly. And
I love you, but not that much.
And what it really comes down to, doesn't it, when it's a brother or a sister or whatever, you want to finish on top because then you're not the one who feels a little awkward at Thanksgiving.
Bro, sure. Yeah. But there's also that level of what no one else can pick on him but you. You want them right behind you.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Mom likes you best because you're faster. So, Steve Ott, boy, I'll tell you, he just has been on it all day. And you think about it, he didn't even set a time. Well, he had a loss of times in that first session, and then came back on Wednesday and cracked off a 2:04.520. And you think about it, well, that sounds like a nice time. How big of a margin was it? Well, Jason went a 2:04.534. So 14 1,000 separated those two guys, those two brothers on that front row. Look at that smile. Let's get it down to Hayward, who I'm sure is chomping at the bit to hear from our champion.
I'm sure you did not really want to finish under full course caution, but it's a pretty elegant way to keep the Thanksgiving table civil, don't you think?
Oh, man, that was, yeah, I feel bad for Chris, going off there at the end, but that was a heck of a race. It was kind of a calamity of errors. Who could make the least amount of errors every lap and still keep it together? But, yeah, the car was great. Hoosiers stayed underneath me all the time. Alpine Motorsports, Spyglass Engineering, everybody just really put it together. Jim Lighthouser for getting the cars ready. Yeah, it was just, I hate to see that, but it did take the pressure off a little bit.
Last year, you got to watch your brother win a national championship. How does it feel to now put a gold medal around your neck?
Mine's most recent, so that'll be what I'll bring up every time I see him. But no, it's great. You couldn't ask for more. Last year, he was the one that didn't make a mistake. This year, I just happened to not make too many mistakes and worked out well. So I'm really happy to be here. Really happy to be here.
Well, congratulations to you. It looks like you got room to pack a couple of people in for the victory lap. Enjoy this one.
Thank you very much.
I like that. Steve Ott thinking, Jason, 2022 champion? That's so last year.
Well, you heard him mention all the mistakes. I think it's that kind of race. We mentioned these are the most intense in the car, and every little mistake starts to feel like the end of the world. And not buckling under that pressure. You heard him mention calamity of errors. I didn't see a lot of them. So whatever was happening, they were minor.
They were pretty minor, but the drivers feel it. 2 more podium contenders to hear from. Hayward?
Did you manage to get all the frustration out before they turned the camera on? Are you ready to say happy things?
I'm ready to say happy things. First and foremost, congratulations to my brother. Awesome job. Thank you for what a great race. That was absolutely exhausting. Totally different than last year. It was great.
Tomo said that coming into, I guess it's South Bend, coming down to the Oak Tree complex, it just top of the S's just looked like you had your hands ridiculously full every lap. Did you miss setup? Were tires going away? What was happening there?
Yeah, I overdrove it and just overheated the rear tires. It was my fault. It just started getting a little loose, and just like usual, I had to calm down. Tires came back to me.
We'd love to talk to you more, but I understand you have to give a little driving lesson here. You're going to jump in, give them some pointers?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yes. Congratulations. Thanks, everybody.
And we're going to grab our third place finisher, Travis. Travis, I just want to do some quick math. Where did you start on this grid?
It was so far back I couldn't remember.
I believe it was 9th. Where'd you end up?
Okay, yeah, 9th or 10th. I ended up 3rd.
How's that feel?
Feels great. 3's my lucky number. I just turned 50 a couple weeks ago. Crazy. First podium. So it's been I've been doing this since I was 16 years old. There's people I started autocrossing with here supporting me from New England Region SCCA. All of our contingency people. Hoosier Tires, absolutely amazing. You know, I abused them pretty good today. I played the consistency card. I just put on clean laps, one after the other. You know, I got to show up for my boys.
This feels like it's really emotional for you. What makes this so important to you?
Still got it. I have a 6 and 8-year-old, Cooper and Miller. My dad. You know, we've been doing this. This is what we do. This is what the Washay boys do.
Well, congratulations to you on the bronze. A great drive here from 9th to 3rd.
Yeah, and I want to make sure United Motorsport is what made this car last. Hoosier Tires, Carbotech brakes, but United Motorsport, they helped me develop the car back in the day, and I wanted to give a big shout out. Thanks, Jeff and Freddie, man.
Well, you can hear the emotion there, Tomo. You know, especially when you've been competing for a long time, and then you think about it. He's done a lot of racing, but this was his 6th runoff start as well. And to finally get the podium, you can hear the emotion there. And this is truly special. The runoffs is a unique event. It's a one-of-a-kind event, and it is about as prestigious as it gets.
Yeah, I would say from knowing Travis personally, there are people who do motorsports for their life, and then there are people who live motorsports, and that is their life. And I would say Travis is in that category. Both are a great way to live your life, but it adds this different layer when it is the thing you're chasing. And I think that's where the little choke up, and especially when you hear him say, "I still got it." You know, I just turned 50 and I still got it.
Yeah.
I just turned 30, and every reminder that I get that I still got it still feels special. So I know how he feels to an extent, and you could tell it meant a lot to all three of those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Phenomenal. And, to me, going back to Steve's comment, about the mistakes, and he said about as different from last year as it could get. In those horrid conditions, no mistakes. I mean, it was great. And they just are able to do it in any kind of condition, and what a race it was. And this race wraps up day 2 of Hagerty Race Days here at the 60th running of the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, the Run to the Gold in Touring 3, and it's an OT 1-2 again, just a reverse of positions, and they seem just fine with that, and an emotional moment for Travis Washay, the first medal in Runoffs competition. What a great way to end this day. We've got another full one coming up for you tomorrow as well. But for now, we're going to wrap up our coverage of our Touring 3 National Championship Runoff for Tom O'Gorman, and, of course, for Hayward Wagner down in the pits, and for John Phippen, and for Larry McLeod, the other announce team here in the booth. Great job by everybody, and I want to give a personal shout-out here to the Apex Productions crew, these camera people, the guys in the truck, the gals in the truck, and everywhere around here, just killing it this weekend, doing a stellar job, and it has been a treat to be a part of it. Another big day tomorrow. Until then, everybody, take good care.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back, everybody. Greg Creamer with you, and joining me now, John Phippen, my co-host, I guess would be other way to put it.
We never get to work together,
We
Craig.
don't. We don't. We always have some expert that's got to sit in with us here.
Gosh, you know what.
But I'll tell you what, day 2 here, Hagerty Race Days, it was a day with an awful lot of variety. And it started off with a new Class 2 runoffs competition, and not in a, well, actually, we're going to go right to T1, which is not a new class.
There you go.
It was Andrew Aquilani from pole, and man, he just put on one of his clinics. Then we went into E-production, John, in a crazy moment there.
Yeah, sadly, we had a car get sideways and unable to get collected, and then right after that, a fantastic E-production race as after that race got restarted. Great battle there for the final step on the podium.
Then that STL, then we had a lunch break, and then SRF3, and as always, this one did not disappoint. 3 cars eventually broke out into it here. Franklin Futrell, and there you see the deciding moment in the race as Russell just got in a little bit hot. And then Formula Continental, one of the most emotional moments here as father and son go 1-2 with the son clearing out. Then the V's came to the track.
Absolutely, Formula V's, and then we rounded out the day with this fantastic race that we just concluded. There's Wache making the pass into 3rd spot to give himself his first runoffs podium. He was emotional on the interview.
No question about it. The odds going 1-2 up front. And so that is just a brief glance at the busy day that we have had here for day 2 of the Hagerty Race Days at the 60th running of SCCA's National Championship Runoff. Want to remind everybody we do it all one more time tomorrow as we run off and do our final 8 National Championship races, including, in the end, the second of the SMX or the Spec MX-5 Challenge races to wrap up the day. Everything kicks off about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Join us then. And we hope you have a great night. Whatever you do, have a lot of fun, but please do it safely. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.